Chapter 1. The Great Route, Giant Stone Island. This island, nestled in close proximity to Magnetic Drum Island, is predominantly characterized by its rocky hills. To the south lies a quaint village, while a dense forest blankets the northern expanse. At this moment, in the western part of the small village, two children crouch by a window of a cement-constructed house. Their heads, one large and one small, are crammed into a narrow opening as they peer inside, their posteriors raised high behind them. Suddenly, the chubby-faced boy with a round head inquired in a muffled voice, "Elder brother, what is the old man doing inside?" "Shoo, don't speak. We'll be in trouble if we get discovered," came the urgent whisper. Inside the room, a young and beautiful woman knelt facing the window, opposite a rough, burly man whose appearance was anything but refined. The man tapped on the table with his right hand, prompting the woman to rise and pour tea from a kettle into a cup across from her. Just as she was about to sit back down, the man suddenly spoke, "Please find one for me. I can't have the same thing today. You're insufferable. There are not that many courtesans in my little bathhouse. And do you really think you have time to enjoy all this?" The woman's words seemed at odds with the flush on her cheeks, hinting at deeper implications. "Enjoy the moment." Upon hearing the man's words, the woman straightened her posture, locking her gaze onto him, and clapped her hands together twice. "Fine, they'll call the last one over for you, but it will be the last in your life." "That's more like it." The burly man chuckled, his full beard accentuating his grin, which caused the woman to purse her lips in annoyance, turning her head away. At that moment, a dark-skinned, monkey-like woman entered the room. Thankfully, it was daytime, otherwise one might not have even recognized her as a person. As this courtesan stepped in, the playful demeanor of the man, named Charles, evaporated entirely. While Charles pondered how to let the girl leave without damaging her pride, a loud guffaw echoed. "Ha ha ha! Old man, you really know how to enjoy life." Upon hearing this annoying laughter, Charles immediately recognized who had come to disrupt his affairs. Giggling, "Charles, do these two little rascals count as well? If you don't mind, I can take them off your hands." Charles' face turned crimson, smoke seemingly billowing from his ears as he glared. "You little brats, they'll catch you. Run." "Mona," the slender child outside, quickly reacted. Why? Don't ask, you fool. Just run." "Oh, old man, we're leaving," the chubby boy, with an endearing innocence, exclaimed before scampering after his companion. "Stop right there, you little rascals. I'm going to catch you today." With a scowl, Charles dashed out, leaving the beautiful young woman behind, who erupted into peals of laughter. Once Charles' figure vanished from her sight, the woman's laughter gradually subsided, her expression returning to one of normalcy, her eyes deep and contemplative. Meanwhile, the two children had run all the way to the seaside, stumbling to a halt. "Elder brother, why do we run? This isn't how it usually goes." The other boy, handsome yet slightly frail, glanced at the tall, overweight boy beside him, catching his breath. "Mona, you're still too young, you'll understand in time." As he spoke to Mona, the striking boy barely reached the latter's chest. "Only the elder brother is small. Look at you. You're all skin and bones. Don't worry, he'll protect you in the future." Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as Mona finished speaking, his stomach emitted a loud growl. The two boys exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Elder brother, I'm hungry." Mona scratched his head with one hand while clutching his ample belly with the other. "Didn't you just eat? How can you be hungry again?" "But, all right, let's check the nets we cast this morning and see if we have any catch. It'll make you some steamed seafood to eat." "All right, he'll go pull the net up." Mona beamed with excitement, his eyes almost disappearing in his smile, his cheeks trembling with joy as he hurried off. Watching his exuberance, Tisen couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling a bit weary, he sat down on the sandy beach, lying back to gaze at the azure sky. He then took off a golden pendant resembling Mickey Mouse from around his neck. This pendant bore a striking resemblance to a key, with its front resembling a gear. He murmured to himself, "It's been 6 years since I came to this world." Aorisi Tisen was his full name now. Before his transmigration, he was known as Lin's son, a city planner who had met an unfortunate fate when a load-bearing column collapsed upon him while inspecting a site. When Lin's son opened his eyes again, he felt as though he were being carried on someone's back, a hand underneath him. The discomfort was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to move, merely relying on the person carrying him while his eyes scanned the surroundings. He soon realized that both he and his bearer were surrounded by blood. Confused, he dismissed it as a dream and drifted back to sleep. When he awoke the next day, he was taken aback to discover he had transmigrated. Seeing that his body had shrunk from head to toe, he struggled to believe it. Yet, upon running outside barefoot, he was convinced, having never seen the seaside in his life, this was the only place he could have dreamt of. The pain he felt and the surrounding environment confy upon arriving at the site set for their trap. They indeed discovered a black bear lying within. Mona, whose expression transformed back to one of excitement, proceeded to drag the bear out. Tisen glanced over and estimated its length to be approximately 4 meters, pondering that today would surely yield a hearty meal. The trap they had prepared measured 6 meters, with an array of discarded blades purchased from the village blacksmith, reclaimed daggers, kitchen knives, and the like. Tisen secured the daggers to a post before burying the post within the trap, which ultimately provided them with considerable sustenance. However, no matter how much he consumed, he would not gain weight, and he suddenly found himself feeling a twinge of envy towards Mona. Before long, Mona, dragging the fishing net along with the black bear, and Tisen, carrying a bag of fresh water, reached the summit of the highest mountain on Giant Stone Island. The island itself was rather small, hardly qualifying as a mere speck among larger islands. The mountain was replete with rocky outcrops, the smallest towering 2 to 3 zhang, while the peak upon which they stood soared nearly 20 zhang high. From the summit, the entire quaint village lay before them, with a sprawling forest behind where they had just dragged the black bear from. After a brief tidy-up, they quickly set about their meal. The process was quite straightforward. After cleansing the bear's paw and the seafood, they steamed them to perfection, drizzling the prepared dipping sauce over the top, while the remaining bear meat was transformed into delectable roasted fare. "Mona, it's ready, let's eat." "Wow, boss, this looks absolutely delicious," exclaimed Mona, having watched for a considerable time, saliva pooling at his mouth. Without further ado, he dove into the feast, all the while ensuring that some of the more nutritious portions were placed before Tisen. "Boss, you should eat more, it seems you haven't gained a single ounce." "Fool, I'm growing my intellect," Tisen retorted, delivering a playful punch to Mona's head. Despite this banter, he felt a swell of pride within over the past few years. Although Mona was quite young, he consistently considered others, leaving Tisen to wonder if it was merely a product of this world's maturity or a result of their prolonged companionship. Soon enough, after finishing their meal and tidying up, they made their way back. Their residence was situated on the eastern side of the village, and during their return, they observed numerous buildings whose architecture starkly contrasted with the style of this world, indeed, a testament to Tisen's efforts. Though he had traversed into this realm, his design skills had remained intact. He intended to gradually infuse elements of his previous world's architectural styles into this little village, envisioning a life unrestrained by convention. "Oh, the little genius has returned." As the villagers noticed their passage, they greeted them with bright smiles and warm salutations. Upon reaching home, Mona and Tisen headed directly toward the training room, where they found Charles sitting in quiet meditation, a bamboo sword resting upon his lap. Tisen immediately sensed something amiss. The usual demeanor of the elder was absent. Mona, blissfully unaware, blurted out, "Ah, old man, you're back?" Charles seemed unconcerned with the events of the day, responding as he always did, "Today's training will adopt a different approach. Yesterday, Tisen focused on sword strikes, and Mona on punches. Today, I shall be your opponent." Mona instantly drooped his ears. "Oh, why?" Tisen, with an air of indifference adorning his handsome visage, declared, "Then let's begin. It's the perfect opportunity for you to witness my new techniques." "Oh, impressive. You seem quite motivated today. In that case, Mona, you shall go first." "Oh," Mona replied, displaying a demeanor of despondency. After donning his swordsmanship attire, the two faced each other, with Mona bowing respectfully to Charles. Charles offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. After bowing, Mona lunged forward with tightly clenched fists. His considerable size, paired with his nearly 2-meter height and over 400 gene weight, rendered him a veritable weapon of human form. However, Just as Monas's fist was about to connect with Charles, the elder deftly sidestepped to Monas's right, executing a swift punch. Tisen could only observe as Monas's ample flesh. As 10 rounds elapsed, Mona lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes rolled back, bubbles frothing from her mouth, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. "Well, you've passed," said Charles. "Now, it's your turn, Tisen. I hope you can surprise me." Tisen, already donned in his kendo uniform, casually seated himself to the side. Before Charles could finish his sentence, he sprang to his feet and retrieved a bamboo sword from a nearby tube, holding the bamboo sword in one hand. Tisen's eyes narrowed as he slowly raised the sword to his chest. Then, gripping it with both hands, he summoned all his strength and lunged forward. Charles, grasping his sword with one hand, remarked, Decent speed, but merely that." Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Charles, he vanished completely from Tisen's sight. Tisen was taken aback, pondering what kind of technique this was, as he had never witnessed such a thing before. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the bamboo sword collided. "Remarkable, such innate prowess, indeed. Have you already mastered it to this extent?" However, Tisen soon felt a splitting headache, enduring the pain as he deflected the bamboo sword, executing a backflip to create distance between himself and Charles. Even such abilities were not invincible. The sea was rife with the extraordinary, and many could unleash a single strike capable of devastating an entire nation. Just like earlier, if I can move swiftly enough, you two would be unable to react. "Come on, let's see what you can do," Tisen heard Charles say, appearing calm on the surface, yet internally astonished. Today's Charles was entirely different from his usual self. His tone, manner of speaking, and general demeanor, which typically resembled that of a languid elder, were today markedly more animated. Moreover, the techniques he employed were unmistakably the Six Styles. Could it be that Charles was affiliated with the Navy, or perhaps even the world government? Gazing into Charles's stern eyes, Tisen decided to shelve that thought for now. Once more, he gripped his sword with both hands and, with a fierce shout, charged at Charles, though the bamboo sword was crafted from bamboo. Such a force would still inflict pain. Charles, as before, swiftly vanished from sight, prompting Tisen to close his eyes and focus intently. Ever since he was 4 years old, he had known he possessed the observation haki. Without meticulous attention, he could easily discern the surrounding circumstances. With focused perception, even half of the Great Stone Island was within his grasp. However, facing an opponent as fast as Charles for the first time today was quite disorienting. With a sudden change in direction, Tisen thrust the bamboo sword to the left, quickly retracting it to the right to block. After trading dozens of blows, Tisen found himself on one knee, gasping for breath, sweat dripping onto the ground. Meanwhile, Charles leaned against the wall, panting heavily. After a considerable interval, Charles spoke. "Impressive. At your age, possessing such remarkable observation haki is truly astonishing. Although I have felt it numerous times, I am still taken aback. What technique did you just employ? I have never seen it before." Lying on his back, Tisen inquired that one. "Apologies, but I can't teach you just yet. After all, you're still quite young, and it could hinder your development." He chuckled. "Well, forget it," Tisen thought to himself. Having merely wished to probe that it seemed evident that Charles was concealing something, especially given his unusual behavior today. However, if he could awaken that skill, perhaps he could evade the earlier attack. At that moment, a silver screen flickered in Tisen's mind, revealing the words "The Legacy System of the Great One." Name: Ors Tisen. Identity: Charles's adopted son, a resident of Great Stone Island, member of the Ors family. Aspirations: to protect the small village on Great Stone Island, live a peaceful life, and transform the village houses into villas, to venture out to sea for adventure. Occupation: architectural designer, swordsman. Innate skills: basic swordsmanship. Observation haki: awakened from a young age. Acquired skills: possesses the abilities of the Great One, but requires time for self-development. Additionally, due to a lack of understanding of hand seals, certain skills cannot be utilized. Perception: 98, not usable. Able to sense the flow of enemies' chakra, detect their movements, and swiftly evade attacks. Dustless maze: 90, not usable. Dust release: original realm separation technique. 1, can be used but cannot be released. Dust release: boundary separation technique. 1, not usable. Split technique. 0, not usable. Earth release: super light heavy rock technique. 1, can be used but cannot employ earth release, merely altering the weight of oneself or external objects. Earth release, hard script technique, not usable due to the need for hand seals. This was the golden finger he awakened upon traversing into this world, and he never expected it to be the skills of the Second Tsuchikage. Although he felt it was quite impressive, he couldn't help but feel troubled by the data displayed above that by the way, I need to step out tomorrow. If it's late, it might take a week. You all can manage to find food, right? Tisen's thoughts were interrupted as he heard that Charles was going out again. He had grown accustomed to this, as Charles had already ventured out 3 times in the past month. This would be the 4th. He couldn't help but wonder what Charles was up to, but since Charles hadn't directly informed him, he refrained from asking. Tisen, what is your dream? Charles's sudden inquiry left Tisen perplexed. What was going on with Charles today? Curious about his intentions, he responded, I want to explore the sea, perhaps even become a pirate. To be honest, Tisen had never truly contemplated what his dream was, and being asked so abruptly left him somewhat bewildered. What? You want to become a pirate? Tisen was startled by the sudden reprimand. Having been lying on the ground, he immediately sat up, taken aback by Charles's fierce expression. Yes, what's wrong? Before Tisen could complete his sentence, he saw a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling towards him. Tisen attempted to dodge, but realized it was too late, hastily raising both hands to shield his chest. Ah, you old fool. What are you doing? Tisen exclaimed as he was sent flying by a punch, crashing into the wall of the training room, leaving a sizable hole. Lying on the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed. Damn you, you old bastard. How dare you utter such shameless words about becoming a pirate? I shall teach you a lesson. Soon, the air was filled with his continuous screams, sending shivers down the spines of nearby villagers. Mona, having awakened in the training room, murmured, How wonderful, the captain truly is the best, holding his own against that old fool. But it's strange, he doesn't seem to have as much flesh as I do. The next day, Charles had indeed vanished early in the morning. Tisen and Mona, out of boredom, engaged in a sparring match that on the 4th day, Charles still had not returned, and Tisen felt a sense of unease. Previously, he had always come back within 2 days at most. This time felt unusually prolonged. Ever since Charles had spoken those strange words before leaving, Tisen had begun to pay closer attention to his actions. And it was clear the oddities had begun from that moment. On the 5th day, Tisen and Mona were once again atop the mountain, enjoying roasted meat. The expressions of the 2 individuals appeared somewhat distracted, as Tisen gazed ahead at the sea obscured by ominous clouds, sensing that the darkness was about to encroach upon them. Suddenly, as he prepared to turn back to retrieve the skewers, Tisen lowered his hand and barked. Who goes there? Step forward. Mona, his rotund figure, abruptly rose to his feet, the skewers forgotten at his side, glancing around while assuming a stance as if ready to strike. Boss, what's wrong? Have you sensed something? Mona inquired with a serious demeanor. Never one to contradict Tisen, fully aware of his capabilities. Since the age of 3, he had trailed Tisen, whether it was fishing or setting traps for beasts. Mona was convinced that Tisen always devised unexpected solutions. Moreover, his culinary skills were unparalleled. Thus, upon hearing Tisen's words, Mona instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Furthermore, given that Charles had not been seen for years, it could only be an outsider. With a grave expression, Tisen stood, deftly picking up a stone while declaring, If you do not emerge, I shall be less than courteous. Observing that the figure still refused to show itself, Tisen gestured subtly to Mona. He then hurled the stone forcefully against a nearby rock. And at that moment, a shadow darted forth from behind it. Almost immediately, Mona, who had been waiting on standby, swung his arm, delivering a punch accompanied by the sound of tearing air towards the shadow. Yet it was futile. The shadow evaded with a swift movement, vanishing from sight. Beware of your left, Tisen shouted. Bang! Mona was struck in the abdomen by the shadow, spitting blood as he was sent flying into a rocky outcrop. Losing consciousness, you truly startled me. How did you detect my presence? Was it instinct? Or perhaps a warning that comes with impending danger? The shadow spoke slowly. Tisen, having previously sensed a vague presence through observation, finally discerned the newcomer with clarity. The figure was clad in black attire, of average height, approximately 1.7 meters, slightly taller than Tisen. He wore a hat of black and white, appearing to be in his 30s. Who are you? Upon confirming the individual was an outsider, Tisen furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon him and adopting an aggressive stance as he admonished loudly. Charles, you must be familiar with him. Where is he now? Ah yes, the one who took you in. You must be the infamous fugitive from the Alls family. Do answer me well, or I shall make your existence unbearable. The black-clad man arrogantly lifted his chin. Speaking in a measured tone, Tisen despised such expressions, having dealt with arrogant leaders in his past life to secure various projects. He then stifled his emotions, glancing at Mona, who lay several meters away with rolling eyes. Before returning his focus to the stranger, his mind settling into a state of calm as he contemplated the connection between Charles and himself. What he understood of Charles had been gleaned since awakening at the age of 4. With the details prior to that remaining a mystery, Charles typically instructed both him and Mona during daylight hours, speaking little, yet he was strict when it came to their training, though not as severe as a few days prior. Additionally, Charles frequented a geisha house that had opened 2 months ago, where 7 or 8 geishas resided. Naturally, apart from the owner, the others were not particularly attractive, a fact Tisen had observed on numerous occasions. The proprietor donned attire reminiscent of a geisha, said to be a survivor of a maritime disaster according to local villagers. Subsequently, this proprietor had seemingly gathered individuals to establish a bathhouse, among them several widows from the village. Although it was labeled a bathhouse, everyone was aware of its true purpose. However, the proprietor refrained from accepting business from unfamiliar faces, appearing to be quite familiar with Charles, each time Charles visited the bathhouse. Tisen would accompany him, eager to glimpse what men desired to see, for his mind had matured long ago. Yet, while they had eavesdropped earlier, overhearing a conversation between Charles and the geisha house owner, he found their dialogue rather peculiar, filled with words he could not comprehend. Nonetheless, his thoughts had been elsewhere, so he had not paid close attention. The individual exhibiting mastery of the 6 styles was undoubtedly affiliated with the world government. Considering this, coupled with Charles's combat style, he had internally concluded that the stranger was also a member of the world government. However, he pondered why they had taken him in. The black-clad man claimed to be a fugitive of the Alls family. Yet Charles had stated he had found him. Tisen pulled himself back to the present, realizing that the immediate priority was to confront this adversary, while also noting that Mona appeared gravely injured. Delay in providing aid could prove troublesome. You are one of the world government's agents, correct? You claim I am a criminal of the Alls family. What is the meaning of this? Ah, that damn Charles must have divulged everything to you. Thus, you cannot be allowed to live. As the black-clad man uttered these words, he vanished without a trace. Tisen understood that the figure had not truly disappeared, but had employed a technique akin to that used by Charles a few days prior, suggesting he was likely a CP operative. The purpose behind this remained unclear, and it seemed he would have to investigate the matter thoroughly later. Focusing his mind, Tisen realized that this was only his second encounter in such combat. Although he possessed a keen sense of observation from a young age, his experience was limited to his previous battle with an elder. Thus, he needed to concentrate fully and muster all his strength. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he attuned himself to his surroundings, seeking to ensure his own safety, wary of extending his senses too far. Here it comes. He sidestepped swiftly, raising his left leg to execute a sweeping kick. You are truly impressive. I initially thought you relied solely on dangerous intuition. That it seems I was mistaken. You are indeed a genius. Regrettably, however, orders have been issued from above, and I must ensure your demise. The black-clad man concluded his statement and swiftly maneuvered behind Tisen. Anticipating the movement, Tisen hastily dodged. Gradually, after evading a dozen strikes, Tisen began to feel his stamina wane. After narrowly escaping another attack, he slowly reached into his pocket. Contemplating, should I consume this pill? Indeed, this was the golden opportunity bestowed upon him by the system upon his arrival. Yes, Tisen possessed a golden finger. The vial in his pocket contained pills from the novice gift pack provided by the system. Upon initially receiving it, he had been overjoyed, believing it to be a miraculous elixir, only to find the bottle inscribed with a warning: do not use lightly, as it may pose life-threatening risks. That single sentence had startled him considerably, prompting inward ridicule of the system for offering such ambiguous information, leaving him uncertain of its proper use. In the days that followed, he had refrained from taking the pills. Unwilling to experiment with a random animal, since it was a gift from the system, it could not be entirely without merit. He resolved to wait for a suitable opportunity to try it. Thus, the vial of pills remained tucked away in his pocket, untouched. However, it is now painfully evident that there exists a peril to life, even with the foreknowledge of the adverse consequences that may arise from consuming this pill. He finds himself compelled to ingest it. As his thoughts return to the present, he was poised to extract a single pill from his pocket when his pupils constricted sharply beneath his arched brows. Not good. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he felt a tempest roiling within his abdomen, and he expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing into the stone mountain that Mona had previously failed to shatter. Finally coming to a halt at the second stone formation, that he then slid down the cracked stone, once more regurgitating blood, the roasted meat he had consumed, along with the remnants within his lungs, spilled forth, leaving him in a state of utter discomfort. In his moment of distraction during the battle, he inwardly chastised himself, vowing that should he survive this encounter, he would remember this lesson, never to lose focus while engaged in combat. His gaze shifted to the pill bottle that had been flung away. A sense of relief washed over him. No more moral dilemmas, though he remained unaware of the concealed weaponry hidden within. He had no choice but to proceed with caution. He could only act preemptively as the man in black approached him. He wiped the blood from his arm with a handkerchief. Upon reaching him, he spotted the pill bottle on the ground. "What is this?" he exclaimed, crouching to pick it up. Upon discovering 10 green pills within, he flung it behind him, mockingly declaring, "How dull! What use is healing medicine at a time like this?" With his hand pressed against his abdomen, Tisen gradually rose to his feet. Greedily inhaling the fresh air, he gazed at the man in black advancing towards him. His vision began to blur, and he felt lightheaded. "No, I cannot succumb here. The paradise is yet to be built, and the matter concerning Charles remains unresolved." "What of the Orr's family?" he mentioned. Tisen strained to concentrate, gradually regaining clarity in his vision, allowing him to make out the features of the man in black. "Still not giving up? You stand no chance. After all, you are merely a child. How could you possibly contend with a trained cipher pole agent?" The man in black raised his head with an air of arrogance as he spoke. At this juncture, Tisen knew he had no option but to attempt that technique. He began to summon a surge of energy from within his body, which he had been unable to utilize during his previous battle with Charles. In this critical moment, his mind felt exceptionally clear, and he effortlessly tapped into the energy within him. Soon, he observed this energy coalesce into a small orb of black and white in his palm, appearing deceptively diminutive. However, one must not underestimate this orb of energy. He had previously tested its potency, and when affixed to his fist, it had easily carved a hole through solid rock. It could also be applied to blades, maintaining its form as long as he continuously infused it with energy. Yet, given that this man in black was a member of the secretive agency, having already displayed techniques such as tread, it was certain he possessed others. Not only was Tisen's speed insufficient to match his opponents, but he also questioned whether this energy would even affect a steel block, despite the odds being exceedingly slim. He was determined to give it a try. He could not simply await his demise. Tisen lowered his head, focusing all his observation skills, gathering the black and white energy in his hand behind him. Suddenly, he felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, rendering him increasingly heavy. A moment of dizziness nearly caused him to collapse. "What is happening?" Just as the man in black was about to close in on Tisen, a sudden shout pierced the tension. "Boss, run!" Upon hearing this voice, Tisen shook his head vigorously and lifted his gaze. Upon discerning the situation ahead, his eyes widened in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. He withdrew a small dagger, meant for dispatching beasts, from his trousers, channeling the black and white energy onto the blade. "Child, let go." The man in black, witnessing Tisen advance with the dagger, felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Struggling fiercely against Mona's hold, "I will not release you, even in death." Mona, bloodied and towering at 2 meters, effectively restrained the man in black. As the dagger drew nearer, the man's eyes widened, gritting his teeth. "Iron block." Thud. "What?" "I clearly used the iron block." The man in black's head trembled as it lowered, fixating on the dagger embedded in his chest. His struggling arms gradually fell limp, a feeble murmur escaping his lips. "Cursed child." "Boss, are you all right?" Mona released the man in black and hurried to support the nearly collapsing Tisen, concern etched on his face. Tisen, however, remained transfixed on the chest of the man in black. Observing how the flesh around the dagger's entry point had disintegrated, the wound considerably larger than the dagger itself, leaving him astounded by the sheer power of the energy he had unleashed. "You have suffered severe injuries. Can you move?" Tisen spoke weakly, wiping the dagger clean before returning it to his trousers. "That I am fine, boss, that I promised to protect you," Mona exclaimed, helping Tisen lean against a rock to rest. Indeed, you have truly saved me. You fool. How embarrassing for me, the boss," Tisen replied, grateful to be alive. Mona reflected on the perilous nature of their recent encounter, realizing how close he had come to death. Feeling an urgency to strengthen himself. After all, he must protect this tranquil little town at this juncture. He suddenly sensed a clarity descending upon his mind and no. Rather, he perceived his surroundings changing subtly, deciding to investigate. He closed his eyes, and a silver screen materialized in his mind, inscribed with the words "No Adults Legacy System." Name: Aorisi Tisen. Identity: adopted son of Charles, resident of Giant Stone Island, member of the Aorisi family. Dream objective: safeguard the small village on Giant Stone Island. Live a peaceful life, transform the village houses into villas, venture out to sea. Profession: architectural designer, swordsman. Innate skills: basic swordsmanship, observation hockey, awakened from a young age. Acquired skills: possesses the abilities of no adult. Requiring time for personal development. Additionally, due to a lack of ceiling knowledge, certain skills from no adult remain inaccessible. Perception: 100. Usable: ability to sense the flow of enemy chakra, detect their movements, and swiftly evade attacks. Dustless maze: 91. Inaccessible: dust release realm severance technique. 1. Usable but cannot be released: dust release limit severance technique. 1. Inaccessible: splitting technique. 0. Inaccessible: earth release super lightweight rock technique. 1. Usable at 100. But cannot use earth release, can only alter weight. Earth release rigid style technique. Inaccessible due to the need for seals, summoning technique. Inaccessible due to the need for seals. Indeed, the perception ability has been unlocked. Yet it seems rather unhelpful to him. This skill is akin to observation hockey, which he has already mastered, rendering it redundant. This is the golden finger Tisen acquired upon traversing into this world. Though many of the abilities remain unusable, he found himself quite content. Aside from the recent battle catching him off guard, he felt he had ample time. After all, he was not in a rush to venture out to sea. He would wait patiently for the day when these skills could be employed. Upon regaining his focus, Tisen glanced at the resting Mona. Feeling sufficiently prepared, the two resolved to descend the mountain, but due to Tisen's fractured ribs, Mona offered to carry him down. "Wait, Mona," he abruptly called out, realizing something crucial. Since the world government had already discovered their location, irrespective of the reason, it was unlikely they would send only a single agent. For their safety, he decided to pause and observe that he closed his eyes once more. Casting his sensing ability over the village below, that a wave of intense peril surged within him. Through his perception, he discerned that numerous villagers were frantically fleeing towards a single destination. Just as he intended to further investigate the situation at home, Tisen suddenly spotted a colossal ship at the coastline, accompanied by countless vessels trailing behind it. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to prioritize the situation at home. He soon noticed 4 figures within, one of whom was encircled by the other 3. That upon sensing the flow of chakra, he realized that the person encircled was none other than Charles, due to the years spent in close proximity with one another. The essence of this chakra is unmistakably recognizable. However, at this moment, Charles is in a dire situation. The trio, including Tisen, cannot distinguish between male and female, but they sense that 2 of them are in good condition. "Mona, let us descend. The old man is nearing his end, and we must rescue him," Tisen remarked, leaning against Mona. After uttering this, he noticed that Mona did not respond, which he found peculiar. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly observed that Mona's body was trembling. "What is the matter, Mona?" he inquired. "Boss, look ahead." Mona is shaking uncontrollably, stuttering as she gazes at the vast ocean, Tisen exclaimed. Upon hearing Mona's words, an ominous premonition surged within Tisen's heart, causing him to straighten his back, which had previously slumped. Straining to look towards the ocean, he was instantly taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, on a secluded island somewhere in the Grand Line. Within a covert base, a man clad in a black suit held a transponder snail. Is it true? The hero pirates are engaged in battle with the Navy. and right next to the giant stone island? Indeed, Commander Spandane. Flynn's men are still executing their mission on that island. Please advise, Commander. Inside a lavish cabin aboard a pirate ship adjacent to Giant Stone Island, a figure lounged with his legs crossed, indicating his significant status aboard the vessel. After a moment of contemplation, the suited man in the secret base declared, "Then let us sink it. Although it will not allow me to ascend to that position, I would relish causing some trouble for that scoundrel Flynn." Received, came the reply from the transponder snail. As the pirate ship's occupants concluded their call, another transponder snail began to ring. "Hello, you wretched brat. My men are still on Giant Stone Island executing their mission. You must find a way to redirect the pirate ship immediately." "That is impossible, my Commander Flynn. You are aware that the Navy's pursuit of the hero pirates has escalated to the level of admirals. The Navy across from us is led by Admiral Fei Huang, and they are not adhering to the previously arranged plan. That I fear I might expose our presence aboard the pirate ship," came the response. "How dare the Navy disregard us? Do they comprehend the significance of this mission? I will report to the Aorisi. Mark my words, just wait." In Judicial Island, a man dressed in white slammed his hand on the table. Rising to his feet, veins bulging from his forehead, gritting his teeth in fury, "Gah!" The CP agent aboard the pirate ship displayed a disdainful expression upon hearing the call disconnect. The waves crashed relentlessly against the southern shore of Giant Stone Island. On the tumultuous sea, dozens of warships and a pirate vessel flying a Jolly Roger faced off against each other. At the bow of the pirate ship stood a man, a katana at his side, tall and imposing, his unruly curly hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of dominance. Behind the curly-haired man stood 7 or 8 formidable figures, followed by a group of ordinary-looking pirates wielding various weapons. "Admiral Fei Huang, how long do you intend to pursue us? We are merely here to retrieve someone. Is it truly necessary to hound us so mercilessly?" The curly-haired man addressed a figure aboard the largest warship. They had been pursued relentlessly for several days and nights. "Silence, Yaris Murray. You are but a mere pirate. Refuse to recognize the garbage of the sea. There is no escape for you today," retorted a long-bearded man in a naval uniform from the forefront of the opposing ship before the man in command could speak. His expression was one of deep-seated loathing, accompanied by a fearsome visage that suggested he had suffered great wrongs. At this moment, a peculiar man with a buzz cut aboard the pirate ship stepped forward. "Rear Admiral Shanton, it seems the last scar you received has made you forget. It is indeed necessary to teach you a lesson this time." "You," the man at the forefront of the warship suddenly interrupted. "Gravity Man Murray, you should know that as long as pirates exist upon the seas, we will not cease our pursuit. Spare me your idle chatter," he continued. "Moreover, you are already surrounded. Ahead lies Giant Stone Island. Surrender at once. There is no escape left for you." Rear Admiral Shanton listened to the taunts from the opposing side, initially intending to retort, but was interrupted, leaving him no choice but to retreat. Acknowledging his rank as merely a rear admiral. "Ha!" Captain Murray burst into laughter upon hearing Admiral Fei Huang's words, as though he had heard the most absurd joke. "Fei Huang, we have crossed paths enough times for you to understand my character. Surrender? Never." After stating this, he gradually withdrew his arm from resting on his sword. "Come, Admiral Fei Huang. Snow cone." Admiral Fei Huang ceased his idle chatter, transforming into an enormous snowman, soaring into the air and creating a colossal snow cone to hurl down towards Captain Murray. "Fei Huang, even if you possess the snow fruit of the natural type, forming such a snow cone will be futile against my ton pressure fruit. You should be aware of this," Captain Murray declared, delivering a powerful punch towards the descending snow cone. Instantly, the massive snow cone shattered into countless small fragments, splashing into the sea. "All Navy personnel, sink them. Fire." Rear Admiral Shanton bellowed once he witnessed Admiral Fei Huang commence battle. "Shanton, were you not quite arrogant just now? Allow me to challenge you." The previously mentioned odd-looking buzz-cut man leaped to the bow of the ship. The irascible Rear Admiral Shanton, incensed by the audacious words of the buzz-cut man, seethed with anger. Stone man Stona, you insolent brat. I will silence your foul mouth. Oh, I look forward to it. Follow me. There is no room to display your skills here. Unlike the captain, I cannot fight in the air. Ha ha ha. Stona, the oddly dressed buzz-cut man, teased, intentionally leading Shanton towards the shoreline. Observing his taunting demeanor only fueled Shanton's fury, prompting him to leap after Stona. The other pirates and Navy personnel gradually clashed, but soon the Navy began to falter. The hero pirates boasted several formidable commanders. Within minutes, the Navy's warships were nearly obliterated. Admiral Fei Wang, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, had only brought with him a rear admiral and a handful of elite soldiers, who appeared numerous but proved ineffective against such a formidable pirate crew, with whom they had previously clashed on multiple occasions. "Murray, I shall stake my honor today and deliver you to impel down," Admiral Fei Wang declared, heartbroken at the sight of his subordinates in peril. "Ha ha ha, Fei Wang, you will not prevail." Captain Murray laughed heartily at the pained expression on Admiral Fei Wang's face. At that moment, sensing the adversary's glee, Fei Wang abruptly halted his impending attack and gazed at the water below. Captain Murray, noticing Fei Wang's odd behavior, also paused and turned to the shoreline. Observing that the water was no longer crashing against the shore but instead flowing towards the depths beneath Giant Stone Island. Witnessing this scene, the two shared a knowing glance, their expressions filled with confusion. As Captain Murray looked back, he saw the currents growing larger and more powerful, the surging waves rising higher and higher. In an instant, both Navy and pirate forces halted in unison, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. "Gina, what is happening?" Murray furrowed his brow and turned to a woman clad in a blue dress. The woman, elegant in her mature attire, with her blue dress and high heels exuding beauty and grace, appeared both noble and adorably charming. "Captain, it seems there are hidden sentinels beneath this island. It must be a human-made mechanism." As it would not trigger so easily, Gina responded with a hint of urgency on her face. "What will happen?" The entire island began to collapse from the shadowy watchpoint, observing the direction of the water flow. "I surmised that it would not be long before the entire landmass succumbed to the depths. Captain, there are villagers residing on this island. What shall we do?" Gina, her lovely visage etched with concern, inquired. "Is there any way to halt this?" Pondering deeply, she continued, "Stoner possesses the powers of the stone fruit, enabling him to manipulate any stone he touches, but it seems it may be too late now. However, it appears that Stoner is engaged in battle on the island. Captain, could he be the cause of this chaos?" Gina cast a dubious glance at Captain Murray. "Foolishness. How could Stoner possibly toy with the lives of an entire village? He is a kind-hearted individual. Refrain from such talk in the future. He is our ally," Murray retorted, a hint of annoyance in his expression. "Indeed, how could I speak ill of Stoner? My apologies, Captain," Gina responded, her demeanor betraying a sense of shame. Though her eyes flickered with unease, suddenly, a deafening crash echoed, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards Giant Stone Island, their eyes widening in alarm. "This is bad. We must hurry to rescue them," Captain Murray declared, immediately utilizing his fruit abilities to soar towards the small village on Giant Stone Island. Witnessing the sudden upheaval of the island and hearing the captain's command, Gina found herself flustered, swiftly directing the crew to maneuver the ship towards the village. All Navy personnel hurried to save the villagers. Meanwhile, Admiral Fei Wang cast a glance towards the pirates and promptly ordered his troops to assist, conveying an unspoken message. "There is no way we shall be outdone by you pirates." At that moment, a ringing sound interrupted the tension. "Hello, Marshal Sauce. What is the matter?" Admiral Fei Wang retrieved a ringing transponder snail, which projected the image of a man with a white buzz cut. "Fei Wang, what is the status? Have you captured Jerry Murray?" "Not yet. We have encountered a slight complication, but I will continue the pursuit," Fei Wang replied, glancing towards Giant Stone Island. "Stand down. The opportunity has passed." The transponder snail conveyed with uncanny realism. "What happened? Is there an issue? Flino from Judicial Island has reported you. The Aorisi have commanded your return. It's of no consequence. I have explained the situation. You must return. We can only await the next opportunity." "Marshal, it may take some time to return. An emergency has arisen. Giant Stone Island is collapsing." "What?" The transponder snail's mouth gaped in shock. "Well, let us leave it at that for now. I shall explain upon your return," Admiral Fei Wang concluded before severing the connection and transforming into a snowman as he sped towards Giant Stone Island. In a shift of perspective, Tisen observed the sea rising ominously from a distance, approaching with increasing ferocity, accompanied by white ice chunks. Additionally, he felt an unsettling chill enveloping his body, his previously agape mouth now closed in apprehension. Suddenly, what is happening? "Boss, I feel as though I am tilting to one side." Mona, carrying Tisen on her back, began to sway perilously. Tisen slowly lowered his gaze, his mind blank, and gradually turned his head to witness the island cleaving in two, the coastlines rising ominously towards the center. "Ah, boss, Mona." Suddenly, a fissure formed beneath them, plunging them into the abyss. Just as they were about to be engulfed, Tisen felt himself hoisted upward, turning to see Charles, blood streaming down his face. standing at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet. Charles clutched Tisen under his arm while carrying the sobbing Mona, who was still but a 9-year-old child. I apologize for my tardiness. I will get you both out of here. Tisen, there will come a day when all will be revealed. You must remain strong and live according to your will. I am sorry I cannot remain with you. We were getting along so well. Charles activated Moonwalk, fleeing towards the southern shore, panting as he spoke. Hearing the old man's seemingly farewell words, Mona hastily replied, Old man, what are you saying? We are almost at the shore. There are boats there. Tisen, Mona, listen to me. In these years, I have lived as if each day was a blessing. I anticipated this day would come, but I never expected it to unfold as it has. Don't run. Charles, you scoundrel. Hand over the goods. Charles glanced back, noting that the pursuers had caught up, though he had defeated one. He bore wounds from the encounter. As Tisen approached the shoreline, he could clearly see the boats ahead, initially believing the tension in his heart would ease. Old man, above, danger. At that moment, the weeping Mona, dangling by her collar, shouted in alarm. Charles and Tisen looked up, their frantic escape abruptly halted as they beheld a colossal object looming overhead, and despair settled in Tisen's heart. The pursuing duo also halted, their voices filled with dread. What do we do? What can we do? We're going to die. I don't want to die. Curse Navy, curse number 08. The Navy and pirates have come, yet they do not inform us. Charles slowly lowered his gaze, revealing a broad, white smile to Tisen and Mona. Farewell, Tisen, and to you too, Mona. Upon hearing Charles's words, Tisen watched as Mona soared towards the shore, followed by a tremendous force striking his abdomen, propelling him towards the coast. His vision blurred, he caught a glimpse of the massive object descending from the sky. No. Tisen's previously hazy vision suddenly sharpened, a surge of mental energy coursing through him, his head spinning as an invisible wave radiated outward. Before he succumbed to unconsciousness, back with the brave pirates, Gina intended to direct the crew in aiding Captain Murray, but as they neared the coast, they witnessed the island splitting apart, colossal boulders plummeting from above. Just as she prepared to command a retreat, a terrifying mental force surged from the island, causing crew members to collapse one after another. Gina knelt, cold sweat beading her brow as she murmured, The Conqueror's Haki, where is it emanating from? Over there. At that very moment, the captain and officers of the brave pirates, alongside the Navy, sensed this formidable force. Who could have unleashed such power? It is astonishing. Captain Murray soared into the air, astonished by the approaching energy. Admiral Fei Wong turned his gaze towards the brave pirates, muttering, The Conqueror's Haki, who could it be? This chaotic mental force feels newly awakened. If it belongs to the brave pirates, it must be quelled at its inception. For now, I shall investigate. With that, Admiral Fei Wong flew towards Gina's location. Following the direction of the recent surge, Gina utilized her observation haki to detect two figures soaring towards her. Appearing to be unconscious, the two shadows approached. Gina leaped forward to catch them. Observing their battered forms, she murmured, They are gravely injured. I must treat them swiftly, lest they suffer lasting repercussions, especially this beautiful young girl. Who could be so cruel? Gina, incensed by the sight of the injured girl, carefully transported both individuals to a room. At that moment, she realized she was alone on the ship, as the others had succumbed to unconsciousness while the captain and officers ventured to assist. Just as Gina deposited them in the room, she sensed an approaching presence, a feeling of dread washing over her. She rushed outside to see Admiral Fei Huang transforming into a snowman as he approached. This is dire. Although Gina was no match for Admiral Fei Huang, she swiftly crossed her arms, releasing bubbles that filled the entire ship, declaring, Birdman, rather than seeking our captain, how shameless of you to attempt a heist. As a pirate, you have no right to utter such words. However, I must confirm one thing. The two children you brought in earlier, surely they are not from your pirate crew. The illustrious General Fei Huang transformed into a snowman, flapping his wings in the air, causing all the foam aboard the ship to vanish instantaneously. Hand them over to me, and then surrender without resistance. Gina observed the scene, her expression betraying anxiety. Her ability to remain composed in the presence of the general indicated her reliability. I apologize, but I cannot divulge any information, nor can I hand them over to you. If you wish for them, you may request them from our captain. Just then, Captain Murray, who had flown over from the island, stood before General Fei Wong and met his gaze directly. Fei Wong, it would be prudent for you to check on Lieutenant General Shanton. Stona, having appeared unexpectedly from an unknown direction, interjected. Moreover, the cadres of the heroic pirate crew had also returned, aligning themselves in readiness, awaiting the captain's command. Fei Huang regarded the group from the heroic pirate ship with an unchanging expression, yet internally he deliberated whether to continue the confrontation. Torn between concern for Lieutenant General Shanton's safety and the words of Marshal Soth from earlier. Murray, I shall not let you off easily next time. Your days of frolicking are numbered, Fei Huang remarked meaningfully to Murray before taking flight. 3 days later, aboard the heroic pirate ship sailing the seas. In a small room, Tisen lay unconscious on a red bed adorned with feminine touches. That moment, Tisen was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain, as though he were trapped in a nightmare. Suddenly, he cried out, sitting up with a distressed expression, gasping for breath, his mind flooded with the image of the old man being crushed by an unseen boulder. Gradually regaining his senses, he pondered, where am I? His head felt heavy, his throat parched, and his stomach growled audibly. In that instant, the door swung open, revealing Mona, one hand holding a bowl and the other grasping a ham as thick as his arm. Boss, you finally awakened. This is the porridge brought by Sister Gina, along with some meat. Please eat something. What is this place? This is a pirate ship that we were rescued by Sister Gina when we escaped. Mona, overjoyed at seeing his captain awake, hurriedly offered the porridge and meat. Tisen took the bowl, holding it before him, but hesitated to eat. Observing Tisen's demeanor, Mona sat down on the floor, lowering his head as he struggled to suppress his sobs. Boss, the old man is gone, the village is gone, and Giant Stone Island is gone. Whoa, we did nothing wrong. Why did those CP people want to kill us? Tisen turned to look at Mona, whose tears soaked his thighs and dripped onto the floor. In that moment, Tisen found himself unable to contain his own tears. After a while, he made an effort to compose himself, rising from the bed to sit in front of Mona, placing the bowl on the ground, and resting his hands on Mona's shoulders. It's all right. You still have me. Have you forgotten what the old man said? We must live well and train hard. Don't you want revenge? Reflecting on this world, Tisen realized that strength was essential for survival, yet he wondered if he was being too naive. He had hoped for a peaceful existence in one place, only to have that dream shattered by the harshness of reality. I want revenge. Mona lifted his head, his face glistening with tears. Then let us strive for strength. Only by becoming powerful can we dictate our own destinies. Mona. Do you have a dream? I hadn't considered it before. But now I do. I want to taste the delicacies of this world, Mona replied, reverting to his usual self, stuffing the ham soaked with tears into his mouth. You seem quite spirited, little sister. At that moment, the door swung open again, and a beautiful woman entered, clad in a blue short skirt and light blue high heels. Boss, this is Sister Gina. As I mentioned, she treats me very well, bringing me meat every day, Mona said, looking quite pleased as he introduced Tisen to her. Little sister? Tisen asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the beautiful woman. I am a male. Gina, with a radiant smile, responded, look at what you're wearing. You're clearly a lovely young girl. Only then did Tisen realize he was dressed in a pink skirt, and he recalled feeling oddly bare upon waking. Who dressed me in a skirt? I'm a man. You are pirates, right? Surely you have clothes for men. If not, I would prefer my original clothes back. Tisen's face flushed as he shouted, ha ha ha, oh dear, I'm so sorry. It's just that you look so much like a girl. After we brought you in to see the doctor, I intended to change your clothes, but when I removed your pants, I noticed a little worm down there. Since I had already undressed you, I had to put something on you. In any case, that's how it is. Your clothes are on the bed. Gina indicated towards the bed with her beautiful face raised. But Tisen's face turned pale. The fact that she spoke so casually about undressing him and mentioned a little worm was mortifying. He felt the urge to explain that he wasn't usually like this, but his anxiety before losing consciousness had caused this reaction, yet he hesitated to voice it. All he could manage was, thank you for saving us. We will be grateful to you in the future. Ah, it's nothing at all. Please eat your meal, and when you're dressed, come out. Our captain wishes to meet you, Gina said, waving her hand as she exited. Mona, why didn't you laugh just now? Because I'm used to it, Mona replied, digging out another piece of ham as he ate. After a brief moment, Tisen finished dressing and had a bite to eat before stepping out with Mona. Outside, numerous people were gathered, feasting on meat, drinking, and engaging in lively training. The atmosphere was vibrant and filled with noise. Hey, the little brother is awake. Care for a bite? A rather ordinary-looking pirate, munching on meat, called out upon seeing Tisen and Mona emerged. I just ate. Thank you. Olus Tisen, over here. The captain is waiting for you. Tisen turned to see Gina waving and followed her inside. Upon entering, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, which was quite uncomfortable, he saw a long table with 3 individuals on each side, with the man in the middle clearly being the captain. Tisen, observing them, felt beads of sweat form on his refined face, his expression slightly tense. "You must be Aorisi Tisen?" The muscular, tall man with curly hair introduced himself. "I am Jerry's Murray, captain of the heroic pirate crew." Tisen quickly responded, "Yes, you saved me and Mona. I am very grateful. You need not thank us. Please, take a seat that I'm certain you're curious about Chaz's identity, as well as why our heroic pirate crew ventured to Giant Stone Island." "Yes, I would appreciate your insights." "I am most grateful," Tisen said to Murray, his demeanor relaxing as he was eager to learn about the old man's identity. Even though he had already formed some suspicions, Chaz is a dear friend of mine. However, we parted ways due to differing opinions. I became a pirate while he joined the world government's covert operations, previously a member of CP. Yet, he later became a criminal for reasons unknown to me. I suspect it may have something to do with you. 2 months ago, he contacted me, wishing to entrust me with a matter he wanted to discuss in person. Upon receiving Chaz's call while they were in the New World, they had agreed on a time to meet. Thus, they set off from the New World, but were delayed due to being pursued by the Navy. When they arrived at the agreed location, they found no sign of Chaz and were contemplating searching Giant Stone Island for him when General Fei Huang caught up with them. The subsequent events are ones I regret deeply, yet I must share them with you. Regardless of the decision you make after hearing this, we will not obstruct you. After the clash with General Fei Huang, for reasons unknown, the sentries beneath Giant Stone Island shifted, causing water to surge into the island's depths, leading to its collapse. Although we are uncertain of the specifics, we bear our share of responsibility, and we sincerely apologize for the disappearance of your village. We intended to rescue others, but the island collapsed rapidly, and we could only save you." Murray rose to his feet and bowed gracefully. Chaz mentioned over the phone that he had adopted 2 children. "And surely, that must be you. What are your plans moving forward? If it's not too much trouble, you could remain aboard the ship, or we can transport you to another island, and we will provide you with some funds." Upon hearing him mention the island's collapse, a look of unwillingness flickered across Tisen's exquisitely delicate face, his gaze fixed intently on Murray. Mona, on the other hand, cried out in protest, and had it not been for Tisen restraining him, he would have charged forward. After listening to the other party's words, Tisen's mind raced with thoughts about the path ahead. Now that the situation was clear and the old man was dead, no matter what actions were taken, he would not return to life. The foremost priority now was to grow stronger. The knowledge of the timeline from his previous life was of no use. He and Mona were merely children of 10 years, and sailing alone on the vast ocean was far too perilous. The only option was to stay on the ship, since Murray could contend with an admiral. He must possess formidable strength. Tisen and Mona could remain aboard and perhaps learn the ways of hockey and swordsmanship. Such resources were rare, and he did not wish to forfeit this opportunity. Furthermore, great strength could dictate everything, even if Murray's assertions seemed to hold little relevance to them. Still, he sensed some discrepancies, particularly regarding why the sentinels beneath the rock island had changed, unless someone had meddled. Such an issue could not arise. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead. For now, it was best to stay put. That a resolute glint gradually appeared in his eyes as he glanced at Mona and nodded in agreement. Tisen and Mona were assigned to a room, while Mona went off to procure some food. Upon returning, Tisen began to strategize how to allocate their time moving forward. Having chosen to stay, he realized he currently only possessed basic swordsmanship and observation hockey, with his greatest trump card being the ability of the no-adult. Through inquiries, he learned that the ship's captain was a swordsman and a user of the heavy fruit, while the first mate was a peculiar man with a crew cut, rumored to be a user of the stone fruit. Gina, he heard, was a hypnotist and navigator, also a user of the bubble fruit. The identities of the other crew members remained unclear. Tisen pondered, what a crew. The captain and first mate might not last long. The heavy fruit and stone fruit would likely fall into the hands of Doflamingo's subordinates. The former was that portly fellow who could increase his weight to crush others. Tisen had deemed that fruit useless in his past life, yet he was astonished at how Captain Murray had harnessed its power to rival an admiral. The latter was the man with a high-pitched voice. While Gina's bubble fruit had been claimed by CP9's Calipha, it seemed he needed to make plans swiftly. First, he needed to enhance his swordsmanship and take note of the training methods for hockey. Although it was still early for cultivation, It was never too soon to prepare. While he possessed observation haki, he could still seek reference, as he had previously navigated this path alone as for fruit abilities. He would set that aside for now. He already had the no adult ability and needed to develop it further. Only when he found himself unable to strengthen it further should he consider consuming a fruit. His immediate goal was to boost his physical condition. At just 10 years old, he was already nearing 1.7 meters, and if he continued to grow at this rate, he would surely reach 2 or 3 meters in height. Mona, too, needed to enhance his physique, transforming fat into muscle. Tisen had to consider Mona's needs. If necessary, he still had the pills provided by the system, and if the opportunity arose, he could give them a try. However, he wasn't particularly worried about Mona. Though he appeared rather simple-minded before Tisen, he was quite different in the presence of foes. With the training matters settled, the next focus turned to investigations, the first being the true cause of the Rock Island's collapse. Beginning with the hero's pirate crew, followed by the world government and navy. According to Gina, the user of the stone fruit was dueling with Rear Admiral Shanton on the island, which struck Tisen as a point of suspicion. He decided to take it slow. The truth would eventually surface, but for now, the priority was to grow stronger. The second matter to uncover was the relationship between himself and the old man. As well as his own identity, he did not believe the old man's claim of him being an orphan. Moreover, the golden pendant he wore around his neck, resembling Mickey Mouse, was not something an ordinary family could afford. He set those two inquiries aside for now, closed his eyes, and began to gather the energy within his body into his hands. After his recent battle with the man in black, Tisen felt the chakra within him had significantly increased. In essence, physical strength is a combination of mental energy and bodily energy, and this strength can be transformed into chakra. That in simpler terms, to possess a vast amount of chakra is inherently linked to one's physical stamina. By continuously enhancing his physical condition, he would naturally accumulate chakra as his body matured. Thus, he needed to focus on physical training and mastering his swordsmanship. He then spread his palm open, observing a small black sphere gathering in his hand. No larger than a thumb. This must be the core of dust release. If he could enhance it further, he would be able to unleash that technique. Previously, it had not formed into a sphere, but rather dispersed across his palm. Now, it coalesced into a small ball. Although it appeared rather unremarkable on the surface, Tisen could sense the terrifying energy emanating from within that he wished to experiment with controlling the sphere, to see if he could disperse it across his fists as he had before. Concentrating his mind, he attempted to establish a connection, and soon he saw the black sphere gradually expand, transforming his palm into a fist, which quickly became enveloped in a thin layer of black energy. Feeling the surge of power, Tisen was eager to test its might, but the current situation prompted him to hold back. This secret must remain concealed. It was knowledge only he could possess, although others might mistake it for a mere ability. He did not wish to draw attention to himself at this juncture, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the captain's character. It was simply not the right time. With a creak, Mona entered through the door, saying, "Boss, the captain has called for us again," though he didn't specify the reason. "Let us go," Tisen replied, though reluctantly. They could only take it one step at a time, and this would also serve as an opportunity to gauge the captain's disposition. Soon, they arrived at the captain's quarters, which was not the same room as before. Only the captain was present. "Welcome. Take a seat." As they heard his words, Tisen chose a spot near the window to sit, with Mona sitting closely beside him. After taking their seats, they observed Captain Murray, awaiting his next words. Noticing Tisen's demeanor, Captain Murray smiled and said, "Tisen, I saw you seemed to have something to say earlier. Is there anything on your mind? Do not hesitate. I assure you, I will not harm you." Seeing the captain's goodwill, Tisen's previously anxious heart began to relax slightly, although he longed to know the true cause of the Rock Island's collapse. It seemed that the captain was also in the dark. Captain Murray's previously cheerful expression gradually shifted to a serious one, his gaze sharp. "You must have heard something, haven't you?" However, without evidence. "I will not doubt my comrades, understand?" Captain Murray's eyes turned fearsome, a hint of a powerful aura seeping through. Understood. Both felt an intense pressure in their chests, their heads buzzing, and beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads as they exclaimed in unison. Seeing this comical scene, Captain Murray quickly composed himself. "My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you," he said. instantly reverting to a friendly demeanor. Did Chaz teach you anything while you were with him? Swordsmanship, fist techniques, they replied in unison, wiping the sweat from their brows, feeling a mix of relief and trepidation. Well, Tisen, you've truly surprised me. Gina informed me that you have awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Tisen looked at Murray with a puzzled expression. Conqueror's Haki? Yes, it is a power that only a select few can possess. You are still too young to grasp its significance, but you will come to understand in time. Henceforth, your training will be entrusted to me. I will ensure you receive proper instruction as a means of compensation, Captain Murray stated earnestly, gazing at the two. Despite his lingering doubts, both Tisen and Mona stood up in unison and bowed respectfully, saying, "We will rely on your guidance, Captain Murray. It's a small matter, no need for formalities. You may return for now." Tisen and Mona strode directly out. After watching the two depart, Murray's expression shifted back to its previous severity, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld him. That he furrowed his brow and murmured, "Stoner, my comrade." Upon returning to their quarters, Tisen and Mona gasped for breath. Captain Murray was truly terrifying, Mona remarked, still shaken by the encounter. Indeed, Mona, we must exercise caution aboard the ship from now on. I suspect that the user of the stone fruit is the culprit behind the collapse of Giant Rock Island, though we have no evidence to substantiate this claim. Even if we did possess proof, we would be powerless to exact revenge. Thus, we must strive diligently to grow stronger. This world has no room for the weak. Mona, observing her captain's unusually grave demeanor, replied, "Understood, Captain. I shall train twice as hard. I still wish to realize my dreams." Yes, persevere. The two thus resolved to fortify themselves. Unbeknownst to Tisen, he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, and the memory of that fateful day still left him trembling. It was astonishing that he had manifested a power reserved for the most elite warriors. Such an awakening brought him a step closer to his aspirations, filling him with exhilaration. Name: All's Tisen. Identity: foster son of Charles, resident of Giant Rock Island, member of the All's family. Dreams and goals: to protect the small village on Giant Rock Island, live a tranquil life, and transform the village houses into villas. Dream shattered: to venture out to sea for adventure, aiming to strengthen himself by joining the heroic pirate crew and seeking vengeance against his enemies. New goal: occupation: architectural designer, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, observation Haki, awakened in childhood, Conqueror's Haki, unstable state, acquired skills, possesses the abilities of a non-adult, development requires time. Additionally, due to a lack of understanding of hand seals, certain abilities cannot be utilized. Perception, 100, usable, can sense the flow of an enemy's chakra, detect their movements, and swiftly evade attacks. Dustless maze, 95, not usable, dust release, original realm separation technique. 2, can be used but cannot be released, dust release, limit boundary separation technique. 2, not usable, splitting technique. 0, not usable, earth release, super lightweight heavy rock technique. 5, usable at 100, but cannot use earth release, only alter the weight of oneself or external objects. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 5 months had elapsed since the heroic pirate crew arrived at Water City. The waterways of Water City were quite intricate, featuring not only surface-level transport, but also canals that extended downward from the heights of the city. The locals bred a creature known as Blue as a means of transportation for waterborne activities. Giant Rock Island lay in close proximity to Drum Island, and the heroic pirate crew made no stops along the way. Although they encountered a few pirate ships, they were mere minor players, easily dealt with by the crew's officers. Additionally, there were delays caused by some officers, the specifics of which Tisen was unaware at that moment. Within a tavern in Water City, a strikingly beautiful man, tall with fair skin, clad in a black samurai outfit, occupied a seat near the window. An unacquainted observer, he might easily be mistaken for a girl. Opposite him sat a robust, muscular man with a buzz cut, exuding an aura of strength. This man donned a blue trench coat, paired with yellow and white trousers and black boots. The two sat at a table that presented a stark contrast in their physical proportions. Tisen watched as Mona, with one hand grasping a piece of ham and the other holding a drink, devoured his meal with gusto. Shaking his head in silence, he mused to himself that this was indeed a person of half-giant lineage. In just 5 months, Mona had grown from 2 meters to an impressive 2 meters and 60 centimeters, an increase of 60 centimeters. Tisen, on the other hand, had only grown a few centimeters, now standing just over 1 meter 70. Yet, he felt no concern. If he continued to grow at this rate, he would surely surpass 2 meters in height. Upon their arrival at Water City, the captain announced that the pirates were free to roam, provided they returned to the ship before afternoon. Tisen and Mona eagerly disembarked and made their way to a tavern, having no desire to wander through the city, as Tisen believed he would not recognize a single soul on the island after arriving so early. Having spent a considerable time aboard the ship, they had only disembarked once for resupply. This time, they were finally free to explore, while Mona sought to indulge in different flavors of roasted meat. Thus, the pair headed directly for a seemingly large tavern. The tavern was packed, filled predominantly with ordinary members of the heroic pirate crew, although 2 officers occupied a table at the bar. One was the shipwright Rarili, and the other was the fighter Ilna. Both possessed dual-color hockey. Ilna was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the bear fruit, with a bounty of 190 million, known by the moniker Explosive Bear. The shipwright had a bounty of 110 million in this era. Bounties exceeding 100 million indicated formidable adversaries, often possessing hockey or rare devil fruit abilities, making them exceptionally powerful. After spending several hours in the tavern, Tisen and Mona had eaten their fill and were preparing to venture out when an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, Gina burst in, her face a mask of urgency, clearly indicating trouble. The Navy has arrived. Everyone, flee. Most patrons in the tavern sprang to their feet, including Rarili and Ilna, who turned to face her. Ilna, observing Gina's anxious demeanor, inquired, "Who is leading them? Where are they headed?" After finishing the drink Tisen had offered, Gina replied, "Admiral Fei Huang is already engaged in battle with the captain, and Vice Admiral Shanton has also arrived with reinforcements. In total, the Navy has dispatched 4 vice admirals. Where is Stoner?" Tisen, hearing Ilna's question, also turned to Gina. "I don't know. There has been no word of him that we should hurry. The captain has instructed us to return to the ship and await him." Meanwhile, not far from the tavern where Tisen and the others were situated, Vice Admiral Shanton commanded, "Quickly, the pirates are just ahead. Eliminate them without delay." At that moment, Vice Admiral Shanton suddenly called a halt to a nearby lieutenant. "Vice Admiral, is there something wrong?" The lieutenant, appearing flustered, feared he had committed a mistake. "There is a boy in the heroic pirate crew named Aorisi Tisen. He has a feminine appearance. You must capture him at all costs. Do you understand?" He continued. "The tall boy beside him is named Mona. If you cannot capture them, then kill them. I will have Major Four assist you," Vice Admiral Shanton said with a fierce expression directed at the lieutenant. "Understood, Vice Admiral. Rest assured, I will risk my life to capture them both." The lieutenant's expression shifted from anxiety to fervor, excitement coursing through him as he thought, "This is Vice Admiral Shanton. A promotion hinges on this opportunity." At 45, still a lieutenant, he was eager to prove himself and ascend to the rank of captain. As the scene shifted back to the tavern, the pirates, upon learning of the Navy's approach, began to flee towards the coast, with Tisen and Mona following closely behind. Just then, the leading Ilna and others suddenly came to a halt. "Pirates, do not think you can escape. Your end is nigh." After completing his briefing with Colonel Faru, General Shanton had arrived ahead of time to intercept the pirates. Tisen gazed ahead and saw a tall, bearded man clad in a Navy uniform blocking their path. Simultaneously, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, indicating that the Navy was in pursuit. Tisen glanced over his shoulder, anxiety creeping in. "What should we do?" "Lord Ilna, the pirates are in a state of panic," he relayed, as everyone scrambled to find a way to escape. "I will hold off General Shanton. Rally and Gina, lead them to safety. We will rendezvous at the coast," Ilna instructed, taking stock of the situation behind them. "Understood," Gina replied, turning to Tisen and Mona. "Follow closely behind me. We need to get out of here." With that, she dashed towards the other side, observing the battlefield. Tisen felt the odds were stacked against them, but he noticed that among the pursuing Navy were 2 rear admirals, along with several elite sailors and a handful of commanding officers, likely direct subordinates of General Fei Huang. As Tisen and Mona followed Gina forward, they sensed they were nearing the coast. Suddenly, a rear admiral from the Navy appeared before Gina, launching a punch in her direction. Anticipating the attack, Gina utilized her fruit powers to conjure bubbles. But the rear admiral seemed prepared as well, deftly evading and blocking her path. With her back turned to Tisen and Mona, Gina urged, "You two go ahead. I will hold him off. The coast is not far away. Don't worry, I will catch up swiftly." Tisen was deeply moved by Gina's bravery. Over the past 5 months aboard the hero pirate's ship, their bond had grown strong, with Gina caring for them like an elder sister. She had saved their lives before, and now it was the second time. Though Tisen wished to stay and fight alongside her, he knew that remaining would only be a burden. The rear admiral was a direct subordinate of General Fei Huang, an officer of the naval headquarters, a level above the division's rear admirals. Despite his observation hockey, Tisen was still too young, and his martial arts and swordsmanship were merely mediocre, not formidable enough to hold his ground. As Tisen and Mona sought to bypass the two, Tisen suddenly felt an ominous presence. He swiftly shoved Mona aside and executed a backflip, landing on his feet while keeping his gaze fixed on the spot he had just vacated. Mona, rising from the ground, glanced back to see a hole in the ground resembling a gunshot wound. Had Tisen not intervened, he might have been gravely injured. "Rear Admiral, we will handle these two brats ourselves. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure they remain here," Colonel Farr declared, his face contorted with rage that he had intended to swiftly eliminate the tall, robust child before capturing the beautiful young one, thus claiming all the glory for himself, avoiding any need to share with Major Four. Now, his plans had been thwarted by that insufferable and be careful, I will come to rescue you shortly, Gina shouted. Keeping an eye on the rear admiral before her, the rear admiral, incensed by Gina's apparent disregard for him, unleashed a swift attack, employing the Six Styles technique known as shave. Gina, seeing the attack approaching, knew there was no time for words and charged forward to meet it. "Mona, deal with that, Major. I'll handle this, Colonel." Tisen observed the fierce exchange between Gina and the rear admiral, realizing that the latter possessed hockey, making it unlikely that Gina could secure a quick victory. "All right, boss, I'm on it. Major, come at me. I still have a craving for barbecue after this," Mona declared, thrusting a punch towards the Major. Although Mona lacked hockey, armament hockey, and the Six Styles, his half-giant bloodline granted him immense strength. With his tough skin, the Major would likely struggle to defeat him quickly. Tisen felt a sense of relief wash over him as he turned his attention to the visibly displeased colonel. After 5 months of training, he had improved his swordsmanship and was eager to test his newfound strength. He wondered how many of the Six Styles this naval officer had mastered and decided to remain cautious and not underestimate him. "Hey, Colonel, you just used one of the Six Styles, didn't you? I've heard that mastering 2 styles makes one a genius. How many have you learned?" Tisen taunted. "Humph, brat. My name is Faru, a direct subordinate of General Shanton. I have mastered 3 of the 6 styles, making it impossible for you to defeat me," Colonel Faru proclaimed, puffing out his chest proudly. Tisen gaped at him in disbelief. Was this how pirates conducted themselves? He deduced that if Faru had indeed mastered 3 styles, they likely included shave, soru, while the remaining ones could be gale, iron body, or paper drawing, with iron body being the most probable, drawing the straight sword from his left waist. Tisen felt more comfortable with it than with the katana, which Gina had procured for him during their last resupply, a debt he still owed her. "Doe, you've mastered 3 styles? Impressive. I look forward to learning from you," Tisen said as he lunged forward with his sword. "Man-woman, I will break your legs and hand you over to General Shanton," Farr snarled, realizing the derision in Tisen's tone. "Did you just call me a man-woman?" Tisen felt an unprecedented anger swell within him. How dare this colonel insult him for merely being handsome? "What? If you're not a man-woman, then what are you?" Farr questioned, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "I will silence you," Tisen shouted, allowing his fury to ignite a surge of black and white energy that enveloped his hand, flowing along the blade and culminating in a turbulent aura at the sword's edge. Farr's eyes widened in shock. "You're a sword master?" "No, it can't be. I did my research before coming here. You're only 10. Faced with this unexpected development, he dismissed it. Even if his opponent had consumed a devil fruit, how much power could someone so young possibly wield? Tisen ignored Faru's incredulous remarks, intent only on eliminating the rude man before him. With his sword aimed at the colonel, he stepped forward, the air vibrating with the sound of his blade slicing through it. Faru, seeing Tisen's reckless advance, felt a sense of relief. "I told you. You can't break my defense." The long sword neared his heart, He prepared to counter with iron body. Unfortunately for him, this time he had underestimated Tisen. During the battle at Giant Stone Island, Tisen had dispatched CP agents with this very technique, and Faru was no match for him. How is this possible? Faru gasped, his eyes wide as he stared at the wound. His life slipping away. Given another chance, he surely would not have been so careless, but it was too late. Tisen withdrew his sword, observing the wound that appeared even more horrific than when he had killed the CP agent. The flesh around it seemed to have disintegrated entirely. Remarkable. This dust release technique is powerful. I must delve deeper into its potential, he mused, realizing that to reach the pinnacle of the seas, this ability might be essential. Moreover, over the past 5 months of rigorous training, he had noticed a significant increase in the chakra he could convert within himself, attributing this growth to the robust physique of those in the pirate world. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Tisen sheathed his sword and glanced back at Mona, only to find her casually leaning against a collapsed building, devouring a piece of ham, her demeanor utterly nonchalant. The sight was almost comical. He was taken aback by how swiftly Mona triumphed. However, upon seeing the blood that stained his body and the considerable flow from his forehead, it was evident that the victory had not come easily. Mona, quite impressive to have defeated Tisen so quickly, he remarked with a smile. Mona, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "Oh, it was nothing. That guy only knows how to dodge. I couldn't keep up with his speed and was left to take the hits. But when I seized the opportunity, I managed to knock him down with one punch. Ha! Indeed, you are remarkable. You must strive even harder from now on. Let us go see Gina. Perhaps we can be of assistance," he suggested. "All right, boss," Mona concurred, realizing he should indeed put forth more effort, especially since he bore the marks of battle while his leader remained unscathed. Though his dream was to savor the culinary delights of the world, he was still driven by the desire for vengeance. This thought solidified Mona's resolve to grow stronger. When Tisen and Mona arrived at Gina's location, they found both sides had nearly reached their limits. However, it was evident that Gina had sustained more severe injuries, whereas the naval rear admiral appeared to have merely exhausted his stamina. Apart from a bleeding forehead, there were not many visible wounds on him. As Tisen and Mona approached, Gina and the rear admiral noticed them. "Where are Faru and Fall? Those two couldn't possibly have been defeated by you," Rear Admiral Davis exclaimed, surprised at the sight of Tisen and Mona. Yet not seeing the two officers, he had not expected that Naval Headquarters commissioned officers could be vanquished by two youngsters. Indeed, the boy who resembled a girl was anything but ordinary. Davis recalled the words of Vice Admiral Shanton with a twinge of concern. Tisen and Mona ignored him and directly assisted Gina. Gina was equally astonished, not anticipating such surprising prowess from the two young men. Then, the Rear Admiral produced a transponder snail from his pocket. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Shanton kicked Blackbear's arm, then stepped back a couple of paces to retrieve a ringing transponder snail from his pocket. After answering, he inquired, "What? Faru and Fall failed to capture him. Then it's best to disregard them. I will explain things to Flynn later. Just eliminate him." "Understood, Vice Admiral Shanton. I will take care of this brat," Rear Admiral Davis responded before hanging up, focusing his armed hockey on Tisen and the others. "Vice Admiral Shanton?" Tisen instantly connected the dots upon hearing Davis' conversation, recalling the battle he had witnessed with Stoner on Giant Rock Island. It appeared that Vice Admiral Shanton had come to capture him after the incident on the island, indicating a potential link between him and Stoner. Could it be that Stoner was an undercover agent for the Navy? Tisen pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. For now, he had no choice but to set aside his doubts and turn his attention back to the opponent. Observing the depth of color on the adversary's arm, he noted that although the level of injury was not severe, such a sight was uncommon in the Grand Line. This foe would pose a considerable challenge, especially with the 6 styles at his disposal. Despite Tisen having a trump card, the current scenario was different. His opponent was significantly fatigued, and with the use of observation hockey, it was conceivable that a decisive strike could be within reach. He resolved to assess the situation further. After quickly organizing his thoughts, Tisen instructed, "Mona, take Gina aside to rest. I will deal with him in a way. You little brat, you cannot possibly match him. Let me handle this." "You assist me from the side," Gina interjected hastily before Mona could respond. "Come with me, Sister Gina. Trust in our captain," Mona said, leading her to safety. Tisen felt deeply touched by Gina's concern for him. Reassuring her, "Gina, do not worry. Trust me. Looking at the confident gaze of the young boy, who stood nearly her height, but was a decade younger, Gina ultimately relented and followed Mona to the side, turning his attention back to Rear Admiral Davis. Tisen unsheathed his sword, channeling a black and white energy that coalesced into a violent aura around the blade. Observing Tisen's right hand, Davis questioned, "Are you a devil fruit user? No wonder Faru and Fall were bested by you. However, this is where your journey ends. Although it might be troublesome to kill you outright." Upon hearing this, Tisen felt a strange curiosity arise. Was it indeed true that Davis had intended to capture him? Earlier, Lieutenant Faru had gone straight for Mona, seemingly more threatening than Tisen himself, yet had refrained from attacking him initially. Tisen had suspected something was off when Faru had continuously relied on a defensive stance without launching any attacks. Now, it seemed clearer, and the recent conversation with Vice Admiral Shanton hinted at a larger connection. Davis, growing impatient as Tisen remained passive, suddenly vanished in a flash. Shun, realizing that the Rear Admiral had employed one of the 6 styles. Tisen concentrated fully to the left. He swiftly blocked the sudden appearance of Davis on his left with his sword, feeling a tremendous force collide against him. It was a struggle, yet he gritted his teeth and held steadfast. The clash of sword against fist resonated with a metallic clang. In that instant, Davis recognized that this young boy was no ordinary opponent, as he had successfully parried a powerful punch. Moreover, the boy possessed observation haki. Was it innate? Or had he trained to awaken it? Davis was uncertain. As he contemplated increasing his strength, Davis suddenly felt a jolt of pain in his fist. Bewildered, he had utilized armed haki, yet the boy's strength, clearly inferior to his, had somehow managed to cause harm. Upon inspection, he discovered that part of his fist had been eroded by an unknown force. Tisen, equally astonished, realized that his dust release energy could even dissolve haki. It was an unexpected revelation. Initially, he had merely intended to test its capabilities, but he now recognized that he had underestimated the potency of dust release, a technique capable of disintegrating matter. Earlier in the battle, Tisen had already witnessed the formidable power of dust release, but he had not anticipated it could even dissolve haki. No, that was not entirely correct. At that moment, Tisen observed that the black and white energy surrounding his sword had diminished considerably, leading him to understand that this energy could counter armed haki, albeit at the cost of his own. Witnessing this revelation, Tisen instinctively intensified his energy output. Simultaneously, Rear Admiral Davis hastily withdrew his arm, retreating from Tisen's vicinity, still in disbelief as he glanced at his injured fist, which bore a shallow cut from the blade. Had it been any later, his fingers would have been severed and completely dissolved. Tisen cast his gaze upon the blade, noting that the black and white energy had diminished considerably. With an increase in intensity, it now surged forth with even greater ferocity, and the layers of airflow around the sword expanded significantly. He lifted his head once more to regard Major General Deus, whose face, already glistening with sweat, became increasingly damp as he observed the swirling black and white currents enveloping Tisen's sword. In his mind, he acknowledged that this young boy possessed the observation haki. A sudden attack would be futile, and even his armament haki would not withstand the onslaught for long before being eroded. It appeared that the opponent wielded a paramecia-type devil fruit with the ability to dissolve, making it unwise to engage in a prolonged battle. It was evident that he would need to strike decisively during an attack, continuously infusing his armament haki without a moment's hesitation. Major General Deus had already placed Tisen on equal footing in his considerations and understood why Rear Admiral Shanton had insisted they capture this boy. Having clarified his thoughts, he no longer hesitated, unleashing his armament haki with full force, his gaze deepening as he directed another assault toward Tisen. Noticing Major General Deus employing the same strategy once again, Tisen initially intended to unleash his ultimate technique. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided to endure a little longer. Deus had already engaged in battle with Gina, and thus his stamina was likely not as robust as Tisen's. As he pondered this, he focused intently on predicting the direction of his opponent's next strike. It's still from the left? Tisen mused, perplexed by the man's apparent lack of memory. Yet, it wasn't long before Tisen realized he had misjudged the situation. The sword he had raised was suddenly struck by a far greater force, knocking him back before he could react. Though he was sent flying, he gleaned a clearer understanding of his opponent's intent. Seeing Tisen propelled away, Major General Deus felt a surge of confidence in his approach. However, his energy was waning from the continuous exertion of hockey, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he still had a few attacks left in him, and he resolved to defeat Tisen in the next strike, knowing that there were two others observing the confrontation. With this thought in mind, he launched another attack at Tisen, this time amplifying his strength. Sensing the renewed assault coming from the right, Tisen no longer hesitated. Infusing his sword with black and white energy, he gripped it tightly. Sword technique. Half-moon to in an instant, a crescent-shaped aura flashed by. The two figures crossing paths, Tisen slowly withdrew his sword, while Major General Deus gazed down at his wounded chest. In that fleeting moment, he felt not only the cut, but also the energy that began to dissolve his skin and, subsequently, his internal organs. Observing as Major General Deus fell to the ground, face down, Tisen greedily inhaled the air, realizing that this strike was the culmination of 5 months of training under Captain Murray. Captain Murray had taught him the moon flow sword technique, which allowed for slashing attacks shaped like the moon. However, Tisen had yet to master projecting his sword energy outward, although he had not yet reached the realm of cutting through iron. This was his most powerful move to date, as all the chakra within him had converged into the blade. Exhausted, Tisen turned toward Mona and Gina, who were nearby. At Gina's mouth hung agape in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. "When did you become so strong, little boy? Although I knew you were remarkable, I never imagined you could grow this rapidly. And you're a devil fruit user too. What powers do you possess? Tell me quickly," Gina inquired, puffing out her cheeks in feigned anger as she pressed for answers. Tisen couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. He then revealed to Gina that he was the user of the melt fruit, but withheld information about the black and white energy, not due to distrust, but simply because he found it too complex to explain. Mona, having understood Tisen's abilities from the outset, recognized that this was not a devil fruit power. Yet upon hearing his captain's declaration, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you truly astonished me. Let us return now. The other crew members have reported that they are nearing the shore," Gina joyfully announced. Just as Tisen prepared to follow Gina, he suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. What is it, Tisen?" Gina asked. "Oh, it's nothing. Let's go," Tisen replied, maintaining his composure as he resumed his path toward the shore alongside Gina. The direction he had just glanced at contained a massive boulder. What was that little boy doing just now? Did he notice me? It shouldn't be possible, but the fact that he could even defeat a major general is quite astonishing. That I had originally intended to sabotage Flynn. But this development has alleviated my concerns. Upon reaching the shore, Tisen observed that the other officers and pirates had already boarded the ship, albeit with a few crew members missing, indicating that they would not be returning. The three hurried onto the vessel, awaiting the return of the first mate and Captain Murray. Unexpectedly, the first mate's Stona reappeared just moments after they had arrived, during the months aboard the gallant pirate ship. Tisen had memorized the chakra signatures of the crew members, and he recognized that the individual hiding behind the massive rock was indeed Stona, coupled with the fact that Stona was a stone fruit user. Tisen confirmed his suspicions. After much contemplation, he decided to keep this information to himself. Even if he shared it with Captain Murray, he doubted he would be believed and resolved to wait for a more opportune moment. Before long, Captain Murray soared back, calling out, "All right, everyone, set sail." "Stop right there, Murray, you scoundrel," yelled Major General Fei Huang, who followed closely behind, clearly agitated. "Ha, Fei Huang, let us settle this another time. I'm starving. Farewell," Murray replied, turning to deliver a powerful blow. 50 tons, gravity fist. Fei Huang, witnessing Murray's sudden attack, quickly employed his wings to defend, only to be sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Murray flew toward the ship. Moments later, they heard Fei Huang cursing from the shore. Captain Murray stood at the stern of the ship, laughing heartily at Major General Fei Huang's misfortune, clearly having gained the upper hand. Tisen was taken aback. He never expected the ton fruit to be utilized in such a manner, recalling how Doflamingo's subordinate wielded it. In comparison, the latter seemed utterly incompetent. It appeared that the effectiveness of a devil fruit depended greatly on its user. Furthermore, observing the encounter between Captain Murray and Major General Fei Huang, it was evident that they had not even made contact. It must be a sophisticated application of armament hockey that on the gallant pirate ship, after escaping Water 7, the pirates commenced a grand feast. Tisen, holding a glass of milk, leaned against the cabin wall, gazing out at the endless ocean. In his mind, he pondered how to convince the captain of the potential threat posed by Stona. All right, everyone, I just heard that Tisen and Mona performed admirably today, especially Tisen, who single-handedly defeated a major general. Impressive, right? The captain announced, relaying Gina's words regarding Thisen's performance. Impressive indeed, little brat. Tisen is amazing. I heard he's a devil fruit user. The crew cheered, raising their glasses in jubilation. Tisen smiled as he joined in the toast. But within, he felt little joy. Danger loomed ever closer. The first mate had a high probability of being associated with the world government's secretive agency or the Navy, though he was uncertain which faction it was, as he had not interacted with him closely. After some contemplation, he decided to send a message to Gina to hear her thoughts. As evening fell, most of the crew were thoroughly inebriated, sprawled on the deck. While the officers retreated to their quarters, Tisen quietly knocked on a certain door. Little brat, regarding what you mentioned earlier, I've actually been considering it too. However, I lack evidence. Last time, I mistakenly said something that got me scolded by the captain. Let me tell you, the captain is a bit suspicious as well. But as you must have noticed over the past 5 months, the captain places great importance on his comrades. Without evidence, he won't believe you. Also, regarding what you said about Stona arriving at the shore right behind us, the captain just questioned him, and Stona claimed he was entangled with the world government's personnel. So, we really have no evidence. We can only stay vigilant moving forward. After listening to Gina's words, Tisen fell into a contemplative silence. How should one articulate this? Although Captain Murray had been exceedingly kind to him, imparting both swordsmanship and the techniques of the Mona martial arts, he exhibited a stubbornness that was somewhat disconcerting. It was no wonder that the fruit users aboard this vessel had ultimately been cast into the depths of the sea. However, at this juncture, Tisen found himself devoid of any viable options, resigning to take each step as it came to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Indeed, according to Flaneo, that little rascal is a member of the former Ors family. The world government had dispatched CP agents to apprehend him, but an unforeseen incident had thwarted their efforts. Given today's circumstances, we must take decisive measures to extinguish this threat in its infancy. Even the rear admirals of the headquarters are no match for him. Although Rear Admiral Deus is not at his peak, one must not forget that this boy possesses the conqueror's haki. Upon concluding his remarks, Admiral Fei Huang was met with a cacophony of voices from the subordinate officers below. At that moment, an elderly man with a white buzz cut, seated at the head of the table, rapped his knuckles upon the surface and declared, "Silence. While this matter involves Flaneo and Spandin's little imp in conflict, the emergence of a dangerous individual necessitates a bounty for the sake of tranquility upon the seas. The world government desires to bury this incident and refrain from bringing it to light. Therefore, there is no need to mention his previous identity on the bounty notice. Let us proceed with issuing the bounty." "Understood, Marshal. Flaneo, I regret not being able to recapture that little rascal for you. Although I feel remorseful, I have exerted my utmost effort. After all, you have offended the Spandane family, resulting in CP turning against you." Major General Shanton thought to himself, feeling quite helpless in the office of Judicial Island. Flaneo gazed at the bounty notice in his hand, suddenly rising to his feet, veins throbbing on his forehead, as he slammed the notice down upon the desk in fury. "These marine scoundrels have completely disregarded my feelings, openly announcing it. While it may not lead to my downfall, this situation is hardly easy to resolve. Spandin's little imp, mark my words." Flaneo's eyes brimmed with a mix of murderous intent and concern. In a secret base on an island somewhere in the Grand Line, Spandane surveyed the strikingly handsome individual depicted on the bounty notice, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Old fool, this time, you'll shed a layer of skin." Ha! Having departed Water 7, the hero pirate crew had been sailing the seas for 3 days, with everyone absorbed in their individual tasks. Suddenly, several seagulls, or rather, carrier pigeons, flew overhead, followed by a flurry of papers cascading down. What news has emerged today? Let me see. This. Impressive, truly impressive. Their first bounty reaches such a staggering sum. I have never witnessed anything like it. Hey, Tisen, Mona, you two have been issued bounties. Gina approached, holding several bounty notices, her expression rife with worried. Tisen and Mona, who had been engaged in training, turned their heads upon hearing Gina's voice. Tisen accepted the papers from Gina, and upon inspection, he beheld an image of a figure resembling a woman, brandishing a straight sword, which was enveloped in an eerie flow of energy. Below, the details read, Hero Pirate Crew, Jade-Faced Man, or Tisen. User of the Melt Fruit, bounty of 40 million, dead or alive. The other notice featured Mona, whose forehead was adorned with bulging veins, blood streaming down, mouth agape. Hero Pirate Crew, Little Giant, Fist Mona, bounty of 15 million. Dead or alive. Mona cast a dissatisfied glance at his bounty, deeply displeased with the mere 15 million valuation. Those damned Marines, how dare they underestimate me? Hearing Mona's disgruntled outburst, Gina delivered a swift punch to his head, exclaiming, Fool, do you even comprehend what being issued a bounty entails? And you still dare to complain about the amount? Tisen couldn't help but smile slightly. It appeared he had truly embraced the life of a pirate. Nevertheless, in his quest for strength, he had no other choice, having embarked on this path from the very beginning. Observing Tisen's amused demeanor, Gina placed her hands on her hips and sighed. Both of you are incorrigible. You two little rascals. Tisen felt a surge of gratitude. Despite the circumstances, he was fortunate to have someone who cared for him. After all, since his arrival in this world, only the old man and Mona had genuinely shown concern for him. And they were not much older, merely 18 themselves. Do not worry, Gina. From the moment we boarded this ship, I anticipated such a day would come. There is no need for concern. I am quite formidable, Tisen assured her. Upon hearing his confident declaration, Gina sighed once more. While that may be true, I still worry. Had I known earlier, I would have sent you both to live on another island. Gina, this is a path we chose for ourselves. And I have my own responsibilities to fulfill. A man cannot cower in fear. You wouldn't want to see me like that, would you? Tisen replied with conviction. What are you saying? Who would like you? But then again, I cannot stop a man from setting sail, Gina retorted, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly turned to leave. As Gina departed, she left behind a bewildered Tisen, along with Mona, who was equally perplexed. 2 years swiftly passed on an island in the New World. Two factions were embroiled in a fierce battle, swordsmanship. Full moon, Tisen cleaved through his opponent, sending both man and sword flying, resulting in death. At that moment, sensing a threat from behind, Tisen swiftly turned, slicing a bullet in half with his sword. You are the little rascal who has risen to prominence over the past 2 years. The user of the melt fruit, the jade-faced, or Tisen, a man with red, curly hair cascading over his shoulders, dark skin, and towering over 2 meters approached, shouldering a sniper rifle. La 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 la, enough boasting. You have already lost. Just look at your captain. After emitting his distinctive laughter, Tisen gestured for the man to look in that direction. Upon hearing Tisen's words, the man, named Lotzi Lu, turned to observe. Indeed, the captain of the Rock's pirates was gradually falling behind under Captain Murray's assault. Tisen pondered that this was the infamous Rock's Zebek, a formidable figure who would become the king of the world in over 20 years. He appeared scarcely over 30, yet was able to engage Captain Murray in a back-and-forth struggle, leaving Tisen astounded. After all, Captain Murray was capable of holding his own against admirals. Lotzi Lu turned back and remarked, "That is our captain of the Rock's pirates. Our captain, so young, can contend with someone of admiral strength. This sea will eventually fall under his dominion, though I'm not particularly fond of his methods. That's so? Well, it remains to be seen whether you'll survive until that time," Tisen replied. "What? Do you wish to engage me? While I may not be your match, I would be more than willing to oblige." Seeing Lotzi Lu adopt a spectator's demeanor, Tisen's fighting spirit waned, and he turned away to find a place to sit. At this point, aside from the captain, the other officers had largely ceased hostilities. Lotzi Lu observed Tisen sheathing his sword and approached him leisurely. "Hey, little rascal, why did you become a pirate?" "Do not call me little rascal. You bastard. Do you believe I want to cleave you in two?" Tisen glared at him fiercely, unable to contain his irritation at being referred to as a little rascal. Don't be so hot-headed. I am 18 this year. I've seen your bounty notice before. I'm 6 years older than you. What's wrong with calling you little rascal?" Lotzi Lu maintained a nonchalant expression. "It seems necessary to teach you a lesson," Tisen declared, rising to his feet and slowly drawing his sword. Lotzi Lu, perceiving Tisen's menacing posture, quickly waved his hands in surrender. All right, I won't say it anymore." Seeing Lotzi lose indifference, Tisen sat back down. Realizing he had exhausted his white energy during the earlier battle and had little stamina left, consequently, he needed to take a moment to recuperate and regain his strength and energy for whatever might come next. Lotzi Lu, witnessing Tisen's return to a seated position, felt his tension dissipate as he settled on the ground. He thought to himself, "This little rascal is indeed formidable." That earlier aura of murderous intent sent chills down my spine. What kind of monster is he? Hey, redhead, is your captain a fruit user? Why Haven T? I seen him use his abilities. As T-Sun recuperated his strength, he posed a question that had been on his mind. Furthermore, traversing the pirate world during such an early period, he would inevitably have to confront that individual. T-Sun would not squander this opportunity to gather intelligence. You wretched little brat, do you think I would divulge anything to you? Do not entertain such foolish notions. Although he harbored a certain disdain for Captain Rox, he had no intention of providing information to his adversary. And do not call me red-haired. The irate Lotzi Lu bristled at being addressed in such a manner. Is that so? He has fought against Captain Murray for quite some time without unleashing his abilities. Perhaps he wields some worthless fruit. Otherwise, why would he refrain from using them? T-Sun remarked with a disdainful expression. Upon hearing T-Sun's words, Lotzi Lu sprang to his feet, his expression darkening as he bared his teeth at T-Senator just as T-Sun anticipated a torrent of insults from his opponent. Lotzi Lu hastily retorted, "Even if you say that, I shall not reveal anything to you. Our captain does not possess some worthless fruit. He is a natural type, and I nearly let that slip." Lotzi Lu covered his mouth with both hands. Feeling a surge of dread at his near indiscretion, cursing the insufferable brat, T-Sun observed Lotzi Lu's comical struggle to conceal his mouth, finding amusement in the scene. Though a natural type, is it truly remarkable? What a tremendous boon. Red-haired, la la la, you detestable little brat. What, do you wish to fight? T-Sun lifted his gaze, fixing Lotzi Lu with a piercing glare. No, not at all. Lotzi Lu frantically waved his hands, alarmed by T-Sun's sudden ferocity. At that moment, T-Sun turned his attention to the battlefield where Captain Murray was engaged, muttering to himself, "Has the victor been determined yet?" Meanwhile, laughter erupted from Rox, who was bent over, panting heavily as he regarded the nearly 50-year-old man before him. "Jerry Murray, this battle ends here. You can hardly muster any strength left, can you? Just wait. It won't be long before you witness my true power. Ha ha ha. Crew, let us go." Murray met the young man's gaze with calm eyes. An impressive newcomer, to have fought me for so long. Though he is yet to unleash his full strength, from what that little brat said, he still has tricks up his sleeve. This sea shall soon undergo a transformation. However, I possess a little brat on my ship who is no less formidable than you. If only I could witness the era of your fierce competition. Crew, let us depart. The Navy should be arriving soon. Murray strode towards the pirate ship, his silhouette tinged with a sense of melancholy. Until we meet again, Aorisi Tisen, I shall remember that name. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. Lotzi Lu, upon hearing Captain Rox's voice, donned a look of defiance as he bid farewell to T-Sun and departed. T-Sun, however, paid him no mind, his gaze lingering on Captain Murray's retreating figure. A profound sense of sorrow welling within him. 8 years had passed since he arrived in this world, and he was now 12, with over 60 years remaining until the main character set sail. By then, his silhouette might pale in comparison to Captain Murray's. Reflecting on the fate of Whitebeard before his death, he recalled the grandeur he once commanded. Yet, due to his advanced age and failing health, witnessing his sons perish before him, he could only muster the residual flicker of a candle in the wind, ultimately falling at the hands of his own progeny. Murray gazed up at the starry sky. Contemplating a plan, he had no desire to be beaten to death by a swarm of supernovas decades hence, nor to be paraded by the Navy in his old age, or to watch his companions perish one after another. "Boss, what's wrong? The crew is already aboard." Mona expressed concern as she observed her captain lost in thought, staring at the sky. T-Sun turned around, his eyes now resolute. "Let us go, Mona," he replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "In these waters, anything can happen. Solutions will always present themselves. My focus now is on becoming stronger, while everything else can wait." After coming to this realization, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, dispelling the earlier sense of vexation. Name: Aorisi Tisen. Identity: adopted son of Charles, resident of Giant Rock Island, member of the Oar's family dreams and goals, to protect the small village on Giant Rock Island and live a tranquil life. Transforming the village houses into villas, dream shattered. To embark on adventures at sea. New goals. To join the heroic pirates and train to grow stronger, seeking vengeance against enemies. Occupation, architectural designer, swordsman. Skills, sword technique, half moon. Sword technique, full moon. Observation haki, awakened from a young age. Conqueror's haki, unstable state. Acquired skills, possesses the ability of a child without adults, but requires time for gradual development. Additionally, due to a lack of understanding of hand seals, certain skills cannot be utilized. Perception, 100, usable. Can sense the flow of an enemy's chakra, allowing for the detection of their movements and rapid evasion of attacks. The range expands with increased chakra. Dust release, original world separation technique. 12, usable, but cannot be released. Dust release, boundary separation technique. 12, not usable. Splitting technique. 0, not usable. Earth release, super light heavy rock technique. 15, usable, but cannot use earth release. Can only alter the weight of oneself or external objects. Noticing the additional skill, Tisen felt it was somewhat superfluous. Being detectable by observation haki rendered it nearly useless. Although it could serve as a surprise tactic. Subsequently, the heroic pirates continued their adventures in the New World, with Tisen persistently training under Captain Murray. Each day, pirates would provoke him, and he would respond to sharpen his combat experience. For those he could not best, he would step back and allow the crew to take over. Tisen honed his skills while Mona endured daily injuries, her clothes in tatters. Gradually, their relentless training and perilous encounters earned them a reputation aboard the ship. With the crew well aware that these two brats trained tirelessly, day and night, engaging in life-or-death battles against the pirates who dared to challenge them. Meanwhile, they were officially added to the Navy's kill list. Highlighted prominently, their notoriety increasingly recognized within the upper echelons of the world government. Time flew by, and in the year 1465 of the Sea Garden era, the Grand Line's little garden retained much of its primitive charm, even housing some species long extinct elsewhere, including dinosaurs. At that moment, two figures clashed within the dense forest, their skirmish transforming the surrounding area into a plain. Sword technique. Half moon slash. Tisen, gripping his sword with both hands, took a swift step and crossed paths with his opponent, turning to address Mona. Well done, Mona. You managed to catch that move. Boss, over the past 2 years, I've trained diligently. However, I still lack a proper sense of observation haki. I can only rely on my vigilance during battles to evade. If you were to unleash another move, I wouldn't stand a chance. Mona remarked, gazing at the striking man before her, clad in a black samurai outfit, wielding a straight sword, and possessing an ethereal beauty akin to a jade tree. La. Bring it on. You'd best be careful. Mona, muscles rippling with power, resembled a fierce beast as she readied herself, a thin layer of black energy enveloping her right arm. With a leap, she swung her arm towards T-Senator, seeing Mona unleash her full strength. Tisen hesitated no longer, positioning his sword before his chest, channeling energy into his right arm. But a layer of black substance rapidly coated the sword, his gaze sharpening as he leaped towards the impending attack from Mona. Sword technique. Full moon slash. A resounding clang echoed through the sky as the air swirled around them, the earth trembling beneath their clash. After a moment of stalemate, the two instinctively withdrew their assaults. Tisen executed a backflip, landing gracefully before sheathing his sword. Mona, I think we'll call it a day for now. We need to set sail shortly. The captain seems to have something to discuss. Reflecting on Gina's earlier words, he felt compelled to halt their sparring. Over the past 2 years, Mona had made remarkable progress, and he found himself having to utilize dust release to secure victory against her. Moreover, Mona's rapid growth in height had become quite alarming. He stood at just under 2 meters, while she had shot up from 2 meters to nearly 4 in the span of 4 years. He gathered all his black and white energy into his hands. 4 years ago, it was merely the size of a thumb, yet now it has grown to the size of a fist. However, unlike the Earth shadow, it cannot be launched outward. He speculated that this might be due to an insufficient amount of transformable chakra, or perhaps he had yet to discover the right method. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that one day he would achieve it. Speaking of chakra, Tisen had previously found it quite vexing that if he were to expend it all at once, it would leave him utterly drained. Akin to exhausting one's physical strength completely, it is no wonder that chakra is said to be derived from physical energy. He had noticed this during his battle with that CP personnel on Giant Stone Island. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, but after nearly perishing once due to excessive chakra use and extreme fatigue over the past 4 years, he suddenly remembered that depleting both chakra and physical strength simultaneously could lead to death. Thus, since that incident, he had been careful to reserve some strength during battles, pausing when he felt he was running low. Fortunately, this substance could increase in quantity as one's physical constitution strengthened, allowing the body's meridians to accommodate a larger volume. Although it had its drawbacks, he still felt relatively satisfied with it. Well, let us go find Sister Gina. Although he could hold his own against the captain, Mona was well aware that the captain was not fighting seriously. Nevertheless, over the past 4 years, he had indeed grown significantly stronger, and he felt quite content with his progress to seek vengeance or to live freely. This level of strength was still insufficient. Thus, Tisen had long since planned to procure a powerful devil fruit for Mona in the future. While assessing the situation for himself to see if any suitable options arose, upon reaching Gina's location, they discovered that everyone had gathered, and the captain was bidding farewell to 2 members of the giant clan. They had been at the little garden for 3 months, during which the captain had been engaged in combat with the 2 giants. Although victorious, they had also become good friends. Tisen would occasionally visit the 2 giants to play. Their immense size made it a delight to stand on their shoulders, allowing him to feel the insignificance of nature. An exhilarating sensation, he contemplated acquiring a large flying creature in the future, so he could truly appreciate the beauty of nature. Everyone, I believe you know what we are here to do today. As Captain Murray spoke, the crowd fell silent. Then he declared, "We are going to rescue the vice captain." Indeed, those despicable Navy forces dared to capture the vice captain. Seeing the enthusiasm among the crowd, Captain Murray raised his arm, and silence enveloped them once more. "Listen to me. A month ago, we learned that the Navy had captured the vice captain, and their escort unit will be passing through the nearby waters in the coming days. I ask for your cooperation. The captain need not worry. We will certainly rescue Brother Stona. Rest assured, Captain, we will eliminate the Navy and save the vice captain." Tisen observed the crowd's fervent cries, feeling a sense of helplessness. He recalled how for years ago, he suspected Stona was an undercover agent for the Navy or the world government. However, over the past 4 years, that individual had exhibited no suspicious behavior, remaining obedient and earning the captain's complete trust. Yet, Tisen pondered if the collapse of Giant Stone Island truly wasn't his doing. And what about the incident in Water 7? Regardless of whether he was involved, caution was paramount. Tisen was well aware of the world government and Navy's tendencies, particularly their penchant for infiltrators. Moreover, among the crew, only Gina had previously doubted the vice captain. Thus, they needed to devise an escape plan in case things turned dire. "All right, everyone, let's set sail." Captain Murray extended his arm and shouted, then walked toward Tisen. "Captain, is there something you need?" Tisen inquired. "Tisen, I know you suspect that the events on Giant Stone Island are connected to Stona. However, that is merely your conjecture, and over these 4 years, you must have noticed that he has not taken any actions to warrant such suspicion." Captain Murray responded after a moment of silence. He had been on the pirate ship for 6 years. That if he intended to do something, he would have acted long ago. Furthermore, if we go to rescue him, and he truly is an undercover agent, I will eliminate him, but I also do not wish to doubt any of my comrades. Tisen regarded the 52-year-old captain, whose long years at sea had turned his hair gray, while he still possessed the strength of a general. His physical stamina had noticeably declined, and he freely imparted his knowledge of swordsmanship and hockey to Tisen, who felt a great sense of indebtedness to him. Regardless, during the events on Giant Stone Island, Captain Murray had harbored intentions of rescue from the outset. Tisen resolved not to conflate Stona's actions with the captain's motives. If any issues arose, he would adapt accordingly. "Captain, rest assured, as long as I remain a member of the hero pirate crew, I will heed your words. Thank you for your care over these years," Tisen earnestly expressed to him. Thank you, Tisen," Captain Murray replied, his expression one of deep appreciation, before patting Tisen's shoulder and joining the crew as they headed toward the coast. "You too. I shall take my leave first," Gina said, smiling at Tisen. "Yes, you go ahead. I'll bid them farewell shortly," Tisen responded, turning to glance at the 2 giants nearby. One giant leaped, and landed on the shoulder of the other. Ga ka ba, la 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 la. Dear uncles, it seems I can only visit you in the future. Please take care of yourselves. After fighting for so long, your weapons will surely wear out one day. I will bring you new ones, Tisen called from atop Dong Lie's shoulder. This is a promise between men. We will await your return. No matter when you come, we will welcome you. Farewell, Tisen said, leaping away and vanishing from sight. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Marshal Sauce and numerous naval officers had gathered. The Admiral Flyhawk was about to reach the destination. Intelligence had confirmed that the hero pirate crew was in the little garden. And after 3 months of waiting, they would undoubtedly come rushing to rescue their comrade. The world government and navy had orchestrated such a grand scheme. They could not allow anyone to escape. This operation included 1 admiral and 8 vice admirals, but it was still insufficient to be safe. An additional vice admiral was needed for reinforcement. They could not let a single pirate slip away. In what phase, you are tasked with capturing the scattered pirates. This operation will also involve the intelligence department of the world government. We cannot allow them to find any weaknesses, Marshal Sauce commanded loudly. Once again, I must face that gravity user. What a headache. But do not worry, Marshal. I will complete the mission, a plump man with braided hair replied earnestly. Then, disband in a secret base on an island in the Grand Line. Spandane, clad in black, sat in a red chair, swirling a glass of red wine that he laughed heartily. Once this plan succeeds, I will be one step closer to that position. Those scoundrels in the world government have relegated me to this small base as a mere base commander. I, Spandane, shall become a legend in the Spandane family and rise to a high position within the world government, showing them who's in charge. Right, Lafrino? The scene shifted back to the waters near Little Garden, where the hero pirate ship had just received news that the escorting unit of the vice captain was led by their old adversary, Admiral Flyhawk, a man not much younger than Captain Murray. However, this time there were indeed quite a few vice admirals, 8 in total, and the number of rear admirals and other officers was unknown, but certainly not few. After understanding the situation, Tisen immediately sought out Gina with Mona. Gina, what do you plan to do? Tisen asked, looking at her. Captain Murray saved me, so even if it costs my life, I will fight to the bitter end for you too, if the opportunity arises. Escape. You are both still too young. This is not your time to shine yet. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Gina smiled reassuringly at Tisen and Mona. Let us assess the situation first. Here are some items you might find useful. Take one each. Tisen produced 3 wooden barrels from behind him, each approximately as thick as an arm and as long as a forearm. Mona, without a glance, swiftly tucked them into her embrace. Gina, filled with curiosity, took one and inquired of Tisen, "What on earth is this? So mysterious." "No questions, just conceal them well. They may prove vital in a critical moment." Tisen gazed at Gina, who, despite the gravity of the situation, retained her childlike curiosity, and he could only display a look of exasperation. "Indeed, truly, you are no longer adorable." Gina puffed her cheeks and turned her head away. "The captain has emerged," Mona suddenly announced as she turned her head. Captain Murray stepped onto the deck, addressing the assembled crew poised for action. "The Navy has halted at a nearby island. Crew, bring the ship closer. Prepare for battle, Doe. The Navy, just wait. First mate, we're on our way." Amidst the clamor, the pirate ship made its way towards the nearby Aldot on the other side. The Navy was already poised for action on the island, forming an encirclement filled with soldiers. General Fei Huang stood at the forefront, flanked by 8 vice admirals, while at the rear sat Stona, shackled and bloodied. His spirit seemingly extinguished, he sat on the ground, his face obscured, appearing more a shadow of his former self. Surrounded by 2 commanding officers, they've arrived. All hands prepare for battle. General Fei Huang commanded upon sensing the enemy's presence. "Doe, the wretched scum of the seas, eradicate them." He pointed towards the ship's bow, where stood the notorious gravity man, Jerry Murray, with a bounty of 780 million, followed by the ship's doctor, Tadon, a bug fruit user in wasp form, with a bounty of 360 million. Then there was the combatant, Explosive Bear Ilna, a bear fruit user with a bounty of 230 million. Navigator Gina, a bubble fruit user with a bounty of 150 million. Sniper Nearila, with a bounty of 140 million. Chef Myril, also with a bounty of 140 million. And Shipwright Lally, With a bounty of 130 million, these were the officers of the bold pirate crew, and the others were not to be underestimated. The rookie with an initial bounty of 40 million, the faced man, Aorisi Tisen, now stood at 80 million, along with the rookie giant, Fist Mona, whose initial bounty of 15 million had risen to 55 million. Those two brats are mine. You deal with the rest, a long-bearded man in Navy uniform declared. Upon hearing this, General Fei Huang's eyes flickered. Major Shanton, in that case, those two brats are entrusted to you. Rest assured. I shall eliminate those two brats. The so-called promising newcomers of the sea ought to perish. Major Shanton grinned, his black beard accentuating his fierce demeanor, a clear indication of his volatile temperament. However, those familiar with him would know better. As the bold pirate crew docked, the pirates clambered down from the ship, with the officers leaping to the forefront while Tisen and Mona followed behind the other crew members. Fei Huang, it has been over 2 years. You lay in wait for me, hoping to capture me, Captain Murray remarked with a mocking expression. Over 2 years ago, the bold pirate crew had clashed with General Fei Huang, during which Tisen single-handedly dispatched a commodore. A feat that had significantly raised his bounty. This time, you cannot escape, Murray. All Navy personnel, annihilate them, General Fei Huang proclaimed, launching himself into battle against Captain Murray, while the rest of the Navy unleashed a torrent of attacks. Upon witnessing the clash, the officers of the bold pirate crew chose their opponents and charged into battle. Tisen observed the fray, sensing something amiss. The Navy could not possibly be unguarded. Yet, with the admirals and vice-admirals now assembled, he could afford no further delay and prepared to engage with caution, ever mindful of potential flanking from the Navy. After conferring briefly with Mona, he braced himself for confrontation. Those two brats shall not escape this time. I stake my honor on eliminating you here. Should you continue to grow, this sea shall plunge into further chaos, Major Shanton declared, confronting Tisen and his companion with an aggressive demeanor. Realizing the Major's intent, Tisen felt a sense of foreboding. Even combined, they stood little chance against such an elite officer. Though Major Shanton lacked a devil fruit ability, his mastery of hockey was exceptional, coupled with his proficiency in all 6 forms of combat, including extended techniques. According to Gina, he even possessed the ability of life return, rendering him a formidable opponent with no apparent weaknesses. Perceiving the Major's focused intent, Tisen resolved to stall for time until his comrades could provide support. You seem eager to capture me. I do not recall us having crossed paths before. Absurd child. Is it not the Navy's duty to capture pirates? Such naive questions from one who fancies himself a promising newcomer. The Major's disdainful words dripped with condescension. Moreover, the treasures of the world government are not easily seized. The item you speak of should have been left to you before his demise. Clearly, you have not utilized it. If you willingly surrender it to me, I may go easy on you. After the Major's initial taunt, he followed up with a probing query. Tisen maintained a calm facade but was internally perplexed. The old man had indeed slipped something into his possession before passing, a map marking an island along the Grand Line, the name of which remained unknown, yet it was not far from Sabeti Archipelago. During his time with the bold pirate crew, he had considered taking Mona to explore it, but given their youth, he doubted Captain Murray would consent, and he wished to keep the matter secret. Now, reflecting upon the old man's gift, Tisen pondered whether it might be something of significance to his own identity. The item you speak of has already been sold, he replied, aiming to gauge the Major's reaction. What? You insolent brat. Do you understand the value of what you possess? When did you sell it? Major Shanton pressed on, undeterred. That? I seem to have forgotten, Tisen said, scratching his head with a fair-skinned hand. That I shall make you remember. You little wretch, Major Shanton roared, launching a fist towards him. Anticipating the attack, Tisen dodged to the side, regaining his footing before addressing Mona. Mona, now is the time to showcase the results of your training over these past 4 years. Do not falter. I'll take the right, you take the left. If we cannot hold our ground, we must retreat and preserve our lives, Tisen cautioned, his expression grave. Boss, worry not. I know what to do, Mona exclaimed, charging towards Major Shanton with his massive fists raised. Seeing Mona engage, Tisen hesitated no longer. Drawing his straight sword to test the waters, his knowledge of the Major's capabilities was limited, having only heard from Gina. Thus, he knew he must understand the situation before unleashing his ultimate techniques. Through 4 years of rigorous training, Tisen had mastered the art of swordsmanship to the point of cutting through iron, and now he could even unleash sword energy. Although not exceedingly proficient, this is indeed the hallmark of a swordsman. With swords in both hands and the color of armament hockey enveloping the blades, he lunges forward toward General Shanton, coordinating an assault alongside Mona, just as the tip of his sword was about to graze the chest of General Shanton. The latter swiftly retaliated, sending Mona flying with a powerful punch, and subsequently used his darkened arm to parry the attack, producing a resounding clang as sparks flew in all directions. General Shanton first dispatched the oncoming Mona with a single punch, and upon noticing Tisen charging with his sword, he reacted with astonishing speed. Mona, propelled backward, clutched his right arm with his left hand, grimacing in pain as he muttered about the overwhelming strength of his opponent. His fists felt unusually solid, and his arm was growing weak. For now, he could only hold back from the sidelines, waiting to see if their leader had any strategies. Observing that his attack had failed, Tisen leaped away from his original position, reappearing several paces distant. He understood well that such assaults would prove futile against an adversary with such formidable armament hockey, which had not even been grazed. How surprising that a mere brat like you has awakened armament hockey, he mused, recalling that he had previously encountered individuals who had even awakened conqueror's hockey. However, the true measure of that awakening remained to be seen. Their capabilities could not possibly withstand his might. I shall first eliminate this little giant, and then turn my attention to you. With his dark arms slowly lowering, General Shanton addressed the two before sidestepping to launch an attack on Mona. Tisen, recognizing the opportunity, released his chakra, which swiftly coalesced in his palm, and then along the length of his sword. In an instant, the air around the blade crackled with ominous energy, visibly radiating with power. General Shanton, having just sent Mona flying, suddenly sensed the change behind him and was taken aback. Though he had long suspected that this brat possessed the abilities of the melt fruit, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter. The sight of Tisen's sword, imbued with a palpable, unsettling force, filled him with unease. As Mona was once again sent hurtling away, Tisen felt a sense of foreboding. This adversary's strength was indeed fearsome, and if Mona endured another couple of blows, he would likely be unable to withstand it. With determination, Tisen launched himself at General Shanton once more, swinging his long sword with the air around it crackling from the friction. The blade descended directly toward Shanton, who hastily raised his arm to block. Sparks erupted as they clashed, and with a startled reaction akin to that of a frightened rabbit, Shanton exerted his strength to deflect the sword, staggering back and carving a trench into the ground. Once steadied, General Shanton inspected the area that had been struck, discovering that his skin had been scraped. Although the Navy had previously reported that this individual was a melt fruit user, he had not anticipated such a scenario where even hockey could not provide perfect defense. Nevertheless, as long as he distanced himself in an instant, he would remain unscathed. Ultimately, he could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, no amount of stamina would suffice. The prowess of an elite commander lay not only in raw strength, but also in exceptional analytical skills during combat. In just that one exchange, General Shanton had devised a strategy for their confrontation. Shave. Finger pistol. Seeing that his previous strike had failed, he prepared for Tisen's incoming assault. However, the situation turned dire as he unleashed 6 techniques in quick succession. After narrowly evading the finger pistol, Tisen executed sword technique. Half Moon, releasing a wave of sword energy infused solely with hockey, as he had yet to master the ability to channel chakra through his sword energy. As General Shanton observed Tisen swinging his sword and unleashing a wave of sword energy, his eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, brat. Even if you can unleash cuts, you cannot possibly be my match. At the same time, General Shanton recognized the substantial threat posed by Tisen. Although the immediate danger was minimal, the prior events had revealed Tisen's involvement with the Orr's family. Should this brat continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant nuisance. With that thought in mind, General Shanton unleashed a storm kick, shattering the sword energy produced by Tisen, and then closed the distance swiftly. Iron block. Finger pistol. In midair, General Shanton executed both techniques, aiming for Tisen's head. Realizing the gravity of the assault, Tisen dared not confront it head-on and leaped away to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Mona, having recovered, launched a punch toward General Shanton. Seizing the opportunity, just as he was about to stabilize himself, he raised his sword with both hands. However, To his shock, General Shanton, who had initially aimed a hockey-infused punch at Mona, suddenly pivoted. What? With a powerful blow. He struck Tisen squarely in the chest, eliciting a muffled grunt. General Shanton would rather endure a punch from Mona than miss the chance to attack Tisen. Thud. Ah. Tisen immediately spat a mouthful of blood. Flying backward until he finally came to a halt, collapsed on the ground. Gasping for air, as if his entire skeletal structure had disintegrated, it felt as if he had been struck by a mountain. The force rendering him dizzy. Boss, Shanton, you bastard. Simultaneously, witnessing his leader being sent flying, Mona, his face smeared with blood, summoned all his strength and struck General Shanton's right cheek. Instantly, General Shanton was also sent reeling. Tisen, are you all right? How are you holding up? Feeling someone lift him, Tisen leaned into the embrace of Gina, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. He observed her bloodied visage and tattered clothing, revealing the harsh toll of the previous battle. Rest for now. I will handle him, Gina declared, assisting Tisen to a safe distance. Tisen quickly grasped her shoulder, urging, be careful, Gina. With a smile and a nod, Gina rose to engage General Shanton once more. Watching as both he and Mona were saved by this woman, Tisen felt a swell of inadequacy. If only the abilities of the elder were more potent, they might not find themselves in such dire straits. He had initially believed he had ample time for growth. But since the incident on Giant Stone Island, Tisen increasingly felt that the elder's powers were frustratingly slow in development. The name, Or's Tisen identity, adopted son of Charles, resident of Giant Stone Island. Member of the Or's family dream goal, to protect the small village on Giant Stone Island, live a peaceful life, and transform the village houses into villas, dream shattered, to embark on adventures at sea. He joined the hero's pirate crew to train and grow stronger, seeking to uncover the identity of his enemies. New goal, profession, architectural designer, swordsman skills, sword technique, half moon, sword technique, full moon. Observation hockey, awakened since childhood, armament hockey, hardening stage, conqueror's hockey, unstable state. Acquired skills, possesses the elder's abilities, but requires time for gradual development. Additionally, due to a lack of knowledge in hand seals, certain skills of the elder cannot be utilized. Perception, 100, can be used, capable of sensing the flow of an enemy's chakra, detecting their movements, and swiftly evading attacks, with range increasing alongside chakra accumulation. Dustless Mirage, 100, can be used, possessing the ability to render oneself invisible, yet unable to evade the perception of Kenbunchaku. Dust Release, technique of world separation, 23, can be used, but cannot be released. Dust Release, technique of limit separation, 23, cannot be used. Technique of division, 0, cannot be used. Earth Release, technique of super light and heavy rock, 27, can be used at 100, but cannot use Earth Release, only able to alter the weight of oneself or external objects. Mona, observing that her leader was unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over her. If even their captain had been rendered powerless by that individual's single strike, it was evident that the earlier confrontation had been deliberate. This mountain commander did not appear to be as dim-witted as he seemed, Mona mused. Seeing Gina launch an attack, Mona hurried to assist. As for Gina, her swift arrival was due to her earlier engagement with a rather unremarkable middle-ranking admiral. Fortuitously, this admiral, for reasons unknown, had become careless and fell victim to Gina's bubble technique, leaving him defenseless against her subsequent blows. Culminating in his imminent defeat on the other side, after regaining his breath, Tisen felt considerably better that he slowly rose, observing Gina and Mona engaged in battle with the mountain commander. Suddenly, he witnessed the mountain commander execute a swift maneuver. Appearing behind Mona and adopting a peculiar stance, dodge, Mona, Tisen shouted, sensing impending danger. Trash of the ocean, perish, the mountain commander roared, his face a mask of blood and chaos. 6 King's spear, a powerful gust erupted, and Mona coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her figure hurtling towards Tisen. Mona, Gina cried out, her beautiful visage etched with concern. Damn that mountain commander, Tisen thought, gathering all his strength to intercept the oncoming shadow. That a tremendous force surged forth, propelling both him and the shadow a considerable distance before they finally came to a halt. Having not fully recovered from his previous injuries, Tisen was once again overwhelmed by the immense impact, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Yet, he felt somewhat revitalized. glancing at the dark liquid pooling on the ground, evidence of the injuries he had sustained. With some blood from his lungs still unexpelled, gently placing Mona on the ground, he surveyed the towering figure of his companion, battered and bloodied. The magnitude of her injuries rendered her unconscious, her eyes rolling back. Panic set in for Tisen. This companion, who had followed him since childhood, had never endured such severe wounds. What should he do now? His thoughts were a tumultuous whirlwind. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He could only try this. Despite the life-threatening risks, he retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing 10 pills, the purpose of which he was unaware that he had always hesitated to use them. But in this dire situation, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He placed one of the pills into Mona's mouth, now praying that the outcome would be favorable, hoping the system would not disappoint him. Minutes passed, and then she moved, astonished by the potency of the medicine. It appeared to be a healing remedy, and relief flooded Tisen as he watched Mona's fingers twitch, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. Mona slowly opened her eyes, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her body. Initially pleasant, however, as the energy intensified, it began to flood her meridians it hurts, Captain, it hurts. Mona suddenly screamed, jolting Tisen from his thoughts, who then widened his eyes in disbelief that Mona's muscles bulged, veins popping as the blood within surged and boiled. She writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Witnessing this, Tisen felt as though he might collapse from despair. What manner of medicine was this? Mona, are you all right? Don't frighten me. Brother, please respond. The commotion drew the attention of the two combatants nearby. Gina, upon witnessing this, swiftly dashed to Tisen's side. Humph, you survived my blow. You wretched pirate, I'll finish you off. The mountain commander, seeing that Mona was still alive after being struck with full force, charged towards her once more. Unleashing a barrage of attacks, Gina's face was a blend of worry and compassion. What happened, Tisen? Was it the blow from the mountain commander that caused this? Just as Tisen was about to respond, the mountain commander launched another assault, and suddenly, Mona's voice echoed once more. Captain, I feel an overwhelming surge of power, as though my body might burst. It's so painful. Mona, stand up and unleash that power upon the mountain commander. Release the energy within you, Tisen urged, sensing the urgency as the mountain commander prepared to strike again. Gina will provide support from the sidelines and ensure Mona's safety. He felt a strange familiarity with Mona's condition, though he couldn't quite place it. Upon hearing Tisen's words, Mona stood up, her already formidable stature seemingly vanishing in an instant, her speed magnified beyond comprehension, leaving a fissure in the ground. Tisen and Gina were left astounded by the spectacle. Tisen pondered, could that pill enhance strength and speed? No time for questions now. Gina, let us go. Are you all right? If you need to rest, I can handle this alone. Gina, concerned about Tisen's injuries, replied, I'm fine, Tisen. I'm not hurt. Let us help Mona. Let us go. After we defeat him, we'll return, Tisen declared, charging towards the battlefield. Left behind, Gina noticed Tisen had already moved ahead, her cheeks flushing crimson, her cheeks puffing in annoyance as she mimicked a punching gesture. You little rascal, I'll get you back for this one day. With that, she hurried after Tisen. Meanwhile, the cadre of the heroic pirate crew was drawing to a close, with most of the admirals in the Navy already incapacitated. Only one or two remained standing. Captain Muley and General Fei Huang were still locked in combat, both battered and bruised, their conditions nearly equal. However, judging by the momentum, it seemed the conclusion was imminent. Breathing heavily, Captain Muley surveyed the tattered figure of General Fei Huang, then glanced at the people below him. In an instant, he summoned all his strength and charged towards Fei Huang. 1,000 tons, supergravity fist, seeing Muley's attack approaching. General Fei Huang, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily conjured a massive snow pillar in midair to counter Muley's blow. At that moment, Fei Huang seemed to sense something, suddenly shouting downward, "Watch out! Muley is coming!" Captain Muley was closing in on the two officer cadets. A plan he had meticulously devised: first engage Fei Huang, then seize the opportunity to rescue Stona, and finally execute his escape. As usual, as Muley descended upon them, the two officers retreated in alarm, their faces betraying sheer terror. Seeing them retreat, Captain Muley erupted in laughter, thinking to himself, I've got you now, Stona. I'm coming to save you. Are you all right, my brother? Captain Murray smiled faintly. Below, Stona's eyes flickered at the sight, and he offered a slight smile in return. Captain Murray, I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. I'm coming to rescue you. After emitting an odd chuckle, Captain Murray reached out, aiming to grasp Stona's shoulder. However, just as he was about to make contact, an unforeseen event transpired in an instant. A pair of handcuffs clamped down on Captain Murray's hand, halting his advance towards Stona. Subsequently, a dark fist lunged towards Murray's abdomen in that fleeting moment when Murray's hand was shackled. He had yet to react before a punch sent him flying, blood spewing from his mouth as his head struck the ground, carving a deep trench that was truly harrowing to behold. On the other side, the crew members of the brave pirate ship, who had been eagerly anticipating Captain Murray's rescue of the vice captain, were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Time seemed to freeze for both the Navy and the pirates. What the hell are you doing, Stona? You scoundrel! Isn't he our vice captain? How could this happen? How dare you do this to the captain? Stona, have you betrayed us? A cacophony of angry shouts erupted among the pirates, their faces contorted with rage. After sending Captain Murray sprawling, Stona slowly turned to face the enraged pirates, remarking, "Betrayal? How ludicrous! I have always been a part of the world government." "Vice Captain, don't make me laugh. You bunch of detritus from the sea," he scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. The crowd of pirates, upon hearing Stona's words, erupted into a tumult of emotions. Some wept, others raged, voicing their fury in a chaotic uproar. Stona, indifferent to the insults hurled at him, contemplated the successful completion of his mission, ready to report back to Lord Spandane. Thus fulfilling his duty, it turned out that Stona was indeed a member of the Spandane family. Having been placed in the secret agency long ago, leveraging his skills and connections to ascend the ranks within CP.6 years prior, under the directive of the Spandane family, he infiltrated the brave pirate ship as an undercover agent, aiming to pave the way for Spandane's rise within the world government. Although this alone would not suffice for Spandane to ascend, it was adequate for him to achieve several promotions. The collapse on Rock Island was orchestrated by Stona as well. This was, of course, under Spandane's instructions, who sought to dominate Judicial Island. Yet Linford remained a formidable obstacle. When Linford dispatched his subordinates to execute a mission on Rock Island, Stona sabotaged their efforts. He initially feigned anger towards Vice Admiral Shanton, luring him into combat. Subsequently, he utilized the powers of the stone fruit to manipulate the colossal stones on the island, as there was a hidden stone outpost beneath Rock Island, resulting in the catastrophic collapse. After the failure of Linford's men on Rock Island, nearly all operatives perished, and following Chaz's demise, Linford shifted his focus onto the Tisen and Mona brothers, seemingly in search of something. Thus, it led to the scene where Vice Admiral Shanton arranged for the capture of Tisen and his companions in Water 7. Vice Admiral Shanton had owed Linford a favor from years past, which prompted his assistance, compounded by his recognition of Tisen's potential, leading to an intent to eliminate him. Witnessing Tisen slay Rear Admiral Deus, Stona initially aimed to thwart Linford's plans, fearing that Tisen's capture by Deus would jeopardize Spandane's objectives. Hence, the moment Tisen spotted Stona was pivotal. Reflecting on these thoughts, Stona addressed Admiral Fei Huang, stating, "Admiral Fei Huang, please deal with them. I must report to the world government." "Stona, don't even think about leaving." Captain Murray, blood streaming from his head, staggered towards Stona, gasping for breath. With a surge of effort, the shackles on his wrists shattered and fell to the ground. The scene shifted back to Tisen and his companions. Vice Admiral Shanton, now devoid of his earlier imposing presence, lay motionless on the ground, battered and bruised. Likewise, Tisen and his comrades were in dire straits. Tisen knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword, while Mona appeared even more grotesque, her body encased in coagulated blood mixed with filth, unconscious yet seemingly at peace. Nearby, Gina had also succumbed to unconsciousness, bearing numerous injuries, the most severe being a direct hit to her right shoulder from Vice Admiral Shanton, likely fracturing several bones. Tisen, gripping his long sword, slowly rose to confront the fallen Vice Admiral, who still exhibited signs of consciousness. He extended his sword towards Shanton's neck, declaring, "I wish to know about the Orr's family. If you tell me, I shall spare your life." "Humph, you wretched brat. Do you think that by killing me, you can escape? Just wait." Vice Admiral Shanton struggled to lift his head. "As for the Orr's family, you may as well know. The Eanes of the family obstruct the world government's rule and were assassinated by the secret agency. I believe that lineage has been eradicated. It's unfortunate you escaped somehow. Nevertheless, it matters not. You won't leave this island alive today." With that, Vice Admiral Shanton collapsed, breaths growing shallower. Tisen had hoped to uncover the truth, but fell short. Observing Shanton's imminent demise, he swiftly ended his life with a single stroke. Retracting his sword, he turned his gaze towards Captain Murray, closing his eyes momentarily to gather his strength. After a brief struggle, he opened his eyes and, with one person under each arm, began to stagger towards the ship. He had no more energy left to fight. All he desired was to preserve his own life. The fate of Captain Murray was no longer his concern. He understood the captain's motivations, for as the leader of the brave pirate crew, Murray could not afford to abandon his crew, lest he lose their faith and trust, jeopardizing his role as captain. Meanwhile, Captain Murray lay amidst a pool of blood, having sustained a brutal blow while simultaneously contending with the hidden powers of Stona and Admiral Fei Huang. Growing older, he lacked the stamina of his youth and was quickly rendered unable to rise. The crew and officers of the brave pirate ship, determined to rescue their captain, re-engaged in fierce combat. Stona, observing the chaos, furrowed his brow and remarked to Admiral Fei Huang, "Admiral, my mission is complete and I must return to report to the higher-ups. You are responsible for the situation here. I trust you will capture all the pirates, or you will find yourself in trouble. The Navy knows how to operate. You needn't instruct me. Get lost, you piece of trash." Fei Huang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the arrogant Stona. "You." Humph. Stona intended to retort, but, upon meeting Fei Huang's gaze, hesitated, realizing his mission was accomplished, and engaging in a quarrel was unnecessary. Once Stona departed, Fei Huang commanded, "All Navy personnel, commence the cleanup operation." "Yes, Admiral Fei Huang." The officers replied in unison, promptly halting their skirmish with the brave pirates and retreating. The brave pirates, bewildered by the Navy's sudden shift in tactics, were left in confusion. After issuing his orders, Admiral Fei Huang sat beside Captain Murray, pausing momentarily before speaking. "Murray, I never expected this day would come that we've fought for over a decade, and I suppose we've formed some bond. Is there anything you wish to say?" Captain Murray's gaze was vacant, as though he had lost something profound within. It was no wonder, as betrayal by a companion of 6 years would evoke such emotions. Gradually lifting his bloodied head, a flicker of light returned to his hollow eyes as he implored, "Could you spare them? Capturing me should suffice, shouldn't it?" The illustrious Admiral Fei Huang slowly shook his head ever so slightly. "You see, it is simply impossible. As long as the pirates upon the sea persist, we cannot afford to hold back. Moreover, your vessel is manned by several individuals of considerable potential that, of course, had they chosen to surrender, they might have avoided death, yet they would be consigned to the depths of Impel Down, where those possessing abilities would be encased in ice." He cast a sidelong glance at him. Captain Murray, upon hearing Admiral Fei Huang's refusal of his plea, fell silent, resting his head against the ground, murmuring to himself, "As a captain, I have truly failed. I cannot even safeguard the lives of my subordinates. I should have heeded that young lad's counsel." Nevertheless, he felt no regret, for this was who he was, after all. Fei Huang, since it has come to this, I have one final request, that I do not wish to spend the remainder of my days in the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, after Tisen hoisted Gina and Mona aboard the pirate ship, he lingered only briefly before departing in a small boat. As Tisen sat in the small craft, the tension that had previously gripped him began to dissipate. He turned to gaze at the receding island, his emotions a tumultuous blend. On one hand, he felt a sense of guilt toward Captain Murray, but on the other, he believed he owed him nothing, as he simply did not wish to sacrifice his life here. That he had never intended to remain on the heroic pirate ship. His purpose for staying was to train and grow stronger, and he had already exerted himself to the utmost during this endeavor. He had no desire to perish needlessly. With this realization, the complex emotions within him gradually began to settle. Just as he thought he had found safety, he suddenly sensed a ship approaching from the front. As the vessel drew nearer, Tisen discerned that a line of warships was arranged in a circular formation. They had long since surrounded this island. When had this transpired? His previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Was he to seek refuge beneath the waves today? No, he could not perish here. There were still many unfinished matters awaiting him. He could not allow himself to die in this place. Observing the warships slowly encircling the island's center, he rose to his feet, determined to seize one of the military vessels. Although he lacked nautical skills, he could at least wait for Gina to awaken. At that moment, As Tisen prepared to swim over and commandeer a warship, the sound of cannon fire erupted from all directions. Slowly, he raised his gaze to the sky, murmuring to himself, "Am I truly destined to perish here?" How utterly disheartening. He beheld countless small black dots descending from the heavens toward his small boat. Lowering his head, he noticed a naval officer on a warship issuing commands. Bang, bang, bang. Fire. Someone has escaped. Open fire. Leave no one alive, shouted Rear Admiral Enwaifs from the bow of the flagship. The naval personnel aboard the warship saw that the small boat had been utterly obliterated by cannon fire before continuing their advance toward the island. 3 days later, news spread across the world. The heroic pirate crew had been annihilated by the Navy, with all members falling victim to the naval bombardment, none surviving. Among them, Captain Jarris Murray, who had already been captured, was shot dead by Admiral Fei Huang during an attempted escape in a certain sea region of the Grand Line. A figure with a pale visage, yet strikingly exquisite features, floated in the water, clutching a piece of wood. This individual had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a while, the person resting on the plank stirred slightly, finally opening their eyes. "Where am I?" Tisen thought, laboriously lifting his head to survey the boundless ocean, feeling icy all over. Parched and famished, he recalled the previous chaos, the small boat being blown to pieces, and Gina and Mona being scattered. It was astonishing that he had managed to cling to life. He wondered how they fared. "Oh, right," Tisen thought, clutching the plank with one hand while retrieving a small wooden barrel from his bosom with the other. Upon opening it, he removed the top layer and brought it to his lips. Gulping down the water within, he drank deeply, quenching his parched lips and soothing his throat. After a considerable time, he replaced the lid and took out the layer of jerky, devouring it eagerly. This had been a precautionary measure, and he had not anticipated its necessity. It would sustain him for a while longer. He hoped to drift to a nearby island or encounter a passing ship to secure his salvation. As he pondered, however, Tisen realized something was amiss. Why was there not a single breeze? The water lay still, devoid of waves. Where had he drifted? The doldrums. Upon recognizing his predicament, Tisen felt a wave of despair wash over him. After narrowly escaping death, he found himself ensnared in the doldrums. Without wind, he could only float aimlessly. A dire situation indeed. To make matters worse, this area was home to Sea Kings. What could he do? Just as he fretted over the looming threat of the Sea Kings, his fears materialized. With a tremendous splash, the water began to rise. Crashing against his body, he looked up in terror, only to see a colossal beast surfacing from the depths. Its form reminiscent of an enormous frog. Through his eyes, he could see its enormous, unending pupils scanning the waters. In that moment, Tisen silently prayed that the creature would perceive him as merely flotsam in the sea and overlook his presence. Suddenly, the frog-like monster's gaze locked onto him, and its massive hand began to rise ominously. As he braced himself for what seemed an inevitable demise, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, just as he thought he would be devoured. A voice rang out in his mind like a celestial melody. A slender, breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a green coat and high heels, her right arm adorned with shimmering scales, struck the immense creature with a single blow, sending it crashing into the depths. Tisen then felt himself lifted effortlessly by this enchanting woman as she vanished, transporting him onto a ship. "Have you encountered misfortune? How did you find yourself in this doldrum?" she inquired, gazing at him with curiosity. Tisen, with a pitiful expression and one hand shielding his eyes, replied, "I am Aorisi Tisen, originally from the East Blue. I set sail with my family for trade, but our ship was caught in a storm. I have no idea how I ended up here. My family is likely lost to the sea." Casting a glance around, he was taken aback to find himself surrounded entirely by women, all dressed rather scantily. A sense of apprehension arose within him. He had not anticipated encountering them. What would happen now? After all, he was a man, and surely they would not offer him aid. "We are the ship of the Amazon Lily. And I am Snake Princess Shirahoshi. We were out gathering resources, and now we are returning. Will you accompany us or disembark?" Tisen kept his hand over his eyes, unable to muster the courage to remove it. Inwardly, he contemplated striking this woman. Did he truly have a choice? Would he leap into the sea to become a meal for the Sea Kings? No, he was a man. Could he even set foot on Women Island? He recalled that entry was strictly forbidden for men. Just then, the Snake Princess spoke again. "As a rule, We of Nine Snake do not harbor outsiders, especially men. However, we may make an exception for women. Speak your decision. The beautiful woman appeared to grow impatient. Hearing her words, Tisen quickly lifted his gaze to meet her stunning countenance, his heart boiling with indignation. Did she truly mistake him for a woman? He felt a profound sense of humiliation, his cheeks burning with rage. How could he confront her about this? Unable to contain his emotions, he blurted out, "I wish to remain aboard the ship. Thank you." Tisen hastily rose, bowing in gratitude. Very well, a woman is a woman. He thought that it is certainly preferable to be alive than to face death. Take her inside to change her clothes and fetch her some food. The Serpent Empress instructed as she glanced at the women observing from the side. Yes, Your Grace. Hey, woman, follow me. As she regarded a tall, slender woman, whose stature was comparable to Mona's, a wave of frustration washed over her. What on earth is happening to me? So many twists and turns in a single day. Truly, misfortunes never come alone. Subsequently, Tisen followed her into the cabin. You can stay in this room for now. I will bring you some food, the tall, well-proportioned woman said as she led Tisen into a chamber, gazing down at him. All right, thank you. After watching the woman leave, Tisen, drenched, plopped down onto the floor, reflecting on the events of the day. He mused that he had never experienced anything so absurd in both this life and the last. He was also deeply concerned about Mona and Gina. Both were gravely injured, while Mona's condition was somewhat manageable. Gina's was far more dire. Her wounds were severe, and Tisen was genuinely worried. Suddenly, Tisen slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten this? He reached into his pocket, revealing a piece of white paper as expected. It's fine. This was Gina's life card. Long ago, in the New World, they had exchanged life cards with one another. However, Mona's card was lost, as Gina had previously claimed that spending all day together meant it was unnecessary. Now, he had no way of knowing Mona's condition. Nevertheless, he believed she would not perish so easily. Remembering the pill he had given Mona, he realized it resembled a cleansing elixir that could enhance physical strength and seemed capable of purging impurities from the body. Moreover, after consumption, one's skin would become radiant and translucent. This was quite astonishing. How could he be in an otherworldly realm, yet find himself in a mystical cultivation scenario? Although it was indeed beneficial. The process was excruciating. Recalling how Mona had reacted after taking it, a shiver ran down Tisen's spine. Wait, I'll take it later. He resolved to delay taking the pill, feeling a touch of trepidation. Knock, knock. I am coming in. Please, enter. Upon hearing the voice outside, he quickly stood. The same woman from before entered, one hand carrying food and the other bearing clothing, covered by a piece of cloth. Here, this is food and clothing. Please change into the clothes so you don't catch a cold, she kindly suggested. Thank you. Tisen then removed the cloth covering the garments, and in an instant he found himself at a loss for words. What you hold is a cloak, and beneath it is a garment. I am unsure of your size, but based on my observations, this is the smallest available on the ship, so you will have to make do. He held the cloak in his hands, staring at the woman's undergarments below. What am I supposed to do? I am a man. Moreover, it seemed to fit rather well. What the hell? Today has truly been a disaster. He recalled how the women outside had dressed similarly. I apologize. But could you possibly find something less revealing? I'm not quite accustomed to this. Well, there are other garments, but the women of our nation are warriors, and such attire does not hinder combat, since you have chosen to join our country. You must adapt. I see, that's all right. I can wear anything without it affecting my combat abilities. Thank you, sister, Tisen thought, relieved. All right, I will fetch you something else. The woman left once more, seemingly unperturbed. Before long, she returned with another outfit. Tisen examined the clothing she presented, puzzled. What is this? It's merely a piece of red fabric adorned with patterns. While it is indeed beautiful, how am I to wear it? I will place it here. We will soon return to the Daughter's Kingdom. Since we are traversing a windless zone, the ship is swift. For now, you may remain here, the tall woman stated before exiting, leaving Tisen with an expression of despair. Seated on the bed, he scrutinized the fabric for quite some time without making any moves. Oh well, since I'm here, I might as well figure out how to wear it appropriately. He pondered whether he should inform the Serpent Empress about his desire to be placed on a random island. However, the thought of her formidable nature quickly quelled that idea. He had already expressed his intention to stay, and suddenly retracting it would surely raise her suspicions. If his true identity as a man were to be revealed, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Resigned to his circumstances, he wrapped the fabric around his lower body, then around his upper body, and finally tied the black trim around his waist to his surprise. It resembled a warrior's attire. Tisen admired his reflection in the nearby mirror, nodding in satisfaction before sitting on the bed, lifting one foot to reveal a tantalizing thigh, with his hunger gnawing at him. He finally picked up the food that had been sitting untouched for a while and began to eat. After satisfying his hunger, he reclined on the bed, reflecting on the events that had transpired. Was it truly so difficult to live peacefully in this world? Due to the world government, he had been forced into a series of escapes. Had he truly done something wrong? No, it was not his fault. Tisen's eyes widened as he realized that it was the world government that was to blame for continuously disrupting his life. Was there truly no place in this world where he could live in peace? With this thought, he retrieved the gold pendant resembling Mickey Mouse from around his neck, contemplating the events that had unfolded. Before long, fatigue overcame him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. The ship of the Kuja tribe was finally approaching Amazon Lily. During this time, Tisen had become familiar with the other crew members. They had encountered pirate ships twice and a merchant vessel once. Unsurprisingly, all aboard had been slain by the women of the ship, with their goods being taken aboard. Tisen had even participated in the battles. Before the fights, many women had regarded him with disdain, but afterward, their attitudes shifted, their glances warmer and kinder. It was evident that they were indeed a warrior race. Through this period of interaction, he learned that the current empress of Amazon Lily was named Sherry Lila, the alluring woman who had previously rescued him. She was 46 years old this year. According to Ruria, she would soon abdicate, passing the throne to the next emperor, Gurulioza. Ruria, a towering woman nearly 4 meters tall, was comparable in height to Mona. Upon hearing Ruria mention Gurulioza as the next emperor, Tisen suddenly recalled who that was. The very short old woman he remembered. He wondered if she remained that diminutive even now. Amazon Lily, also known as Daughter Island, is situated in a windless zone, untouched by any stormy weather. The surrounding waters were filled with colossal sea king nests, rendering it perilous for both pirates and naval forces to approach recklessly. However, decades later, the naval forces were able to navigate the windless zone thanks to the genius scientist Vegapunk, who had invented a method to embed sea prism stone beneath their ships. The island's inhabitants remained isolated from the outside world. With only a few combatants venturing beyond, the people of the island had little to no understanding of the outside world, having never even seen what men looked like. After nearly a month of sailing, Tisen and the others finally arrived at Amazon Lily. The gates of Daughter Island slowly opened. A cacophony of sounds poured out, revealing the warm welcome of its residents. Throughout the journey, Tisen felt as though he were in both paradise and hell. He pondered how long he would remain here, as he still needed to search for Mona and Gina. However, he could only leave when the Kuja ship set sail once more, and judging by the spoils of this journey, it seemed unlikely they would depart anytime soon. Tisen, you shall temporarily join the Guardian Warriors. In a short while, I shall take you to meet the captain of the Guardian Warriors. The vessel sailed into the island and came to a halt. Ruria suddenly stepped forward and spoke to Tio. This moment, Tisen remained utterly bewildered, devoid of any plan regarding his next actions, overwhelmed by the absurdities he had encountered during this period. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the woman's arrangements. As night fell, the raucous sounds of the 9 serpent warriors filled the hall both inside and out. Each time the 9 serpents' ships returned from the sea, a feast was held to celebrate their bountiful and safe return. At this moment, Ruria was preparing to introduce him to the captain of the nation's Guardian Warriors. Amidst the cacophony of the warriors, Tisen's gaze lingered on a diminutive woman for a few seconds before he followed Ruria outside. Soon, he encountered a woman towering around 2 meters tall, the most beautiful he had ever seen since his arrival. With a voluptuous figure and an extraordinarily graceful appearance, she possessed a cascade of golden hair. Dressed in revealing pink attire, half of her bosom was exposed, with only a small piece of pink fabric covering her lower body. Draped behind her was a pink cloak, complemented by pink boots. She appeared delicate and sweet, and Tisen was instantly captivated upon their first meeting, even more so than when he had seen the Serpent Lady a month prior. Although the Serpent Lady was already 46 years old, She remained enchanting. However, compared to this captain of the Guardian Warriors, he found himself more inclined towards the latter. Tisen, allow me to introduce you, Rue Relia said as she stepped forward. This is the captain of our nation's Guardian Warriors. Rue Relia. Observing Rue Relia approaching with a stranger, the captain's curiosity was piqued. Having never ventured beyond the confines of her homeland, she was cut off from the outside world, and each time the elite warriors returned from their voyages, she would eagerly inquire about the happenings beyond. Rue Relia, who is this? This woman is someone we rescued from outside, and she has now joined our nation. Her name is Aorisi Tisen, and she is 14 years old. Lady Serpent permitted her to join the Guardian Warriors, which is why I brought her to meet you. Hello? Tisen greeted with a smile, momentarily shy as he beheld her exquisite face and voluptuous figure. Although he had encountered many beautiful women during the month aboard the ship, none had caused his heart to flutter like this. However, it was merely admiration. She was simply a sight to behold. Uplifting his spirits. Greetings, I am Fize Nailuo, the captain of the Guardian Warriors. Since it is the command of Lady Serpent, from this day forth, you shall be a member of the Guardian Warriors. You must endeavor to protect our nation. Fize Nailuo attempted to present herself as a leader, and Tisen found it amusing to witness her feigned composure. Rue Relia, you may attend to your matters. Rest assured, I shall take care of her. Fize Nailuo said earnestly to Rue Relia. After waving her off, she turned to Tisen, intending to speak, but suddenly exclaimed, I apologize. Though Rue Relia introduced your name earlier, I did not catch it. Could you please repeat it? Her cheeks flushed as she fumbled for words. Tisen couldn't help but smile at her natural clumsiness. However, who could resist someone so charming? My name is Aorisi Tisen, but you may call me Tisen. Tisen, what a peculiar name, Fize Nailuo remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion, feeling as though she had never encountered such an unusual name before. Yet, she did not dwell on her earlier faux pas, noticing the change in Tisen's expression. She swiftly shifted the subject. Would you like me to introduce you to Gura Liliosa? She is my dear sister, and is about to become the next empress. If possible, I would like to rest. Tisen replied, unconcerned about revealing too much regarding his identity. Moreover, he was quite fatigued from the long journey at sea, yearning for a peaceful slumber. Of course, you must be exhausted after such a long hunt. Allow me to take you to rest. With that, she grasped Tisen's hand and led him in another direction. As they walked, Fize Nailuo bombarded him with questions, her chatter seemingly endless. Despite this, he patiently answered her inquiries. Through their conversation, he discerned that Fize Nailuo was indeed a simple-minded individual, possessing an innocent nature. Here we are. I reside directly opposite you, so I can frequently come over to inquire about the outside world. Fize Nailuo's large eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her lips forming a cute pout. I shan't disturb your rest any longer. I had hoped to ask you more about the outside world. Perhaps tomorrow. I am indeed weary today. I apologize for not being able to engage in conversation with you to learn more about this country, such as where Luffy will train decades from now, that I can only recall a tree that resembles a colossal white radish. However, he needed to organize his forthcoming plans, and, more importantly, he was genuinely tired. Although his injuries had healed, he desired a comfortable sleep. Really? That is splendid. Good night. Nailuo waved a pleated hand and flashed an enchanting smile before departing. Tisen then entered the room that had been arranged for him. As he collapsed onto the bed, he pondered his next steps. First, he needed to refine his haki to a higher level, although he had awakened it previously. His mastery over armament haki remained insufficient, necessitating a location for focused training. But he recalled an island nearby, which would eventually become Luffy's destination, known for its formidable creatures. If he could train there for a time, he was certain he would see improvement. Currently, he could only hold his own against a typical rear admiral, and even then, victory was not guaranteed due to his lack of stamina. However, these challenges were surmountable. He still possessed the pills provided by the system, which could enhance his physique and aid in the cultivation of armament haki. For his swordsmanship, he was already a master swordsman and could hone his skills by battling the powerful creatures on the island. Finally, he needed to seek guidance from the Serpent Lady regarding his Conqueror's haki, as he had yet to learn to control it. Lastly, he intended to develop a unique technique utilizing chakra. Without it, he might find himself unable to escape from formidable foes. Once he had made progress in these areas, he would devise a plan to locate Mona and Gina. Gradually, as his thoughts wandered, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Tisen awoke feeling invigorated, donning a garment adorned with red lace and fastening a cloak around him. Today marked his first day as a guardian warrior of this nation, and Naluo would introduce him to the protective areas and familiarize him with his surroundings. Our Amazon lily is enveloped by lush jungles and nestled among towering mountains. The entire nation is constructed in the form of a fortress. As Tisen stepped outside, he saw Naluo still clad in the attire from the previous day. Since their encounter had been at dusk, the lighting had obscured her beauty, but now, she appeared even more alluring and strikingly beautiful. Throughout their walk, Naluo detailed the environment of their nation. The women of this realm were inherently groomed to become warriors. Not only were they robust and spirited, but they also exuded an air of nobility, as evidenced by Naluo, who radiated an unmistakable aura of grace. The women on this island were exceptionally formidable. As they walked, Tisen observed many engaged in combat, farming, and performing laborious tasks independently. During ordinary times, you shall accompany me on patrol throughout this nation, of course, except for the royal residence. Naluo, is Lady Serpent the possessor of Conqueror's Haki? Tisen interjected suddenly as Naluo was expounding on the nation's details that, of course, Lady Serpent is incredibly powerful, and I possess it too. Naluo replied with a smile. What? You too? Tisen exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at her captivating expression. Indeed, although the next empress will be Liliosa. However, this is the reason for my withdrawal. Otherwise, I would also be qualified to run for the position of the next emperor, if you inquire about the reason. It is simply that I wish to venture out to sea, as being an emperor entails too many complications. Upon mentioning the journey to the sea, Naluo displayed a look of longing. Her cheeks flushed, exuding an adorable charm. Could you teach me how to control the Conqueror's Haki? Huh, you possess it too. Naluo's sensuous lips parted in surprise. Very well. I shall teach you, but on the condition that you share with me the happenings outside. That's a trivial matter. The training of the Conqueror's Haki was thus tentatively established, and now it was time to inform Snake Princess about the plan to visit the nearby Beast Island. Remaining in such a place for an extended period might risk revealing one's identity, which could lead to dire consequences. The question was how to articulate this. Naluo, are there any perilous islands nearby? Perhaps teeming with ferocious beasts? He resolved to inquire with Naluo before making further plans. Indeed, there is the island of Ruskana in the northwest, which was once inhabited by a nation. However, due to the overwhelming number of beasts, humanity ultimately succumbed to the struggle for survival, leaving only the beasts to thrive. It is said that the seasons on this island shift weekly, presenting harsh natural conditions, rendering it a perilous place. Why do you ask? You wouldn't wish to. I aspire to cultivate on that island. This matter can only be conveyed to Lady Snake Princess. I cannot make that decision, but do you truly intend to go? It is exceedingly dangerous, no worries. I am quite strong. La. Upon seeing Naluo's worried demeanor, Tisen let out a peculiar laugh. I in the tallest building of 9 Snake, within the royal palace. Tisen had conveyed his thoughts to Snake Princess and was now awaiting her approval to proceed. Are you aware of the dangers of that island? However, if you are resolute, I can permit your passage and arrange for Naluo to escort you. Given your immense potential, I can grant special approval. Snake Princess sat upon her throne, revealing her alluringly tempting thighs. Thank you, Lady Snake Princess. I can now train with peace of mind, avoiding excessive contact with others, thus ensuring my temporary safety. Everything can be addressed after the training is complete. Not long after, he returned to gather his belongings and headed towards the coastline, where Naluo awaited him. This time, Naluo, accompanied by several warriors tasked with safeguarding the kingdom, would escort him. Moreover, Naluo would remain on the island for a while. Firstly, due to Snake Princess's concern for his safety, and secondly, because he had expressed a desire to master the control of Conqueror's Haki. After a moment of contemplation, Snake Princess had agreed. It appeared that Snake Princess was somewhat disengaged from the affairs of the kingdom. Upon questioning Naluo, he learned that preparations for the coronation ceremony of the next emperor had already commenced. He had not anticipated that such a ceremony would require such extensive preparation time. After several hours, they finally arrived at the island he had longed to visit. Once Naluo remained behind, the rest of the escort returned. Naluo, I apologize for the trouble during this time. What are you saying? This is Lady Snake Princess's command. and I have long desired to come out, finally granted the opportunity to explore. Nai Luo disembarked and began to revel in her freedom, excitedly darting into the forest as Tsun gazed upon the island. He ventured inward, soon encountering an enormous tree resembling a giant white radish. Nai Luo explained the significance of this tree, stating that it was the safest spot on the island, where the beasts would not venture near. Subsequently, Nai Luo set down their luggage, and a tent emerged. Once it was set up, she exclaimed joyfully, "Now this is splendid. After my training, I can come here to rest. Since Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated through mere effort, it must be strengthened alongside one's physical prowess. However, I will teach you the methods of control starting tomorrow. For today, let us familiarize ourselves with this island." As night fell, Tsun lay within his tent, having forgotten a crucial matter, that in Nai Luo's presence. He could not consume the pills. He recalled how Mona had taken hers. If discovered to be male, the implications would be dire. Alas, he resolved to find another opportunity. The following day, within the depths of the forest, Tsun marveled at the grandeur of nature and the harshness of the environment, while Nai Luo, akin to an exhilarated child, explored with great curiosity. Along the way, he encountered several creatures, winning each battle only with great difficulty. Consequently, to grow stronger, Tsun fought beasts in the forest daily, enhancing his abilities. In the year 1466 of the Marine Era, Tsun felt a significant improvement in his armament haki. However, due to the limitations imposed by age, his physical strength could only reach a certain level. Thus, he resolved to consume the pills provided by the system. Since Xuanai had returned to Daughter Island months prior, he was no longer concerned about being discovered. Yet, to be cautious, he delved deeper into the forest. After battling multiple creatures, he became utterly exhausted. Consequently, Tsun decided to find a spot on the opposite shoreline of the island to consume a pill. Upon doing so, he experienced the anticipated agony. What was this boiling blood? His body was covered in blood and grime. Feeling as though flames were coursing within him, his blood rushed, and he felt an inexhaustible strength surging through him, seeking a target for release. Thus, the creatures of the forest bore the brunt of his wrath. After toppling several massive beasts, the commotion was so great that it could be felt from outside the island. At that moment, Tsun was oblivious to the consequences. Even if he had known, he would have disregarded them. The overwhelming power within him demanded release, clouding his thoughts and blurring his perception. An hour later, having vented his frustration, Tsun lay on the ground, a satisfied expression gracing his face, while dozens of beasts lay unconscious around him, and trees had collapsed in the aftermath on the outer coastline. "Hurry, bring down the food. I must investigate the source of that commotion." With that, Nai Luo dashed into the depths of the forest, her face etched with concern. Even from a distance, she could hear the anomalies on the island, and her intuition led her to suspect who was involved. "I hope everything is all right." After defeating several beasts along the way, she finally reached the scene of the disturbance, where an area spanning hundreds of meters had been flattened. The sheer volume of beasts piled up made it difficult to discern anything. After searching for a while, Nai Luo managed to move one beast aside, only to find Tsun covered in blood and filth. "Tsun, are you all right?" Sensing his lingering vitality, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, upon seeing the amount of blood, her heart sank, and she hurriedly carried him back. Inside the tent, Nai Luo planned to wash Tsun's body first before applying medicine. The difficulty lay in her inability to locate any wounds to facilitate her search. She decided to clean him up first. However, as she wiped his body, Nai Luo's curiosity piqued. She gazed at his chest. Her fingers brushing against it felt hard. Quite strange. Why was it so different from her own? After cleaning his upper body, her gaze trailed downward. What is this? His lower body was completely unlike her own, piquing Nai Luo's curiosity even further. Tossing the cloth aside, she began to explore with her hands. Suddenly, Nai Luo recalled something. Her hand froze mid-motion as memories of the crew's tales about male anatomy surfaced in her mind. This Tsun is actually a man. How is that possible? This cannot be. But what does this mean? And how did he manage to deceive even Lady Snake Princess? Men, do they truly look like this? Now that Tsun is revealed to be a man, Nai Luo pondered the potential consequences if Lady Snake Princess discovered this. Should she inform Lady Snake Princess? However, Nai Luo had initially intended to share the news of this man with her. Yet after spending time with him, She found no malice in his character. The elite warriors on the ship had warned her that men carried great toxicity and should not be touched. However, having spent so much time with this man without any issues, she suddenly seemed to recall something, her hands retracting in shock, her body curling back as she knelt on the ground, a flush of crimson spreading across her cheeks, extending to her ears, overwhelmed with shyness. Moments later, Tisen slowly opened her eyes, only to feel a chilling sensation enveloping her entire body. As she propped herself up to investigate, her gaze fell upon Naraku, who was aiming a bow and arrow at her from just a few steps away. This is bad. How did she end up here? In an instant, he grasped the situation, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. So you discovered me, huh? I apologize. I shouldn't have deceived you. Since she had been uncovered, Tisen had no choice but to concede. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed, revealing her fair skin. Tisen swiftly dodged to the side, glancing back at the spot where she had just lain, a hand pressed against her chest, filled with trepidation. Are you really going to shoot? Any man deserves to die. Naraku retorted sternly, already stringing her bow once more. Why? What have I done to wrong you? Have I harmed you, or anyone in this country? Upon hearing Thisen's words, Naraku maintained a stoic expression, her brows furrowed in contemplation before continuing. However, others say that all men carry a virus, and that inherently, men are wicked. Tisen was at a loss for words, bewildered by this reasoning, yet she couldn't blame her. After all, this country had isolated itself from the outside world, leaving them in ignorance. All right, Naraku, please lower your bow and arrow. We need to talk. Before she could finish, she witnessed the other party release the arrow, and in a flurry, Tisen found herself in a frantic scramble. This woman was formidable. Through their time together, she had demonstrated mastery over all three forms of haki. Moreover, she had taught Tisen how to control Conqueror's haki. Thus, he had to take this seriously or risk being killed. With all her might, Tisen engaged Naraku in combat at T-15. Thisen's physique was well developed, and she fought Naraku in close quarters, which was perilous for her, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Before long, Tisen found herself at a disadvantage. With no other recourse, she resorted to using her chakra to injure her opponent, subsequently ensnaring her with her body. This technique was one that Naraku had taught her, allowing her to wrap around her opponent like a snake while maintaining softness without sacrificing resilience. She recalled how she had taken advantage of Naraku during their training. Let go of me, you scoundrel, you ungrateful wretch. Be quiet. Tisen was equally furious. Why couldn't this woman pause to hear her out? I was left with no choice. You must know by now that the Snake Princess saved me on the ship, that I have no other options. I only wish to grow stronger quickly and reunite with my companions. As her body softened and coiled around Naraku, her lips nearly brushed against the other's ear. Naraku, who had initially been filled with rage and struggled fiercely, fell silent upon hearing her words that I'm sorry. She finally released her grip, realizing she was still unclothed, and hastily wrapped herself in her garments. Her face flushed in embarrassment, her limbs unsure where to rest, seeing that Naraku had loosened her hold. She gradually stood, her hands awkwardly fidgeting in front of her, her gaze dropping as she momentarily glanced at Tisen. Upon meeting Thisen's gaze, she quickly turned away, her head seemingly steaming, her face adorned with a deep blush. I won't tell, Lady Snake Princess. Suddenly, Naraku's fingers crossed each other as she bowed her head and spoke. Witnessing Naraku's humorous demeanor, Tisen momentarily failed to react. The reversal was too drastic. Are you all right? Did I hurt you? She asked with concern, for she had utilized her chakra, which was now significantly more potent than before, having developed the rudiments of her ultimate technique. Her chakra reserves greatly increased. If she were to release all her chakra into her hands, it would be as large as a watermelon. She believed it wouldn't be long before she could fully develop her ultimate technique. Naraku stammered as she spoke. I am fine. Are you concerned about me? Of course, I appreciate your companionship during this time, and you've taught me so much. We are already good friends. Are really? Then, suddenly, before Naraku could finish her sentence, she collapsed. Naraku, what's wrong? Are you all right? Tisen rushed forward to catch her, quickly realizing that she had overlooked this issue. She had assumed Naraku had fortified her body with armament haki, yet after searching, she couldn't find any wounds. Had she inadvertently caused her harm? Tisen-kun, are you concerned about me? I'm so happy, Naraku said, her body limp, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Tisen, her cheeks flushed as if they were on fire. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" I'm fine. You, call me Narakudat." On a certain island near the Grand Line-S Little Garden, a commotion erupted at one location, filled with raucous laughter. A massive arena was surrounded by an audience as dense as clouds, their discussions, debates, shouts, and scoldings creating a cacophony. Two figures were engaged in a fierce exchange on the stage. One was tall, nearly 5 meters in height, while the other was considerably shorter, yet still over 3 meters tall. Their bout drew fervent cheers from the crowd. "Fight! Kill him! Fistmonner! I've placed 5 million berries on you. Go on! Kill him! Kill him! Kill that damned fishman! Muse, you wretched fishman! I've bet berries on you. If you dare lose, you'll regret it." After a while, amidst the crowd's uproar, the match was nearing its conclusion. 10-ton gravity punch. Bang! With the deafening roar of the crowd, the shorter figure was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to rise again. Oh, he won! Kill the fishman! Kill the fishman! The audience displayed cruel smiles as they shouted towards the arena. However, the tall figure merely turned his back on the incapacitated fishman and walked away. "Aren't you going to kill me?" The fishman managed to lift his head with great difficulty. "Huh? Why would I kill you? I've already won. I just want to make some money," the tall figure replied before leaving the stage, leaving the fishman on the ground in disbelief and gratitude. Cheer for Fistmonner. He has achieved 9 consecutive victories. One more win, and he'll receive 50 million berries as a prize. After a brief intermission, the arena will resume, and we shall see who will claim the reward. A man in a green top hat and glasses announced loudly from the stage. Meanwhile, in an office at the northwest corner of the arena, a man in an extravagant suit kicked the bloodied fishman on the ground. Despite being covered in blood, the fishman could only silently endure the humiliation. His hands were shackled, leaving him unable to resist. "Someone, drag this scoundrel away. Then sell him off. I've already lost so much money on him. I want this trash to earn it back for me." The man in the luxurious suit seemed enraged as he ordered those nearby. "And make sure the last match doesn't go like this. Just like before, call in the Navy. That guy has a bounty of 55 million. And the Navy probably thinks he's already dead." As he spoke, a cold smirk appeared on the suited man's face. The fishman, lying on the ground, battered and bloodied, stared vacantly ahead. However, when he heard the man he kicked mention bringing in the Navy, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Back in the room, Mona munched on some ham, while contemplating his next course of action. It could be said that Mona was indeed fortunate. After the small boat was obliterated, he and Tisen had scattered, and he had spent several days adrift in the sea before being carried by the currents to this island, aided along the way by a small barrel given to him by Tisen. By the time he reached the shore of the island, he was famished, and he set out to find something to eat. After wandering for quite some time, he finally stumbled upon a fruit shop at the town's entrance. He spent all the remaining belly he had on fruits. Starving beyond measure, he eagerly devoured the fruits before him. But soon he sensed something was amiss, as if he had bitten into something unpalatable. Upon inspecting what was in his hand, he noticed a peculiar fruit adorned with intricate patterns, which appeared quite extraordinary. Although he had his suspicions, Mona remained uncertain. Taking another bite, the unpleasant taste assaulted his senses once more. And this time he no longer doubted. He recalled hearing the officers of the hero's pirate crew speak of devil fruits. Realizing that he had inadvertently consumed a devil fruit only heightened his confidence in finding his captain and comrades. With it, his powers could become significantly stronger. It took some experimentation over the following days for him to discern the nature of his fruit's abilities. To his dismay, he discovered that he had consumed the ton fruit, once belonging to Captain Murray. This revelation left Mona heartbroken. His captain was missing, Gina was gone, and their leader was dead. At a loss for what to do, he initially took on several jobs on the island, but was soon dismissed as his employers deemed him a voracious eater. With no particular destination in mind, Mona began to wander the island, hoping to find a place to eat. Before long, he heard about a tournament where one could win a cash prize. He signed up and has since won 9 consecutive matches that if he wins just one more, he would secure enough money to buy a ship and set sail in search of his captain, which had been his plan all along. Knock knock. Who is it? Mona, who had been eating ham while pondering over his thoughts, was interrupted by the sound of knocking. Frowning, he rose to his feet. It's me. "Mr. Mona," came a deep voice. Muse? Yes, it's me. Mona stepped forward and opened the door, revealing Muse, the fishman from today's tournament. Come in and speak. Noticing that Muse seemed to have something important to share, Mona ushered him inside. As soon as they entered, the fishman hurriedly spoke. You should refrain from participating in the upcoming matches. The boss has reported you, and the Navy is likely on its way. What are your plans? Upon hearing Muse's words, Mona did not panic. Rather, he remained remarkably calm. Though he was young, he had spent 4 years with the hero's pirate crew and had traversed the New World, so he was no stranger to such predicaments. I managed to escape while they were distracted. After being captured and losing to you, they deemed me worthless and planned to sell me, so I intend to flee. Muse, observing Mona's unusual composure and recalling his strength, understood the situation well. Are you willing to come with me? I plan to set sail to find my captain. Mona proposed inviting Muse to accompany him, as it would facilitate their search. His primary concern stemmed from the fear that had lingered since his days adrift at sea. Furthermore, he lacked navigational skills and, as a devil fruit user, falling into the ocean would spell his doom, although others might perceive him as honest and simple due to his height and speech. Those familiar with him knew he possessed a keen sense of detail. Of course, in the arena, if you don't kill me, my life is yours, Muse readily agreed. Shall we leave now? No, I must first retrieve my belongings. I worked hard to earn them. Inside the auction hall of Sabaody Archipelago, the atmosphere was electric, with guests fervently bidding on the items on display. 10 million, 15 million. Is there anyone else? 30 million, the auctioneer called out. 30 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, this item will belong to this gentleman. As the auctioneer noted the silence, he struck the gavel, signaling the next item could be presented. That a staff member promptly walked backstage. And soon after, a woman clad in a blue miniskirt and high heels was brought forth, struggling between 2 men. She was strikingly beautiful, with a petite cherry-red mouth, yet her wrists and ankles were shackled. Raising her head, she calmly surveyed the crowd with a furrowed brow, observing their greedy expressions. Let us commence. This item is a navigator from the hero's pirate crew, with a bounty of 110 million. She is the highest bounty we have auctioned thus far. The hero's pirate crew was defeated by the Navy a year ago, leaving only her behind. That we are fortunate to have captured her. She is not only a navigator, but also a hypnotist, so do not miss out. Ha! This is splendid. I'll buy her. A twisted-looking man glared at the stage with an insatiable desire. Zwafeta. You worthless fool. If you want her, it's a matter of who has the deeper pockets. What? You scoundrel. The auctioneer, noticing the impending quarrel between the two, quickly interjected, regardless, whether for personal training or as a navigator for your fleet. Let the auction begin. The starting bid is 1 million belly. The auctioneer smirked, addressing the audience below. 2 million. After a series of bids, congratulations, King Zwafeta, she is yours. Mine, mine. The grotesque-looking Zwafeta danced in delight upon hearing he had won the bid for his desired item. Casting a provocative glance at the man who had previously competed against him, moments later, King Zwafeta entered his ship with the prize he had secured at auction, preparing to depart. Upon stepping into the room on board, Zwafeta commanded his subordinates to bring the woman in. As they closed the door behind them, Zwafeta's eyes gleamed with lust as he beheld the stunning beauty before him. Little beauty. You are mine. He extended his hands, ready to seize her. However, Gina, noticing the grotesque king before her, ignored him and instead began surveying the room's decor. Just as Zwafeta was about to lunge at her, he froze, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed her remove the shackles from her wrists and ankles. What is going on? Where did you get the key? Answer me, you scoundrel. Zwafeta's rage boiled over as Gina seemingly disregarded his questions. Examining her surroundings, silence. Gina snapped her fingers, causing Zwafeta to fall silent, standing still with a dazed expression. Once he was utterly subdued, Gina produced a small white card and held it in her hand. To her astonishment, the card began to move on its own. After discerning its direction, she displayed an expression of disbelief, murmuring, "What is happening? Did it lead me to the South Sea?" Since parting ways with Tisen and the others, she had been following the direction of Thisen's life card. To that end, she had willingly become an auction item for various kings, hoping to secure passage to find them. Yet, she had scoured every location indicated by the life card and still found nothing. Sigh. Gina exhaled heavily before turning to Zwafeta. Look up at me. As if compelled by a command, King Zwafeta slowly raised his head to meet Gina's striking blue eyes. Have your men take me to the South Sea. Also, I have requisitioned your room. You will declare to the world that I have become your wife. Do you understand? Yes, my master. Gina nodded in satisfaction, having learned that he was a member of a vassal state. Thus, one can swiftly venture to the South China Sea, the naval headquarters. What is truly happening here? Who will enlighten me? Marshal Suaz, in a fit of rage, slammed the table, causing documents and teacups to scatter across the floor. News has just arrived that members of the Yuanhao Jia pirate crew have been sighted on a certain island. Moreover, throughout this year, several auction items from the Sabaody archipelago have included members of this crew. Marshal, we cannot yet ascertain the veracity of this information. However, it seems that the woman named Gina is involved. What could be her purpose? Kidnapping the king appears to serve some ulterior motive, only to release them in the end. However, this woman possesses an exceptional mastery of hypnosis, making it exceedingly difficult to trace her whereabouts. A robust man below provided his analysis of the matter. Broad-chested, with tawny skin and a distinctive mountain-shaped black hair. His muscular arms conveyed an intimidating presence. Gongu, you have made astute observations, yet the pressing issue at hand is to apprehend them swiftly. The world government has exerted pressure on me, with several member nations accusing us of inefficiency. In Wafizi, this matter is entrusted to you. Why? The plump man with braided hair questioned, his expression darkening. Why, you ask? The task assigned to you was to ensure no pirates escaped. Now how do you intend to explain this? Just as Wafizi was about to retort, he found himself at a loss for words, his internal grievances known only to himself. Time slipped by, the sun casting its gentle rays upon the year 1468 of the Haiyuan calendar. And in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed on the northwestern coast of Daughter Island. The air reverberated with the roars of fierce beasts that a figure stood atop the head of a lion, which exhibited remarkable docility. This individual, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his form akin to a jade tree, and with cherry-red lips that harmonized with a high-bridged nose amidst the ethereal starlight. 2 years have passed. I wonder how Mona and Gina are faring. Tisen gazed at the blue sky and fluffy clouds, his heart heavy with concern for them. But it seems I must venture out. My training must come to a temporary halt. Compared to 3 years ago, his appearance had transformed significantly. The feminine features he once bore had now morphed into a strikingly handsome visage, and he had grown to an impressive height of 2 meters and 40 centimeters at 17. Farewell, until we meet again. Roar, howl. With a swift movement, Tisen vanished from atop the lion's head. He had inadvertently mastered the 6 forms through his training during this period. Upon reaching the tree of safety, he found Nero still clad in her pink, alluring attire, grilling meat nearby. It seemed she had willingly endured hardship alongside him in this place for nearly every day. Tisen King, you're back. I've grilled the meat. Come and eat. All right, I'm on my way. Tisen swiftly embraced her from behind, inhaling her delicate fragrance. Having spent so long together, he had come to regard her as family. What are you doing, Tisen-kin? I must leave. Nero, I need to find my comrades. Upon hearing Tisen's words, Nero's previously flushed face returned to its normal hue. Tisen released her, turning her to face him as he spoke. I apologize, but I will make time to return and see you. Yes, although I had anticipated your departure, I must now manage the affairs of this nation. A few months ago, Girolio disregarded the nation's welfare and set sail. I am currently acting as the regent. However, I will soon be able to venture out to find you. Shaki possesses considerable potential. She will assume the role of empress in due time. Though Nero longed to accompany Tisen on adventures, she had received sudden news from the previous snake queen months ago regarding her regency duties. Tisen held Nero close, leaning in to feel her warmth, gazing into her slightly blushing face as he reassured her. Do not worry, I will return before long. Wait for me patiently. Feeling Tisen's face draw ever closer, Nero's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. Yes, Tisen-kun, I will wait for you. The two then embraced, entwined in a moment of intimacy. After a while, members of the guard approached to escort Tisen. They observed the pair as they emerged from the forest, their expressions somewhat perplexed. Tisen remained composed, as nothing untoward had transpired. Nero, however, was a different story. Her cheeks had yet to return to their normal color, still flushed from their earlier encounter. This voyage was personally undertaken by Nero to escort Tisen to the Sabati archipelago. Having previously arranged for the guards to prepare numerous supplies for him, it took 2 weeks of sailing before they finally reached the archipelago. Currently, only Nero was aware of Tisen's true identity. The island's inhabitants remained oblivious, and he had no intention of disclosing it, as it would simplify matters greatly. After 3 years of silence, the Navy and world government likely presumed him dead. Previously, he had served under another pirate crew. But now he resolved to establish his own. The thought of becoming a captain filled him with excitement and anticipation. After being introduced by Muse, they settled in Dragon Palace City, where Neptune personally summoned a doctor to tend to their injuries. Since their arrival at the Sabati archipelago, they had not had a moment's rest. Following a hearty feast in Dragon Palace City, they decided to remain there temporarily until their injuries healed. Days later, Tisen's pirate crew continued to recuperate on Fishman Island. Meanwhile, the outside sea was in turmoil due to the contents of today's newspaper. The headlines proclaimed the death of Admiral Fei Huang, with the killer identified as Rox D. Jibek, captain of the Rox pirates. Tisen was taken aback by Fei Huang's demise, as he had intended to greet him. In truth, he harbored no animosity towards Fei Huang. He could not quite articulate why, perhaps due to the length of time spent in this world. The struggles between the weak and the strong are inevitable. Aspiring to be a pirate marks the beginning, and naturally, there is an end. The Yuan Hao Jia pirate crew had reached its conclusion, yet his own journey was just beginning. A strong heart was essential, and he would not be troubled by such matters. The Navy publicly revealed the recent atrocities committed by the Rox pirates, such as raiding the heavens for gold and annihilating several kingdoms in the New World. In an instant, the infamy of the Rox pirates spread throughout the world. Moreover, the newspaper disclosed that Rox was actively seeking formidable pirate crew captains to recruit powerful subordinates. Currently, the members of the Rox pirates included Captain Rox D. Jibek, with a bounty of 1.58 billion, John, with a bounty of 770 million, Wang Ji, with a bounty of 650 million, Silver Axe, with a bounty of 630 million, Shiki the Golden Lion, with a bounty of 540 million, Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 460 million, Charlotte Lin Lin, with a bounty of 400 million, and several others with bounties below 400 million. This was the first time the bounties of all members of the Rox pirates had been disclosed. Furthermore, the Navy had categorized the Rox pirates as one of the most dangerous entities, as the world government had issued a capture order, placing this matter above all else. The second shocking event was the battle between Tisen's pirate crew and the Navy at the Sabati archipelago, where 9 Navy vice admirals were defeated, and Captain Tisen vanquished several supernovas among the Navy, subsequently sailing towards the New World. Additionally, the new bounties for all members of Tisen's pirate crew were announced. Captain Yume Run, Aorisi Tisen, with a bounty of 724 million, Little Giant, Mona, with a bounty of 410 million, Flowing Cloud Swordsman, Jerry, with a bounty of 350 million, Chef, Shark-Toothed Dragon Tian Shan, with a bounty of 280 million, Bubble Person Gina, with a bounty of 230 million, Fishman Muse, with a bounty of 220 million, Pet Green Bull, with a bounty of 3.5 million. Meanwhile, pirates across the seas were discussing Tisen's pirate crew, as the Rox pirates had been relentlessly searching for potent and formidable pirates. Thus, many individuals firmly believe that they will ultimately surrender and join the Rox pirates. After several days of rumors circulating across the seas, Tisen came across the newspaper brought by Nipton, upon discovering the significant scale of the Rox pirates. An ominous premonition gripped his heart. He had not anticipated that those few individuals would have joined during this time frame. He recalled their brief encounter 8 years prior, at which time Rox commanded merely a handful of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. He never imagined that such a formidable force would coalesce so swiftly. However, since facing it was inevitable, he resolved to venture into the New World. Should he find himself unable to prevail, he would simply retreat for a time. The world government was undoubtedly monitoring Rox, especially given the presence of a D in the name. They would surely take action. In truth, he was quite eager to confront the Rox pirates. Aside from the enigmatic nature of Rox himself, he feared no one. The more mysterious the opponent, the more he yearned to witness their prowess. Ultimately, he would address it upon arriving in the New World. Noticing that his injuries had nearly healed, he prepared to set forth. Yet, before embarking, he requested Nipton to accompany him to the sea forest, where he discovered a red stone tablet and a stone tablet bearing an apology, making rubbings of both. While he held little interest in this history, he desired to collect them, for they might prove useful in the future. Furthermore, before his departure, Tisen encountered the 8-year-old Fisher Tiger in Fishman Street. This young lad seemed to hold great respect for Muse and expressed his desire to explore the seas, just like Muse. This was hardly surprising, given that Muse was the director of the orphanage. For those like them, who were homeless, she represented a second set of parents. After half a day of ascending, the Mickey Mouse ship finally reached the New World. What a dreadful day it was! Tisen gazed at the harsh weather of the New World, characterized by torrential rain one moment and hail the next. Truly unprecedented meteorological conditions. Nana, where is this place? This is the Moby Dick Sea. The previously unheard of weather will continue to persist, so we must exercise caution, Gina said, glancing at the record pointer and then casting a worried look at him. Each time they departed from Fishman Island, they would appear in a different sea, and this was not where they had arrived during previous journeys to the New World. Let us head to Thunder God Island. Captain, what business do we have at Thunder God Island? I've heard it is perilous, though I have never been there. Tisen, there is nothing on Thunder God Island, just storms and lightning, making it exceedingly dangerous. Approaching the island is a challenge, Gina said, her expression one of confusion. I intend to ascend and train for a few days. You all may wait for me outside. What kind of training? Tisen planned to venture to the legendary Thunder God Island to harness the island's lightning to temper his body. Although he might sustain serious injuries, he had long prepared for this, having devised the plan in advance. Upon entering the New World, he would need to confront those monstrous beings, and given the substantial threat posed by the Rock's pirates, he must seize every moment to grow stronger. His current strength was formidable, yet it fell short compared to the physical prowess of those creatures in the New World. This opportunity to utilize the lightning on Thunder God Island would surely yield significant growth. Despite her reluctance, Gina understood that the captain had made his decision, and she could only comply, hoping he would remain safe. Such a reckless endeavor made her somewhat frantic. Simultaneously, Gina recognized Tisen's unwavering resolve to strengthen himself. Realizing that she too must become more powerful, having painstakingly established this family, she wished to protect it. This was also Tisen's hard work, and she was determined to safeguard it even at the cost of her life. The others were taken aback by Tisen's words, quickly becoming motivated. If the captain was striving so hard, they too did not wish to lag behind. Thus, at the insistence of the crew, Gina would first escort Tisen to Thunder God Island, after which they would seek a nearby island to train at. As the pirate ship drew near to Thunder God Island, Tisen leaped out, bidding farewell to Gina and the others, primarily because as the ship approached Thunder God Island, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the air trembled violently, piercing their ears. The entire sky above the island was filled with the sound of thunder, ringing painfully in their ears, compelling Tisen to ascend the island alone. In the ensuing period, the members of Tisen's pirate crew engaged in mutual sparring and training on a nearby island, while Tisen was immersed in the baptism of lightning on Thunder God Island. In a certain area of the Grand Line, on an unnamed small island, there lay a bustling town. Within a tavern, a pirate captain exclaimed, "Captain, we've spotted 3 merchant ships heading towards the island. Ah, at last, a big catch. Once they land, we shall eliminate them all and seize the treasures aboard those ships," the pirate captain declared with a sinister, cruel grin. Yes, Captain. In the distance, 3 merchant ships sailed across the sea. Aside from displaying merchant flags, the central vessel bore a subtle pirate flag, the most conspicuous feature resembling a mouse. Inside the cabin of the central merchant ship, a captivating woman perused a book in her hands when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Come in, it's Uncle Lon. What brings you here?" "Miss, we have sighted land ahead. Should we anchor?" A middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, entered. "Let us anchor and replenish our supplies. After this resupply, we shall proceed directly to Sabaody Archipelago." "Understood, miss," the middle-aged man replied before exiting. This middle-aged man was her subordinate, having previously worked with her father. After her father was killed by pirates, he remained by her side, and their family now consisted only of her and her brother. Later, the leadership of the Shuanai family was passed to her brother. However, her brother squandered his days in revelry, neglecting the family's affairs, which led to their eventual separation. When her brother departed, he took most of the family's wealth with him, leaving her to build her life over nearly a decade. Shuanai Lilia's gaze revealed a resolute determination. Their journey from the East Blue into the Grand Line was intended to establish stability and develop her family's business within the Grand Line. To achieve this, she employed numerous means to acquire the Marine Six Powers from the Navy. Initially, she aimed to master the Six Powers before seeking out Aorisi Tisen in the Grand Line, only to discover he had already ventured into the New World. Moreover, recent major events had left her astounded. She never imagined the rapid growth of Tisen's pirate crew. That it seemed her initial judgment had been correct. He was indeed a person of immense potential, albeit a dangerous one. As Tisen's pirate crew gained notoriety, their merchant convoy traversed smoothly from the East Blue to the Grand Line, even when encountering pirates. Displaying their pirate flag sent those foes fleeing in terror. She chose to purchase several territories on Sabeti Archipelago to further her family's business, as its proximity to the New World made it a hub of bustling activity, an ideal locale for commercial development. Furthermore, she had previously communicated her intentions to Tisen, although he appeared indifferent to her affairs. Nonetheless, leveraging his reputation was already a significant advantage, greatly aiding her endeavors as a member of the escort team. She could return whenever she wished. Although his appearance had changed somewhat, the motley crew on the island would likely be unable to recognize him. With a lingering gaze filled with reluctance, Tisen disembarked. He first sought out a tavern on Sabeti Archipelago. During his 3 years on Daughter Island, he had developed a fondness for alcohol, planning to incorporate his brewing knowledge from his previous life once his paradise was established. This would not only enhance the income of his paradise, but also provide libations for himself and his crew. Following past events, Tisen resolved to create a paradise, an idyllic haven in a world devoid of stable sanctuaries. He would forge one of his own, and now, his priority was to locate Mona and establish his own pirate crew. Over the past 3 years, he had enlisted the help of the escort team to search for Mona. According to Naraku, they had set sail once after Gloriosa ascended to power, but thereafter, she had not returned. The information he gathered indicated that Mona had been sighted near the small Garden Islands, but was later pursued by the Navy, vanishing without a trace. However, he intended to venture to the Little Garden to try his luck, for it was indeed the last place they had stayed. Yet, embarking on the sea necessitated a vessel. Within his belongings, he had prepared a modest sum of berries. Although sufficient for his own sustenance, it fell short for purchasing a ship, prompting him to resolve to acquire a loan at the auction house. Soon, he found himself in a lawless zone. Upon arriving at the auction house, he discovered that the bidding had been underway for quite some time. He decided to wait until the items were auctioned off before making his move. Observing the auctioneer and the goods, Tisen furrowed his brow, still unaccustomed to the notion of treating people as commodities to be bought and sold, feeling a deep sense of disdain. However, having entered such a world, there was little point in dwelling on these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for bidding is a crew member from the legendary Phantom pirate ship, with a bounty of 70 million berries. Additionally, he is a master swordsman, so do not miss this opportunity. A splendid guardian for your home. We shall commence the bidding at 500,000 berries. Henry had been particularly fortunate lately, consistently receiving such remarkable items. Greatly enhancing his auction house's reputation, he believed it would not be long before his name would spread far and wide, earning him recognition in the underworld. Observing the bidders below, Henry wore a smug smile. What use would such a lifeless figure be? He mused. Indeed, who could he possibly contend with? Sensing the unease in the crowd's murmurs, Henry quickly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the prolonged confinement, he may appear lackluster. But after a few days of care, he will surely regain his vigor. A fine fighter like this should not be overlooked. Very well, I bid 1 million. I, too, am in need of a guardian. I also bid 2 million. Henry wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his left hand, finally managing to stabilize the situation. A near disaster had been averted. If he had bungled this, trouble would surely have followed. But thankfully, he had managed to bluff his way through. 2 million. Are there any higher bids? If not, the item will belong to this gentleman. Henry grinned widely at the audience. 5 million. The sudden bid captured the attention of most attendees. Henry's demeanor brightened, astonished that someone would raise the bid, and by such a substantial amount. Although a member of the Phantom pirate ship was formidable, that was in the past. Now, the man's eyes were vacant. Clearly a shell of his former self. Henry had expected to sell him for 50,000 at best. Never had he anticipated a sale of 5 million. He would surely profit handsomely. Who dares compete with me? Are they courting death? At that moment, the nobleman who had previously bid stood up, searching for the source of the voice. He beheld a strikingly handsome youth clad in black samurai attire, a straight sword cradled in his arms. Upon hearing the ruckus, the youth frowned and turned to look. The nobleman had intended to identify the fool daring to contest him, but upon seeing the sharp gaze directed at him, he felt a chill run down his spine, his courage draining away, and he could only meekly return to his seat. Tisen had initially held no interest in the items being auctioned. However, upon seeing the member of the Phantom Pirates, memories of the former hero pirate crew flooded back, leaving him momentarily melancholic as he realized he was now alone. Unbidden, he found himself joining in the bidding, reasoning that there was no obligation to pay, merely a form of amusement, gazing at the swordsman from the Phantom Pirates. He noted the vacant expression in his eyes, a clear indication of suffering endured. Let us secure him first. As for whether he can recover afterward, that depends on him. My assistance can only extend so far. If no one else bids, this item will belong to this gentleman. The auctioneer's excited voice rang out. Unsurprisingly, following the earlier events, no one else dared to bid, and they awaited the conclusion of the auction to proceed with the transaction. Tisen lost interest in the subsequent items, and soon the auction concluded, the final item being a seahorse fishman. Once in the back of the auction house, Tisen entered to find several staff members preparing for transactions. Sir, this is your item. The total is 5 million berries. Once payment is made, you may take him with you, one of the staff members said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. I have no money. You can leave. The staff member's jovial expression instantly fell, replaced by a menacing glare. What did you say, sir? It would be wise not to jest. Hurry and pay up. What is going on? The auctioneer, sensing something amiss, approached. Lord Henry, this gentleman refuses to pay. What does this gentleman imply? If you're looking for trouble, you've come to the wrong place, Henry replied, his expression darkening. Seeing this scene unfold, Tisen grew disinterested in banter. His gaze sharpened, and an intangible wave of mental energy radiated outward. He deliberately avoided the auctioneer and drew his sword, placing it against Henry's throat. Hey, oh, you wish to live? Or shall we continue? Please spare me, my lord. Henry stammered, witnessing that the man before him had not even moved. The staff in the room had collapsed, and he realized he was in the presence of a formidable individual. As the sword pointed at him, he hastily begged for mercy, terrified that a single twitch could cost him his life. Release all the slaves, and prepare 200 million berries for me. That I shall grant you 2 minutes. Tisen's gaze pierced through Henry. Sir, let us talk this over. You know whose auction house this is. If he finds out, you won't escape unscathed. Enough chatter. 10 seconds have already passed. You, realizing he had no other choice. Henry complied. Tisen observed as he went to release the slaves, presumably to gather the berries. Unperturbed by any tricks the man might employ at that moment, Tisen turned his attention to the member of the Phantom Pirates, whose vacant gaze resembled that of a vegetable. Is this what you've become after your comrades perished? Examining the man's nearly 2-meter stature, though appearing despondent, the contours of his physique were discernible. His facial features sharp and profound, clad in a deep blue cloak. After expressing his thoughts, the swordsman remained unresponsive. I was once a member of the hero pirate crew, but now I stand alone. I know not of others. Yet, I continue to live well, for I understand that my journey at sea has only just begun. Each life begins with a beginning and an end. Your comrades have reached their conclusion. However, yours has only commenced. Why not carry forth the unfulfilled dreams of your companions? Or do you truly not care about them? Companions, at this moment, a glimmer of light returned to the previously vacant eyes. Seeing the swordsman regain a semblance of life, Tisen pressed on. Indeed, do you wish to end your story here? Yes, my companion's dreams. The swordsman clutched his head in anguish. I will carry forth the dreams of my companions along the path yet to be traveled. My name is Aorisi Tisen, and I am in the process of forming my own pirate crew. Would you be interested in joining? Tisen extended the invitation, recognizing that this man was a swordsman and likely possessed formidable combat abilities. The swordsman, now fully aware, gazed at the towering figure before him. However, it is evident that a remarkably youthful individual extended an invitation to himself. He glanced about at the individuals sprawled on the ground before raising his gaze to Tisen. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the other, that it was you who pulled me back from the brink of death. I shall carry forth the dreams of my companions as I continue my journey. He resolved to follow this person. I am Jerry, the former swordsman of the Phantom Pirate crew. It is an honor to join you. Jerry expressed his profound gratitude upon receiving the invitation from the young man who had rescued him. Moreover, witnessing the audacity of this individual to establish an auction house alone suggested that he possessed considerable strength. Jerry now lamented the time he had squandered in despondency. Meanwhile, within a nearby room not far from Tisen, a voice on the other end of a phone line growled, "Boss, it's just like that. What should I do? You useless fool. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What good are you? Just die. You worthless worm. Boss, you can't speak to me like that. I'm working for you." Henry cried into the receiver, his voice cracking with desperation. A harsh click signaled the end of the call. As Henry prepared to rise and flee with his belongings, he noticed a figure entering the room. In a fleeting instant, his life was extinguished. He didn't even catch a glimpse of the means by which his demise had been delivered. The knife. "I've found it," he mused, recalling the captain's mention of the money for a ship. "Yes, this will do. Captain, that man was about to escape, but I killed him. Here's the money. What are your plans?" Tisen observed Jerry clutching a katana and a box of treasures. Realizing that the katana was indeed the one Jerry had previously referenced. Next, they would need to procure a vessel. I must first visit a certain place, and then seek out my former companions. Find a few individuals skilled in sailing. Having a navigator would be ideal. I shall take this treasure to exchange for berries. Understood, Captain, Jerry responded, passing the box of treasure to Tisen before departing to gather the crew. Once Jerry left, Tisen contemplated the location of the shipyard. Number 50, perhaps. He then proceeded to exchange the treasure for berries, netting over 150 million, a staggering amount for such a seemingly destitute auction house. Upon arriving at the shipyard, Tisen spent 50 million to acquire a double-masted sailboat, approximately 80 meters in length. Before long, Jerry returned with 6 or 7 individuals. After assessing the situation, Tisen learned that among them was one who possessed a modicum of nautical knowledge. A merman of seahorse lineage, the others had spent considerable time aboard ships. They were slaves from the auction house, all joining Thisen's crew out of gratitude. You all go gather supplies for the ship, food, water, and anything else you deem necessary. Tisen suddenly recalled that the ship was devoid of provisions, and this voyage's duration remained uncertain. "Yes, Lord Tisen, we shall attend to it immediately," the group replied before hastily departing with the berries Tisen had provided. "Captain, is there anything I can assist you with?" Jerry inquired. "No need. Let us wait for them here," Tisen replied as Jerry settled onto the deck. "Captain, what is your reason for setting sail?" "A reason? Why require such a thing?" "If I must articulate one, it is my aspiration to construct a paradise in the New World, a domain where rules and order are dictated solely by me." Tisen took a seat next to Jerry, sharing his previous thoughts upon hearing the inquiry. Since the world government had persistently undermined his place of existence, he resolved to create one of his own. What an ambitious dream! For such a thing, the captain must first become a sovereign in the New World, opposing the world government no less. Jerry mused, a look of unwavering confidence crossing his features as he addressed Tisen. "And you, my friend, what is your dream?" "My dream is to diligently master the swordsmanship and challenge the world's greatest swordsman, regardless of victory or defeat," Jerry declared, beaming with self-assuredness. You appear quite confident." "I, too, am a swordsman. How about a friendly duel?" "That suits me perfectly." The proposition of a duel was not merely for competition. It was also an opportunity to showcase his prowess, earning the respect of his counterpart. By the way, do you know the location I seek?" Suddenly recalling that he was unfamiliar with the destination, he retrieved a map from his pocket. "This, according to the map, it is quite close to Alabasta, adjacent to the former Giant Stone Island. However, for reasons unknown, Giant Stone Island collapsed 7 years ago." After Jerry finished speaking, Tisen fell silent for a moment before replying. "Giant Stone Island was once my hometown, but it was destroyed by agents of the world government." "Is that so? Those scoundrels, my apologies." Jerry seemed to harbor a profound disdain for the individuals of the world government. "It is of no consequence. The past is behind us. What is owed will be repaid in due time," Tisen declared, an intense aura momentarily radiating from him. His eyes flashing ominously, Jerry's pupils dilated as he sensed this aura, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Truly astonishing, Captain. During the time Tisen awaited the crew's return from purchasing supplies, the Navy had surrounded the auction house, perplexed by the sight of numerous unconscious individuals within. The rear admiral stationed at Sabeti Archipelago found himself baffled. Initially, he surmised that the motive behind such actions was the kidnapping of nobles from various nations. Yet it now seemed otherwise. Unable to identify the perpetrator and left in confusion, he decided to report back to headquarters, documenting the incident. Meanwhile, the true culprits behind the incident were preparing to depart. "Let us set sail?" "Yes, Lord Tisen." The crew returned with a substantial array of supplies, particularly food, which Tisen had deemed essential for their journey. As they embarked toward their destination, he estimated that it would take at least a month to arrive. Planning first to retrieve the items left behind by the old man, and then to visit the little garden to see if Mona was present, since they had dispersed near that cluster of islands. If she were not there, he would have to devise alternative methods. Achieving fame is not a simple endeavor for locating Gina. That would have to wait until these two matters were resolved. For it was far more prudent to visit a destination with certainty than to wander aimlessly. "Captain, since we are a pirate crew, what shall we name our band of marauders?" While Tisen gazed out at the boundless ocean from the bow of the ship, Jerry approached and asked on a name. "Let us call ourselves the Tisen Pirate Crew. As for the pirate flag, we shall hold off for now. I still have two companions to locate before we proceed." Although he initially intended to hoist the pirate flag, he remembered his agreement with Mona to set sail together, and with her absence, he hesitated. Furthermore, displaying a pirate flag would complicate matters during their journey. Should they encounter the Navy or bounty hunters? While he was not particularly fearful, such a display would undoubtedly consume valuable time. "Jerry, please keep an eye on the ship. I am going to return to the cabin for a brief rest." Tisen decided to take a moment to recuperate. "Leave it to me, Captain." During his 3 years on Amazon Lily, Tisen had successfully mastered the control of Conqueror's Haki, while his observation Haki had reached an impressive level, allowing him to sense the emotions of others. With continued training, he anticipated unexpected developments. His armament Haki had also improved significantly compared to 3 years prior. However, he still had a slight distance to cover before mastering advanced techniques for long-range strikes. His swordsmanship had advanced considerably, as he had not only battled fierce beasts on the island, but had also sparred frequently with Naraku, who proved to be a formidable opponent when serious. However, during their final confrontation before leaving the island, it seemed that Naraku was hesitant to injure him. Thus, he refrained from exerting himself too forcefully, which in turn led to his opponent's hesitance in unleashing his full strength. Nevertheless, he sensed that without utilizing his chakra, prevailing against Naraku would prove to be no simple feat. Time flew swiftly, and after nearly half a month of sailing, their vessel finally arrived at the land of water. The provisions aboard had long been depleted, and they had not disembarked at the islands they encountered along the way. He was now fervently eager to procure supplies and seek out Mona and the others, harboring concerns for their well-being. Upon reaching the land of water, Tisen did not disembark. Instead, he instructed the crew to replenish their supplies before setting sail once more. Over the past 3 years, his appetite had noticeably increased. What was initially prepared as provisions for nearly 2 months had been consumed largely by him alone. The captain's urgency to reach their destination surely indicated the importance of their mission. Jerry sat on the deck leaning against the cabin wall, a bottle of wine in hand, observing Tisen, who was intently gazing towards their destination, seemingly anxious to reach it without delay. Turning to Raj, he remarked, "Ah, indeed. Moreover, I am concerned about my 2 companions. I should have mentioned it to you earlier, before we parted ways. They were both gravely injured, and I worry for their safety." Upon hearing this, Jerry thought to himself, "It appears the captain places great importance on his comrades." He then stood up and tossed a bottle of wine toward him. "Rest assured, since they are the captain's companions, they are likely formidable individuals who would not easily succumb to peril." Raj gestured with his wine bottle in acknowledgement that a hand caught the bottle, and upon hearing the words exchanged, he raised it in a toast. Indeed, pondering too much at this moment was futile, and he believed that the two would not fall so easily. His greatest concern had been Gina, a devil fruit user. It seemed implausible that she would emerge unscathed from a fall into the sea. However, seeing that her life card remained intact eased his worries. Thus, It was imperative to devise a way to gather news of their status. Lord Tisen, we are approaching Alabasta soon. Shall we dock? The voyage progressed swiftly, with Tisen engaging in physical training aboard the ship, occasionally sparring with Jerry, albeit without earnest intent to know. Let us proceed directly to our destination. As the ship passed by Alabasta, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The vessel began to sway. What is happening? Why is the ship rocking? Several individuals aboard cried out in panic. Captain, it seems there is something beneath the ship. Upon sensing the abnormality, Raj swiftly moved to Tisen's side, instinctively resting his hand on the hilt of his blade. I am aware, Tisen replied, having sensed the cause of the disturbance during the rocking. It was not a sea king, but rather some small creatures swimming beneath the hull. After a brief period of swaying, dozens of turtle-like creatures suddenly leaped onto the ship. What are these? Are they turtles? Or perhaps seals? He smiled as he observed the numerous turtle-like beings aboard. Were they not the kung fu sea cows that Luffy and his crew had encountered upon reaching Alabasta? Captain, do you recognize these turtle-like creatures? Upon noticing Tisen's smile, Raj realized the captain was indeed familiar with them. It was a rare sight, as he had never seen Tisen smile before. His expression always bore a cool demeanor. Curious about the captain's reaction to the creature, he inquired further. Indeed, they are kung fu sea cows. They possess a peculiar inclination to challenge those they encounter, seeking to take on opponents and, upon defeat, request to be taken under their wing. They seem quite intriguing, Raj remarked with a smile. Quack, 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 woo. What are they saying? I cannot comprehend their words. Neither can I, several crew members admitted, as they watched the turtle-like creature squawking without understanding a word. Captain, what is it saying? It suggests that should one wish to pass, they must first defeat it. If not, they should turn back. That is the general gist, Tisen replied, gazing at the foremost sea cow. Wait, how do I know what it is saying? While his observation haki allowed him to sense others' emotions, it did not extend to mind reading. That he pondered in confusion. Could it be, oh, how amusing? Allow me to engage you. Jerry, intrigued, was eager for a diversion after nearly a month at sea. Wait, Jerry, as a swordsman, how can you use a blade against it? That would be an unfair advantage. Allow me to take the lead, Tisen suggested, eager to test his newfound ability. Captain, it seems you wish to take the challenge. If a swordsman does not wield a sword, can they still call themselves a swordsman? Raj quipped, acknowledging the captain's eagerness while recognizing his own restless desire for action. Hey, sea cow, I shall be your opponent. Come forth. Tisen did not draw his sword but instead engaged in combat. Quack. Before long, predictably, the sea cow was sprawled on the deck. Through this initial bout, he confirmed that his observation haki had indeed developed to the point where he could perceive the thoughts of others. Akin to a rudimentary form of telepathy, this discovery elated him, prompting him to spend additional time frolicking with the sea cow. Quack, 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 woo. The defeated sea cow rose and bowed before Tisen. You wish to become my disciple? Very well, quack. You desire to join me on adventures. You must be aware that it is fraught with danger, Tisen inquired, astonished. Quack. You are prepared? Then it is settled. You shall henceforth be a member of the Tisen pirate crew. Do strive to excel, he mused, considering that acquiring this sea cow could prove advantageous. After all, he knew that sea cows could even cultivate the ability to use haki, which was impressive. Lord Tisen can converse with creatures. Captain, are you not concerned about the implications of recruiting such a peculiar crew member? Jerry remarked incredulously, observing Tisen's ease in accepting the unusual creature as part of their crew. Do not underestimate it. Jerry, it may surprise you in the future. Besides, it is rather endearing. Quack, 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 woo. The previously jubilant sea cow, upon hearing the swordsman belittle it, adopted a challenging stance. It claims that if you have the capability, you should return for a duel later. Oh, you wish to challenge me? Very well, I accept. Raj, confident that such a small creature could hardly pose a significant threat, responded nonchalantly. Now then, let us set sail. No, I shall bestow upon you a name. Henceforth, you shall be called Green Cow. How does that sound? Quack, quack, woo. The sea cow rejoiced at being given a name, flailing its limbs with delight. Indeed, as long as you are happy, we must depart. You ought to bid farewell to your companions. Green Cow. Shortly thereafter, the Tisen pirate crew resumed their journey towards their destination. Nearby, on an island known as the Garden of Little Flowers, Renowned for its island of antiquity, remnants of the age of dinosaurs lingered. And the islands along the Grand Line experienced limited interaction due to the challenges of maritime navigation. As a result, the development of each island varied significantly, some lagging behind while others advanced. At that moment, two individuals were roasting meat on the island, engaging in casual conversation. "Mona, we have been on this island for over a year. Are you certain the person you are waiting for will arrive?" One fisherman said between bites of roasted meat. "That I cannot be certain, but I know he will come here." "I apologize for making you wait so long," Mona replied, a look of guilt crossing his face. "Do not speak such nonsense. Since we decided to sail together, I too wish to see what kind of leader you speak of, someone worthy of your loyalty." He chuckled, eager to learn more about this impactful figure in Mona's life. "Ah, my captain is indeed formidable, although I cannot say the same for the present. That I am genuinely excited." Mona reminisced about the past, her anticipation growing. Bang, clang. "Oh dear, it appears that Uncle Dory and Uncle Brogy are at it again. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have guessed that the giant race could be so massive, much larger than ordinary giants. Of course, they are the elders of the giant clan." "Incredibly powerful," Mona exclaimed, leaping up to a tall tree to observe the duel between the two giants. "Lord Tisen, we have arrived." In the north-south direction of Alabasta. They finally arrived. Tisen gazed at the island before him. Finding little extraordinary about it, it appeared utterly deserted. Aside from some stones, there was merely a forest, reminiscent of the former giant stone island. "You all wait here. Should any urgent matters arise, feel free to come find us on the island." He said to the green bull, "Stay here obediently. We'll return shortly." He chuckled at the sight of the manatee diligently practicing on the deck. Quacked. He had no intention of bringing these individuals ashore, for they were not the crew he envisioned. After the incident with the heroic pirate crew, Tisen had become wary of placing his trust in anyone too easily. Even those he knew well did not warrant full disclosure. Although he possessed the ability to perceive the thoughts of others, caution was still paramount. "Jerry, come with me." Jerry was someone he had rescued from an auction, and his loyalty to his previous companions aboard the Phantom pirate ship indicated that he was not prone to betrayal. Keeping him close allowed for careful observation. Following the detailed map provided by the old man, they proceeded further inland. The map meticulously illustrated the location of stones and forests, making navigation straightforward. Soon, they arrived at the mouth of a cave. "This must be the place." After confirming his location with the map and sensing no danger within, Tisen hesitated no longer and stepped inside. His observation hockey was extraordinarily potent, allowing him insight into the thoughts of those nearby, provided they were unguarded. However, the ability was significantly diminished against those who were also capable of utilizing hockey. Upon entering the cave, Tisen located the marked spot on the map that it was an open space, and the map indicated that something was buried there. He began to dig with his hands and soon unearthed a wooden chest. He stared intensely at the chest just before he was about to open it. He noticed Jerry turning his back to him, realizing that Jerry had misunderstood his intentions. "Jerry, there's no need for that. The moment you accepted my invitation, you became my partner. Among partners, there's no need for such formality." "I was merely feeling a bit melancholic." "That so? You have a point," Jerry replied sheepishly, scratching his head. He then turned back and opened the chest. Upon seeing what lay inside, both of their eyes widened in astonishment. "It's a devil fruit," Jerry exclaimed, recognizing its natural form. Tisen never expected the old man would leave him a devil fruit. Alongside it was a well-sealed letter. He eagerly tore it open, desperate to uncover the information he had long sought. The cave fell into an eerie silence as Tisen's expression darkened. His eyes filled with dread, and veins bulged on his forehead. Once he finished reading the letter, he slowly folded it and stepped out of the cave, inadvertently leaving the devil fruit behind. Jerry, having observed the terrifying look on Tisen's face, sensed that something dreadful had transpired. He picked up the devil fruit and followed Tisen out. Upon reaching the ship, Tisen finally spoke to the small garden. The crew exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily taken aback. Quack. The green bull, noticing Tisen's unusual demeanor, abruptly lost interest in his training and hurriedly got up. "Did you hear that?" To the small garden. Jerry, sensing the captain's unease, called out urgently. Though he had no idea what the letter contained, he believed it to be something grave. At the same time, he held faith that Tisen's current state was merely temporary. he needed to focus on fulfilling his responsibilities. After all, a man capable of uttering such words would not be easily defeated. Returning to his quarters, Tisen's gaze was clouded with complexity as he contemplated the unfolding events. The letter revealed that Chaz, later renamed Charles Lee, was a close friend of Captain Aorisi Murray of the heroic pirate ship. However, after setting sail, their differences led them to part ways, as Captain Murray had previously indicated. Subsequently, the world government assigned a mission to the commander of Judicial Island, Flynn, who dispatched CP agents to carry out an assassination in the Kingdom of Ors, targeting the faction and family of Aorisi. The Kingdom of Ors had two princes. The elder, Ors Yuan, and the younger, Ors Zwafida, were perpetually at odds. The younger prince advocated for joining the world government, while the elder vehemently opposed it, fearing that such an alliance would impose a heavy tax burden on the common folk, exacerbating their suffering. If the kingdom failed to pay the celestial tribute, the populace would be exploited, a fate the elder prince could not bear to witness. Their discord further divided the court into two factions, one supporting the alliance, the other opposing it. Unbeknownst to them, the younger prince established contact with the world government, conspiring to instigate a coup. When the CP agents executed their mission, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chaz and the other CP agents discovered a 4-year-old child, the elder prince's son, during their assassination attempt. Just as the others prepared to eliminate the child, Chaz took him in his arms and fled, losing his right hand in the process. The devil fruit left behind in the cave was a natural-type fruit known as the gas fruit, a bargaining chip given to the world government by the younger prince. This was the very moment Tisen recalled encountering a bloodied Chaz, with the latter's hand awkwardly propping up his backside, which had disturbed him. Furthermore, the geisha house owner on Giant Stone Island was also a CP operative. No wonder Tisen had felt something amiss when he had observed Chaz conversing with her. In truth, Chaz had recognized her as a CP agent when she first arrived on Giant Stone Island. However, having already contacted Captain Aorisi Murray of the heroic pirate ship, he had used the devil fruit as leverage to stall. When he expressed his desire to set sail, it was to meet with Captain Aorisi Murray, but he was ultimately pursued by CP agents. Concerned for Tisen and Mona, he returned to Giant Stone Island, which also explained why the heroic pirates had failed to rendezvous. They were later discovered by the Navy, leading to a scene where Admiral Flying Huang led the chase. Connecting these dots, Tisen finally understood why the commander of Judicial Island had sought to eliminate him. During the mission, not only had he managed to escape, but he had also lost a valuable natural-type devil fruit, which the world government held in high regard. It was only natural that they would be desperate to recapture him. His earlier complex expression stemmed from the duality of Chaz being both his enemy and benefactor. Yet for Tisen, who had traversed through time, Chaz was undeniably a true benefactor. Without him, Tisen might have met a grim fate. Surviving in such an environment would have been nearly impossible. After the younger prince issued his orders, no one would have dared to shelter him, lest they risk being reported for a reward. Regaining his composure, Tisen resolved to visit the kingdom of Ors. It was merely to observe the nation. After all, he was, at the very least, of noble blood. Perhaps upon his return, the king would recognize his past mistakes and offer him the throne. Furthermore, he needed to investigate the geisha house owner on Giant Stone Island, to uncover her true identity as a CP agent. The world government. Tisen's eyes blazed with fury. His repeated escapes were all due to the machinations of the world government. Just wait. Since you delight in disrupting the lives of others, be prepared for your own world to be shattered. Moreover, I shall construct a domain beyond your reach, to demonstrate that this world is not yours to command. Having felt the ship sailing for quite some time, he restored his usual composed demeanor and stepped outside. How much longer until we reach the small garden? My Lord Tisen, we will arrive shortly. Quack quack. The green bull, who had been training, looked up at Tisen with concern. Tisen, I'm fine. Rest assured and continue your training. The path to strength must not be taken lightly. Upon seeing the green cow's display of concern for him, Tisen could not help but feel a wave of joy. Boo. The green cow responded with its little short hands. Meanwhile, Jerry, who had been resting against the cabin wall, turned his head upon the captain's emergence. Initially frowning, he subsequently broke into a smile, thinking to himself, it seems there is no immediate trouble. Tisen approached Jerry and said, I apologize. After visiting the little garden, I may need to make a trip to the kingdom of Ors, which could lead to some difficulties. He then handed Jerry the letter. "You'll understand after reading this that a few minutes later," he added, "in short, that 4-year-old child is me. Is that so?" "It seems the world government has indeed accomplished yet another good deed," Jerry replied, his gaze deepening as he returned the letter. "Such troubles are hardly unexpected for comrades. La, he mused, realizing that he was being overly sentimental. That it appeared he had yet to adjust to his new role as captain, and it was clear he needed to let go of some past burdens and embark on his journey. As he pondered, a sudden sound of cannon fire erupted from ahead, aimed directly at them. Tisen snapped back to reality. Looking at the already prepared Jerry, he saw Jerry place his hand on the hilt of his sword, and with a swift motion of his arm, a wave of earth-toned light flashed, slicing through 4 or 5 cannonballs that fell into the sea. "Who is it?" he wondered curiously, contemplating the identity of their assailants. In his perception, the ship ahead was neither a pirate vessel nor a Navy ship, and they were not flying a pirate flag. Even the Navy would not attack them. "That it's a slave ship." Jerry gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. Observing Jerry's reaction and words, Tisen understood immediately. "Do you need my assistance?" "No, just watch, Captain," Jerry declared, leaping onto the approaching merchant ship, where numerous oddly dressed individuals brandished weapons at him. A scarred man, resembling a leader, stepped forward with a menacing glare directed at the encircled Jerry. "So, we have a swordsman here. This is promising," the scarred man chuckled, his grin revealing a terrifying visage that left one unsure whether he was amused or enraged. "Boys, seize him. Once we sell him, we can revel for a while." "Humph, a bunch of trash." Jerry felt a chill upon witnessing the scarred man's unsettling grin and those of his companions. Although he had faced such situations before, having long since abandoned hope for survival, he now felt a profound loathing for such individuals in his awakened state. On the other side, Tisen observed the battle from the cabin wall, eager to witness Jerry's true strength in a serious context. However, judging by the performance of these trash, it seemed that moment would not come. On the merchant ship, the earth-toned blade flashed continuously, dispatching the attackers, who fell lifelessly onto the deck. The remaining scarred man appeared unfazed, his expression calm as he gazed down at his fallen subordinates. "A bunch of worthless fools," he muttered, lifting his gaze to meet Jerry's fierce countenance. "The swordsman is indeed formidable. Too bad you crossed paths with me. Prepare to die." The scarred man's already grotesque face contorted further as his limbs began to transform. Jerry, noting the calmness on the scarred man's face earlier, had suspected some hidden advantage, but upon witnessing his physical change, he quickly comprehended the situation. This is getting interesting." Initially, Tisen thought the battle would be one-sided and lacked interest, but upon seeing the scarred man transform into a bear, he recognized him as a devil fruit user. Triggering memories of the notorious bear exploder Ilna from the hero pirates, he never expected this fellow to have met a similar fate. Either the Navy was unafraid of such fruits circulating in the seas, leading to Ilna's demise, or Ilna had resisted and was killed. It seemed the Navy's reports were likely true. Apart from the 3 of them, the others were probably all dead. However, for Tisen, who had already made peace with the past, it was merely a nostalgic reflection. Returning his focus to the clash unfolding on the merchant ship, he saw that despite the scarred man's transformation, he remained no match for Jerry. After all, Jerry possessed the ability to wield both forms of hockey and was an adept swordsman capable of emitting sword energy. Even if the opponent was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he was simply not on Jerry's level. He was not Ilna, who could contend with the Navy headquarters without faltering. Moments later, with a swift stroke of his sword, Jerry executed a technique, one sword style. Heavy flow slashed as he and the bear collided. The blade shimmered, and after a breath, he slowly sheathed his sword, turning to face the fallen scarred man. Disbelief and resentment etched in his expression. "Impressive, Jerry," Tisen remarked, raising his thumb in approval, prompting a smile of satisfaction from Jerry. This battle would mark his initiation into Thisen's pirate crew and affirm his strength in the captain's eyes. Shortly thereafter, they resumed their journey toward the little garden. Within the merchant ship, they found only a modest sum of berries and a few captured slaves, whom they released without further concern. In truth, during the skirmish, Jerry had the capability to cleave the merchant ship in two, but he had restrained his wrath, mindful of the innocents aboard. Tisen admired this approach. While he sought powerful allies, he had no desire for emotionless killing machines. At the little garden, a towering figure nearly 6 meters tall stood atop the colossal form of a fallen dinosaur. Beside him, a slightly smaller saber-toothed tiger approached, its massive jaws poised to bite down on the figure atop the dinosaur's corpse. The figure appeared impatient. 50-ton heavy fist. A thunderous impact resounded, shaking the ground as the monstrous beast was sent flying, soaring through the air until it collided with numerous towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Truly weak. At that moment, a fishman approached. Mona, a ship is approaching the island. Shall we investigate? Let us go. This is the 4th ship, but I want to give up. Mona recalled the excitement from the first ship's arrival, only to find it was another pirate vessel. After dispatching a group of pirates, they had acquired some supplies. Although the previous encounters had yielded no allies, he was still eager to replenish their resources. Let us go check it out. If they're not villains, we'll let them be, Mona casually remarked, striding toward the coast with his towering frame. Meanwhile, Tisen stood at the bow of the pirate ship, watching as they sailed toward the little garden. Gradually spotting the outline of the island, he wondered if Mona and the others were already on the island. If not, he would greet the two uncles. Dongli and Bragi. As the island drew nearer, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Recalling his life aboard the hero pirate's ship, the faces of his companions flashing through his mind, some of whom he could scarcely remember. How time changes everything. Tisen sighed. Suddenly, as the outline of the island became visible, a sense of excitement surged within him, dispelling his earlier melancholy. On the deck, Jerry and the green cow noticed Thisen's unusual demeanor, momentarily halting their actions to glance at him. It seems our journey was not in vain. By the way, that fellow is extraordinarily tall, likely 2 or 3 times my height. At the shore of the little garden, Mona and Muse had grown impatient waiting. Muse, it's time to get to work. Hearing Mona's command, Muse leaped into the sea, as they had done in previous encounters, with Mona drawing attention while Muse struck the enemy vessels from the water. Wait, something's not right. As the ships drew closer, Mona recognized the figure at the bow, though he hesitated to confirm it was no wonder. 3 years had passed, and Thisen's height and appearance had changed significantly. Especially concerning appearances, just moments ago, when Tisen sensed Mona from a distance, he affirmed to himself with certainty, "It is indeed the boss. The boss has arrived. Muse, come forth quickly. The boss is here. Finally, we have awaited this moment." Ah! Mona instantly settled his thoughts and then burst into hearty laughter. Standing nearly 6 meters tall, with prominent features, Mona donned a blue trench coat, complemented by yellow and white trousers and a pair of black boots, unchanged from 3 years prior. Save for the size. Mona bossed as the vessel docked, the two brothers embraced, and tears flowed involuntarily. Jerry aboard the ship gazed upon the tall figures embracing on the shore, murmuring to himself, "So this is the captain's companion." And the other, he glanced at the merman in the water. No, the captain mentioned it was a man and a woman. Thus this one must not be it. Quack. Green Bull observed his master's joyous demeanor and felt a tinge of excitement. Though he was unaware of the circumstances on the shore, Muse emerged from the sea, gazing at the strikingly handsome youth clad in black samurai attire and sandals. This is the boss of Mona? With such an aura, he must undoubtedly be a formidable warrior. In the lush jungles of the small garden, two giants laughed heartily while savoring roasted meat. Tisen and Mona celebrated with drinks and feasting, exhilarated to see each other after 3 years, though they regretted not bringing the weapons promised to Dongli and Brokey. Nevertheless, they assured each other it was of no consequence, as their own weapons were still serviceable. And the bonds formed through decades of combat held sentimental value. Simply being able to drink and feast with Tisen was sufficient. As the night grew late and others succumbed to drunkenness, collapsing on the ground, the two remained seated, engaged in conversation. Tisen recounted the events surrounding Charles, for it was a matter they would eventually need to confront. That's so. I had no idea there was so much involved. The old man truly possesses a kind heart. Mona's voice grew somber, tears welling in his eyes. Boss, do you harbor resentment towards the old man? I have no recollection of anything before the age of 4. Save for a glimpse of armor and a pendant hanging around my neck, I do not harbor hatred, for it is all in the past. When a person dies, it is as if a lamp has been extinguished. Now, I merely wish for those who deserve it to meet their demise. It is as simple as that. Tisen's gaze turned icy, and his body instinctively tensed. I heed your words, boss. Whatever you instruct, I shall follow. Mona affirmed, unwavering in his faith in Tison's decisions. The following day, they had initially planned to depart for the kingdom of Ors in the afternoon. Mona transferred all the belongings from the sunken pirate ship to Tison's vessel. Though their plans were delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, shall we seek out Sister Gina next, boss? Indeed, but before that, it has been quite some time since we last sparred. Mona, allow me to assess the extent of your growth. What began as a simple desire to test Mona's skills turned into an unexpected revelation for Tison, who, unaware of the unfolding events, felt a surge of excitement, to be candid, since leaving Daughter Island. He had not engaged in a serious bout, having been preoccupied with concerns for Mona and the others. Now that he had found Mona, despite not locating Gina, the life card of the latter remained intact, allowing him to relax considerably. Boss, prepare to be astonished. Mona seemed to hold a mischievous intent to surprise Tison, a cheeky smile adorning his face. In the center of the small garden, the two giants and a crowd of spectators gathered to watch the two young men prepare for battle. These two have certainly grown, remarked Dongli. We know Mona has made remarkable strides, but I wonder how Tison has fared. Indeed, exclaimed Dongli, as Jerry and Muse stood nearby, observing the imminent duel. Who do you think will win? Muse suddenly posed the question to Jerry. Without a doubt, the captain. Is there even a need for inquiry? Jerry shot a sideways glance at Muse, as if addressing an imbecile. Is that so? But does it truly matter who wins? All that matters is that they can explore the seas freely without being captured as slaves. The two combatants swiftly engaged in battle, with onlookers straightening their postures, their eyes fixated. Green Bull clasped his tiny hands together at his chest, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he watched Tison in action. The duel commenced with a series of ordinary strikes, escalating into a clash of formidable forces. Tison consistently anticipated Mona's movements, much to Mona's frustration. Boss, I am ready to unleash my ultimate technique, Mona declared impatiently. By all means, unleash it. Tison responded nonchalantly, preparing to engage in a hand-to-hand bout, seeking to vent his frustrations. Then, with a display of beastly muscles, Mona charged forward. 10-ton gravity punch. What is this? Though questions and speculations raced through his mind, Tison had no time for contemplation and swiftly reacted. Dominating fist. This strike encapsulated all of Tison's strength, augmented by his fierce aura, representing the pinnacle of his power. Bang, boom, crack. In an instant, their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air, creating a deafening explosion as the dense jungle around them swayed violently, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Impressive! What tremendous power! As the residual force dissipated, both combatants landed steadily. Mona, boss, I was fortunate to consume the fruit that originally belonged to Captain Murray. Is that so? This means Captain Murray anticipated our arrival. Tison recalled the scarred man he had encountered previously. Indeed, shortly after our escape, I stumbled upon this fruit. Then there's no choice, Mona. It seems you must diligently embrace Captain Murray's legacy. Now, I shall get serious. Tison felt a blend of sadness and joy. He had not expected Mona to have already consumed a devil fruit. Initially, he intended to bestow the gas fruit upon him. However, it appeared that this fruit suited Mona far better. Let us go, boss, Mona declared fearlessly, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Tison slowly withdrew his sword. Blade technique. Air slash. This technique, though accompanied by his aura, did not incorporate chakra, but was nonetheless formidable. 10-ton gravity punch. Bang. It seemed that without unleashing his true abilities, victory would be elusive. Tison realized Mona had indeed matured significantly, mastering both armament and observation haki to a commendable degree. In fact, both of their dual-colored haki had been taught by Captain Murray, and even the advanced knowledge of internal destruction through flowing haki had been imparted to them. All that remained was to enhance their training. However, after harnessing the fruit's powers, Mona's strength far surpassed Tison's. He released his chakra, and in an instant his aura surged, emitting terrifying energy waves, the white aura enveloping his sword evoking awe. Blade technique. White dragon. Simultaneously, a colossal white dragon surged from the sword, coiling above Tison's head. Roar. Mona's eyes widened in astonishment, immediately followed by a resolute gaze. 50-ton gravity punch. A white dragon surged through the sky, roaring towards Mona, before crashing into his fist, producing a series of sonic booms and muffled sounds. The spectators swayed, the two giants bending down, shielding themselves from the residual shockwaves, while the jungle on the ground was uprooted, transforming the battlefield into a plain death. Mona let out a frenzied scream. Is this the captain's strength? Is this indeed Mona's boss, the future captain? Hey, Dongli, this is astonishing. Ga. What remarkable power. Moments later, the radiant light in the sky vanished, revealing the silhouette of a figure within. Mona plummeted from the heavens, gradually rising to her feet, kneeling on one knee, her breath rapid and greedy as she inhaled the fresh AI. Mona, you have truly grown stronger. Witnessing Mona's ability to withstand such a move left one momentarily astonished. However, considering that Mona had consumed the Tuntun fruit, it was not entirely unexpected. Evidently, she had grasped the essence of Captain Murray's techniques. Ahahaha. Captain, of course. I have inherited Captain Murray's abilities. Bring it on. I have yet to reach my limits. You must be cautious. I still lack control over this move. Tisen turned to his side. Uncle Dongli, Uncle Brokey, I will need your assistance shortly if anything goes awry with my next attack. I kindly ask you both to intervene. That he was apprehensive that his forthcoming assault might spiral out of control. Nevertheless, he was eager to test the strength of this move, and there was no one else he could engage with like Mona. While Dongli and Brokey could assist in testing, it was not the most prudent idea. Fear not. On the honor of Elbaf, we shall ensure that the little rascal remains unharmed. Captain, unleash your attack. I too shall exert my utmost effort. Rising to his feet, Mona understood that she would undoubtedly not be able to match the captain. Yet, at the very least, she wished to witness the limits of his power. 100-ton gravity fist. Mona's mouth widened in astonishment, her veins bulging as her body tensed, both arteries and veins vividly visible, creating a fearsome visage. Standing nearly 6 meters tall, she swung her increasingly massive arms, a sight both shocking and terrifying. Observing the onslaught Mona was about to unleash, it seemed her body was struggling to bear the weight. However, since it was a full-force attack, he too had to give his all. Otherwise, he would only bring shame to the brother who had always followed in his wake. Secret technique, world severance. Gripping his long sword with both hands, he closed his eyes as his aura surged higher. Once it reached its zenith, most of the chakra within him gradually converged onto the blade. Then, opening his eyes, he raised the sword above his head, where black and white auras intertwined along the blade. Suddenly, a colossal sword shape, over 50 meters in size, manifested above Tisen's head, brimming with terrifying black and white energy fluctuations that sent chills down the spine. Upon closer inspection, there was an indistinct layer of white square-shaped energy surrounding the sword's exterior. With a pained expression, Tisen gazed at his opponent. Be cautious, Mona. The enormous black and white energy sword descended upon her. Hey, this is serious. Should we intervene, Dongli? Not yet. Let us observe. However, be prepared, for this is a formidable foe. Indeed, replied Brokey. The onlookers, Jerry and Muse, were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the spectacle in the sky. Is this truly the extent of human power? Is this the ability of a devil fruit? No, it cannot be, for the captain previously stated he is not a devil fruit user. So, is this the swordmaster's aerial slash? Run, Lord Tisen is about to unleash his ultimate move. Run. The others, witnessing this scene, were struck with fear, hastily fleeing to avoid being caught in the chaos. The massive sword shape cleaved through the air. It unleashed an even faster slash toward Mona. Staring at the terrifying attack hurtling toward her, Mona was momentarily stunned. However, forcing herself to react, she braced herself for the impact. Upon contact with the immense sword energy. Bang! Bang! Oh no! Mona felt an intense pain radiating from her fist. Even under the influence of haki, the agony persisted, which puzzled her. Yet recalling that this was the captain's former ability, she dismissed her concerns and hastily reinforced the haki enveloping her fist. Soon, she realized that her entire body was beginning to dissolve, prompting her to panic and envelop herself in haki. Although she managed to shield herself, her stamina rapidly dissipated, and the strength of her haki waned. This is bad. I did not anticipate that this strike would actually succeed. I thought it was merely a prototype, but it has succeeded. Now, Mona is in peril. When Tisen had initially practiced this move, he could only produce a rudimentary form. with the chakra manifesting as dust that could be released but not sustained for long. Now, however, the sword energy's form appeared as if encased within a colossal white square, preventing the black and white energy from dissipating. Thus, the only way to dispel this sword energy would be through the opposing force or the strength of Haki. Should it strike, it would decompose the target into atoms. Much like dust. Uncles, act quickly. Tisen, panting heavily, urgently implored the two giants. If you delay any longer, it may be too late. Action, Dongli. The little rascal seems to be in trouble. His attack appears problematic. It seems so. Let us act. For the honor of Elbaf. Then, Dongli and Brokey each took hold of their long swords, which instantly glowed with a cerulean aura, while one wielded a massive axe that burst forth with a crimson light. The aura then enveloped their entire beings, their momentum overwhelming. Haki of the nation. Bang! Bang! In an instant, two colossal forces collided. Mona, initially immobilized, was propelled away by the immense force, crashing into the forest before finally coming to a halt. The power in the sky then erupted. Crack! Whoosh! After a brief standoff, the sword shape dissipated. Yet even in its dissolution, a mesmerizing black and white sword edge continued to descend upon Mona with alarming speed. Dongli, quickly defend. Brokey, accompanied by the anguished cries of the two, the captivating black and white sword edge vanished from sight. Uncle Dongli, Uncle Brokey, kneeling on one knee, Tisen's heart sank as he heard their screams. Anxiously, he called out, "Hey, Jerry, go check on the uncles." "All right, Captain." Jerry, finally snapping out of his daze, hurried off toward Dongli and Brokey, exhausted from expending a third of his chakra on that move and drained of energy. Tisen knew he needed to swiftly ascertain Mona's condition. If anything were to happen, he would bear the weight of grave consequences. Upon reaching Mona's location, he rushed forward to investigate. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. It appeared as though Mona had been doused in acid, her skin and flesh eroded and pockmarked. "Hey, brother, are you all right? Don't scare me like that." Suddenly, he sensed Mona's aura growing weaker. "Never mind. I'll try to see if I can help." Tisen concentrated chakra into his hands, attempting to control it for healing. When he touched Mona's hand with his chakra, he quickly realized it was futile as the wounds only seemed to worsen. Right, the pills. They have healing properties. Suddenly recalling that the pills possessed cleansing effects, he hurriedly retrieved one and placed it in Mona's mouth. Minutes passed, and when no signs of revitalization emerged from Mona's body, it struck him as odd. Then he observed the decayed skin and flesh on her body begin to stir, large patches of rotting tissue falling away. Subsequently, new skin and flesh sprouted from Mona, and in that moment, he sensed her aura stabilizing, allowing the tension in his heart to finally ease. Muse, having witnessed the entire ordeal, felt helpless and anxious. Seeing Mona sustain such grave injuries was a first for him. And upon witnessing Tisen heal her, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear towards the other's abilities. His gaze toward Tisen transformed entirely, no longer indifferent, but now filled with trepidation. "Muse, you take care of Mona. I'll check on the two uncles." Noticing Muse standing timidly to the side, Tisen stood and addressed him. "All right, Captain Tisen." Overwhelmed by fear, Muse quickly complied. He dashed toward Dongli and Brokey, only to find the two lying on the ground, exchanging jovial banter. "Uncles, are you all right?" "Alas, the little imp has arrived. We are unharmed." "What of young Mona? Is he in any distress? We have wagered the honor of Elbaf. If he is injured, we shall truly be shamed." Dongli and Brokey chuckled as they spoke. It turned out that the two had exerted themselves fully to withstand the onslaught of the black and white blades, their weapons destroyed, sustaining minor internal injuries and spitting blood, yet otherwise unscathed. "Dear uncles, Mona is fine. I sincerely apologize," Tisen said, his face betraying a sense of shame. "If you wish to preserve the honor of Elbaf, refrain from uttering such words," Dongli replied, his laughter peculiar and hearty. "Indeed," Brokey concurred, recognizing the camaraderie between them, thus deciding to say no more. "Then I shall not be polite. Dear uncles, tonight, I shall prepare a feast of roasted meat for you. You may rest," initially intending to depart in the afternoon. It now seemed they would be delayed a few days. Observing Mona's condition, it appeared he would recover swiftly. His injuries were primarily external, though the internal ones were not trivial. However, after taking medicine, he felt significantly better. "Jerry, Could you please hunt a few ferocious beasts? He was not inclined to move, as despite not utilizing all of his chakra in the previous attack, it had left him utterly exhausted and in great discomfort. With pleasure, Captain, Jerry replied, his gaze toward Tisen transformed, filled with newfound respect, realizing he had found an extraordinary captain. Once Jerry departed, Tisen seated himself, a silver light flickering in his mind to name. All's Tisen identity, adopted son of Charles. Resident of Giant Stone Island, member of the All's family dreams and aspirations. To create a realm of freedom and a paradise in the skies. New dream. To find his enemies. Goal. To locate Mona and Gina. New goal. Profession. Architectural designer. Swordsman skills. Sword technique. Half moon. Sword technique. Full moon. Sword technique. Air slash. Sword technique. White dragon fist observation hockey. Mind reading. Armament hockey. Enveloping the entire body. Conqueror's hockey. Effective control. Acquired skills. Possesses the ability of the no adult, but requires time for personal development. Additionally, due to a lack of understanding of hand seals, some skills of the no adult cannot be utilized. Perception, 100, usable, capable of sensing the flow of an enemy's chakra, detecting their movements, and swiftly evading their attacks. The range expands with increased chakra, dustless mist, 100, usable, possesses the ability to render oneself invisible, yet cannot escape the perception of observation hockey. Dust release. Original world separation technique. 49. Usable, but cannot be released. Dust release. Boundary separation technique. 49. Not usable. Splitting technique. 0. Not usable. Earth release. Super light heavy rock technique. 69. Usable at 100, but cannot employ earth release. Can only alter the weight of oneself or external objects. Upon seeing the last skill at 69, he felt a surge of excitement. The ability to fly was indeed tantalizing. 5 days later, they bid farewell to Dongli and Brogy, promising to return with weapons next time. Due to his own circumstances, the two uncles had lost their weapons and suffered injuries, though fortunately, none were severe. Thus, the Tisen pirates officially set sail, guided by Gina's life card toward the East Sea. A direction he had not anticipated. The All's kingdom also lay in the East Sea, a considerable distance from Rogue Town. This journey would allow him to accomplish two objectives simultaneously, saving him a great deal of time. After several days at sea, the Tisen pirates found themselves nearing Reverse Mountain. Prior to their departure, Tisen had disbanded the other crew members, explaining the potential dangers of their mission to the All's kingdom. A seahorse fisherman was tasked with returning the others, and before their departure, Tisen generously provided them with enough money to sustain themselves. Now, the Tisen pirates comprised 5 members. Captain All's Tisen Fist of Mona's swordsman, Jerry Merman, Muse Greenbull, who relished physical training. On board the pirate ship, Tisen learned more about Muse, the Merman companion, who had once operated a welfare institution in Fishman Island's Fishman Street, where he served as the director. That he recalled that several prominent figures, such as Fisher Tiger, Jean Bay, and Arlong, had grown up in that very orphanage. Having opened the institution, Muse ceased its management, driven by curiosity about the outside world, leading him to embark on adventures. However, he was captured by a slave ship, which eventually led to the arena battles with Mona on an island nearby. Afterward, he traveled alongside Mona in search of Gina and Tisen, but ultimately found no trace of them, leading him to wait at Little Garden. Muse stood approximately 3.5 meters tall, sporting a light red complexion, favoring a bare upper body while donning pale yellow shorts and wielding a harpoon. Additionally, his combat prowess was commendable. Although he lacked hockey, he was well versed in various fishman karate techniques. Throughout their days together, Tisen discerned that both Jerry and Muse were loyal companions, harboring a deep disdain for nobles and slave traders. Captain Tisen, now that we've established this pirate crew, what about our pirate flag? Indeed, Captain, we too should have our own banner, akin to the illustrious pirate crew of old. After 5 days of recovery, Mona was finally well. Though he regarded Tisen with a trace of fear, apprehensive about sparring with him again. Since that day he had received Tisen's final blow, he had developed a lingering trepidation. Indeed, Captain, as pirates, we must possess our own flag. Quack, quack, quack. Green Bull raised his arm, his gaze resolute. La. Green Bull signified that he would wholeheartedly protect the flag, asserting that the ship and banner were entrusted to him. Ha! Ah! Quite spirited indeed. Keep it up, little green bull. Observing the jovial expressions of his companions, Tisen felt a weight lift from his heart. Rest assured, we shall hoist the flag upon reaching Rogue Town, though my homeland has vanished. I can choose a symbolic location. He was acutely aware that the pirate flag had yet to be raised, but he intended to do so upon passing Rogue Town, a town renowned as a beginning and an end, albeit decades later. Captain, ahead lies Reverse Mountain. Muse, being a fisherman, served as the helmsman, possessing navigational knowledge, albeit not expert level. Tisen gazed up at the magnificent red soil continent, where it intersected with the Grand Line to form 4 seas, each accessible from the Grand Line. Conversely, the Grand Line could also be entered from the 4 seas, though certain methods were required to return, whether traversing from the 4 seas to the Grand Line or vice versa. There were only 2 methods, entering through Reverse Mountain or from Mary Geos, directly above Fishman Island. Of course, there was an alternative route, entering through the Calm Belt directly, which would be far more convenient, albeit significantly more perilous. To reach the East Sea, the Tisen pirates had no choice but to enter through Reverse Mountain, after which they could select a canal to enter one of the 4 seas, specifically the East Sea. Thus, upon ascending Reverse Mountain, they needed to take the rightward route leading to the East Sea. Captain, how shall we proceed? The water in the canal flows downstream. Mona, can your tunpa fruit affect other objects or individuals besides yourself? Regrettably, Captain, it can only affect myself, Mona replied helplessly. That makes sense. If it could affect external objects, it would be akin to the float fruit. Captain, there are people beneath the lighthouse. Could it be that person is already here at such an early hour? He suddenly recalled that the doctor of Roger's pirate ship had long been stationed at this twin cape, his name being Kurokas, the guardian of the Grand Line. Muse, steer the ship closer. We must consider how to reach the East Sea from this point. Kurokas, fishing at the shore, felt quite perplexed upon seeing a pirate ship approached. It is no wonder, for he has only seen the journey from the 4 seas to the upside-down mountain, and has also witnessed the return from the Grand Line to the 4 seas. Pardon me, who are you? Kurokas stood up. That we are pirates, and this gentleman is our captain, Aorisi Tisen, Muse stepped forward to say. Aorisi Tisen? Kurokas, upon hearing that name, felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he pulled out a bounty notice from behind him, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. You are the masked man Aorisi Tisen from the heroic pirate crew 3 years ago. With a bounty of 80 million, were you not supposed to be dead? Hey, watch your words, or I'll cut you down, Jerry threatened, drawing his sword. Gwa gwa gwa. Green Bull also bore a fierce expression. Who was this person to speak of his master in such a manner? His master is formidable. How could he possibly be dead? I apologize. It's just that the newspapers said so. Kurokas waved his hands repeatedly in embarrassment. No worries. I shan't perish so easily. Tisen shrugged off Kurokas's words without concern. I wish to inquire how one might travel from here to the East Sea. Although Kurokas found it curious why the other party wished to return to the 4 seas, he still conveyed what he knew. That is impossible. The waters in the canal flow against the current. One can only ascend from the 4 seas. There is no conceivable way to navigate from the Grand Line to the 4 seas, nor any method to haul a ship upstream. But upon hearing Kurokas's final statement, a sudden idea sparked in Tisen's mind. Though somewhat implausible, it was better than having no solution at all. He turned to Muse and said, Muse, go catch a sea beast from the ocean and see if it can carry us upstream. The others were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Tisen's suggestion. That's impossible. What kind of idea is that? This is utter madness. Kurokas expressed his disbelief at Tisen's plan. All right, Captain Tisen, I'll see if there's one nearby. Muse then leaped into the water. Kurokas, please fetch us a rope. Fine, but don't blame me if anything goes awry. La 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 la, don't worry. Ha ha. The captain is still as imaginative as ever. Mona laughed heartily while munching on ham, pleased to see her captain's creativity. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I'll just trust the captain. Ruwagia sat down casually, seemingly convinced by Tisen's words. Gwa woo woo gwa, la 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 la. Is that so? You believe in the master too? Splendid. In truth, he had also entertained the notion of traversing directly through the doldrums. But upon reflection, he decided against it. If it were just himself, it might have been feasible, but with this group, it seemed a bit beyond his capabilities. Perhaps he could attempt it in the future. After a while, the surface of the water suddenly bubbled up, revealing a long fish flipping its white belly, and shortly after, Muse swam back from the depths. Captain, I found a ribbon fish, considering the size of the canal. I believe it will be just right, though it is a bit unruly, so I had to knock it out. The rope is ready. Do you truly intend to proceed with this? Colokas still felt this crew was getting a bit out of hand. Tisen took the rope and handed it to Muse. Tie this fellow to the ship, and then you may board. After finishing his sentence, Tisen leaped onto the back of the ribbon fish. The ribbon fish had been swimming peacefully in the depths of the ocean when, out of nowhere, it was knocked unconscious by a fisherman wielding a harpoon. Now, as it opened its eyes, it found a small figure standing next to it. Its eyes darted around before recalling that it had been struck. Just as it was about to rage, it suddenly felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the creature beside it, rendering it motionless, and cold sweat began to bead upon its skin. Hey, you're going to take us up this canal, or I assure you, I want to let you go. Thus, a ribbon fish was tied with a rope, the other end connected to a ship, and they began to ascend the canal, water splashing all around as the ribbon fish swam frantically. Colokas watched in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Truly an extraordinary creature. After a strenuous struggle lasting several minutes, the Tisen pirate crew finally reached the East Sea, having collided with a rocky wall along the way, causing damage to their ship. However, they had no trouble navigating to Logtown. Little ribbon fish, thank you for your hard work. Farewell, Tisen proclaimed, drawing his sword and swiftly severing the rope. The ribbon fish, relieved to be freed from these beasts, hurriedly swam back into the depths, disregarding the remnant of rope still attached to it. Eager to disappear from the sight of these two-legged creatures, is this the East Sea? Tisen mused from the bow of the ship, astonished that he, born from the Grand Line, would find himself in the four seas. Although the journey had been peculiar, they had finally arrived safely. Yet, he remained curious as to why Gina had ventured to such a place. To hasten their meeting, Tisen instructed Muse to sail towards Logtown. However, as they neared Logtown, they discovered a battle unfolding in the waters ahead. Upon closer inspection, they realized a group of pirates was attacking a merchant ship. The merchant ship was helmed by a woman approximately 1.8 meters tall, her voluptuous figure complemented by fair skin, rosy lips, and a mane of red hair. Thank you, kind sir, for saving us. We are immensely grateful. If you wouldn't mind, please join us aboard our ship. The beautiful woman expressed her gratitude to Tisen and his crew. The merchant ship had been assaulted by a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. And Tisen had merely intervened, swiftly dispatching Jerry, who had met his demise at Tisen's blade. The remaining pirates, seeing their captain slain, attempted to flee, only to be cut down by Tisen's sword. The ship's captain, witnessing this spectacle, was wide-eyed in astonishment, suddenly extending an invitation for them to board. No, thank you. We are headed to Logtown. Tisen had no intention of entangling himself with these individuals, as he still had matters to attend to. Please wait. Our merchant ship is also headed to Logtown, and I see that your vessel appears damaged. Once we reach Logtown, we will handle the repairs. The beautiful ship captain, noticing Tisen's reluctance to board, quickly added after a moment of thought. Tisen's gaze flickered. He was curious about the woman's intentions. Then, pardon the intrusion. Please. The enchanting woman gestured welcomingly. Just as they were about to approach the merchant ship, they suddenly noticed Green Bull had not followed them. Gua 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 woo woo gua. What did the captain say? Mona turned back, puzzled, scratching her head. Green Bull stated he would watch over our pirate ship. Ha ha ha, what a good child. The woman beside them chuckled heartily, her ample figure shaking in delight, provoking a certain stir of desire in those who beheld her. Upon entering the cabin, Tisen wished to bypass pleasantries and directly addressed her. Speak plainly. What is it you want? No need for circumlocution. If I am not mistaken, you two are the former members of the heroic pirate crew, masked man Aorisi Tisen and Little Giant Fist Mona, as well as the swordsman Jerry from the former Phantom Pirate ship. The beautiful woman continued after Tisen remained silent. My name is Xuanai Lilia. I am the second in command of the Xuanai family. Our family has long been engaged in trade, thus we cannot avoid dealings with pirates. For the sake of our family's development, I wish to join your ranks. Naturally, I am a navigator, and my family aims to expand into the Grand Line. However, we have lacked channels until now. Thus, accompanying you would be far more advantageous. In return, we would provide intelligence and resources. After listening to her elaborate intentions, Tisen understood her motives. She represented a merchant ship from the East Sea seeking to enter the Grand Line for growth, requiring his strength, and in return, she offered intelligence and resources. It was as simple as that. After a moment's contemplation, Tisen replied bluntly, "As for joining us, I have no need for a pretty vase on my ship. However, the Jolly Roger can be lent to you, and in return, you would provide us with intelligence." Although the Tisen pirate crew is not yet renowned, soon the name of this pirate crew will echo across the seas. Upon hearing Tisen refer to himself as a handsome vase, Xuanai felt a surge of indignation, pouting and biting her ruby lips, interpreting his words as an implication of being merely decorative and devoid of utility. "Since that is the case, I shall give this to you, and we shall officially become partners." Tisen glanced at the object he received and discovered it was a tiny transponder snail. Though he had encountered many transponder snails, he had never seen one so diminutive, and he found it rather adorable. Half an hour later, they arrived at Rogue Town. Upon disembarking, they bid farewell to Xuanai and Lilia, agreeing to return the ship to its original position once repairs were completed. They found a hotel in Rogue Town to rest for a day before setting sail again, while also preparing their pirate flag. Tisen had already conceived a design for the flag, although he had never studied art. He was confident in his ability to sketch a simple image, recalling his previous life as an urban planner. After a night of rest, the following morning, the Tisen pirate crew continued on their voyage in the direction indicated by Gina's Vivre card. The supplies aboard the ship had been prepared by Xuanai and Lilia, with ample food sufficient for 3 months. This moment, aboard the pirate ship, Jerry stared blankly and asked, "Captain, are you serious? Is our pirate flag really like this?" "Ah, since it's the captain's wish, there is no other option." Quack, la la la. "It took me 3 hours to create this. Isn't it splendid?" The Tisen pirate ship proudly displayed its flag on the dual masts, featuring a skull and a long sword thrust through it, which was entirely conventional. However, the skull bore a creature that resembled a mouse, yet was not one. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the pendant hanging from Tisen's neck, a design he had envisioned as a kind of memento. This creature looked remarkably like Mickey Mouse, the only remnant from his previous life. Sigh. "Since we've made a decision, there's no turning back," Jerry sighed, his expression one of helplessness. "Ah, indeed, the captain is quite amusing. Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of a rather amusing idea." "What?" the others inquired, their faces filled with curiosity. "I won't reveal it just yet. You'll find out when the time comes." "Ah, the Kingdom of Ours is located to the east of Rogue Town, requiring a 3-day voyage by ship. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the kingdom, the King of Ours was indulging in revelry. As dancers twirled gracefully below, while many improperly attired individuals exposed their skin as they displayed their dance moves. Among the dancing women were numerous officials and ministers, some gazing at the dancers with greedy eyes, while a few remained expressionless, drinking in their seats. That moment, a middle-aged man rose from the left side of the king. "Your Majesty Lefida, the deadline for the world government's tribute is approaching. Yet we are still halfway short of the required amount." "What? We are still so far behind. Did we not instruct the officials and soldiers to contribute 3 years ago? Furthermore, if the amount is insufficient, simply take it from the commoners." The king of Lefida stood abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. "Your Majesty, it was indeed sufficient, but your journey to the Grand Line 3 years ago consumed half of our treasury on expenses and bribes for the world government officials. Additionally, we have already extracted significant contributions from the commoners, many of whom are now starving, with numerous perishing from hunger." The minister replied, his face filled with concern. "Moreover, the woman you brought back has also appropriated a considerable amount. So you are blaming me. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed to join the world government as a member state? I do not care. If we are short, take it from the commoners. Who cares about their lives? They are nothing but a bunch of wasteful leeches." At this point, the king's fury erupted, recalling how, 3 years prior, he had purchased the woman from the notorious pirate crew and wished to return home. However, unbeknownst to him, events transpired that left him in the dark. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself back in the Kingdom of Ours. Moreover, after returning to the palace, he noticed frequent lapses in his memory, as if someone were systematically erasing it. It was only recently that he discovered he had been hypnotized, with the perpetrator being the very woman he had brought back from the Sabati archipelago. Infuriated, he hastened to contact the world government, urging them to send someone to apprehend her. only to discover that much of the tribute had been pilfered by her. Thus, he found himself compelled to exert pressure on the world government. Meanwhile, the Tisen pirate crew, guided by Gina's Vivre card, unexpectedly stumbled upon an island, which turned out to be the kingdom of Aorisi. Tisen decided to explore the island first as they approached the shore. Green Bull chose to remain aboard to guard the ship. Upon entering the port, they were met with a scene of devastation: collapsed buildings, choking smoke, and desperate civilians scrambling for a morsel to eat. Some even resorting to violence. The scene was truly one of desolation. Tisen and his crew ventured deeper, witnessing a mother cradling her young child, the mother lifeless, leaving the child wailing in despair, a sound that tugged at the heartstrings. At that moment, a man stumbled forward, bloodied and battered, offering a half-bun to the woman lying on the ground. "Lily, I brought food," he said, his arm wounded, desperately calling her name. "Lily, wake up," as the man gazed at the motionless figure. Hearing the child's heart-wrenching cries, he slowly reached out, lifting the child into his arms, intending to share the only half-bun he had. Just then, other starving civilians caught sight of the food and rushed forward, overwhelming the man, who could only watch helplessly as the bun was snatched away. "Please, give it back. My wife has already starved to death, and if my child goes without food, who cares about you?" Tisen, witnessing this scene, halted in his tracks, his brow furrowed. Bang! Mona stepped forward, deftly dispatching several of the civilians before retrieving the bun and handing it to Tisen. He accepted it and offered it to the man. "I apologize for not bringing food. What is happening in your country?" The man, taken aback by the strikingly handsome youth before him, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. This is the slum area. If you are here for tourism, you should head into the city," the man replied, somewhat timidly. "We are not here for tourism. We are pirates. Rest assured, this place will be liberated soon," Tisen declared, striding confidently towards the city, with his crew following closely behind. The man stood in stunned silence, contemplating their departing figures. Upon entering the city, they found it to be a stark contrast to the chaos outside. The city was vibrant and opulent. They casually entered a tavern. "You all gather information here. I will head into the royal palace to investigate," Tisen stated, his purpose clear: to hold the true culprit accountable. It was evident that the king of this nation cared little for the lives of the common people. As the saying goes, a nation reflects its ruler, and thus he felt no need for mercy. "Understood, Captain," his crew replied. Be careful, boss." After bidding farewell, Tisen made his way towards the royal palace, employing his invisibility technique to evade wave after wave of soldiers. Over time, he had mastered the technique of invisibility, executing it with flawless precision. At this moment within the palace, the king and his officials were embroiled in a heated argument over the tribute. "Indeed. What commoners? They all deserve to die. Let them surrender the valuable possessions they hold. We have sacrificed so much for this nation. Without us, how could this country ever hope to join the ranks of the world government? They would not receive protection either." "Indeed, indeed," the other officials echoed in agreement with the king. At that moment, a general clad in armor rose to his feet. "That I must dissent, Your Majesty. Many of the commoners outside have already perished from starvation, and they possess nothing of worth to surrender. If the world government insists on our compliance, we may as well withdraw from the alliance. This nation is under my protection." "How audacious, Orlando. You are merely a prince. Do you think you know who the king of this realm is? Do not become too arrogant." "Humph. You are nothing but a treasonous usurper. Had I not been deceived by you in the past, I would not have led the army to eradicate the faction of the crown prince, Yusin. Moreover, when I learned of the survival of the crown prince's bloodline years ago, I planned to retrieve him, only to find that you were the one orchestrating behind the scenes, colluding with that scoundrel Flynn to murder the crown prince's sole heir. Aorisi, seize this traitor and sell him into slavery." Hearing the unspeakable truths laid bare, Zofita slammed his hand on the table, bellowing at the soldiers outside. However, despite Zofita's persistent calls, there was no response from beyond the door. "Who dares enter the royal palace?" Just then, a man clad in black samurai attire appeared at the grand entrance, his piercing black eyes sharp and elongated, and his thin, rosy lips barely curved. He stood like a tall tree, wielding a straight sword from which fresh droplets of blood fell, creating a rhythmic sound as they hit the ground. This was none other than Tisen, who had come to the palace and, upon hearing the discussions within, decided to pause and assess the situation. The officials and courtiers, upon seeing Tisen with his bloodied sword, were instantly filled with terror and began to retreat. Only one person remained, wide-eyed in disbelief. What is everyone doing? Capture him at once. Zofita, still unaware of Tisen's identity, mistook him for an assassin and sought to apprehend him for a proper reprimand. Suddenly, a line of soldiers surged into the room, weapons drawn at that moment. Prince Orlando stepped forward. Stop. This is the son of the crown prince. Aorisi Tisen, he is a prince of the kingdom. Observing the advancing soldiers, Tisen wished not to waste time and felt his aura intensify, a crimson energy wave cascading outward, causing everyone in the palace to faint. Save for Prince Orlando. Outside the palace, soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. Inside a tavern, a few patrons reveling in drink and conversation suddenly sensed something amiss. Mona and Ryger were the first to react. Glancing towards the palace, while Muse raised a questioning brow, just as he was about to inquire, those around him collapsed as if struck by heat stroke. Soon, he felt a dizzying force cloud his mind. A heaviness in his chest and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead at that moment. Mona and Ryger, also sweating, exchanged glances of realization that it's definitely him. I sensed this presence 7 years ago. Mona exclaimed, her eyes wide. Shall we go? Ryger, having recognized the source of the aura, rose. Of course, inside the royal palace, Orlando knelt, breathless. I never imagined you would grow to this extent in just a few years. I am aware of everything you wish to convey. The moment I entered, I understood all the thoughts of those in the palace, so you need not waste words. Orlando raised his gaze, eyes wide, and regarded Tisen. Thus, how you choose to proceed is entirely your prerogative. However, I implore you not to harm the soldiers and citizens. They are innocent. Just then, Mona and the others arrived at the palace. Witnessing the multitude of soldiers sprawled on the ground, a sense of foreboding compelled them to enter, where they found Tisen standing with his sword. Boss, are you all right? You scared me, Mona exclaimed, relieved to see Tisen unharmed. You wish to spare the citizens and soldiers of this nation? Very well. Orlando looked up, astonished by Tisen's willingness to negotiate. Indeed, Mona and the other crew members turned, their faces displaying confusion as they took in the situation, surprised at Tisen's unexpectedly amiable demeanor. Yet, only Mona sensed that her captain might have ulterior motives. Bring forth all officials who participated in that affair from years past, and gather all the noble officials of this nation in the palace. I can understand bringing forth those who took part in that incident, but what do you intend to do with the noble officials? Orlando queried suddenly. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply follow my commands that I am well aware of your thoughts. Do not attempt to deceive me. If you do not wish to see the downfall of the Aorisi kingdom. Tisen turned, his gaze filled with a murderous intent. An hour later, all the noble officials and relevant individuals were brought to the royal palace by soldiers dispatched by Orlando, who was both the prince of the Aorisi kingdom and the commander of an army of 10,000. Representing the entirety of the nation's military might. What is the meaning of this? Are you plotting a rebellion? I am the king of the Aorisi kingdom. What do you intend? You worthless scum, seize them. Release us, cried the nobles and officials in a cacophony. Tisen strode into the palace, drawing his long sword, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on the officials. Commoners, release me. Save me. Demon, you are a demon. Let me go. I will offer treasure to anyone. Please, spare me. I will give you anything you desire. Tisen paid no heed to their pleas, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that painted the palace in blood and carnage. Orlando, outside, listened to the screams within, his body unnaturally tense, while the soldiers beside him turned pale, trembling. Prince Orlando, is this truly acceptable? A soldier stammered in fear. Hearing this, Orlando clenched his fist, anguish etched on his face, tears streaming from his eyes. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he gradually relaxed his grip. There is no need. This nation does not require such vermin, especially if it wishes to avoid the demise of the Aorisi kingdom, the naval headquarters. News arrived that the world government reported the Aorisi kingdom was under attack by Tisen of the heroic pirate crew, and the situation was dire, necessitating our military intervention. The Aorisi kingdom is a member of the world government. We must take this seriously. I have already notified the Navy in Rog Town to head there first. We shall discuss Tisen and devise a response. Tisen was originally a noble of the Aorisi kingdom. However, Due to a rift between the two princes, he ultimately escaped and became a pirate, spending 4 years with the heroic pirate crew that I recall. It was Vice Admiral Wafius who reported the annihilation of the heroic pirate crew 3 years ago. Why is he still alive? Marshal Sauce exclaimed, wide-eyed, slamming his hand on the table as he glared at the group. When the silence persisted, he picked up the transponder snail and dialed. From the other end came a sheepish voice. Ahem, Marshal, please do not be angry at that time. Admiral Fei Huang reported that 3 individuals had escaped, and just as I was surrounding the island, I commanded the destruction of a small boat. Indeed, there were 3 individuals present, and I initially presumed they were the ones in question. Given the urgency of the situation at that moment, I refrained from calling for an inspection. 3 years ago, the bounty set by the opposing party was a staggering 80 million. Their capabilities have undoubtedly grown since then. Let us not forget that this individual possesses the Conqueror's Haki, which makes their development quite troublesome at present. I am pursuing the hypnotist Gina in the East Sea, and I intend to apprehend her along with the others. Rest assured, Marshal, the esteemed General Fei Huang and the other officers appeared to be in a state of indifference, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Outside the palace of the Kingdom of Oars, Mona and Jerry awaited, while a pervasive scent of blood filled the air. Inside the palace, blood covered both the floor and the ceiling of the grand hall, creating a harrowing and gruesome sight. Tisen sat on the throne, sword in hand, slightly panting, perhaps as a farewell to all that his predecessor had been. What was to transpire next would wholly belong to him. After a brief moment, Tisen rose to his feet. Upon witnessing the doors finally open, the crowd outside rushed forward. The overwhelming stench of blood and the horrific scene caused the soldiers to cry out in alarm and retch. Boss, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's return. Tisen, covered in blood, glanced at Mona and the others before preparing to depart, and Lotto, seeing Tisen about to leave, hurriedly stepped forward to block his path, only to be halted by Jerry's drawn sword. Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you. Please wait. It's regarding your father. Upon hearing this, Tisen paused, recalling that he had previously spared this individual for a reason. Mona, you all head to the ship and wait for me. Understood, boss. After a short while, and Lotto led Tisen to a chamber where he examined the armor hanging on the iron rack. This was your father's armor. Ever since that incident, I have felt a deep sense of guilt. Thus, I placed the late Crown Prince's belongings in this room. Furthermore, I ask you to accompany me to a certain location, the treasure vault of the Kingdom of Oars. There are 2 keys to this vault, one held by the Crown Prince, which we failed to retrieve back then, and the other in my possession, discovered in the residence of Zofita. I now present it to you, for you are the rightful king of Ors. And Lotto spoke. He respectfully handed over the key. Tisen, upon inspecting it, was taken aback to discover that the golden Mickey Mouse pendant he wore around his neck was identical to the key Lotto had just given him. After all this talk, have we finally reached the crux of the matter? I have no intention of inheriting any throne. As for the future of the kingdom, that is no longer my concern. Let us proceed to the treasure vault. Although aware from the outset that Tisen did not wish to inherit the throne, and Lotto remained persistent, continuously persuading him en route to the vault. Inside the kingdom's treasure vault, Tisen unexpectedly found 2 devil fruits, one an ancient zoantype and the other a regular zoantype. He took the ancient one, leaving the latter behind, while also collecting some treasures, but leaving the rest untouched. The kingdom is now entrusted to you. There remains another devil fruit within. To protect this nation, strength is essential. Watching Tisen depart, and Lotto contemplated his earlier words, deep in thought. After leaving the island, Tisen suddenly noticed that Gina's life card was exhibiting signs of combustion and that its trajectory had altered from the direction he initially pursued. Startling him, he instructed Muse to swiftly change course and follow. Meanwhile, several nautical miles from the northwest corner of the Kingdom of Oars, a single-masted sailboat glided across the sea. Bloodied and frantic, Gina clutched her life card, anxiously steering the vessel towards its new course, while cannon fire intermittently erupted from behind. Stop right there, you wretched woman, a rotund man with braided hair shouted from behind, his expression twisted in anger. What was initially believed to be a simple task of capturing this woman had devolved into a chaotic chase, as she used her maritime knowledge to evade capture multiple times, nearly leading to the sinking of the warship on several occasions. Now, she taunted him like a monkey, returning to her previous course, utterly humiliating him. You cannot escape. Gina, who had been comfortably situated in the kingdom of Ors, found herself in peril when she inadvertently exposed her intentions while hypnotizing King Zofita, prompting the world government to dispatch the Navy to capture her. The Navy had realized that 2 years prior, members of the auctioneer pirate crew had surfaced in the Sabaody archipelago, finally uncovering the mastermind behind the chaos. Escaping the Navy, Gina had initially intended to return directly to the Grand Line. However, upon discovering that Tisen's life card had shifted direction, she was overwhelmed with emotion, having expended considerable effort in her search for him. After scouring all possible locations, she confirmed that he had ventured into the Calm Belt. This revelation infuriated her, as she was reluctant to enter the Calm Belt, leaving her with no choice but to remain in the kingdom of Ors. Now, with Tisen's life card changing course, she understood precisely what it indicated. Thus, she risked returning while evading pursuit from Vice Admiral Enwa Fes. As Gina pondered these matters, a cannonball suddenly plummeted from above, compelling her to swiftly pivot and unleash a burst of air from her fingertip, successfully neutralizing the threat. Yet, Gina remained vigilant. She knew that the pursuing warship was closing in, and her single-masted sailboat could not outrun its speed. Moments later, her vessel was struck by cannon fire from behind, causing the stern to submerge. Realizing escape was impossible, Gina's countenance turned ashen as she prepared to leap aboard the enemy's ship to fight. Though formidable, Gina was no match for Vice Admiral Enwa Fes. Her hypnotic abilities only proved effective against those weaker than herself, or when her opponents were caught off guard, in the face of an opponent well-versed in hockey. Her powers were rendered ineffective. Despite having learned to wield hockey over the years, she lacked the strength to contend with a Vice Admiral of the Navy. In a moment of distraction, Gina was struck by a powerful punch, causing her to spit blood as her body collided with the wall of the cabin. Clutching her abdomen, she slowly rose, her beautiful eyes darting about. Surrender, Enwa Fes declared menacingly, inching closer. But because you are a devil fruit user, I shall have to break your hands. Humph, you think I will surrender? In your dreams. Although she spoke defiantly, Gina realized she had no means of evading this fate. As a devil fruit user, she could not leap into the sea for escape. After 3 long years, she had hoped to reunite with Tisen and the others, only to find herself facing such an end. As Enwa Fes lunged towards her, Gina prepared to use her abilities to push him back, but was taken aback when he suddenly flew backward, crashing through the wall and into the air. Who is it? Enwa Fes quickly regained his footing, utilizing the moonwalk technique to ascend onto the warship, his eyes blazing with fury as he beheld the figure gradually emerging before him, alongside the pirate ship that drew near. Tisen, is that you? Gina exclaimed, her heart racing as she looked at the silhouette standing protectively in front of her. Despite the stark contrast to the man she once knew 3 years ago, she could still discern traces of his former self. Tisen turned to face the now more beautiful Gina, stepping forward to embrace her. He leaned in close, whispering softly in her ear, "It's me. I've come to take you home, Sister Gina." Tears of joy streamed down Gina's face as she buried her cheeks into his embrace, her face flushing with warmth. Before she quickly pulled back, Tisen then lifted Gina and leaped towards the approaching Mickey Mouse ship, gently setting her down and gazing at her with tenderness. "You should rest now. I will handle the rest." "Humph, you presumptuous brat. Do you think you can stand against me?" Vice Admiral Enwa Fes, witnessing Tisen's disregard for him, felt a surge of humiliation and fury, launching a punch towards Tisen. Tisen deftly sidestepped, slashing his sword across Enwa Fes's arm, igniting a shower of sparks. He then swung his sword once more, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy. General Enwafius's pupils constricted as he swiftly retaliated with a punch directed at the sword energy, causing a wave of air to disperse and leaving the others momentarily blinded. Has that once impudent boy with Conqueror's hockey truly matured? The expression on General Enwafius's face darkened as he once again parried the incoming sword strike. Through their recent skirmish, he had come to realize that capturing these individuals single-handedly was an utterly impossible endeavor. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he resolved to apprehend them here. Even if it meant his own demise, he was determined to eliminate this threat. Upon uttering this declaration, General Enwafius's gaze transformed entirely. His pupils were now laced with crimson, and the hockey enveloping his arms emanated a pitch-black luminescence. Observing the level of dominance radiating from his opponent, Tisen remained unfazed, confident in his own hockey prowess. Coupled with the disparity in their observation hockey, he was certain of his victory. However, in light of the urgency, he decided to exert his full strength to avert any unforeseen complications. The Navy headquarters. A sharp sound of a palm striking the table echoed throughout the office, plunging it into silence. What on earth is this scoundrel attempting? How could he commit such heinous acts? Marshal Sauce seethed. Ols Tisen has brutally slaughtered all the nobles and officials of the Ols Kingdom, employing exceedingly cruel methods. And the naval forces stationed in Rog Town have been completely annihilated. That I never anticipated that this wretch would survive that battle, reported Admiral Fei Huang, relaying intelligence from the world government. This a quest for vengeance. He was originally a citizen of the Ols Kingdom, yet after the coup, he was relentlessly hunted, and his entire family was slain. It is understandable that he would seek retribution, but I did not foresee it happening so swiftly. Silence. The priority now is to apprehend him. General Enwafius should have already captured that boy. As soon as Marshal Sauce finished speaking, a Navy officer burst through the door, a look of urgency etched across his face. Holding a report. Marshal, I just received word that General Enwafius has fallen in battle. The warship has sunk. Upon delivering this grim tidings, the officer bowed his head, seemingly bracing for the impending storm. What did you say? A loud thud resonated as a large handprint appeared on the table, revealing Marshal Sauce's incredulity, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, aboard the Tisen pirate ship, the crew was reveling in a banquet filled with laughter and joy. The previous encounter with General Enwafius had been devoid of suspense. Tisen had emerged victorious, initially reluctant to kill. Memories of Enwafius bombarding him 3 years prior, coupled with the recent injury inflicted upon Gina, had ignited his fury, compelling him to strike with lethal intent. Captain, I've heard of the Bear Paw tribe. They even consider humans as potential delicacies. That acceptable, Jerry remarked, recalling tales from his previous pirate crew about the Bear Paw tribe. Known for their culinary pursuits, including the preparation of human flesh, leading him to question Tisen's judgment. La. It's merely that their horizons are too narrow. However, we need not seek them out. Let's just take a look. Tisen replied, if they're too weak, I won't require them, as I do not wish for future companions to endure similar fates. As he spoke, he gently held Gina's hand, gazing at her with tenderness. Gina had previously shared her experiences from the past 3 years with Tisen, moving him deeply while also evoking a pang of sympathy. Gina, her face flushed, lowered her head, only to suddenly look up with wide eyes, as if realizing something. What? Are you implying that I'm too weak? Tisen, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly waved his hands. No, don't misunderstand. Ahaha, it's truly wonderful to have found you, Sister Gina. Quack. Oh my, how adorable, Gina exclaimed as she spotted Green Bull, reaching out to embrace him, playfully rubbing her cheek against his face. Quack, quack, Green Bull protested, stating that women only hindered his training speed and urged her to release him. Ha. What? How dare you say that? You're staying with me today? Gina glared fiercely. Thud. Upon hearing this, Green Bull feigned death, collapsing to the ground. Ha. By the way, I've acquired something remarkable. Amidst the cheers of his crew, Tisen produced an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. This a devil fruit. The surrounding crew members gasped in astonishment that it appeared to be a Zoan type. Gina, having spent the longest time aboard the ship, inquired, Captain, what is its ability? This is the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit. Shark-tooth dragon form. Does anyone wish to consume it? Currently, the only non-devil fruit users aboard were the captain, Jerry, and Muse. This was a rare fruit, and Tisen had already informed Gina about Charles' situation. Thus, she believed that most would opt for the Logia type. Despite the merits of the ancient fruits, I do not intend to consume the devil fruit for now, Tisen replied, planning to wait until his strength had sufficiently increased before doing so. Neither do I. Eating a devil fruit would disqualify me as a pure swordsman, Jerry stated, as his aspiration was to challenge swordsmen across the seas. I'll pass as well. Eating one means I can't swim, he added. Being a fisherman who relished the freedom of swimming, since no one wishes to eat it, Gina, I entrust it to your care. As for this Logia type, we shall save it for future companions. All right, leave it to me. If I run short on money, I'll exchange it, Gina replied joyfully as she accepted the fruit. Nana, that won't do. This is a rare type. Besides, as for money, You can have as much as you desire in the future, Tisen said, concern etched on his face, genuinely fearing she might sell it, which would be a headache for him. Ha ha ha. Rest easy. Your worry is quite amusing. At this point, Tisen suddenly felt an urge to visit Sky Island, which was said to be abundant in gold, and he yearned to search for the strongest Logia-type devil fruit. Just then, as others were about to speak, Tisen's transponder snail rang. Hello? Is there something you need? You all have done something monumental, defeating a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. The transponder snail simulated a sultry voice with alluring red lips. I asked that the reason for your call, Tisen replied, somewhat unimpressed that I merely wanted to remind you that while defeating him was sufficient, I never expected you to go so far as to kill that rear admiral. The Navy headquarters will undoubtedly seek vengeance for this. Gah! Tisen chose to disregard her, hanging up the call. On the other end, Sheena's beautiful face revealed disbelief. This scoundrel dared to hang up on me. How ungrateful, especially after I showed concern for him. Just wait. She fumed. Hey, Butler, have you procured the training methods for the Navy's 6 styles? In the East Blue, Bear Paw Island is renowned for its resemblance to a bear's paw. The island is inhabited by the Bear Paw tribe, famed in the East Blue as gourmets, who are culinary philosophers with a profound love for cooking. At this moment, in a cave on Bear Paw Island, a massive cauldron was set over a fire, stirred by a figure resembling a wild man, standing over 3 meters tall. This individual, with a robust physique, sported a white buzz cut and a slightly swollen face, with paint forming 2 circular patterns around his eyes and a triangular design on his forehead. Each eye bore 3 small dots, mimicking a bear's paw. Chief, a group of people has arrived from outside. They appear to be pirates. That a person wielding a wooden stick with a knife tied to it entered the cave. Upon hearing this, the tribe leader set down his stirring spoon, his rotund form pivoting to seize his weapon. Gather everyone. Today, we shall indulge in human cuisine once more. The chief seemed exhilarated. As the leader of the Bear Paw tribe and a culinary philosopher, he could not let such an opportunity slip by. On the coast of Bear Paw Island, upon disembarking from their ship, the Tisen pirate crew was suddenly surrounded by a throng of individuals. Captain, are we truly seeking such wild individuals as potential partners? They questioned, observing the group that had emerged. These people wore mismatched deep blue and light blue striped short-sleeved shirts, black shorts, and flip-flops, each wielding a stick tied with a knife. Tisen, perhaps we should reconsider. Gina's face revealed her hesitation as she glanced at Tisen, whose eyelids were twitching and facial muscles slightly convulsing. Hey, you pirates over there, I'm the chieftain of the Bear Paw tribe. Since you have encountered us, you might as well surrender without resistance. After saying this, noticing that Tisen and his crew remained unresponsive, he grew somewhat incensed and commanded, charge, capture them, and prepare them as ingredients. With that, he stepped forward, eschewing any further trivialities, and brandished his weapon as he charged ahead. Let me handle this. Enough. Suddenly, Muse stepped forward, eager to engage with the group. Let's see how that chieftain fares. If it doesn't work out, so be it. Tisen, feeling somewhat helpless, reflected on how, throughout their journey in the East Blue, he had heard tales of the Bear Paw tribe's culinary prowess, only to find them reduced to such a pitiful state. As the opposing group surged forward, Muse took the initiative and unleashed a fishman martial arts technique, Water Strike. At that moment, beads of water materialized in Muse's hand, which he then propelled forward, causing everyone on the opposing side, save for the Bear Paw tribe's chieftain, to collapse onto the ground. The chieftain, witnessing one of his own being so easily bested, felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Who are you exactly? We are the Tisen pirates, came the reply. We initially sought a chef from the Bear Paw tribe, but now it appears you are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. Who are you calling inept? I am not like them. With that, the chieftain charged at Muse. Shark Fong Fist. The chieftain was swift, and before Muse could react, he was sent flying. It was no surprise, though Muse was the weakest among the crew and lacked hockey. He possessed a multitude of fishman karate techniques. Moreover, he had once faced Mona in a contest, and although he lost, Mona was a devil fruit user with exceptional hockey skills, particularly in armament hockey. In the East Blue, one either encountered formidable foes or a mere rabble. Upon seeing the chieftain knocked down without making a move, Tisen addressed his crew. Let's go. I had expected the acclaimed Bear Paw tribe to be something extraordinary. Now it seems they are just a bunch of worthless individuals, leading to my disappointment. The others nodded in agreement, and just as they prepared to board their ship, the chieftain called out, "Stop! We, the Bear Paw tribe, are culinary philosophers, renowned for our cuisine. You must take back what you just said." At that moment, the chieftain, who had just been knocked down by Muse, slowly propped himself up, clearly struggling. Tisen and his crew halted their steps. Turning back to "Oh, and how do you intend for me to retract my words?" "Well, as a chef, I shall demonstrate my skills." The chieftain took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward his fallen comrades. "Hey, you all, get up and bring me the ingredients." In an instant, the members of the Bear Paw tribe, who had been sprawled on the ground, began to rise. Before long, the chieftain, having transformed a pile of ingredients into a dish, produced a pot of fresh delicacies, completing the entire process single-handedly with little more than the movement of ingredients. Tisen glanced at his companions, particularly at Mona, who was drooling copiously while fixated on the large pot, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Please, have a taste." The chieftain ladled the food into bowls and invited Tisen and his crew to sample it. After tasting, the group was effusive in their praise, devouring the entire pot of delicacies, yet still feeling unsatisfied. "Captain, I really like this chef. We should keep him," Mona exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he implored Tisen. "Hey, don't get the wrong idea. The only reason I'm cooking for you is to prove that we, the Bear Paw tribe, are the most famous gourmets in the East Blue, not for your benefit." The chieftain interjected as he sensed Tisen's crew scheming. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. We are the Tisen Pirates. I am Captain Aorisi Tisen, and we came here seeking a chef. That I apologize for what transpired earlier. If you are willing, we would like to extend an invitation for you to join us as our chef." "I will not be going with you. You should leave," the chieftain retorted. "Isn't your Bear Paw tribe known for its culinary expertise? Remaining in this small place, you can only continue to cook with these same ingredients. If you were to venture out to sea with us, you would encounter a plethora of ingredients beyond your imagination, not to mention the legendary all blue." "What? Are you serious? What proof do you have?" The chieftain, initially disinterested, widened his eyes in excitement and skepticism at the mention of all blue. "Believe it or not, that's your choice. That I have nothing more to say. So, what will your answer be?" Tisen was reluctant to waste time, knowing he had other matters to attend to, and the Navy would surely be pursuing them again. While he did not fear confrontation, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After staring into Tisen's eyes for a long moment, the chieftain finally made his decision. "My name is Tian Shan, the chieftain of the Bear Paw tribe. That I look forward to working with you. Welcome aboard. We will be waiting for you on the ship." Moments later, Tian Shan appeared, carrying a large pot onto the ship. Turning back to gaze longingly at his fellow tribesmen, Mona approached him. "Don't worry. You can always return if you wish. I know." "Hey, Tian Shan, I heard that your Bear Paw tribe even cooks people. Is that true?" Gina interjected, her curiosity piqued. "Well, we do have that intention, but it's rather strange. Each time we attempt to cook a person, various complications arise, like being rescued or the pot breaking. Although that's what people say. We've never succeeded. Of course, you're just the comic relief." Upon hearing this, Tisen seemed to recall something and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Gina, noticing his amusement, patted her increasingly ample chest, seemingly relieved. "What's so funny? I certainly don't want to share a ship with such a perverse notion as cannibalism." Gina assumed Tisen was mocking her and shot him an indignant glare, puffing her cheeks in protest. "Ha!" The others joined in laughter. Quack. Tian Shan and Green Bull exchanged puzzled glances, scratching their heads. 3 days later, after finding a chef on Bear Paw Island, the Tisen pirates continued their voyage towards the Grand Line. They planned to visit Sky Island before heading into the New World this time. 3 of the 4 emperors were still under 20, with Kaido and Big Mom as mere children and Shanks yet to be born. "Captain Tisen, ahead lies Osaka Island. Should we stop to resupply?" What's wrong, Captain? Is something the matter?" The other crew members noticed Tisen's puzzled expression and turned to look towards the back of the ship, their brows furrowing. "That rear admiral is on our tail again. It seems we have no choice but to fight. This persistent annoyance, let me handle it, Captain." Mona expressed his impatience with the rear admiral, Aorisi, having sailed from Bear Paw Island towards the Grand Line for a month. They had been pursued by this rear admiral, Aorisi. However, Tisen had instructed Mona and Muse to sink their ship without engaging in direct combat. It wasn't that Tisen couldn't defeat him. He simply did not want to escalate matters by killing this rear admiral. Knowing that the Navy would send a vice admiral in response, he was not ready to confront their top-tier combatants, especially when two formidable vice admirals, Steelbone and Flying Bull, were active at this time. Although he was quite powerful, he was not yet a match for a vice admiral. Moreover, he understood the tendencies of the world government and Navy all too well, if they learned of his success in eliminating two elite rear admirals in succession. They would certainly take unexpected measures, such as infiltration or encirclement, that it was already too late for him after the incident with Rear Admiral Enwafes. However, judging by the fact that the opposing side has sent a rear admiral to investigate, it is evident they wish to ascertain something. Yet now, as they persistently cling on, the only option left is to sink them. If necessary, I shall engage the admiral in battle. Moreover, ever since I mastered that particular skill and honed my observation hockey to the point of perceiving others' thoughts, I have felt little trepidation towards admirals that I can easily use these two abilities to gauge the true extent of the admiral's strength. Let's steer the ship closer. I wish to avoid awakening the inhabitants of the island, as I need to retrieve an item shortly. What item? Are you quite familiar with this place? Gina inquired curiously, for Tisen had been part of the hero pirate crew for quite some time. Yet he had never mentioned visiting here. Mona was equally puzzled. I am going to fetch a sword. Upon hearing Muse mention that this was Asko Island, he suddenly recalled that this very island was home to the cursed Holy Sword. Additionally, he realized that he lacked a renowned blade, as the sword he possessed was rather ordinary. This cursed Holy Sword, being a straight long sword, would suit him perfectly. Ols Tisen, you scoundrel, this time I shall capture you. Rear Admiral Erdi was infuriated. He had previously suffered the loss of his warship at the hands of Tisen's crew, nearly leading to the annihilation of his forces, had it not been for the follow-up fleet. He would have likely spent days stranded on the wreckage. Stop wasting time with them. I leave it to you. Understood. Captain, I shall handle Rear Admiral Erdi. Wait, I will take him on. I heard he possesses the power of the steel fruit, and I wish to test my new technique. Mona had initially intended to confront this incessant foe, only for Jerry to suddenly interject, then we are quite eager to see that. Although they were all on the same ship, they had yet to witness Jerry's prowess and were curious about his capabilities. You shan't be disappointed, Quack. If Green Bull wishes to join, then let him. Just be cautious that I shall accompany you as well. Being a member of this ship, I ought to contribute. Everyone, be careful. Tisen preferred not to intervene personally, as this was an opportunity for them to train, aside from Mona and Jerry, whose strengths were formidable. The rest did not meet his expectations. Rear Admiral Erdi, upon noticing a swordsman approaching to confront him, had initially expected Tisen to face him directly, only to be met with an unnamed underling, which incensed him greatly. Wait, why does that fellow look so familiar? You are from the former Phantom Pirate crew, are you not? The criminal with a bounty of 70 million berries. The elite admiral of the Navy headquarters actually recognized him, which was quite an honor. He requested a demonstration of skills. Since you are a member of the former Phantom Pirate crew, you should have perished long ago. After escaping death, you ought to have concealed yourself. Yet here you are, like a dog, venturing back to the seas as a pirate. You wretched scum. Enough chatter. I shall strike you down with a single sword technique. Jerry had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring. He refused to fall for such petty provocations. Whoosh, a sword aura, resembling flowing clouds, surged toward Admiral Enwafes. Rear Admiral Erdi widened his eyes in shock and quickly prepared to defend, as the opponent's arm transformed into steel, causing sparks to fly as the sword aura clashed against it, scattering onto the deck. After the attack dissipated, Enwafes reverted his arm and remarked, "You belong to the Flowing Cloud School. Indeed, I am surprised that Rear Admiral Erdi is aware of it. It would be strange if I did not know. The Flowing Cloud School is a branch of swordsmanship said to channel attacks of earth, water, and cloud attributes that I wonder how many you can unleash. If you wish to find out, then continue." The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, neither side willing to yield. Others, aside from Tisen, Gina, and Mona, had already clashed with the Navy, leaving Tianshan as the weakest on board. However, this was of little concern, for when the time was right, he planned to give the ancient fruit to Tianshan, depending on his performance. You all keep watch here. I will retrieve that sword from the island. After observing Jerry and Rear Admiral Erdi's confrontation, Tisen had gleaned a rough understanding of the Admiral's strength, deciding to fetch the 7-star sword in return before the battle concluded. Tisen, I will go with you. Gina suddenly approached and tugged at Tisen's sleeve. Very well, but stay back. There may be danger. You still wish to go despite the danger. Honestly. Mona scratched her head, watching as the two boarded a small boat toward the island. This trip to retrieve the seven-star sword had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Though the sword was malevolent, having absorbed countless resentments and blood, it was a cursed blade, yet he was confident in his ability to control it. He had previously considered that the swords of this world did not suit him. He wielded a straight long sword, and the seven-star sword was the most fitting for him, although it posed certain risks. He remained resolute. Soon, the pair arrived at a colossal castle, discovering a stone coffin at the very top. This must be it. Gina, you wait outside. This sword could be perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety here. But you? It sounds dangerous. Perhaps you should reconsider. There are many swords out there. It doesn't have to be this one. Upon hearing Tisen mention danger twice, Gina sensed that it was indeed serious, knowing Tisen's abilities. If he deemed it dangerous, it was certainly not trivial. Gina, no matter what I face, I shall not cower, nor shall I falter. My dream is to build a paradise in this world, and I will one day stand atop it. Battling countless strong foes, how could I possibly retreat at the hint of danger? Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to be like that. Gina was moved by Tisen's earlier words, realizing his grand aspirations. However, upon hearing the final statement, her face flushed crimson. Why, you are still the same. I shall ignore you. With that, Gina dashed outside. Tisen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, this approach proved effective. Next, he removed the lid of the stone coffin, revealing a straight long sword that had appeared black prior to his opening it. Yet, moments after the lid had been lifted, the sword's blade became suffused with a verdant hue. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire for power surged within him, compelling him to grasp the hilt. Tisen promptly unleashed his formidable mental strength, activating his observation haki at full capacity to suppress this impulsive urge. The sword seemed taken aback that this individual could maintain control over his mind. Almost immediately, he perceived a voice resonating within his thoughts, filled with malevolence and temptation. Alongside this, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged into Tisen's mind, immersing him in a blood-soaked world where slaughter reigned supreme. And the sky and soil alike were drenched in crimson, instilling a sense of dread. That moment, a black mist coalesced in the sky, within which glowed two verdant eyes like lanterns illuminating Tisen. Do you seek power? I can grant it to you, but you must release my seal. The entire experience was vividly felt, as this sword birthed a vengeful spirit. What power, if this is all it takes to tempt me? You underestimate Tisen far too much. After uttering this, Tisen unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, an even more vivid crimson energy radiated throughout the blood-soaked realm. What is this? It hurts. The vengeful spirit seemed to writhe in agony from this energy fluctuation. You pitiful insect, since you refuse to unseal me, I shall seize control of you instead. The vengeful spirit struggled to endure this force, ultimately dissolving into a black mist that invaded his mind. In an instant, Tisen felt as though he had lost all memory. Only resentment and an insatiable desire for power lingered within him, gradually eroding his soul and spirit, rendering him voiceless as he was compelled to take hold of the seven-star sword. At the coast of Asker Island, the battle between Tisen's pirate ship and the Navy had reached its conclusion, leaving only Jerry and Rear Admiral Erty still engaged in combat. The two exchanged blows on the battlefield, both sustaining various injuries. Jerry bore a critical wound, inflicted by the steel weapon of his opponent, located at his waist, while Rear Admiral Erty sported a shallow cut across his chest, though the situation appeared dire. It was evident that there remained a fighting spirit. After the two collided once more, neither could gain the upper hand, and they retreated to their respective positions. Jerry, upon stepping back, took a deep breath. His eyes bloodshot, and suddenly, his sword-bearing arms swelled with power, the veins and arteries visibly pulsating. Notorious on in an instant. A monstrous wave of earthy yellow sword energy surged forth, seemingly altering the very color of the sky. This is Major General Erty sensed the ominous turn of events, but chose to confront it nonetheless. His arms morphed into iron, enveloped in a dark, gleaming haki, as he leapt into the fray to counter the sword energy. The moment he made contact, he felt as though he had struck a colossal mountain, an overwhelming weight that was unbearable. Almost immediately, The sword energy lunged at him like a frenzied beast. Thud. This is the Doryu technique from the Luyun sect. Truly, it lives up to its reputation for defense and strength. I have lost. Major General Erdi's eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. Impressive, Jerry, as expected of you. Are you all right? Mona approached, gazing at Major General in whose chest bore a grievous wound. Internally, his lungs had been devastated. The man was already dead. Thud. Ugh. Mona moved to lift Jerry and headed toward the Tisen pirate ship. Meanwhile, a soldier at the bottom of the naval vessel, on the brink of death, was frantically dialing with a snail phone. Of course, Mona and the others were oblivious to this scene, and even if they had noticed, it likely wouldn't have concerned them. Since Tisen had intended to battle the enemy from the outset, preparations for war against the Navy had already been made. Outside the castle, Gina had been waiting for an eternity, yet Tisen still had not emerged. Eager to enter but wary of interfering, she could only pace anxiously outside. Inside the castle, Tisen was under the control of a vengeful spirit, preparing to seize the seven-star sword. As the sword remained sealed, the spirit sought to dominate him first, its speed so swift that he could not react. Just as his hand was about to touch the seven-star sword, he suddenly froze. If someone had been present at that moment, they would have witnessed his eyes flickering between crimson and their normal hue. Within the blood-soaked realm, empowered by formidable mental strength, Tisen experienced an epiphany. You wretched, feeble insect, no matter how you resist, you cannot escape your own avarice. Humph, this is not my greed. You, who lurk cowardly within the sword, know nothing of true power. Allow me to show you. He concentrated, battling against the vengeful spirit, which was gnawing at his soul. Suddenly, a massive blood-red hand reached out for the spirit, which emitted a wretched scream before vanishing without a trace. Outside, Thisen's gaze returned to normal as he beheld the seven-star sword he was about to touch. The emerald glow surrounding it dissipated, revealing an ordinary long sword. As he lifted it, he noticed 7 circular gems aligned in a straight line along the blade, with a red tassel dangling from the hilt and a pumpkin-shaped guard. The sword measured approximately 6 feet in length, perfectly suited to his towering height of 2 meters and 4 centimeters. This guard is rather unsightly. I shall need to find a blacksmith to forge a new one. And a sheath. How could I manage without a sheath? That will require some effort. Just then, an overwhelming aura of killing intent flooded his mind, turning his eyes a blood-red hue. Startled, he struggled to regain control, finally managing to return to normalcy after a considerable effort. His astonishment. Even after vanquishing the spirit, the sword retained its original malevolence. It seemed that the prolonged contact between the sword and the spirit had resulted in this phenomenon. However, it was of no concern. He simply needed to adapt to it gradually. Uncertain if the sword still possessed its original flame abilities, he decided to test it, grasping the sword with one hand. He exerted slight pressure, and suddenly, emerald light erupted from the blade, intensifying as Tisen channeled more power into it, filling the entire sword with brilliance. Remarkably, it retained its original capabilities. It seemed that all he needed to do now was to adapt to this sword. Name: Ailes Tisen. Identity: adopted son of Charles, resident of Giant Stone Island, member of the Ailes family. Dreams and goals: to create a land of freedom, a paradise in the sky. New dream: to find his enemies. Goal: to venture into the Grand Line. New objective: profession, architectural designer. Swordmaster skills: secret technique. Limit break. Course skill: sword techniques. Half moon, full moon, airflow / white dragon fist. Observation hockey. Mind reading. Armament hockey covers the entire body. Conqueror's hockey, excellent control. Weapon: 7-star sword. Acquired skills: possesses the ability of the no adult, requiring time to develop. However, due to a lack of understanding of seals, certain skills of the no adult cannot be utilized. Perception: 100, usable, capable of sensing the flow of an enemy's chakra, detecting their movements, and swiftly dodging attacks, with range expanding as chakra increases. Dustless miasma: 100, usable, possesses the ability to render oneself invisible, though cannot evade observation. Hockey's perception: dust release. Original world separation technique. 53, usable, but cannot be released. Dust release. Limit break separation technique. 53, can be attached to weapons for release. Splitting technique. 0, not usable. Earth release. Super light heavy rock technique. 72, can be used at 100, but cannot utilize earth release. Only altars one's or external objects wait. Impatiently, Gina paced around the castle. Just then, Tisen emerged, appearing unscathed, and her anxious heart finally found ease. You're finally out. You had me worried for nothing. Gina huffed, hands on her hips, her lips pouting. That it's all good. I succeeded, seeing Gina as carefree as ever. He felt a genuine joy, especially since he had acquired a fine sword. Now, he only needed to regroup with Mona and the others before setting off for the Grand Line. Boss, you're back. How did it go? Did you get the sword? Let us see. Mona was brimming with curiosity about the sword that had prompted Tisen to go to such lengths. He observed the group, aside from Jerry resting in the cabin. Everyone else appeared well. Tianshan and Green Bull had sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. It seemed they would need to find a ship's doctor. Waiting for injuries to heal naturally was not a viable option. As they gazed at him with eager eyes, Tisen felt compelled to show them the 7-star sword. Behold, but do not touch. You cannot wield this sword. As he presented it, a wave of killing intent emanated, causing those nearby to shudder involuntarily, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Boss, that sword is terrifying. The others, momentarily stunned, soon displayed expressions of fear. Wow, I didn't notice before, but now that I'm closer, I can feel it. Tisen, are you all right? Gina looked concerned. I'm fine. I haven't fully adapted to this sword yet, and I lack a sheath. Once I forge a sheath and nurture it for a few years, it should be all right. No need to worry, Tisen replied with a smile. All right, since the task is complete, let us set sail, brothers, toward the Grand Line. Cheers. At a distant island in the New World, the Rock's pirate ship was taking a respite. Captain Rox, holding a bounty poster, gazed at it with keen interest, even excitement flickering in his eyes. Ha! I never imagined that the little brat from the heroic pirates would grow to this extent. Come to the New World, Captain Rox. Admiral Steelbone has retreated for some reason. Do not concern yourself with him. We have no need to engage in battle right now. Just wait. World government. Indeed, the bounty notice held by Rox displayed a striking visage. Its ethereal elegance illuminated by the delicate starlight, accentuated by a prominent nose. Beneath the image, it read, User of the melting fruit, Aorisi Tisen, bounty of 300 million, dead or alive, in the year 1467 of the Sea Garden calendar. Tisen's pirate ship had finally returned to the Grand Line, having journeyed from Aska Island to Logue Town, resting for a few days. Once Jerry's injuries had sufficiently healed, they ascended the upside-down mountain. Presently, they had anchored at Whiskey Peak. Within a tavern, revelry ensued while the tavern owner trembled in fear. The island's villagers were initially apprehensive, glaring at them with farming tools in hand upon their arrival. However, after Tisen's amiable words, the villagers reluctantly permitted their entry into the town. Whiskey Peak, renowned for its distilleries and music, welcomed them. Upon reaching this town, they found the local spirits quite agreeable, though Tisen regarded them merely as refreshments, for their alcohol content was disappointingly low. He mused that once he established his paradise, spirits could serve as a vital economic resource, connecting the 4 seas through the underground world and extending into the New World. He wondered whether he might discover a musician on this island. As sailing the seas had grown somewhat tedious, another pressing matter occupied Tisen's thoughts. It was time to procure a new vessel. The ship he had acquired from the Sabiti archipelago had endured considerable wear during their travels. Despite having undergone repairs, the absence of a shipwright had rendered the vessel decrepit, though it remained seaworthy. Additionally, he needed to find a ship's doctor. Currently, the crew consisted of Gina as navigator, Tianshan as chef, Muse as helmsman, Jerry as swordsman, Mona as combatant, and Green Bull as lookout. They still required a sniper, a ship's doctor, a musician, and, most importantly, a scientist. Tisen was determined to find one to assist in researching the pills he possessed, aspiring to cultivate a crew of physically adept individuals. However, he remained uncertain if such research would yield results, given that these were gifts from the system and not easily deciphered. Furthermore, the construction of his paradise was contingent upon a scientist. For the intricate designs he envisioned were fraught with uncertainty, much of it born from whimsy. As night fell, Tisen gathered his crew. Mona, you. The others turned their gazes toward Mona's face, a moment of suppressed laughter hanging in the air. Ah, this is what I previously mentioned, a most amusing endeavor. What do you think? Care for a free tattoo? Mona proudly displayed the tattoo adorning his face, Simultaneously, he waved the custom-made Mickey Mouse iron tool he had commissioned from the tattoo artist. Ha! Tisen took the iron tool from Mona, unable to suppress a wry smile. He had not anticipated Mona would choose to tattoo such a design on his visage. Yet, he recognized that everyone had their own peculiarities. And he could see Mona's sincere regard for the Tisen pirates. Very well. From this moment forth, we shall officially set sail for Skypea. After defeating the Vice Admiral at the Navy headquarters, they may be pursuing us as we speak, making this location ideal for your training. After their revelry, Tisen interjected suddenly. I possess a type of pill that can enhance your physical abilities. Mona and I have already taken it, though the experience was somewhat painful. The results are exceptional. Upon hearing Tisen mention the pills, Mona involuntarily shivered. The ordeal had been excruciating, far more than Tisen had suggested. The mere mention of the word pill instilled a sense of dread within him. Observing Mona's reaction, an ominous premonition swept over the others. Gina, will you partake? The process is quite agonizing, Tisen inquired, noting Gina's fearful expression. Though touched by his concern, she shook her head, given the opportunity to grow stronger. She did not wish to miss it. Moreover, she anticipated that the foes they encountered in the new world would only grow more formidable, and she refused to become a burden. Subsequently, aside from Tisen and Mona, the rest of the crew consumed the pills. There were 2 remaining. Tisen had previously researched these pills, determining that each person could only benefit from one for the enhancement effect. Any further consumption would merely yield a healing potion. This was indeed promising. If they could mass-produce such a remedy, it would become a crucial asset. After all, when Mona had sustained grave injuries, the pill had worked wonders, even regenerating flesh. The following day, after consuming the pills, the crew of the Tisen pirate ship felt rejuvenated, their physical prowess noticeably enhanced. Gina appeared even more radiant than before. Much to her delight, she had not anticipated such effects from the pills. Observing their improved physiques, Tisen concluded that it was time to master the 6 powers. Given their current abilities, he believed they would soon grasp the techniques. Tisen had already mastered the Jeppo and Soru techniques, and he aspired to learn the moonwalk. Furthermore, during his 3 years in Amazon Lily, he had frequently suffered from hunger, consuming as if he were a ravenous beast. As a result, excess energy had often been redistributed throughout his body, extending his combat capabilities during battles, akin to a life returned. Captain, this pill is remarkable. My strength has increased significantly. I can only wonder where you procured it. If word got out, countless souls would be envious. Jerry exclaimed, as a swordsman. He had diligently trained his physique, but after last night's ordeal with the pill, he felt as if he could float. The sensation of wielding his sword was entirely transformed. Indeed, I too feel immensely stronger. My power has more than doubled, and my fishman karate strikes now boast an additional 500 watts of force, Muse proclaimed, clenching his fist. Green Bull raised both hands to display his muscles. While they still appeared diminutive, Tisen had originally intended to withhold the pill from him. Yet, to his surprise, Green Bull had consumed it without hesitation. Though he had visibly suffered, the results were promising. Tisen eagerly anticipated the day he awakened his haki. As for Tian-chan, he had been under Mona's tutelage lately. His corpulent physique bore a resemblance to Mona's former self. Thus, Tisen entrusted this task to Mona, hoping he would soon awaken his haki. Otherwise, it would be challenging for him to contribute in future battles. Early the next day, the Tisen pirate ship set sail toward Gaia Island, with Tisen contemplating a vessel exchange along the way. The funds he had acquired from the Sabeti archipelago, coupled with treasures Gina had pilfered from the Ales kingdom, would suffice to procure a better ship. However, the nearby islands lacked reputable shipyards, relegating them to mere repairs before continuing to Skypea.at. This moment, the crew busied themselves with their respective tasks aboard the ship, while Tisen lounged in the kitchen, relishing Tian-chan's cooking and savoring a bottle of wine. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang. Upon answering, a sultry pair of lips materialized on the screen. Tisen, I've received intel that a ship from the South Sea is transporting celestial gold from a nation, and it is quite near Gaia Island. However, you are in the Grand Line and cannot traverse the Com Belt. This vessel is not only accompanied by world government personnel, but also protected by Vice Admiral Valdian. Ah, at last, some news. Your information arrives at an opportune moment. Shu and I. You wouldn't dare embark on such a venture, would you? Do you realize the magnitude of the crime associated with stealing celestial gold? I would prefer not to hear of the Tisen pirate ship's demise before we even enter the Grand Line. That is not for you to worry about. Gaga. On the other end, Shuanai seethed as she heard the transponder snail disconnect. That bastard. He hung up on me again. The transponder snail observed Shuanai's fury with trepidation. Tisen had previously tasked Shuanai with gathering intel on celestial gold. His motives were clear. He had long desired to challenge the world government. Moreover, among those protecting the celestial gold, there were bound to be CP agents. With a stroke of luck, he might uncover leads on number 08 and Stona. Next, he contemplated how to navigate the calm belt toward the South Sea. If all else failed, he would venture forth alone, for it would be both expedient and convenient. However, under such circumstances, the heavenly gold seized could only be transported by him alone, which was unacceptable. Subsequently, Tisen shared this notion with the other members. I would like to hear your opinions. The boss remarked, I have long harbored the desire to give the world government a taste of their own medicine, and the previous events remain unavenged. Moreover, there is a chance we might gather intelligence on the geisha house master at Giant Stone Island. And most importantly, that scoundrel Stona. If I get my hands on him, I shall make him pay dearly. Mona's eyes flared with indignation, recalling past grievances, fueling her eagerness to apprehend the two individuals who had eluded capture. Initially, I was apprehensive about the dangers of seizing the heavenly gold, but considering the previous vice-captain, no, that Stona fellow, I shall heed Tisen's advice. Upon hearing Mona's words, Gina expressed her disdain for Stona. I have always harbored a deep-seated hatred for the nobility, especially the world government. Therefore, I have no objections. Captain, issue your orders. After Jerry spoke, he observed that the others shared no dissenting views, all in agreement. Then let us act with abandon this time. I propose we traverse through the calm belt, ITS the closest route, and if we were to return to the South Sea using our prior methods, the enemy might have already fled. If we truly venture through the calm belt, what use is my navigation expertise? Moreover, traversing through the calm belt is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Gina suddenly reverted to a state of concern. Boss, since the decision has been made, let us proceed. The captain is indeed audacious. Yet I too wish to witness the grandeur of the Sea Kings within the calm belt. You shall not be disappointed. Tisen, who had experienced it firsthand before, assured. However, even if we decide to pass through the calm belt, how shall our vessel navigate? We abandon the ship and swim over. Will we? Of course not. We can employ our old methods. The others exchanged glances, as if recalling something that it can't be. At this moment, 5 or 6 warships were approaching Tisen's pirate vessel. With the foremost ship's captain addressing his crew, all Navy personnel advanced towards Gaia Island. A figure clad in an admiral's uniform commanded the soldiers aboard the warship. At that moment, a Navy officer with a voluminous, lustrous black hairstyle approached the admiral, inquiring, "Steel Bone Admiral, why the sudden change in course? We just received orders from headquarters. The Tisen pirates are heading towards Gaia Island. We can simply lie in wait and capture them all at once. What makes this Tisen pirate ship so special that it warrants your personal involvement in the capture? Honestly, sending me, along with Garp and Tsuru, would suffice to handle them. Sengoku, do not underestimate this individual. I have heard from Admiral Flying Yellow that Ors Tisen was once a noble of the Ors Kingdom. However, after a coup, he managed to escape. He awakened the Conqueror's Haki at the age of 10 and is also a natural observation Haki user. 3 years ago, he even mastered armament Haki. He is not merely a Haki prodigy, but also a swordsman and a user of the melt fruit. Now, he has gathered a formidable crew to establish a pirate group. You should have heard about it recently. One of his crew members even took down Vice Admiral Erdi. Furthermore, 2 of his crew are former members of the Hoji pirates, who were already formidable and boasted high bounties. After 3 years, they have certainly become even more powerful. Currently, Admiral Flying Yellow is focused on the Rocks pirates. It is only a matter of time before I take over, especially since Admiral Flying Yellow is nearing retirement. Therefore, you must grow quickly. After listening to Steel Bone Admiral, Sengoku felt the weight of responsibility upon him. Yet, being in the fervor of youth, he was nonetheless exhilarated, eager to protect the civilians while also seeking to make a name for himself. Was that why Steel Bone Admiral wanted to send Garp and Tsuru alongside Flying Yellow to execute the mission while he personally came to apprehend the Tisen pirates? Not only that, but he also brought you along to ensure you could achieve merit. Although you are merely a Commodore now, your strength is more than sufficient to serve as a Vice Admiral. Sengoku was deeply moved by Steel Bone Admiral's consideration for him. Rest assured, Admiral, this operation will undoubtedly capture the Tisen pirates entirely. Brew brew. Hello, Marshal Soth. Steelbone Admiral felt puzzled. Why call him at such a time? Was there trouble in the New World? Steel, we just received intel that the Tisen pirates have suddenly vanished. Just as they were nearing Gaia Island. You must advance at full speed and locate them swiftly for capture. The transponder snail mimicked Marshal Soth's white crew cut. Understood. A sense of foreboding washed over Steelbone. Where could the Tisen pirates have gone? All troops, advance at full speed and conduct a thorough search of the waters surrounding Gaia Island. Although their whereabouts were unknown, Steelbone believed that searching the nearby waters would certainly yield results. Meanwhile, near Gaia Island, a colossal sea beast was towing a ship towards the South Sea. If this scene were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly be deemed madness, for who would engage in such reckless behavior? It is known that even with the sea beast pulling the ship, the Sea Kings could easily swallow both the beast and the vessel whole. Such an action was undeniably insane and suicidal. Sword technique. White Dragon 100 tons. Gravity Fist 1 sword style. Earth Flow Slash. Tangrass Tile Justice Fist. Tisen and his companions unleashed their ultimate techniques. Yet one Sea King after another emerged, causing the towing sea beast to flee in terror. These Sea Kings were terrifyingly massive, with eyes larger than the vessel itself, rendering them seemingly endless. As 3 colossal Sea Kings attacked, Tisen had no choice but to employ that technique. Secret technique. Boundary separation. A massive wave of cutting sword energy instantly immobilized the 3 Sea Kings, allowing Tisen and his crew to escape the calm belt in one swift motion. Once outside, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Several of the weaker members collapsed onto the deck. Even the usually diligent Green Bull was left trembling in fear. This experience would undoubtedly be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The group that had escaped lay languidly on the deck, while Tisen leaned against the ship's wall, observing the vessel whose low keel had already cracked, likely unable to sail for much longer. Though it could still hold out for a while. Nana, according to the intel, the heavenly gold will soon pass through this stretch of sea. When you see the ship, steer us closer, the rest of you. Take a moment to rest. We have a fierce battle ahead. The world government will not merely send a few lackeys to follow us. I shall leave the upcoming battle in your capable hands. I will not participate, as this serves as an opportunity for honing one's skills. Half an hour later, while indulging in ham in the ship's cabin, Tisen suddenly sensed something. It's here. Nana, steer the ship southeast. Not far off, 5 warships were approaching Tisen's direction. Each brimming with Navy personnel. On the central warship stood a figure clad in the attire of a vice admiral, while each of the other 4 vessels was manned by a rear admiral. Additionally, numerous men in black suits adorned with white hats were present, clearly operatives of the world government. At that moment, a sentry aboard the warship was scanning the horizon with binoculars, suddenly fixing his gaze in one direction. Remaining still until he confirmed his sight, Vice Admiral Valdian, we've spotted a ship up ahead, but due to the distance and thick fog, we cannot discern its flag. Then we shall wait until we can see it clearly. Also, signal the ships ahead to give way. This mission is of utmost importance. Should we fail, it would be unfortunate for you all. Vice Admiral Valdian instructed the soldier. Yes, Vice Admiral Valdian, I will signal them immediately. The soldier then waved the flag and illuminated a bright flashlight visible even during the day. They have finally arrived. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Mona, you will take on that Vice Admiral. The rest of you, choose a ship each. Green Bull, will you continue to guard the ship? Quack. All right, you must act with swiftness. Once you have dealt with the individuals, promptly gather the treasures. Understood, Captain. The sentinel aboard the warship gestured for quite some time. Yet there was no sign of activity from the ship ahead. Sensing something amiss, he quickly produced a telescope to investigate, and upon doing so, was struck with terror. Vice Admiral Valdian, we are in grave danger. What is the matter? Speak slowly. Valdian urged. It is the Tisen pirate ship, the one with a bounty of 300 million. That vessel ahead, is it? What? Upon receiving this news, Vice Admiral Valdian was immediately gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. Isn't the Tisen pirate crew operating in the Grand Line? Why are they in the South Sea? All naval personnel, on high alert. The enemy is the Tisen pirate ship. Aim all cannons at the vessel ahead and open fire. I shall report to the Marshal immediately. You must safeguard the tributes on board. Should anything be lost, you will all face military tribunal. Moments later, a figure clad in black attire and a white had emerged from the ranks of men. Advancing towards Vice Admiral Valdian, What is the situation? It is the Tisen pirate ship. Their captain is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 300 million. What? This sea area poses no threat. Has the Navy already conducted reconnaissance? No one can guarantee the circumstances of the ocean. I care not. Since the Navy has assigned you this mission, you must ensure everything is secured aboard. Otherwise, I shall report to the world government. Of course, we shall also do our utmost to confront them. Although Vice Admiral Valdian held the personnel of the world government in contempt, he recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances and could only nod in agreement. As the two groups drew nearer, however, Mona could no longer contain herself and unleashed her fruit abilities in an attack against Vice Admiral Valdian. A Vice Admiral of the Navy, I have come to confront you. Upon realizing that this individual was not from Tisen, Valdian scrutinized the figure closely, finally recalling who they were. Not long ago, a swordsman from the Tisen pirate ship had managed to slay a Vice Admiral of their headquarters. He could not afford to be careless. Having learned that the foe was indeed the Tisen pirate ship, he had already contacted headquarters via telephone, confident that Steelbone and his crew were en route. Thus, his current objective was merely to stall for time until assistance arrived, enabling him to capture the adversaries. Shortly thereafter, the Tisen pirate ship made contact with the 5 warships. Tisen sought out the man dressed in black, attacking each one he encountered, listening intently to their final thoughts before they perished. Yet, despite the numerous lives taken, he found no answers to his inquiries. In a secluded area of the warship, the world government official who had been conversing with the Vice Admiral was anxiously dialing a transponder snail. Gaga. Finally establishing a connection, he spoke. Hello, is this Lord Aorisi? This is Git. We are transporting the heavenly gold, and we are being besieged by the Tisen pirate ship. The situation is dire. What do you mean? What are these brigands attempting? Where is the accompanying navy? Lord Aorisi, it seems the navy cannot hold out much longer. What should I do? Incompetence. Utterly worthless. Just hold them off? I will instruct the navy to expedite reinforcements. La 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 la. How fortunate to hear the voices of the upper echelons of the world government so swiftly. You scoundrel. When Git appeared astonished, failing to notice how the new arrival had approached. Who is it? Came the voice from the transponder snail. Lord Aorisi, the individual is Ols Tisen. Oh, have you allowed the situation to escalate to this degree so quickly? Hand the transponder snail to him. Upon hearing the Aorisi's command, Git reluctantly passed the device to Tisen. Hello? Who are you? What business do you have? Tisen answered casually, though he had already begun to suspect the identity of the caller. I am one of the highest-ranking leaders of the world government. One of the Aorisi, Ols Tisen. You are aware of the gravity of your actions, are you not? Attacking the heavenly gold is a capital offense. You will stand in opposition to the world government. I hope you understand what I say. That is mere drivel. What more do you wish to say? Have you forgotten the foolish acts your personnel committed against the Ols kingdom? Scoundrel. Do you know who you are speaking to? Gaga. Before the other could finish, Tisen severed the connection, having anticipated nothing but empty threats. He loathed such people above all. Git, I wish to pose a few questions to you. Of course, you need not answer. But you are aware of the consequences. What do you intend to do, you scoundrel? Do you know who I am? Tisen, uninterested in further banter, swiftly closed the distance and delivered a punch to Git's abdomen. Silence ensued. Now, I ask you, who were the individuals sent to Giant Stone Island 7 years ago to carry out the mission? After posing this question, Tisen focused intently on Git's thoughts. Humph, do you think I would divulge that? Damn pirate. It appears you are not fully informed. It seems only the CP commander possesses knowledge of this matter. Upon hearing Tisen articulate his innermost thoughts, Git's eyes widened in terror. You scoundrel. Who are you? How do you know about the CP commander? Lamentably, he received no answers to his inquiries. With his observation hockey growing ever more potent, he felt that if this continued, he might one day attain the ability to read memories. Akin to the future lonely red, Tisen, drawing his 7-star sword, swiftly ended Git's life. He then examined the blade and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had not absorbed any blood. He had no desire to carry a sword tainted with the stench of death. Though the current blade still bore a hint of blood, it was a deeply ingrained scent that he could not avoid. Noticing the absence of other world government personnel, he felt a twinge of regret. However, his efforts were not in vain. He had gleaned that both the number 08 Geisha and Stono were linked to the CP commander, but a visit to Judicial Island would suffice to locate those two wretched individuals. Nonetheless, he decided to set this matter aside for the time being. When the moment was right, everything would fall into place naturally. Even if he were to visit Judicial Island now, Tisen feared he might be unable to resist the urge to raze it to the ground. Such an outcome would pose a significant dilemma. He was no protagonist, lacking such fortune. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, he observed that only the skirmish involving Mona remained unresolved, while combat elsewhere had largely ceased. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this would likely culminate in a resounding victory, as he watched Gina and the others transport box after box of treasure aboard their vessel. Meanwhile, Admiral Steelbone, having initially received word of the Tisen pirate ship's proximity to Gaia Island, was taken aback by a subsequent call from Admiral Soth. Steelbone, the world government has just contacted me again. You must act quickly. Withdraw the Navy from nearby branches and ensure the Tisen pirate ship is eradicated in the South Sea. I do not wish to hear of them encroaching upon the Grand Line. Gaga, scoundrel, the Tisen pirate crew has completely wiped them out. Steelbone, I do not comprehend how the Tisen pirate ship could have suddenly traversed from near Gaia Island to the South Sea. Do they possess the capability to make their ship fly? After pondering for a moment, Steelbone replied, they likely lack the ability to fly. However, there is a promising pirate in the New World who possesses the float fruit ability. We are currently seeking to capture him. Are they not flying? Could they have crossed the comm belt directly? How is that possible? It cannot be. Steelbone outright denied it, fully aware of the formidable sea creatures inhabiting the comm belt. Regardless, we must set aside such considerations for now. Let us hasten to the South Sea and hope we arrive in time, but if we fail to intercept them, it is highly probable they have indeed traversed the comm belt. In that case, we can specifically implement a plan of attack against the Tisen pirate ship. Indeed, Admiral, Sengoku currently has no effective means to counter this, and we shall first proceed with a test. Aboard the pirate ship, Tisen stands at the bow, observing the two combatants still locked in battle. Mona appears to have some energy left, while the rear admiral seems to be nearing his limits. Having seized the heavenly gold, the world government and the Navy are undoubtedly concocting unforeseen methods to deal with him. Therefore, it is imperative to find a place to hide. Otherwise, they might meet the same fate as the Hoji pirate ship before even reaching the New World. Facing total annihilation, that he decides to consult Xuen Nai to ascertain any movements from the Navy. Currently, they have yet to devise a method of employing sea prism stone beneath their ships, so even if they intend to pursue, it would take considerable time, allowing them to escape after plundering. Unlike in the future, where the Navy can traverse windless zones at will, making it exceedingly inconvenient, pirates in this era enjoy a lengthy period for development. Tisen retrieves a transponder snail and dials in. BR. Hello? Tisen, how are you? I was just about to call you. Oh, I've just finished seizing the heavenly gold and am preparing to make my escape. What is it that you wish to convey? On the other end of the line, Xuanai is momentarily speechless upon hearing Tisen casually mention his recent heist. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred? The Navy headquarters has dispatched personnel to pursue you, though I am uncertain who is leading them. There are over a dozen warships. Furthermore, the enemy is currently quite close. How do you know this so clearly? Tisen inquires, somewhat astonished by her level of awareness. That's none of your concern. Within the four seas, I can acquire any information. What are your plans? That's also none of your concern. Gadget. On the other side of the line. Xuanai stares at the transponder snail in disbelief. Tisen, you rascal, mark my words. The overseer outside is covering his ears, waiting for the outburst to conclude before he interjects. Miss, we have acquired the 6 styles from the Navy. Although one is missing. Which style is absent? Paper drawing. Hand it over. Upon receiving the 6 styles training manual, Xuanai feels significantly more at ease. Tisen, you better wait for me. I shall come for you shortly. Meanwhile, observing the decisive outcome of the battle between Mona and the unconscious Vice Admiral Valdian, the Navy has dispatched pursuers. Shall we engage the Navy directly, or traverse the windless zone as before? Let us confront the Navy, the crew responds in unison, evidently shaken from their previous encounter. Truth be told, Tisen feels a twinge of anxiety, yet he knows that in the future, they will be able to navigate freely. For now, he decides to wait. Nana, let us find a nearby island to rest. The crew needs to recuperate after their recent battle. The Navy will require considerable time to reach us. We shall host a banquet on the island. Tisen resolves to rest on a nearby isle. He himself is not fatigued, but the crew has just emerged from combat, necessitating a reprieve, with over a dozen warships in pursuit. If a vice admiral leads them, they may indeed have to flee. Nevertheless, he is curious to test the strength of an admiral. Shortly after, they arrive at a small island, which is largely barren, consisting merely of rocks and trees, yet it serves as a suitable venue for Tisen and his crew's banquet. Mona, are you all right? We must prepare for the next battle. Although he harbors some concern, primarily due to the enemy's overwhelming numbers, he recognizes the need to take precautions. That I'm fine. Captain, I merely need a moment's rest. I didn't even unleash my full power against that rear admiral. The Mickey Mouse tattoo on his right cheek lends him an endearing, somewhat naive air. All right, to ensure our victory in the impending battle, let us raise a toast. Oh, cheers. After abandoning their ships, Admiral Steelbone and his crew crossed over from the Red Line, and the prearranged naval forces await on the other side. Soon, their ships arrive at the site of Thisen's recent skirmish, where Steelbone, witnessing the debris and bodies adrift in the water, displays a terrifying expression, veins bulging on his forehead, indicating his fury. Admiral Steelbone, we have located the enemy's hideout, just ahead on a nearby island. Our scouts have spotted their vessels anchored there. Sengoku exchanges a glance with Admiral Steelbone. Steelbone's expression morphs into a sardonic smile. It appears these rascals were intentionally waiting for us, a truly arrogant bunch. They have completely underestimated us. These brazen scoundrels shall not escape this time. However, the soldiers' retrieval efforts yield no sign of Vice Admiral Valdian. Could he have been captured? Regardless, we must proceed. We cannot allow these young rascals to escape. As their ships draw near, Steelbone commands, surround the island. Not a single one shall escape on the island. The revelers, having been engaged in a banquet, are suddenly perplexed as Thisen abruptly stands up. This is going to be interesting. Steelbone and Sengoku are approaching. Steelbone? Who is Sengoku? I haven't heard of him. Aside from these two, the rest of the opposing crew consists of school-level officers, accompanied by a host of underlings. That it remains unclear whether Steelbone is overly confident or simply unprepared. Thisen senses that aside from these two formidable figures, the rest of the Navy ranks are merely lower-tier officers, clearly underestimating the Thisen pirate crew and believing that capturing him alone would suffice. As the fleet of warships docks, Admiral Steelbone disembarks, his heart brimming with suppressed rage at the sight of the jubilant pirates engaged in their feast. Thisen assesses the situation and promptly readies the crew for battle. Facing Steelbone and Sengoku, the majority of the Navy personnel charge forward, encircling them. Yummy and Rin, or Thisen, bounty of 300 million, user of the melt fruit. Little Giant Phi C Mona, bounty of 210 million. Swordsman Jerry, bounty of 190 million. Navigator Gina, bounty of 180 million. Helmsman Muse, bounty of 110 million. Chef Tian Shan, bounty of 15 million. And the Pet Manatee, bounty of 3 million. As Green Bull hears that his bounty is merely 3 million, he protests vehemently, recalling how furious he was upon first learning of it, a sentiment that lingered for days. Had it not been for Thisen's encouragement, he would have remained irate for far longer. Steelbone, ignoring Green Bull's outcry, fixates on Thisen. Thisen ors, surrender at once. Is that all you came here to say? Admiral Steelbone, ors Thisen, mind your tone. A mere pirate dares to be so audacious. At this moment, a youth with a wild hairstyle glares at Thisen with indignation. I thought you were someone significant. Turns out it's just Sengoku. You know me. Sengoku, clad in a black suit with a tie, is bewildered. Having just graduated from Naval Academy, he wonders how this individual could possibly recognize him. Enough with the banter. Allow me to test the Navy's highest combat prowess. In truth, he is eager to engage Steelbone in battle, wanting to ascertain his odds against an admiral. As he contemplates this, excitement surges within him, and his momentum gradually escalates, radiating a crimson aura outward from his being. In that instant, both the naval forces on the ships and those on the island collapse en masse, as if mown down like wheat, their eyes rolling back in shock, having never witnessed Thisen wield such power. Tian Shan's jaw drops, his face a mask of astonishment, incredulous that his captain possesses such might. Although Mona and Gina are aware of Thisen's capabilities, the sheer magnitude of the scene still leaves them speechless. Jerry, who had speculated during their time at Sabaody Archipelago that Tisen possessed royal qualities, is now profoundly awed by the tangible manifestation of that power. Woo-woo. The manatee's eyes sparkled with admiration as it gazed upon Typhon. Across from him, Sengoku felt the weight of this formidable presence at close range, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki, though previously described by Admiral Steelbone, was truly chilling when experienced firsthand. What have you done to my subordinates, you scoundrel? he exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. He hadn't meant to, intending merely to push the crew of the pirate ship to hone their skills. But now only 7 or 8 school-level officers remained. Typhon, where is Rear Admiral Vardian? If you wish to know, defeat me first. Not long ago, he had slain Rear Admiral Enwaifs and Admiral Erdi, and now this reckless act had rendered him beyond redemption, that I shall see you imprisoned and impelled down. Upon concluding his statement, Steelbone unleashed an aura befitting a true warrior, eschewing any flamboyance as he charged directly at Typhon with astonishing speed, rendering his form nearly invisible. After witnessing Steelbone vanish from sight, Typhon remained unfazed. No matter how swift his opponent, the chakra aura was still detectable, and with his superior observation haki, evading would be a trivial task. However, he was curious to ascertain the true strength of Steelbone's fists and to gauge the distance between himself and such a powerful adversary. He sensed Steelbone's approach from the left. Typhon enveloped his fist in armament haki and retaliated. Bang! Upon impact, an immense force akin to a mountain caused Typhon's arm to involuntarily soften and recoil, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this power. He had no choice but to intensify his strength to withstand the assault. In an instant, their fists collided again with renewed vigor, sending shockwaves that blew bystanders away, sparks flying as black and red lightning intertwined. The ground trembled, sand swirling and boulders rolling, and after a brief stalemate, Typhon found himself unable to hold his ground against what felt like an unyielding mountain of strength, summoning all his might. He pushed back against Steelbone's force, and they stood face to face once more. Then, with a swift step forward, he launched another attack, raising his right fist, enveloped in a gleaming black armament haki, as chakra surged within him. A mesmerizing interplay of black and white light converging upon his fist. Seeing the transformation in Typhon's fist, Steelbone immediately recognized the activation of his abilities, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Typhon struck again. His speed remarkable. The sound of his fist slicing through the air foretold of a formidable blow. Just as their fists were about to collide, Typhon found himself unable to advance further, as though a barrier separated them. Although his fist was nearing Steelbone's, the immense power still sent him hurtling backward. Though he sustained no injuries, the impact was jarring. Sliding across the ground, he stood once more, contemplating the retracted fist of Steelbone. So this is the pinnacle of armament haki, he mused, realizing that the ability to strike from a distance rendered his own attacks futile, truly, a bane to those with devil fruit powers, while his chakra could gradually erode Steelbone's armament haki. It required time, or an increase in chakra volume, which paled in comparison to wielding a sword that possessed far greater offensive capabilities. Since he merely sought to test his opponent's strength, it was time to get serious. Typhon unsheathed the Qixing sword from his waist and, relying on his observation haki and swordsmanship, launched himself at Steelbone. This time, it was no longer a battle of sheer power. They engaged in a fierce duel, exchanging blows at a breathtaking pace. Observers, witnessing the ferocity of their combat, instinctively retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The raw energy radiating from their clashes was enough to preoccupy anyone, let alone pose a threat to others. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Mona, having just exchanged blows, retreated to reassess. Sengoku gazed towards the battlefield where Steelbone fought. He was astounded that Typhon could contend so fiercely against Steelbone. What a formidable opponent, and at only 18 years of age. Capturing him was imperative. As Sengoku marveled at Typhon's potential and strength, he felt a looming threat. Hey, you, do you not regard me as a worthy opponent, fighting me while glancing around? Do you doubt your admiral's prowess or believe you can defeat me without effort? Just then, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward him, prompting Sengoku to react swiftly as they clashed once more, both still in a testing phase, refraining from using their devil fruit powers. After being taunted by Mona, Sengoku retorted, "Humph, pirates embody evil, while the Navy stands for justice. How could evil ever rival justice?" Mona, dismissing his words, resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. Having just recovered from a previous battle with an admiral, he sought to subdue Sengoku quickly. As Mona charged forward, Sengoku sensed a significant shift in his opponent's aura and ceased his hesitation, unleashing their devil fruit abilities in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by Sengoku's remarkable transformation, a colossal figure emerged, the sound of a divine chant echoing in Mona's ears, as if Sengoku himself embodied sacredness while he represented evil. Momentarily stunned by Sengoku's sudden change, Mona was caught off guard and was sent reeling from a punch. He widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the colossal Buddha before him, astonished as he had never encountered anything like it. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? A great Buddha? Humph. I have no obligation to disclose my powers to a pirate. Now, all of you will be captured, and your fate awaits and impelled down. Ahahaha. Speak of your prison, will you? Just watch. Mona, unwilling to hold back, launched himself at the towering Buddha. 50 tons of gravity punch. Buddha palm impact. The two immense forces collided, causing the air to swirl violently as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. The ground trembling beneath them, and the sound of the explosion resonating throughout the sky. Meanwhile, Typhon and Steelbone remained rooted in place, listening to the tumult of the battle unfolding nearby, both slightly breathless. Though Typhon had sustained injuries, the repeated impacts had left his insides churning. Steelbone, aptly named, possessed an incredibly formidable striking power. Each clash left Typhon's chakra unable to make contact, resulting in discomfort from the shockwaves. It seemed imperative to accelerate his armament hockey training, and he needed to delve deeper into chakra techniques. Most importantly, he had to address the issue of chakra volume. He could not always rely on automatic recovery, and he needed to find a more effective method. If he could achieve this, the future would indeed be formidable. Steelbone, observing Typhon prepare for another assault, remarked, "I am truly astonished. You, my friend, have managed to hone your observation hockey to this extent. Until now, I have yet to encounter such a creature. It is indeed a headache." While Steelbone's exterior remained composed, internally he grappled with unease. Given Typhon's ability to hear thoughts, he had to maintain constant vigilance during their battle, lest he fall prey to Typhon's cunning. The black and white energy was something he could sense all too clearly, a truly terrifying force. "You are no slouch yourself, having refined your armament hockey to such a degree that I find it impossible to land a blow," he acknowledged. This adversary not only exhibited high proficiency in armament hockey but also possessed formidable observation hockey, making it a daunting task to glean his thoughts, especially as Steelbone remained perpetually on guard. However, he felt no concern. With Steelbone's continuous vigilance, his mental fortitude would inevitably wane, exposing vulnerabilities. Once an opportunity presented itself, he could pose a significant threat. After careful analysis, he resolved to act without further delay. The two resumed their fierce battle, with Steelbone's strikes consistently finding air, as if Typhon could anticipate his intentions. Yet, Typhon struggled to breach Steelbone's defenses. Every perceived opening was promptly thwarted. Blade technique. White Dragon. Seizing a promising opportunity, Typhon unleashed one of his critical techniques. The swirling currents of black and white energy on the seven-star sword surged forth, forming a colossal white dragon above Tisen's head. This magnificent dragon was adorned with a verdant luminescence, casting an enchanting glow as the sky transformed in HUES. The dragon surged forth. It followed Tisen's blade to strike at General Gongu. Just as the attack was poised to connect, the immense white dragon merged seamlessly with Tisen's figure. Observing this, General Gongu resorted to his previous technique, this time enveloping his arms in hockey. However, the intensity of his presence had escalated significantly, becoming far more formidable than before. From an aerial perspective, fissures began to fracture the ground surrounding Gongu. As his power surged, Tisen's terrifying assault drew near. Gongu swung his glistening black fist, executing a leap that collided with Tisen's seven-star sword. The clash of their forces caused the earth beneath them to collapse. Their confrontation stirred the clouds above into a tumultuous frenzy, as red and black lightning crackled at the point of impact, while spatial rifts began to unfurl in every direction. Tisen surrendered willingly, feeling the sudden surge of power from Gongu. Tisen found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. He watched helplessly as his own momentum diminished, being sent hurtling away by Gongu's punch, blood spurting from his mouth. Such was the prowess of a general. In both speed and strength, his opponent was unparalleled. Realizing this, Tisen understood that he could not engage in a direct confrontation. He had merely sought to ascertain his limits with earlier attacks, and after witnessing the power of Gongu's blow, he confirmed he was outmatched. Thus, he resolved not to unleash his final technique just yet. Instead, he intended to continue battling Gongu, albeit with a more strategic approach, for a direct clash would not sustain him for long. He could exploit his observation hockey and demonic flames to identify flaws and deplete his opponent's stamina, Additionally, he could infuse haki and chakra into his sword to sap Gangu's physical strength before executing his ultimate move. Should he find himself unable to prevail, retreat would be an option. He had plenty of time ahead of him at the tender age of 18. Meanwhile, Gangu, having felt the impact of their earlier clash, raised his arm to inspect it, discovering a shallow line of blood etched upon his skin. Although he had sent Tisen flying, he too had suffered a wound from the sword, albeit a minor one. The peculiar black and white energy of his opponent had significantly drained his haki, leaving him slightly fatigued. Nevertheless, he was undeterred, believing that if the battle continued, victory would surely be his. He merely needed to remain cautious and avoid direct contact with that strange energy. Confident he could outlast a mere 18-year-old, that it was a frustrating predicament for Gangu. Every time he sought to attack, Tisen seemed to read his intentions with clarity, making it impossible to land a blow. To compound matters, Tisen's sword attacks were infused with a greenish flame that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, had the unsettling effect of unsettling his mind, a fact Gangu had learned the hard way. On the following day, Tisen's crew had already dealt with the opposing officers and subdued the recently awakened Navy soldiers. The battle between Mona and Sengoku raged on, both fighters nearing their limits. Observing Sengoku, who bore numerous wounds, it was clear he could still press on, yet he himself was on the verge of collapse, his stamina utterly depleted. Casting a glance at Tisen's crew, now resting, and then back to the fierce struggle between Tisen and General Gangu, he ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath as Sengoku witnessed Mona fall, he paused, finally exhaling in relief. However, his own energy was nearly spent, and as his tense body relaxed, he too sank to the earth. On the third day, after a night of rest, Mona and Sengoku re-engaged in combat, both fighting with reckless abandon. Jerry had intended to assist, but Mona rebuffed him, eager to confront a worthy adversary and push his own limits. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Tisen leaned on his sword, battered and bloodied, sweat drenching his body as he desperately gasped for air. Across from him, Gangu appeared to be in better condition, though he bore several sword wounds, some areas of his flesh resembling melted tissue. Courtesy of Tisen's strikes, while they appeared somewhat severe, Tisen understood that his injuries were more internal. His organs were in turmoil, and his legs trembled slightly. It was evident that he could not afford to drag the battle on further, for the Navy or world government might dispatch reinforcements at any moment. Through this confrontation, Tisen had fully grasped his strengths and weaknesses. Gangu, brace yourself, Tisen declared, baring his teeth as he focused his energy, his presence intensifying like never before, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Gangu, taken aback by Tisen's sudden transformation, grew increasingly serious. With both hands gripping the seven-star sword, Tisen closed his eyes, channeling his energy to a peak. Upon reopening them, he leapt skyward, all his chakra converging upon the blade. During his previous encounter with Mona in the small garden, he had only utilized a third of his chakra. This time, he would wield his full power. He was uncertain of the repercussions, aware that this technique might leave him unconscious or utterly drained. However, he had prepared for a hasty retreat, his heart steady. Tisen slowly raised his sword, and soon the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, a terrifying aura enveloping the atmosphere. Sengoku and Mona, engaged in their own battle, abruptly halted, casting their gaze skyward, stunned by the spectacle before them. There, Tisen held a colossal sword, over 100 meters long, radiating black and white energy, with hints of verdant hues dancing along its length. The most fearsome aspect was the pulsating energy at the blade's edge, a manifestation of concentrated chakra. That moment, it appeared as if the immense sword was encased within a solidifying block of energy. The tempestuous atmosphere that had previously enveloped them was suddenly drawn inward, rendering it eerily calm. Without visual confirmation, one might sense nothing amiss. Yet, a discerning eye would reveal the volatile energy within, poised to erupt at any moment. Gangu, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a profound shock, perplexed by the nature of Tisen's ability, which seemed far beyond that of a mere swordsman. Yet, he activated every part of his body, bracing for the impending onslaught. Such a massive attack was unavoidable. He had no choice but to confront it head-on. What is this? Is your captain not a mellow fruit user? This does not resemble an attack from a swordsman. Mona, we must flee, Gina urged, rushing to Mona's side. Sengoku, observing Mona's intent to retreat, found himself at a loss for what to do. This mission had undoubtedly faltered significantly, as he alone could not thwart the might of Tisen's crew. As Tisen gradually solidified his technique in the sky, he prepared to unleash his secret art, limitless severance. Gonggu, seeing Tisen swing the enormous sword toward him, felt the overwhelming size of the blade accentuated against the backdrop of the small island. As the massive sword drew closer, Gonggu sensed his body becoming increasingly immobilized, compelling him to muster all his strength to respond. However, upon contact with the colossal sword's energy, the black and white energy erupted violently. Simultaneously, Gonggu felt as though he was ensnared, grappling with the incoming giant sword while sensing the air around him warp and twist. His skin gradually melting away. In a desperate attempt, he unleashed his haki to envelop his body, significantly improving his situation. However, he gradually sensed a diminishing intensity of dominance, and after a while, even his stamina began to wane. Steelbone felt unwell, like a startled bird, and could only muster all his strength to disperse the enormous long sword before him. Yet, this colossal weapon was not so easily dealt with. Suddenly, Steelbone's gaze transformed, his aura once again amplifying, emanating a terrifying presence as his muscles bulged. With a resounding bang, it was as if a rift in space had echoed, followed by a sharp crack. Steelbone felt his entire being mobilize, and with a surge of effort, he shattered the giant sword, causing the black and white energy along its edge to gradually dissipate. Back on the warship, Sengoku observed the fissured island, shattered by the onslaught of Steelbone and Tisen's attacks. The clouds overhead churned ominously, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, strikingly vivid. Concerned for General Steelbone, Sengoku awaited the dissipation of the attack before hastening to the island in search of him. After searching for a considerable time, Sengoku, using his moonwalk technique, finally beheld the scene. Centered around Steelbone, the entire island resembled a spider's web, with gaping chasms too vast for him to land upon, forcing him to approach the location of Steelbone. Steelbone remained in his original stance, visibly trembling as he lowered his arms, his previously formidable aura significantly diminished. Yet, the terror in his eyes persisted, the image of his opponent etched in Sengoku's mind, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. At that moment, Sengoku noticed that the flesh on Steelbone's arms had entirely vanished, leaving behind nothing but white bone and a smattering of blood. Furthermore, the flesh on his chest and back had also dissolved considerably, rendering him a frightful sight. General Steelbone, are you all right? Upon witnessing this scene, Sengoku felt a profound shock to his spirit. Steelbone waved his arms, his aura once again surging, and miraculously, the flesh on his arms and body began to writhe, shortly thereafter regenerating before Sengoku's eyes. The sight left Sengoku agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. That I'm fine, just sustained some injuries and exhausted my stamina. That a bit of rest will suffice. I didn't expect this mission to end in failure. Did they manage to escape? Indeed, General Steelbone. After Tisen unleashed that move, he was left incapacitated, and his comrades came to retrieve him. I apologize for our inability to stop them. Not to worry, it's crucial to recognize one's own capabilities. The future of the Navy rests upon you. I underestimated them this time. It appears I shall face reprimand from Admiral Soares upon our return. At the mention of Admiral Soares, Sengoku broke into a cold sweat, scratching his head as anxiety crept into his heart. It's all right. Moving forward, contact the nearby Navy and instruct them to come and clean up the aftermath. I have already reached out to the nearby base. They should be arriving shortly. Sister Gina, does the Sky Island that the captain spoke of truly exist? Mona inquired while munching on ham. They had followed the earlier directives from Tisen after their battle with the Navy, adhering to the pre-established itinerary. Should they have emerged victorious, they could have taken a moment to rest. However, in the event of defeat, they would head directly to the Sky Island. Given the outcome of this battle, the Navy would undoubtedly take action and would not let them escape easily. There was even a possibility that a force as formidable as the Demon Slaughter Order might pursue them. Thus, they planned to find a place to recuperate, while simultaneously training to enhance their strength. After battling Steelbone, Tisen had succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly depleted, and prior to losing consciousness, he had instructed Gina to take them back to Gaia Island. I can't be certain, but since it was Tisen who mentioned it, it must exist. We simply need to follow his instructions. In that case, we shall adhere to the captain's words. Jerry, sipping his drink, still found the notion of the Sky Island somewhat dubious. Yet since it was the captain's assertion, it bore a different weight. There would be no further stops until they reached Gaia Island. "Hey, Tian-chan, do we have enough food?" Mona expressed her concern. "Not to worry. If supplies run low, I can dive into the sea and catch some sea beasts. That should suffice for a while. Oh, Muse, you are truly remarkable. Huh? That way we won't go hungry." The high-ranking officers at the Navy headquarters observed Admiral Source, who was on the phone, his position leaning against a table that had begun to crack, as if he were straining to contain something. "I want to understand why we failed to capture the enigmatic Aorisi Tisen. I cannot believe that even your personal involvement did not yield success. Steelbone, you must realize that you are soon to assume the mantle of Admiral. Such performance would be noted by the world government." From the other end of the call, a voice responded, "Ah, I understand. I will personally explain to the world government. Rest assured, Admiral. Furthermore, the current situation is that Tisen's pirate ship has already entered the Grand Line. I hope the Admiral can devise a countermeasure if they reach the New World. Capturing them will become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if those rogues indeed arrive in the New World, the current Navy will not have the luxury to attend to them." "I comprehend. Await your return to report the details before formulating a capture plan." "Understood." Meanwhile, the 5 elders of the Holy Land Mariawa were engaged in discussion. Who would have thought that Steelbone's personal involvement would not suffice? It leaves one pondering his capabilities. Such a threatening individual must be eliminated. If one admiral cannot apprehend him, then we must dispatch additional forces. How audacious it is to provoke the world government with such brazen actions. However, the prior resolution to appoint Steelbone as admiral now seems premature. That I propose we increase the bounty on Aorisi Tisen. Given that even Steelbone could not apprehend him, it is clear that he approached the matter with utmost seriousness. This only suggests one thing. Aorisi Tisen has indeed evolved to this level over the past 3 years. Should we allow him to reach the New World, we will lack the necessary forces to capture him. After all, the most pressing concern is the man known as Rocks. I concur. Agreed. Within the captain's quarters of Tisen's pirate ship, after the crew had counted the stolen treasures from the sky, they presented them to Tisen, who meticulously organized everything before him, gazing at the pile of riches. Among them, the most precious was a devil fruit, an animal type with a scorpion form, accompanied by a renowned sword named Shadow Show, one of the 50 finest blades. Additionally, there were 10 boxes of exquisite liqueurs, a type of liquor that was not available for purchase, reserved solely for the nobility of various nations, and even when available, it would be fiercely contested. This was a tribute offered to the heavens, forbidden from being traded. Finally, there was a trove of treasure, which upon accounting, could be exchanged for approximately 500 million berries, a meager sum. Leaving Tisen to ponder whether this raid on the heavens was truly worth it, having engaged in battle with an admiral for so little. Yet, after some reflection, he concluded that perhaps it was not so bad after all. While the haul was modest, his personal gains were substantial. Name: Aorisi Tisen. Identity: adopted son of Charles, resident of Stone Island, member of the Aorisi family. Dream goal: to create a land of freedom. A sky paradise. New aspiration: to avenge enemies. Target: Sky Island. New objective: occupation: architect, swordsman. Core skills: secret art, limitless stripping. Core skill: sword techniques. Half moon, full moon, air flow / White Dragon Overlord. Fist observation hockey, mind reading, armament hockey, full body coverage, conqueror's hockey, excellent control. Weapon: 7-star sword. Acquired skills: possesses abilities akin to the Great Ones, but requires time for personal development. Additionally, due to a lack of understanding of seals, some skills of the Great Ones cannot be utilized. Perception: 100, usable, capable of sensing the flow of chakra in enemies, detecting their movements, and swiftly evading attacks. With range expanding as chakra increases. Dustless Misai, 100, usable, possessing the ability to render oneself invisible, yet unable to escape the perception of Ken Bunshiku. Dust Release, original realm separation technique. 60, can be utilized. Dust Release, boundary separation technique. 60, can be attached to weapons and released. Splitting technique. 0, cannot be used. Earth Release, super light heavy rock technique. 83, can be used at 100, but cannot employ Earth Release, only alter the weight of oneself or external objects. After the recent battle with Steelbone, the benefits to Tisen are abundantly clear, most notably The original realm separation can surprisingly be gathered in his hands and unleashed. This unexpected delight has left him somewhat taken aback, and he now yearns for a suitable place to thoroughly test this skill. Ahead lies Gaia Island. Let us first pause at Magic Valley Town. For this period has indeed been quite arduous, Gina remarked, glancing at them. What is the captain doing? He hasn't emerged since we bestowed upon him the treasure. Ah, the boss mentioned wanting to research new techniques. Who knows if he has made any progress? Tisen had awakened 2 days prior, feeling a significant increase in his chakra. Upon further investigation, he discovered he could concentrate the dust release energy in his hands, forming a small cube of airflow that encapsulated a terrifying black and white energy sphere. Although he could previously achieve this extent, he was unable to launch it. Now, the technique he can unleash resembles that of the Second Tsuchikage, albeit he is still not entirely proficient in its execution. During his confrontation with Steelbone, after employing all his dust release, he suddenly felt capable of this advancement. After checking the system interface, his suspicions were confirmed. The only distinction between this dust release and that of the Tsuchikage is that it requires only one hand for execution. However, if an excessive amount is utilized, both hands are needed to maintain control, lest it spiral out of control. Employing it with one hand is reminiscent of Admiral Kazari's laser decades hence. Yet, Tisen's power far surpasses that, regardless of the size of the energy sphere he forms. Once launched, the impacted area disintegrates, dissolving into atoms and vanishing. Due to his current lack of proficiency, he seeks a location to diligently hone his skills, and this journey to Sky Island presents an excellent opportunity. Tisen, we have arrived at Magic Valley Town. Let us disembark. Upon hearing Gina's voice, he promptly exited. Everyone, take a moment to rest in Magic Valley Town, but do not forget your mission. Understood. Finally, I can indulge in a hearty meal. The captain has starved me during this time. I too must replenish my supplies. It's not every day we visit a town. Tisen observed the group's excitement. It was no wonder, after enduring long days aboard and consuming an abundance of sea beast meat. Without the luxury of proper rest, while fending off pirate attacks and braving the treacherous weather of the Grand Line, let us proceed to Magic Valley Town. Upon entering the town, they sought out an inn to feast, while the villagers, filled with trepidation, kept their distance. However, a few audacious pirates approached, seeking trouble. The revelers, who had been enjoying their drinks and meat, halted their merriment. Yet Tisen continued to devour his roasted meat, treating the situation as inconsequential. After taking a sip of his drink, he lifted his gaze toward the pirates. Since you have drawn your weapons, be prepared to face the consequences. The fearsome pirate wielding a massive cleaver was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha! Brothers, did you hear what he just said? He claims he wants my life. Do you know who stands before you, you fool? His crew jeered in mockery. Just then, a glint of steel flashed, and before anyone could react, the head of the cleaver-wielding man fell to the ground. If there's been a murder, run for your lives. Instantly, chaos erupted in the tavern, with patrons scrambling for the exits. I say, Jerry, I was in the midst of my meal. Now I've lost my appetite, Tisen remarked, observing Jerry retracting his sword and my sincerest apologies. I simply deemed such a person unworthy of existence, Jerry replied with a hint of remorse. Sheathing his blade, Tisen chose not to comment further, watching as the cleaver-wielding pirate's subordinates fled in terror. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He began to gather a cube of airflow in his right hand, containing a violently swirling black and white sphere. He then launched it toward the fleeing pirates, releasing a beam of energy that pierced through the bodies in a straight line, dissipating only when reaching the last unfortunate soul. The person struck bore a gaping wound the size of a fist, a gruesome sight indeed. It seems the new technique the boss developed aboard the ship is indeed this. The captain has made progress. We must strive harder. Formidable foes are surely on the horizon. Tianshan concurred with Jerry, yet he felt a lingering sense of inadequacy, having yet to awaken Haki. Despite training alongside Mona, the mastery of Haki is not an overnight endeavor, and he despairs at his own weakness. He is aware that aboard the ship, he can only spar with Green Bull, unable to best anyone else. Recently, he has exhibited a rather despondent demeanor, feeling of little use beyond cooking. Sensing Tianshan's unspoken thoughts, Tisen understood his plight. Yet he had been testing him, and after navigating several perilous situations, he felt the time was ripe. Once everyone has had their fill, let us proceed according to my earlier instructions. I have a premonition that the Navy will not let this matter rest easily. Significant actions may be imminent, so we must act swiftly. Rest assured, Captain, leave it to us. The group swiftly sprang into action. Previously, he had briefed them on preparations for their journey to Sky Island. Jerry, Tianshan, and Green Bull were tasked with capturing the South Seabird, as their journey would not be directed toward any particular island, rendering the record pointer ineffective. Thus, the South Seabird was essential for navigation. Gino was to monitor the weather. The phenomenon preceding the rising sea currents is the transformation from day to night, followed a day later by the emergence of cumulus clouds in the south. Mona and Tisen were responsible for locating a house-shaped marker by the seaside, which would serve as their point of departure, with true south indicating their course for setting sail. With the guidance of the South Seabird, they would ascertain their direction. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Marshal Sauce was filled with fury after hearing General Steelbone's report. The world government had laid blame at his feet, and the situation in the New World was spiraling out of control. Steelbone, you will lead the charge, accompanied by 8 vice admirals, as well as Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru. This time, we must capture the masked man, Aorisi Tisen, without fail. The circumstances in the New World are dire. Admiral Fawong is overwhelmed and requires your assistance to quell the unrest. Success is imperative. This insufferable brat has committed an unforgivable offense. Yes, Marshal, I shall apprehend him, Steelbone acknowledged, appearing equally concerned about the turmoil in the New World, knowing that relying solely on Admiral Fawong was insufficient. At that moment, a young naval officer stepped forward to report. Marshal Sauce, a pirate crew known as the Roger Pirates, has recently emerged in the East Blue, led by GOLD. Roger. They have been causing considerable havoc, and their strength should not be underestimated. Indeed, the crew may be small, with only 3 members currently, yet their prowess is formidable. The East Blue branch is no match for them, Sengoku added. I shall take on this pirate crew. I have crossed blades with them before. Is that so? Garp? How formidable are they? Sauce inquired, turning to him. They are quite strong. I would say we are evenly matched. However, should we encounter them again, I will ensure their capture. Leave it to me. After a moment of contemplation, Marshal Sauce remarked, then I shall entrust this matter to you. Garp, that we currently lack the military strength to confront them. The monsters of the New World are already numerous enough. I do not wish to encounter any more unforeseen adversaries. It was negligence that allowed the little demon, the jade-faced man, Aorisi Tisen, to escape, leading to our current predicament. At this juncture, Steelbone suddenly lifted his head and stated, Marshal, Vice Admiral Valdian is still in the hands of Tisen's pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Marshal Sauce was engulfed in fury. What did you say? As a Vice Admiral of the headquarters, he has been captured by pirates. This is an utter disgrace. Should word of this get out, it would tarnish the Navy's reputation and public trust in us would plummet. In any case, I do not care what methods you employ. You must rescue Vice Admiral Valdian. Where is Tisen's pirate ship located now? An aide-like Navy officer stepped forward to report. Reporting to the Marshal, Tisen's pirate ship is currently anchored at Gaia Island. Steelbone, you are to devise a capture plan for this operation. Before we engage in battle, find a way to rescue Vice Admiral Valdian, and also increase the bounty on all members of Tisen's pirate crew. Understood. In a certain nation of the East Sea, chaos reigned as the king, nobles, and officials were all mercilessly slaughtered. Troops lay sprawled across the ground, their cries of agony echoing relentlessly. The nation was engulfed in heart-wrenching screams, which gradually faded into silence as time passed, enveloping the land in an eerie calm. Roger, you have gone too far this time. No matter the circumstances, annihilating an entire nation's military is excessive, a young man with golden hair interjected. This youth possessed short, curly black hair, wore glasses, and bore a straight scar across his right eye. Rayleigh, I shall not spare anyone who dares to harm my comrades, the man named Roger declared, adorned with a straw hat and exuding a bold demeanor. At that moment, he wore an expression of anger, his gaze sharp and terrifying, akin to that of a demonic entity. Sigh, I had hoped to avoid drawing attention before reaching the Grand Line, but here we are. Thanks to you. However, what's done is done. There's no turning back now. Upon hearing Roger's words, Rayleigh, despite feigning reproach, felt a sense of pride within, for it was such a captain that commanded his respect. Brother, if we avoid the Navy's notice, wouldn't our adventures lack a certain thrill? Roger grinned widely. displaying a row of gleaming teeth, laughing heartily without a care. Rayleigh widened his eyes, his mouth agape, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed at Roger. Is that really your main concern? Do you possess any semblance of a captain's awareness? Hey, enough of the bickering. Look at this guy beside you. A robust man wearing sunglasses and sporting a ponytail cast a resigned glance at the two jesters before handing over a recently acquired bounty notice. Isn't this the pirate who recently obliterated a nation? Rayleigh observed, passing the bounty notice to Roger. Judging by this fellow's methods, he must be quite an interesting character that I can't wait to meet him. Roger mused, his gaze deepening as he chuckled heartily. Hey, Roger, it's still too early to encounter him, Rayleigh remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm at the sight of his captain's restless demeanor. In a certain maritime region of the New World, two pirate crews were embroiled in fierce combat. Kill them, slay them all, and seize their treasures. Eliminate them. Amidst the chaos of clashing blades and battle cries, a tall, golden-haired man exhibited remarkable prowess, dispatching any pirate who dared approach him. Those nearby quickly urged, Newgate, hurry and retrieve the treasure. With no pirates daring to advance, the golden-haired man casually seated himself, casting a sidelong glance at the pirates as he replied, not interested. The pirate gaped. Astonished, What did you just say? I said I'm not interested in treasure. The pirate, bewildered, had never encountered someone like this before. Seeing the man turn away, disinterested in further conversation, he decided to ignore him and headed towards the enemy's ship. The golden-haired man sat upon a wooden barrel, idly examining a bounty notice before discarding it and gazing pensively out to sea. The Tisen pirate ship had rested in Magic Valley Town for 5 days. And the moment had finally arrived that a group of individuals observed the cumulus clouds forming in the sky, while the ocean began to swirl into a vortex. Nana, steer closer. The ascending current is about to arrive. Captain, although this ship has undergone repairs in town, can it withstand such a current? No worries. After this, we will consider acquiring a new ship. This one can no longer keep pace with us. The crew felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of replacing their vessel. Although their time aboard had been brief, they had grown attached to it. Yet, there was no alternative. Steady the helm. The current is coming. Suddenly, each crew member felt themselves lifted as the ship soared skyward. The force of the water causing them to stagger, gripping the ship tightly, while the ability users struggled against the splashes of seawater. The crew quickly secured Mona, and Tisen swiftly pulled Gina close, one arm embracing her while the other grasped the ship's wall. Riding this current is akin to hitching a ride on a swift ascent to the skies. After approximately a minute, the force of the current abruptly dissipated. When the crew opened their eyes once more, they beheld a vast expanse of white. The azure depths of the ocean beneath had transformed into a blanket of clouds. Captain, is this Sky Island? I never imagined it truly existed. I always thought it was a mere legend. Quack. Tisen, is this real? Is this truly Sky Island? Indeed, this is Sky Island. However, the place we are headed is not here. This area is called the White Sea. Approximately 7,000 meters above the sea we ascended from, we need to go another 3,000 meters up, reaching a height of 10,000 meters. Captain, why does it feel so much more difficult to exert my strength? I feel a heaviness in my chest. If a strong enemy were to appear, it would be dire. Upon hearing Jerry's words, the crew members felt similarly weakened, their vigilance heightened. Noticing their reactions, Tisen sensed something amiss, but not excessively so. This is altitude sickness. The oxygen is thin. Not worry. You'll adapt shortly. Gina gazed at the ship gliding through the clouds and suddenly inquired, Tisen, how can we ascend another 3,000 meters? Is there another current? There isn't. We must first acclimate to this environment. Once you all feel comfortable, we can head towards that waterfall over there. It's akin to how we traversed from the 4 seas to the Grand Line. Only this time, the water flow has been replaced by something else, which you'll understand shortly. Nana, just focus on sailing the ship over there. Understood. After a while, the crew felt much improved, and once they had adjusted to their new surroundings, the Tisen pirate ship set sail towards the waterfall. Indeed, there was a guardian present, but it was a young girl of diminutive stature, demanding each of them pay 1 billion for passage. Tisen ignored her, and soon the entire ship was escorted by a creature known as a fast pass to the genuine Sky Island, situated at an altitude of 10,000 meters in the White Sea. Tisen, that inspector from earlier had wings on her back. Also, was it fine that we didn't pay the she mentioned? Yes, most inhabitants of Sky Island possess wings, as for not paying. That's not an issue. After all, we are not here for sightseeing. We intend to engage in battle and acquire their possessions. Halt. Are you illegal intruders? A figure suddenly darted across the sky. No, it was a flying horse carrying a rider. I am the god of the kingdom of gods. Gonfuer, I have received word from the inspector that you have failed to pay the entry fee to our realm. If there are no others present, then it must be you. Tisen looked at the youthful ruler of the Sky Island, who had consumed the horse fruit, and said, in that case, I shall take you into custody. Here I come. With that, Mona leapt through the air to attack Gonfuer, swiftly subduing him. Mona possessed the strength of an elite vice admiral, nearing the rank of admiral with full power. How could Gonfuer possibly be his opponent? Tisen gazed at the injured Gonfuer and remarked, we have merely come to retrieve a few items. Your rule will remain undisturbed. Should you continue to obstruct us, I shall not hesitate to annihilate your entire kingdom of gods. Upon hearing this, Gonfuer, who had initially intended to unleash a tirade of curses, instantly fell silent. What is it that you wish to take? There is nothing here that you desire. Take me to Xiangwala. You cannot mean to take. No, that is something we have safeguarded for generations. It is impossible for us to relinquish it. Even if you were to kill me, I would not guide you there. Rest assured, I have no interest in the stone tablet of historical texts. I merely wish to behold the ancient city forged from gold, and perhaps collect a small quantity of it. Furthermore, we intend to reside on the Sky Island for an unspecified duration. In any case, you need not worry. I shall not take the golden bell, nor harbor any intentions towards the historical texts. That's sufficient to put your mind at ease. How do you know so much about this place? If you wish to converse, you may escort us to our lodgings, and I will divulge everything to you. After a moment of hesitation, Gonfuer's eyes flickered, and he replied, very well, as long as you abide by the rules here. You may take the gold as well. Tisen, of course, discerned his intentions. He simply wished to lead them to the palace of the kingdom of gods, and have his troops ensnare them all at once. Yet, he was unconcerned, for it was inevitable. They must first be subdued before any subsequent matters could be addressed. As they proceeded towards the palace, just as they were about to arrive, the bird that had been sent flying earlier after consuming the horse fruit returned. And upon seeing this, Gonfuer mounted it. Humph, you lot of criminals, prepare to face military retribution. What is happening? Is that not a god? Who is that fellow behind? At that moment, a group of soldiers spotted Gonfuer soaring through the sky alongside several strangers. You there, capture these illegal intruders at once. The god has declared them to be trespassers. Quickly, seize them. These individuals are criminals. Suddenly, numerous soldiers charged forth from both the palace and its surroundings in an instant. A wave of blood-red energy emanated outward, causing soldiers to collapse one after another. Once again experiencing this power is truly astonishing. Indeed, came the reply, this is the might of a sovereign. Gonfuer, who had been contemplating how to deal with the captured criminals, was abruptly thrown from the sky upon witnessing this scene. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself within the grand hall of the palace, where Tisen sat watching him. Now, can you be a little quieter? What do you intend to do? Where are the inhabitants of Sandia? Take me to them, and I will explain everything. He intended to inform both parties that they had resided here for quite some time and wished to avoid daily disturbances caused by their conflicts. Additionally, he planned to construct a ship in this location. Once completed, it would facilitate his return to Qinghai, and given the abundance of shellfish in this area, he envisioned crafting a more opulent vessel, equipped with various tools. Naturally, this endeavor would require the assistance of the locals. Thus, Tisen resolved to convey this matter to them. If they understood gratitude, it should not pose too great a problem. Some might argue that force could suffice. And while it certainly could, he held no deep-seated animosity towards them, nor was he an irredeemably wicked individual. However, should anyone impede his progress, that would present a different scenario. He then followed Gonfuer in search of the residents of Sandia. Although Gonfuer appeared somewhat reluctant, he had no choice but to comply. He could not contend with Tisen. Before long, they encountered a group of Sandia people. Initially, upon recognizing Gonfuer's arrival, they mistook it for an attack. However, following Tisen's amiable discourse, the assembly reluctantly sat down to listen to his words, their expressions reflecting considerable discomfort. Once Tisen concluded, Both the Sandia people and Ganfuer exhibited disbelief and astonishment. I have relayed all that I needed to convey. Henceforth, I hope you can reconcile .as for the location of Appiato. It is merely a small island that has been swept ashore by ocean currents. You may dwell there together. Furthermore, the Golden Bell can be rung in unison. Wait, you claim to know the whereabouts of the Golden Bell? At this moment, the village chief of the Sandia people suddenly displayed excitement. Indeed, it lies just above Appiato. What? So, what do you intend to do? Will you reconcile or continue to fight? Or is it more important to ring the Golden Bell together? If what you say is true, we shall set aside this 4th-century feud. However, we must first locate the Golden Bell. And it is imperative that Ganfuer returns Appiato to us. As Ganfuer sat on the ground, listening to Tisen speak. He rose to his feet upon hearing this news and declared, "If what you say is true, we are willing to return Appiato. Very well, let us witness this together." Soon, they arrived at the summit of Appiato, where they beheld the enormous Golden Bell. Tisen was genuinely astonished upon its discovery. As the Sandia people knelt in anguish, they also learned of the navigator Mont Blanc Nolando and how his descendants had long awaited the tolling of the Golden Bell. Thank you, people of Qinghai, for revealing all of this to us. Should there be any way we can assist, we will do our utmost. And to you, I extend my gratitude for helping us resolve a war that has persisted for 400 years. If you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Additionally, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. Ganfuer's eyes brimmed with tears. Although he was the god ruling the Sky Island, he had always sought to end the conflict with the Sandia people. La. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, all is well. However, I do have one request of you that I wish to construct a ship, but I would like to incorporate your Sky Island technologies. Hence I require your assistance. Upon hearing this, the village chief of the Sandia people and Ganfuer exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying, "You are our benefactor. We shall take charge of this matter. However, we are unclear about the type of vessel you wish to build." Once this matter concluded, Tisen returned to the palace. The area remained unclaimed by Enelu, and their group settled in a relatively quiet location nearby. As evening descended, the reconciliation between the Sandia people and the inhabitants of the Sky Island resulted in a joyous celebration throughout the entire Sky Island. Tisen's pirate ship now boasted formidable combat strength. Naturally, Tisen sought out elites rather than burdens. Thus, when selecting crew members, he focused on potential. First and foremost was Mona. There was no need to elaborate on him, for he was a brother to Tisen and now stood over 6 meters tall, a true giant. Even without consuming a devil fruit, he possessed immense strength and boundless potential. Additionally, having devoured the Tuntun fruit, he had developed his abilities quite impressively. His current strength was comparable to that of an admiral candidate, though he had not yet surpassed that threshold, as his mastery of hockey had yet to reach its pinnacle. Next was Jerry, who had already been a swordsman prior to boarding the ship. After enduring this period of trials, his skills had progressed to a level where he could contend with elite vice-admirals, having even defeated Vice Admiral Invafes in battle, although he had sustained serious injuries. He had ultimately emerged victorious. Lastly, there was Gina, whose prowess had grown significantly over the past 3 years. Not only had her hypnotic abilities advanced, but she had also awakened her hockey. Although he may not yet be a match for the elite vice-admirals, he is nonetheless sufficiently formidable in relative terms. Next in line is Muse. As for him, Tisen has decided to disregard his presence. After all, since he does not consume a devil fruit, allowing him to train in fishman karate will not render him weak in the end. It is worth noting that decades later, Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, achieved profound mastery of fishman karate. Moreover, as long as he diligently cultivates hockey, he is unlikely to become significantly weaker. Currently, Muse possesses both observation and armament hockey, albeit at a rudimentary level. Finally, there are Tianshan and Green Bull. Green Bull's inclusion was merely a whimsical decision on Tisen's part. He had no intention of elevating Green Bull to the ranks of elite officers. But he believes that with continued training, unexpected results may emerge. Therefore, he need not concern himself with Green Bull for now. During this time, Tisen has personally guided him in his training methods, and he is confident that results will soon manifest. Tianshan, how has your training progressed? Have you awakened your hockey yet? Hearing Tisen's inquiry while researching cuisine, Tianshan turned and replied, "Captain, I have recently felt some progress with my observation hockey, but I am still struggling with armament hockey." Then I believe your observation hockey will soon awaken. As for armament hockey, follow Mona's training closely. It is imperative that you awaken it in the shortest time possible. Additionally, I have decided to grant you the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, specifically the shark-toothed dragon form. Indeed, Tisen resolved to bestow this precious fruit upon him. Tianshan possesses an impressive physique, standing over 3 meters tall, and his recent training has rendered him exceptionally muscular. Originally, Mona was the most suitable candidate. But as she had already consumed the Tuntun fruit, the fruit was destined for Tianshan, as neither Muse nor Green Bull desired to consume a devil fruit. Upon hearing Tisen's intention to give him such a valuable fruit, Tianshan was deeply moved. He yearned to enhance his strength. Each battle had previously relied on others for protection, since venturing into the Grand Line, especially after witnessing Tisen's confrontation with Admiral Steelbone. He increasingly felt inadequate, fearing he could not keep pace with them. This concern had weighed heavily on his mind recently. However, the prospect of acquiring this powerful fruit instilled him with newfound confidence in his ability to grow stronger. Having addressed these matters, Tisen retrieved a small booklet and addressed the group. This contains the 6 styles training methods I acquired from Vice Admiral Valdian on Gaia Island. Take it and study it for your training. After capturing Vice Admiral Valdian, they had not attended to him, as they were preoccupied with counting the celestial gold they had seized and preparing for their journey to Sky Island. Nevertheless, Tisen later found time to extract the 6 styles training methods. Upon awakening, Vice Admiral Valdian discovered his captivity and, having gone without food for several days, was considerably weakened. Tisen took advantage of this opportunity to utilize his observation hockey to listen to Valdian's thoughts. Along with Gina's hypnosis to extract the 6 styles. It is known that a person's mental vigilance is finite. They cannot remain alert indefinitely. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Tisen to glean the information he did, especially considering Vice Admiral Valdian possessed strong observation hockey. Had his opponent been someone lacking in this regard, there would have been no need to wait for his weakness to strike. It would have been unnecessary trouble. After clarifying these details, Tisen resolved to visit Baika, where he believed he might find Dr. Tsukimi's research materials, which he intended to retrieve for future use. He also planned to test his luck in search of the thunder fruit. If he were to locate it, it would simplify matters, as he would no longer need to consider other fruits. Previously, he had contemplated consuming the gas fruit, but it was not his preferred choice. Currently, Tisen's offensive capabilities have reached a level where he need not pursue other skills. The dust release alone is enough to give him a headache, as it requires constant experimentation, with previous techniques being derived from combat experiences. In selecting a fruit, the primary consideration is a single ability, the capacity for flight and sufficient speed. The gas fruit undoubtedly meets his criteria, but offers limited assistance in enhancing his strength. The thunder fruit, on the other hand, would significantly improve his speed and augment his offensive capabilities. In comparison, the thunder fruit is clearly more suited to his needs. Baika, located at the southernmost point of the island chain, greeted Tisen as he arrived. Guided by soldiers dispatched by Gonfold, he observed numerous individuals clad in garments reminiscent of nuns, all of whom were followers of the faith. After instructing the soldiers to wait, he stealthily entered the church, where he discovered several items beneath a statue. Upon examination, he indeed found numerous research achievements from Dr. Tsukimi, comprised of various machines and human modifications, which he found incomprehensible. In addition to these findings, Tisen also uncovered blueprints for constructing the Arc Poneglyph, but he refrained from taking this with him, considering his own plans. Ultimately, he left with the research findings, but found no trace of the thunder fruit after an exhaustive search. In the first half of the Grand Line, Roger shouted, "Stop right there. You cannot escape." "Ha! Carp, you won't catch me." "Rayleigh, let's go." As Carp observed the distance between them increasing, he abandoned the pursuit. "Major Carp, shall we continue the chase?" "Their ship is no longer visible. No need." "Ha ha ha. Next time I will not let him slip away. I was supposed to be at home visiting my son, but instead, Steelbone Admiral interrupted my vacation." Carp wore a disgruntled expression. He had planned to visit his son, but was suddenly called by Steelbone Admiral to apprehend Roger's pirate ship, disrupting his family visit on the other side of the sea. Having escaped, Roger glanced back and felt a slight easing of tension. This fellow is becoming increasingly formidable. Rayleigh shared this sentiment, replying, "If it were a direct confrontation, it would be manageable, but every time we engage with him, our ship suffers damage, and we cannot afford to replace it with so many berries. Indeed. This fellow is quite the headache. In a certain maritime region of the New World, 7 or 8 pirate ships surrounded a single vessel. You are the up-and-coming newcomer, Golden Lion Shiki, with a bounty of 400 million. I never expected to encounter someone of such renown. However, I will not easily surrender. My ambition is to rule the world. A man with golden hair cascading down his back laughed heartily, and then charged toward his adversary. That lion's might. With such ambition, you should become my subordinate. The two engaged in battle, yet it was evident that their strengths were not on the same level. Moments later, the damaged pirate ship floated aimlessly on the sea. Golden Lion lay on a drifting plank, covered in wounds, his gaze vacant. Did you really think you newcomers could make such grand declarations in the New World with just a modicum of strength? So, what will it be? Will you become my subordinate and continue your ambition, or will you sink to the depths of the sea? Moreover, with your current strength, you cannot achieve your goals. Will you join me to grow stronger? A flicker of determination ignited in Golden Lion's eyes as he thought. I, Golden Lion, have just entered the arena. How can I bow out so soon? I must gather a formidable crew and rule the world. I am willing to serve as your subordinate, Captain Rocks. The Golden Lion gradually rose, his gaze becoming resolute, and despite his youth, he harbored his own ambitions. The next target shall be this fellow, the treasure hunter who roams the seas. In Rock's hand was a wanted poster, depicting a man with light purple hair, clad in pirate attire, wielding 2 Western-style daggers. Below, it was inscribed, Captain John, with a bounty of 640 million. The pirates behind Rocks seemed to share in his excitement. Among them, 2 figures stood out prominently. One donned golden armor, sporting a long black beard and wielding a straight sword, while the other brandished a silver battle axe and was clad in silver armor. At the rear, a man with red curls cascading over his shoulders stood tall, his dark skin glistening, towering around 2 meters and 67 centimeters. He carried a sniper rifle on his shoulder and held a wanted poster. His gaze penetrating as he studied it. Where could this fellow have vanished? In the year 1472 of the Sea Garden calendar, in the sky island of Apaya Tisen, a fierce battle raged between Tian Shan and his adversary. The two exchanged blows, with Tian Shan transforming into a colossal shark-toothed dragon, nearly 10 meters in length, its massive head lined with sharp, thin teeth reminiscent of a great white shark. Its enormous maw could swallow a person whole. In this confrontation, Tisen refrained from employing his dust escape ability, instead entangling himself in combat using his armament color. However, after 3 years of training, his armament color had yet to reach the advanced level. He sensed he was merely awaiting the right opportunity. Thus, he had been persistently battling Tian Shan. There were 2 reasons for this relentless engagement. Firstly, it aided Tisen in honing his armament color. Tian Shan, in his shark-toothed dragon form, possessed immense endurance and strength, and most crucially, he was remarkably resilient. No matter how fiercely Tisen struck, it seemed he could only inflict surface wounds. This was also the reason for his lack of awakening to advanced armament color. Secondly, it allowed Tian Shan to refine his own skills. After 2 years of rigorous training, he had awakened his dual-colored haki long ago, and through battles with various companions over the past 2 years. His strength had grown formidable. Aside from Mona and Jerry, none could stand against him. A testament to his relentless training, a resounding bang echoed as Tisen's fist collided with Tian Shan's shark-toothed dragon's jaw. Though the dragon bled and momentarily staggered, it quickly regained its composure. This pattern persisted for quite some time. Every encounter unfolded similarly, yet it was always Tian Shan who ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Tisen's physique had dramatically strengthened due to the purifying effects of the pills he consumed. And after 3 years of relentless combat, he could now contend with the crew members collectively for 4 to 5 days before succumbing to fatigue. Of course, this was under the condition that he refrained from utilizing his ultimate techniques. Should he do so, they would stand no chance against him. As Tian Shan's shark-toothed dragon was struck by Tisen's punch, it swayed slightly before retaliating with a sweeping strike of its tail. Just as Tisen attempted to evade and reposition behind his opponent, Tian Shan's claws suddenly descended towards his head. In that critical moment, he could not dodge. Instead, he fully enveloped his arm in armament color. As he did so, he felt the armament color surge, converging towards his fist. Subsequently, Tisen delivered a powerful blow to the dragon's abdomen, followed by a piercing scream as Tianshan's shark-toothed dragon was launched away. Spewing forth a torrent of blood, Tisen withdrew his arm, gazing at the swirling armament color and murmuring, "Could this be the advanced armament color? Tianshan, are you all right?" He looked towards the now transformed Tianshan, who had reverted to his original form, uncertain of the severity of his injuries. Gradually, Tianshan approached, one hand clutching his abdomen, his expression revealing his discomfort. "Captain, what happened? I suddenly feel a tremendous surge of power. My insides feel as though they are churning violently. It is unbearable. La. This is the advanced armament color, and I never anticipated I would grasp it through our combat." He was astonished by the unexpected gain. Just as they were preparing to depart the Sky Island, this surprise filled him with exhilaration. "Indeed, it is formidable. Even in my transformed state, I could not withstand it. It feels as though a force has invaded my very being, wreaking havoc. This is the essence of advanced armament color. You too shall awaken to it in time. However, be warned, it demands considerable sacrifice. Without rigorous training, one cannot hope to achieve it. Rest assured, Captain, since I chose to board this ship, I have no intention of abandoning it midway. I shall grow even stronger. A paradise without a chef is inconceivable." La. He felt a profound sense of contentment. Reassured that his previous efforts were not in vain, he then summoned the other crew members, instructing them to organize the pirate ship, replenish supplies, and prepare for their departure from the Sky Island. A month after arriving at the Sky Island, the pirate ship was finally completed. This vessel was a double-masted sailboat, measuring approximately 80 meters in length. At the stern, two enormous wind-powered systems were installed, one on each side of the ship. In total, there were 2 sets of power systems, comprising 8 massive wind turbines. After the first set of wind turbines had exhausted their energy, the ship would automatically switch to the reserve turbines, allowing for continuous operation. 40 small wind turbines were affixed to the lower edges of the hull to ensure a steady descent when the ship was airborne. Additionally, there was a submarine and a formidable vessel, at the bow. Mickey Mouse's mouth formed a gigantic impact turbine. Tisen had previously contemplated whether he could store dust escape within it, and to his surprise, he could. Once the large impact turbine was filled with dust escape, it could unleash for consecutive uses. Moreover, there were 2 colossal impact turbines, meaning it could release a total of 8 dust escapes in succession before requiring replenishment. The ship boasted 4 levels in total, including a sub-level designated for storage and the power system's control room, alongside 2 docks for the submarine and formidable vessel. The first level housed a training room and aquarium. Along with the male quarters, the second level contained the female quarters, granary, and dining hall. The third level featured a library and bathhouse. Shortly thereafter, the Mickey Mouse ship was ready for departure, officially setting sail towards the Blue Sea. Before their departure, they bid farewell to Gonfuer and the village chiefs of the Shandians. Tisen had previously visited the island of Water 7, making him quite familiar with the locale. He recalled the fierce battles against the Navy and the peculiarities surrounding CP-0 Stona. However, Captain Murray had not believed him, and as the years passed, those memories resurfaced. After descending from the Sky Island, the ship landed smoothly due to the wind turbine's assistance, a testament to the advantages of having dual power systems for continuous usage. After several days of sailing, they were nearing Water 7 when a messenger pigeon suddenly flew overhead, dropping a newspaper. Tisen quickly read the headline. Steel Bonkong succeeds as Navy Marshal, former Navy Supernova Sengoku. Garp and Crane are appointed Vice Admirals. Navy Supernova Zifa captures the notorious pirate slaughterer with a bounty of 400 million. He marveled at how swiftly time had passed, reflecting on how he had arrived in this world far too early. Now he could finally see familiar figures in the news. Suddenly, he felt a longing to visit Amazon Lily, having not seen Shania in quite a while. Yet, he dismissed the thought, realizing the urgency of entering the new world. If the Navy caught wind of his intentions, it could create complications. His first reason for stopping at Water 7 was to have a scabbard crafted for his 7-star sword, which he had acquired without a sheath, making it unwieldy and unsightly. This sword, measuring 6 feet in length, was perfectly suited to his current height of 2 meters and 70 centimeters, which he had grown by approximately 30 centimeters over the past 3 years. It seemed unlikely he would grow taller in the future, as he was now 20 years old, yet he felt content with his stature. The second reason for his visit was to convert the gold he had brought down from the Sky Island into berries. Once he departed Water 7, he planned to venture into the new world, his heart racing at the thought of the formidable creatures that awaited him, eager for a challenge. The achievements of these past 3 years have been substantial. He now finds himself uncertain of the true extent of his own strength. Soon, they arrived at the city of Water 7, where they could freely relax. Gina and Mona took the gold to exchange for berries. While he sought out a place to forge weapons, after inquiring with a few individuals, he discovered an establishment that appeared somewhat antiquated. Upon noticing a customer, the young blacksmith inquired, "What can I craft for you?" "Esteemed guest, I wish to have a sheath made for this sword," Tisen replied, presenting the 7-star sword. The young man, who had been smiling, was suddenly seized by an involuntary shiver upon seeing the sword. A chill coursing through him, he instinctively withdrew his hand, startled by the weapon's intimidating presence. "What kind of sword is this? It seems rather fearsome," he remarked. "Can it be forged?" Tisen asked. "Please hold on a moment. I will fetch my grandfather. This sword appears rather peculiar, and my grandfather possesses extensive knowledge. He should be able to create a matching sheath." With that, the young man retreated into the back room. Tisen furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the sheath could indeed be crafted. In hindsight, he regretted his impatience, suspecting that even if it could be made, it would likely not be of high quality. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to wait and see how matters unfolded. Inside the room, the grandfather grumbled, "What is it? I'm not dead yet. Is there any need to shout so loudly?" At that moment, a greasy old man reclined in a chair, puffing away at a pipe. "Grandfather, a guest has arrived outside seeking a sheath for a sword." "Then just assist him. What is the fuss about? When will you learn to handle things independently?" "Grandfather, you must listen to me. This sword possesses an unusual aura. You will understand once you see it." The old man's interest was piqued, and he rose to follow his grandson outside. "Where is it?" "Grandfather, this is the guest. I hear you require a sheath for your sword." "May I see it?" Tisen handed over the sword, cautioning, it would be best not to touch it unless necessary. The old man, initially reaching out to take the sword, recoiled the moment he laid eyes on it, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. "Such a heavy scent of blood. This must be a cursed blade." "Indeed. Can it be forged?" "What a rare opportunity to encounter a cursed blade. I've never seen a crafting technique for something like this before. Rest assured, I happen to have a fine piece of metal at home, which has been untouched for decades. If you permit, I would be honored to forge a sheath for this sword." The old man spoke with palpable excitement. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Additionally, could the guard of the sword be altered? I would prefer a more conventional shape, and if possible, I would like this design engraved upon it." The old man examined the design and momentarily appeared dazed before regaining his composure. "Are you certain you wish to have this design engraved?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" No, not at all. However, altering the guard may take some time. Given the uniqueness of your sword, the requirements will differ accordingly." "How long will it take?" "Along with the sheath, it should be completed by tomorrow afternoon." "Very well. I shall leave it in your capable hands." Tisen handed over the sword, watching as the old man retrieved a plain sheath from somewhere. Placing the sword within, "I dare not touch this cursed blade, so I have temporarily housed it in an ordinary sheath. Please return tomorrow to collect it." "Thank you for your assistance." Tisen nodded, casually glancing behind him before heading towards the tavern. At this hour, Tom, the fishman, was merely a child of around 10. Without a place to go, he decided to indulge in a meal at the tavern before seeking out a hotel for the night. Just as he approached the tavern, a man clad in common attire stood in a corner, dialing a phone. Once the call connected, a voice on the other end replied, "Hello, this is the Navy headquarters." "Hello, this is Water 7. The Tisen pirate crew has been sighted, and I just spotted all's Tisen. Please report this immediately to headquarters." "Understood." The Navy headquarters in Marineford. A knock echoed through the commander's office. "Come in." Steelbone Kong set down the documents he held upon seeing a communications officer enter, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Commander, we have just received word that the Tisen pirate crew has been located in Water 7. And all's Tisen has been confirmed to be there." "What? Of all times!" he exclaimed. "Summon Crane immediately." Before long, a woman with pink hair entered the room. "Commander, I have already inquired with the communications officer. I would like to hear your thoughts. We are in a critical moment. Sengoku and Admiral Fujitora are both occupied and cannot return from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. After a moment of contemplation, Crane suggested, "Let us not alarm them just yet. Call Carp and Sengoku back. Once they arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, we can lead a force to apprehend them. Additionally, there are several vice admirals who have yet to be deployed on missions." Steelbone Kong considered Crane's proposal, realizing there were no better alternatives. Additionally, summon Zifa back. Let someone substitute for him, and he will lead the operation this time. Let us proceed with that plan. Where is Carp currently? Carp has gone to capture the Roger pirate crew and is presently in Alabasta. Recall Carp. If he fails to capture the Roger pirate crew again, he should never take leave again. Crane stifled a laugh. Exiting to make a call. At last, the time to retrieve the sword had arrived in Water 7. Although he had enjoyed a pleasant respite over the past 2 days, his eagerness to venture into the new world was palpable. He had already begun preparing the blueprint for the construction of a paradise, a significant undertaking. Lacking a computer, he could not draft the plans as he had in his previous life. It required meticulous hand drawing, a task of considerable magnitude that could take several years, perhaps even over a decade. Before long, he reached the old man's shop. "That you've arrived. The sword and sheath have been completed. Do they meet your satisfaction? Also, the guard has been changed to your requested design." Tisen took the items and observed the 6-foot sword. The sheath felt somewhat heavy in his hand, and an icy sensation surged through him. The guard bore a Mickey Mouse design, precisely as he had requested. He was unsure why this design resonated with him, perhaps for 2 reasons. First, the sight of Mickey Mouse reminded him of his daughter from his previous life, who had adored the character, filling their home with various Mickey Mouse toys, even including it on her pillow. Second, it served as a commemoration of his current life, a gift from his relatives in this existence. Drawing the sword, he gripped it firmly, and an emerald glow emanated from the blade. The old man recoiled in fright. Tisen quickly retracted the sword, saying, "My apologies. How much do I owe you?" The old man shook his head. "There is no need for payment. I consider myself fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable sword. Moreover, if it were not for this sword, the cold iron crafted into its sheath would likely remain and used throughout my lifetime. I am grateful to you, yet I must insist on compensating you." Having said that, I handed over a pouch of gold coins to the other party, an amount that, if converted to berries, would approximate several million. The old man, gazing at the sack of gold coins thrust into his hands, felt a mix of resignation. After watching Tisen's silhouette fade into the distance, he hunched over and retreated into his dwelling. At that moment, Tisen was making his way toward the pirate ship. They had previously agreed to set sail for the New World after retrieving the sword today. Tisen's decision to pay the old man stemmed from his aversion to incurring debts of gratitude, which left him feeling particularly uneasy. Upon arrival, he found the crew aboard the pirate ship already assembled. Once on board, Tisen stood atop the emblem of Mickey Mouse, turning to gaze at the pirate flag adorned with the same motif. Feeling a surge of exhilaration in his heart, along with a sense of responsibility weighing upon him, "Brothers, we set sail for Sabaody Archipelago." A chorus of cheerful voices responded. "Oh, the Sabaody Archipelago, designated as the No. 24 unsafe zone, is rife with pirates, bounty hunters, and a chaotic atmosphere. It is also home to human trafficking and auction houses for the trade of people, businesses considered unspeakable. Yet, both the world government and the Navy turn a blind eye, as even the celestial dragons patronize such establishments, implicating the higher echelons of the world government. Thus, any attempt to intervene would yield no results, ultimately leading to self-incrimination. The number 24 unsafe zone features restaurants, civilian streets, and various shops. Inside the restaurant, numerous pirates indulge in feasting, while bounty hunters lurk in the corners, eyeing their targets. Suddenly, a group of individuals entered the restaurant, among whom the most conspicuous was a figure resembling a small giant, standing nearly 7 meters tall and remarkably muscular. However, this small giant was not at the forefront. Leading the group was a slender figure, estimated to be less than 3 meters tall, with a long sword slung casually at his left hip. His physique was impeccable, muscles defined just right, and his striking face bore a cold handsomeness complemented by tousled black hair, sharp black eyes, and thin lips, appearing even more mature than he did 3 years prior. Upon arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, Tisen's pirate crew did not indulge in aimless wandering. Instead, they docked the ship directly between number 40 and number 50 unsafe zones, leaving it there for maintenance, while Green Bull remained with it. Since exchanging their previous vessel for the current Mickey Mouse ship, Green Bull had mourned the loss for a time. However, having now adapted to the advantages of the Mickey Mouse, he inspected the ship daily. Unless Tisen commanded him to disembark, he remained on the ship practicing diligently, refusing to stray even a step away. Who is this fellow? I have no idea. He seems formidable. Wait a moment. Could he be the faceless man? Or is Tisen, with a bounty of 500 million? Indeed. Look, there's the small giant, Mona, with a bounty of 330 million. Is this not Tisen's pirate crew? Look at the others. They all have substantial bounties. Why are such individuals still lingering in the first half of the Grand Line instead of heading to the New World? Hey, faceless man, are you still here? Surely you do not fear venturing into the New World, right? I heard he vanished 3 years ago, probably out of fear, hiding away. Ha ha ha. Since they are a bunch of cowards, allow me to claim the bounty for myself. The head worth 500 million shall be mine. At that moment, a bounty hunter suddenly charged at Tisen from the corner. This is Danuno. I heard he previously took down a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, a renowned bounty hunter in the first half of the Grand Line. Tisen and his crew had just entered, yet before they could settle in, the raucous din erupted, and now someone had the audacity to interrupt them. Instantly, Tisen became irked, turning to face the approaching bounty hunter. You are quite loud. Can't one enjoy a meal in peace? Anyone who disturbs the captain's meal, get out. With that, Mona delivered a single punch, sending the bounty hunter flying through the restaurant wall. The notorious bounty hunter had been defeated with a mere punch. Run. He knocked out Danuno. We're next. If we don't flee, we're done for. The restaurant abruptly fell silent, leaving only Tisen's pirate crew and a few waitstaff cowering beneath tables. Now they could eat in peace. Tisen sat down and looked at the terrified owner hiding behind the counter. Owner, bring me all the delicious food. I'm starving. Upon hearing the voice, the owner gradually emerged. His face a mask of fear. Why yes, of course, I'll bring it right away. Captain, it seems the Navy was aware of our arrival from the start, Mona remarked, sensing the atmosphere. Indeed, they must have discovered us back in Water 7. Likely already devised a plan. Nevertheless, it matters not. If they wish to come, let them come, that we can announce our return to the world before entering the New World. The Navy headquarters, Zifa inquired. How are preparations going? What of Tisen's pirate crew? Steelbone turned to his aide and responded, Admiral, Tisen's crew is currently at Sabaody Archipelago, number 24 unsafe zone. Vice Admiral Zifa has surrounded the entire area and is awaiting orders. Inform Vice Admiral Zifa to destroy their ship, leaving them no place to escape. Additionally, we can commence the capture plan. Understood, Admiral. At the periphery of number 24 unsafe zone, countless Navy personnel surrounded the area in layers. This time, the Navy dispatched 4 supernovas, 5 vice admirals, and numerous rear admirals, alongside an overwhelming number of soldiers. Having just received the Admiral's command to initiate the capture, Zifa issued orders to Sengoku and instructed an assault on Tisen's pirate crew. As well as the sinking of their ship, Zifa personally made his way toward Tisen's crew, determined to capture them this time, fully aware that he possessed the strength of a candidate for admiral despite still holding the rank of vice admiral. At this moment, he had not yet lost the fighting spirit that would characterize him decades later. The fact that he was a candidate for admiral indicated that Blackleg Zifa was not merely a name without merit. On the opposite side of the area, Carp and Sengoku, who had been waiting anxiously, could no longer contain their impatience. Upon receiving the command, they sprang into action without hesitation. Carp, follow the orders and do not act recklessly. Sengoku knew Carp's impulsive nature and wanted to preempt any mischief. Understood. How annoying. Carp turned his face away, seemingly disinclined to engage in further conversation. Previously, while pursuing the Roger pirates in Alabasta, he had been called back just as they were closing in on their target, which left him particularly disgruntled. He had initially been reluctant to heed the headquarters orders, but they had resorted to leveraging his absence as a bargaining chip. Watching this unfold, Tsuru shook her head and said, Carp, this mission is of utmost importance. Ors Tisen is an exceptionally dangerous individual. 3 years ago, he clashed with Admiral Steelbone to such an extent. After 3 years, not only he but the others in his crew have surely grown even stronger. Furthermore, he is both brave and cunning that if he cannot win, he will not recklessly fight. Among the Navy's pursuits of pirates, the greatest fear lies in encountering those who are both powerful and shrewd. So we must exercise caution. The scale of this operation is undeniably vast. Should the mission fail, the world government will undoubtedly hold the Navy accountable, resulting in a loss of credibility among civilians. Initially indifferent, Karp's expression grew serious after hearing Tsuru's remarks, suppressing his previous childish behavior. But don't worry, Tsuru. This time, the Navy's supernova trio is acting in concert, not to mention Zifa is with us. What pirate could possibly stand against us? Upon hearing Karp's words, Sengoku and Tsuru shared confident expressions, recalling that in their previous operations, whenever the trio acted together, they had never failed, and they believed this time would be no different as the pirates on Sabeti Archipelago became aware of the Navy's arrival. Panic ensued, and they fled in disarray. However, the Navy did not seem intent on capturing them. Upon realizing this, the pirates gathered outside, turning into spectators, buzzing with speculation. Who could the Navy be aiming to capture with such a formidable show of force? Could it be that prominent figures from the New World are present here? Even Zephyr has made an appearance. Could it be that the celestial dragons have been attacked? Fool, how is that possible? How could anyone be foolish enough to commit such an act? Have you forgotten the Rox pirates? That Rox was a madman. Surely, no one would be as reckless as him. Look, someone has emerged from the restaurant. Is that? Hey, is this for real? Weren't they supposed to have vanished? I never expected to encounter them here. It appears the Navy has mobilized such a grand force to capture them that I remember now. It is the Tisen pirates, led by the bounty of 500 million, the faceless man, Aorisi Tisen, who can contend with the former Steelbone Admiral, now Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Upon seeing the young man at the forefront, Zephyr was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Aorisi Tisen would be so young. Although he had previously gathered considerable information, witnessing such youth achieving this level was hard to believe. Zephyr stepped forward and declared, "Faceless man, Aorisi Tisen, and your subordinates. Surrender obediently. This area, GR number 24, has been completely sealed off, and there is no escape for you. This fellow is indeed the man with a bounty of 500 million, yet he appears remarkably youthful. Karp, I had already shown you the information. And you were listening during the meeting, weren't you? Ah, that. I forgot, ha ha. Karp, you scoundrel, can you not be so careless?" Sengoku looked at Karp, who was still joking at such a critical moment, and sighed in exasperation. Enough with the threats. I have no intention of stealing your thunder. Hugh. Sengoku was infuriated by Karp's sudden interjection, prepared to retort, but was halted by Tsuru beside him. Enough, stop squabbling. Really, if you continue, I will ensure you have some peace and quiet to cleanse your spirits. Hearing Tsuru seemingly lose her temper, Sengoku instantly sealed his lips, while Karp placed a hand over his mouth, and for a moment, both fell silent. La. Do you Navy folks enjoy spouting such nonsense? And you must be Zephyr, correct? And over there, the Navy supernova trio, along with the Vice Admiral Valdian, whom I let slip away. How is it that after sparing you last time, you dare to show your face again? Vice Admiral Enwa Phase turned crimson upon hearing Tisen's words. After being released by Tisen, he felt no shame. The crucial point was that he returned claiming to have escaped. The other Navy personnel dismissed it, thinking Tisen merely sought to humiliate Vice Admiral Enwa Phase. Aorisi Tisen, a young man with such potential, how could you have chosen the path of piracy? Truly a failure on our Navy's part. Since you have already strayed onto the path of darkness, allow me to rectify your wayward thoughts. La. Enough with the talk. Let us engage in battle. If you do not possess the resolve to kill me, you are in grave danger. Indeed, after all, even Fleet Admiral Steelbone could not capture you. After Zephyr finished speaking, he removed his admiral's coat, and his arms were instantly enveloped in a pitch-black hue of hockey. La. Come forth. Tisen chose not to wield his longsword. He wished to engage the black-armed Zephyr in a straightforward clash, to test the fruits of his training over the past 3 years. Moreover, he now commanded advanced Hakai in an instant. His fist was wrapped in hockey as he charged towards Zephyr. Upon seeing Tisen's attack, Zephyr swung his arm, and with a swift step, their arms collided. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that their fists did not truly meet, as though separated by an invisible barrier. Although their fists did not connect, the shockwaves from their attacks were extraordinarily fearsome. The force unleashed caused the ground to upheave, buildings to collapse, and nearby Navy personnel were sent flying by the sheer power. Tsuru, witnessing the clash, was astonished. She had not anticipated that this younger individual, who was still younger than herself, could possess such immense strength, especially standing in opposition to the Navy. All Navy personnel, retreat from this area and apprehend the other members of the Tisen pirates. Sengoku, we shall wait for the opportune moment to assist Zephyr. As long as we capture Tisen, the Tisen pirates will crumble without a fight. However, Zephyr might become angry. No matter, capturing the Tisen pirates is of utmost importance, and I trust he will understand. Very well. Sigh, where is Carp? That fellow has gone off to deal with others, claiming he would finish them off swiftly before pursuing Roger. Truly, he never listens to orders. Meanwhile, Carp confronted Mona, their eyes locking. Mona had previously heard Tisen's warnings about the formidable supernova in the Navy, advising them not to underestimate them. You are Monkey D. Carp? Ah, that is me. What? Do you wish to surrender? Did you not hear what our captain said? What did he say? I did not hear. He said you Navy folks love to spout nonsense. Our captain remarked that you are quite formidable. Let me see for myself. What did your captain say? Wait. Enough with the chatter. Let us commence battle. Mona, towering at nearly 7 meters, appeared immensely imposing, making Carp seem like a diminutive figure in comparison. However, Mona did not dare to underestimate him. He sensed an extraordinary power within this man, 10-ton gravity fist. Carp immediately swung his pitch-black arm, colliding with Mona, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. As the force of their blow dissipated, they charged at each other once more, exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Enwa Faze initially sought to confront Mona, feeling unsatisfied after being defeated by him last time. But in an instant, he was intercepted by Jerry, and the two engaged in battle. Gina looked toward the pirates. Currently, only she and Tianshan had yet to find their opponents, and her gaze drifted toward Tsuru among the Navy ranks. Tisen had warned them not to let this woman touch them. Coincidentally, her abilities should counteract Tsuru's. Tsuru noticed someone charging at her, and glancing over at Sengoku, she saw him locked in combat with a dinosaur. The Tisen pirates possessed users of ancient Zoan abilities. They had not had such powers previously, indicating they had acquired them over the past 3 years, seeing herself as the last one unengaged. Tsuru also joined the fray against Gina. Through their battle, Gina realized her previous misconceptions. This woman of the Navy could actually dispel the bubbles she released with mere touch. This revelation astonished Gina. But regaining her composure, she resolved that her own haki was formidable enough. There was no reason to fear this young female Navy officer. The battlefield swiftly divided into several sectors, aside from the ongoing fight here. Clashes were erupting at the Tisen pirates' docking point. It turned out the Navy had suddenly attempted to ambush Tisen's ship. However, Green Bull, stationed on board, swiftly dealt with those wielding cannons, dispatching them in a matter of moments. Although the approaching Navy personnel lacked notable strength, they were numerous to counter these Navy forces. Green Bull became serious. He had already developed haki 2 years prior and frequently trained with Tianshan and Muse during their time in Skypia. Although his haki was still in the hardening phase, after 2 years of refinement, it had reached a commendable level, particularly effective against these cannon fodder. Gua gua gua. What is it saying? Can't understand. Yet, judging by its demeanor, it seemed to be mocking us. Damn it. This is unacceptable. What is this creature that can even wield haki? The bounty states it is a sea cow, but does it not indicate a bounty of only 300,000 berries? Why is it so formidable? Furthermore, is this truly the ship of the Tisen pirates? Why does their flag look so, gua? Before the individual could finish speaking, they were sent flying. Green Bull regarded these weaklings attempting to attack the ship it was sworn to protect, feeling a surge of anger at their audacity. Although he previously felt that it appeared somewhat lacking in grandeur, this vessel could indeed be regarded as his home. The naval headquarters in Brubru was suddenly interrupted by a call from the 5 elders. Hello, this is Steelbone. Have you captured the masked man, Ars Tisen? Currently, Vice Admiral Zifa is still engaged in combat with them. We will bring them to impel down at no need, since he dares to provoke the world government. Once captured, send him to Mariawat and I intend to make him a slave and disseminate photographs to demonstrate to the pirates of the seas the consequences of offending the world government. Furthermore, I will dispatch CP personnel to the Sabaody archipelago, where you shall directly hand over Ars Tisen to our agents after apprehension. Steelbone's expression darkened, the veins on his forehead bulging, and he slammed his hand on the table. What is it? Steelbone Kong, do you have any objections? Do not forget that your navy is merely a facade for our world government. Moreover, your ascension to the rank of admiral was facilitated by our support. Steelbone's clenched fist relaxed, and his anger subsided momentarily. I will speak with Fati Aga after the call with the snail ended. He muttered, "These scoundrels, to use the honor we earned with our lives to bolster the world government's facade. What do they take us for?" His aide dared not breathe, sweat beading on his forehead, fear evident in his eyes. "Contact Zifa shortly. Instruct him to hand over the masked man, Aorisi Tisen, to the world government personnel." "Yes, Admiral." "Zifa, if you possess such meager strength, you will not be able to capture me." Tisen had been battling Zifa for quite some time. Although fighting without weapons was somewhat arduous, he sensed that Zifa was not yet fully exerting himself. "Indeed, I shall now give my all. For the sake of justice, I must exert myself to capture you." Upon finishing his statement, Zifa's aura intensified significantly, and his gaze transformed dramatically. The battle between the two was extraordinarily fierce. The 24th jar nearly obliterated. Upon witnessing Zifa's sudden change, Tisen recognized that his opponent was now serious. If he did not unleash his true abilities, he risked facing defeat. Drawing his 7-star sword, his demeanor shifted entirely. Tisen swung his sword, colliding it directly with Zifa's fist. Both unleashed their full might, and for a moment, their clash reverberated widely. The impact felt even on distant islands. Sword technique. Demon Fire White Dragon. Immediately, a colossal white dragon materialized in the sky, engulfed in emerald-green demonic flames, appearing extraordinarily eerie. The white dragon surged forward at great speed, targeting Zifa. Bang, crackle, sizzle. The white dragon collided with Zifa's black arm, sparks and electricity scattering in all directions. Before Zifa could recover from the previous attack, Tisen swung the 7-star sword towards him. Zifa remained unfazed, using his right arm to deflect the initial strike. As Tisen's long sword descended towards him, Zifa swiftly extended his dark right arm to block it, their arms suddenly exerting immense force again. The surrounding air pressure sent collapsed buildings and stone walls flying, causing the clouds above to churn violently. Trees connected to the 24th jar seemed on the verge of toppling, and the ground fissured and caved in, uprooting stones and grass. What incredible strength this fellow possesses! Sengoku, who had been engaged in battle with Tianshan, was taken aback by this surge of power, realizing that Aorisi Tisen had grown significantly stronger over the past 3 years. Tianshan, now transformed into a shark-toothed dragon form, was barely able to withstand the onslaught despite relying on the abilities of an ancient species. Sengoku, aware of Tisen's pirate ship taking 3 days to coat, understood he needed to endure for at least that long. With a firm resolve, Tianshan steadied himself, no longer exhibiting the previous panic. Sengoku glanced at Tianshan, suddenly frowning, sensing a distinct change in his opponent's demeanor. "Douc, it appears your navy is no match for Tisen." Gina and Crane were nearly swept away by the residual force, prompting Gina to remark to Crane, "What gives you that impression?" Zifa would never lose. How could evil possibly triumph over justice? Oh dear, what nonsense about evil and justice. It makes me want to retch that Gina's emotions became inexplicably agitated upon hearing Crane's words about justice and evil. Noticing Gina's sudden fervor, Crane swiftly launched an attack, adept at exploiting weaknesses. However, Gina proved to be a formidable adversary, and they quickly resumed their fierce skirmish, though Gina seemed to be at a disadvantage. "Hey, what's your name, little giant? I didn't expect you to be quite impressive, able to withstand my iron fist." Carp grinned, appearing somewhat exhilarated after their prolonged exchange, although he had not exerted his full strength initially. He had revealed his true capabilities in recent exchanges, surprised that his opponent could endure that. "I say, Admiral Carp, you might be underestimating me." Mona, somewhat irritated by Carp's dismissive attitude, retorted, "Since you regard me so lightly, allow me to teach you a lesson you'll not soon forget." 100-ton gravity fist. Mona leaped into the air, executing the attack towards Carp, who, as before, retaliated with his fist. However, the force behind this strike was markedly greater than before, and their fists collided, producing sparks of lightning. From a distance, their assaults appeared evenly matched. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Carp's punch lacked the strength of Mona's. "What formidable strength! It surpasses my own. Yet I refuse to concede easily." In that instant of collision, Carp recalled his past training, striking with the force akin to hitting a mountain, despite his opponent wielding the powers of a devil fruit. He was determined not to be outmatched in strength. Tisen had been battling Zifa for nearly a day, but each encounter turned into a fierce clash. Starting with fists, transitioning to weapons, he now found himself exerting considerable effort. If he did not utilize his dust release technique soon, he might genuinely struggle to prevail. The reason he had refrained from employing dust release was to gauge how long he could endure in this state, as it had always been his most significant technique. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that without activating this ability, victory was unattainable. After all, he was only 20 years old, still in the midst of physical growth. To have fought Zifa to this extent relying solely on his physical prowess was already impressive. If you do not unleash your abilities, you shall be captured. Are you still attempting to train your body at a time like this? Truly a madman, and no wonder you have achieved such excellence at your age. However, you have chosen the wrong side. Zifa, I do not wish to judge the Navy, but I cannot endorse the actions of the world government. Are you asking me to join the Navy and become a pawn of the world government, to conspire with the noble kingdoms for the sake of your dominion, all while proclaiming that the Navy protects the civilians and represents justice? Such absurdities. Having experienced the events of the past, he understood that only strength afforded one the luxury of choice. In weakness, one could select nothing but to await the slaughter by others. During the years of upheaval in the Aorisi kingdom, one should have witnessed the plight of the common folk, who, in their desperation to pay tribute, lived in misery, countless starving to death. What more is there to discuss about justice? Does the Navy truly embody justice? Certainly, such notions exist, yet they were merely present during the initial stages of one's enlistment in the Navy. As time unfolds within the ranks, one soon realizes that the Navy is not synonymous with righteousness. Zephyr, allow me to impart a phrase to you. If, decades hence, you still hold such beliefs, I shall voluntarily surrender myself. However, prior to that, my intention is to forge a paradise in the new world, a sanctuary of utmost freedom that I shall enact laws and establish order, akin to a world of my own creation. Would you not desire to witness such a realm? As Zephyr observed Tisen's frenzied outburst, he found himself momentarily moved. Yet, upon hearing that Tisen aspired to create a domain where he could dictate laws and establish order, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, you are an exceedingly perilous individual. The Navy has long been oblivious to your true intentions. Now, however, I comprehend the gravity of your thoughts. Do you fathom how many lives may be lost? You even went so far as to convey such a sentiment to me. Do you truly believe you can escape? Tisen slowly exhaled, calming his tumultuous heart, and then sheathed his seven-star sword. You think you can apprehend me? You underestimate me gravely. Zephyr, no? It is precisely because we do not underestimate you that the Navy has deployed such a formidable force to capture you. Until you are caught, I shall persist in my struggle. Then let me demonstrate my true prowess. These 3 years of hellish training have not been in vain. Tisen extended a finger, and a white, square-shaped stream of energy began to coalesce at its tip. Indeed, this is the culmination of his efforts over the past 3 years. Although he had grasped this technique 3 years prior in Magic Valley Town, he was not yet proficient. Now, however, he had nearly mastered the art of dust escape, determining the size of the energy sphere based on the chakra he possessed, and he could even alter its shape. If his chakra were sufficient, he could launch an energy sphere several hundred or even thousands of meters in diameter. Yet, he was not yet capable of such feats and would need to wait for future opportunities. Upon witnessing the transformation at Tisen's fingertip, Zephyr furrowed his brow. He could sense the volatile energy within the small sphere and dared not be complacent. Uncertain of Tisen's intentions, he remained vigilant. Moreover, the intelligence received from Naval Headquarters did not indicate such a technique existed. Origin Realm Escape Line. Just as Zephyr speculated that an attack would originate from that direction, a minuscule energy sphere shot forth along Tisen's finger with remarkable speed. Evading it was impossible. He could only raise his arm to block. In an instant, his darkened arm intercepted the sphere of light that Tisen had extended. With a swift motion, Zephyr recoiled as if startled, retracting his arm and swiftly repositioning himself. The black and white energy sphere, now unimpeded, struck a massive resin structure on another island, piercing through it as if it were melting away. Seeing Zephyr evade the attack, Tisen withdrew his finger. This was the principle he had developed over the past 3 years. The size of the energy sphere dictated whether he could utilize just a finger or needed both hands. That a larger sphere required more energy, rendering it too unwieldy for mere fingers. However, with a smaller sphere, he could unleash such an attack with minimal effort and expenditure. As Zephyr beheld the gaping hole in the massive resin, he cautiously raised his arm to inspect it. That a small circular mark had formed, the flesh appearing as though it had been splashed with acid. Though it was not severe, if such an assault persisted, it could result in his hand being pierced through entirely, despite his prior use of armament haki being insufficiently potent. The force of the attack was undeniable, and he had sustained an injury. Lowering his arm, Zephyr turned to face Tisen. Your technique is exceedingly perilous, akin to a lethal strike. La. Such a degree of attack is hardly impressive. It was merely a lapse in my vigilance. This was not Tisen's false modesty. It was a statement of fact. Zephyr had fallen prey to an attack without understanding its nature, while Tisen's assault was formidable. If Zephyr had fully enveloped himself in armament haki, the attack would merely serve to gradually erode the strength of his haki. This would afford Zephyr the opportunity to evade, compelling Tisen to change his approach. The strength of a vice admiral candidate is not to be underestimated. The prowess of the dual-colored haki is no trifling matter, while his mastery of haki is quite high, even surpassing Zephyr in observation haki. His stamina pales in comparison due to physical development constraints. I shall commence now. We have only just begun, and there remains much to unfold. Do not perish on me. Tisen flashed a smile at Zephyr. Zephyr appeared to detest that expression, yet could not suppress a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Humph, you arrogant fool. I will certainly capture you. Origin Realm Escape Line. Black Arm Fist Spike. The obsidian fist surged forth, directly striking the white energy sphere emitted by Tisen. Zephyr sought to test this attack once more. Prior reports from headquarters suggested that Tisen was a melt fruit user. However, Zephyr was convinced otherwise, for a user of the melt fruit could not possibly launch such spheres. As Zephyr's fist made contact with the sphere, he initially felt no reaction. The force of the impact was significantly lesser than his own. However, as pain coursed through his fist, he instantly grasped the principle of the damage. This attack, devoid of haki protection, would result in the targeted area being dissolved, reminiscent of the initial strike he had endured and the manner in which Tisen pierced through the resin. With haki protection, while it could offer some degree of defense, it would not endure indefinitely. The potency of this energy could erode even haki, should time elapse and his haki's strength prove inadequate. He too would be susceptible to dissolution, a truly fearsome assault. Subsequently, Zephyr enhanced the level of his armament haki, eager to ascertain how long Tisen's technique could be sustained. Yet, as time progressed, the sphere's light showed no signs of diminishing, and he could no longer endure. Reluctant to squander his haki, he deftly evaded. Observing Zephyr's maneuver, Tisen could not fathom his intentions. Zephyr was somewhat naive, unaware of the chakra reserves within him. However, launching such a minuscule energy sphere with a mere finger could easily be sustained for hours. Thus, Zephyr's assumptions were undeniably simplistic, yet he understood that the intent was to probe Tisen's attack methods. Even so, he was not concerned, for he was acutely aware of Zephyr's mindset. From the outset, the advantage lay with him. With an acute awareness of his opponent's thoughts, coupled with advanced observation haki and formidable armament haki, in conjunction with the power of dust escape, Tisen could scarcely conceive of anyone defeating him within a mere 3 days. Therefore, to ascertain his current physical limits, he resolved to exert his full strength, aiming to vanquish Zephyr within the remaining 2 days. Should time stretch on, he would be the one in jeopardy, given the proximity to naval headquarters. Origin Realm Escape Light. Origin Realm Escape Light is a technique that manifests a light beam through a single hand. In terms of both power and scale, it surpasses the escape line, leaving Zephyr with no option but to evade. However, due to his mastery of observation haki, which allowed him to discern his opponent's thoughts, evading became increasingly arduous. Just as Zephyr found himself cornered, Tisen executed an unexpected maneuver. He retracted his technique and lunged forward with great force. Origin Realm Escape Light. With a resounding impact, Zephyr intercepted the attack with his fist. As Tisen charged forward, he unleashed a beam of light from his palm, directing it toward Zephyr. The entire light beam did not launch outward, but rather surged forth from his hand, compelling Zephyr to deepen his haki and engage in a stalemate in no time. The sound of sizzling flesh echoed from Zephyr's fist and wrist, the sound of skin being eroded. However, as Zephyr quickly enveloped himself in hockey, the phenomenon subsided. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, Tisen seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Zephyr's abdomen. Sent sprawling from the impact, Zephyr was propelled backward, crashing through two massive resin structures before coming to a halt. The onlookers, upon witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily dumbfounded. This is Zephyr, the rear admiral, being struck down? How is this even possible? Hey, don't joke around. How could Vice Admiral Zephyr possibly be stopped by Sengoku after being attacked? Zephyr widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape. Crane also halted, her gaze filled with skepticism. How could this be? Carp, following the direction in which Zephyr had been propelled, furrowed his brow, only to relax it again as he proclaimed loudly. Zephyr cannot be defeated. Do not be deceived by what lies before you. Focus on your own tasks. Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku and Crane instantly grasped the situation. Zephyr had a close relationship with them, and they were acutely aware of his formidable strength. There was no way he could lose so easily. Immediately, their nervousness dissipated. All naval personnel, capture the Tisen pirates. Vice Admiral Zephyr is not one to fall easily. Everyone, stay alert. Indeed. How could Vice Admiral Zephyr possibly fail? It must have been a ruse. Yes, Vice Admiral Zephyr possesses the strength of a candidate for admiral, the highest combat prowess in the Navy aside from the admirals. He cannot be so easily defeated. Capture them. Vice Admiral Zephyr has not yet succumbed. Meanwhile, Zephyr, who had been kicked away, slowly rose from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the immense force of the blow he had just endured. What a powerful kick! He spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly vexed, realizing that he had fallen victim to such a strike due to carelessness. However, the opponent's observation hockey was extraordinarily refined, despite being at the pinnacle of his abilities. He had not anticipated that Tisen had honed his observation hockey to such an extent. The previous encounter, where they clashed head-on, was likely a means for Tisen to sharpen his skills. Hence, he had refrained from using this capability. This monstrous individual was already difficult to contend with, and now he had unveiled an even more troublesome ability. Tisen observed the transformation in the morale of the Navy from despair to fervent determination. He knew that the kick he had delivered only inflicted minor damage upon Zephyr. Defeating him was not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. However, it was not entirely impossible. He estimated a 70% chance of success. It appeared that before venturing into the new world, he needed to orchestrate a significant event. Otherwise, he would be underestimated by others. If he remained obscure, how could he establish a territory? Even if he succeeded in conquering one, how could he maintain it? Reputation was essential, whether it be infamous or illustrious. As long as it proved effective, it sufficed. Since you all have such confidence in Vice Admiral Zephyr, I shall shatter that confidence today, allowing you to taste the bitterness of despair. Only by experiencing pain can one comprehend the suffering of others. Vice Admiral Zephyr gaped in disbelief as he watched Tisen lift off the ground, his eyes wide with incredulity. The Navy personnel stood agape, their expressions fraught with fear. What on earth is this? Zephyr, don't you dare die. Tisen brought his palms together in midair, forming a massive white cube, approximately 40 to 50 meters in size. This was Tisen magnifying his dust release ability, manifesting a terrifying spectacle in the sky. As the cube extended outward, the colossal white beam surged toward Zephyr. In response, Zephyr could only muster all his strength to defend himself, enveloping his body in a layer of hockey. For a moment, he managed to withstand the onslaught. However, Zephyr soon sensed his hockey waning, dissipating far more rapidly than before. After enduring for a brief period, he was struck by the beam, and his body began to show signs of erosion. The pain jolted him awake, prompting him to release another wave of hockey for defense. The surrounding individuals had halted their actions the moment Tisen unleashed his attack, now fixated on Zephyr, sensing that he was on the brink of collapse. Things were looking dire. Just then, a figure soared past. Rescuing Zephyr was Vice Admiral Carp, who had noticed Zephyr's precarious situation and rushed to save him. However, upon saving him, Carp felt a sharp pang of discomfort, as he too had been injured by Tisen's attack. His flesh marred, Sengoku and Crane hurried to Carp's side, where they beheld his astonished countenance, incredulous at how, in such a short time, Carp had sustained such injuries. But when they turned their gaze to the rescued Zephyr, Crane could not suppress her gasp, her eyes widening in shock. Zephyr's skin was eroded, bloodied, and gruesome, a truly harrowing sight, and his injuries were severe. Slowly, as Karp helped him to his feet, Zephyr cast a bewildered and apprehensive glance toward Tisen. What ability does Tisen possess? He pondered, his heart racing at the thought of such a formidable attack. If an ordinary person were to be hit, they would either die or sustain grave injuries. This is an attack of tremendous lethality. Zephyr, are you all right? Crane asked, her concern evident in her gaze. That I am fine, akin to the injuries I sustained from Admiral Steelbone. However, the circumstances differ drastically. The opponent did not launch an attack with a sword, but instead possesses the innate ability to unleash such power. The previous situation must have been misjudged. This individual is not a melt fruit user, and he can also fly. What kind of ability user is he? I must investigate upon returning. For now, we must capture him. As Zephyr spoke, he activated his life return ability, his flesh writhing grotesquely, a disturbing sight indeed. In a short while, new skin began to regenerate. However, Zephyr's condition appeared far from optimal. He looked significantly thinner, struggling to catch his breath. Clearly fatigued from the exertion, you all go apprehend the others. I'll handle Tisen, Zephyr declared, as he prepared to charge at Tisen once more. You two assist Zephyr. Once Tisen is defeated, this battle will conclude. Crane instructed Sengoku and Karp. Although Karp was hesitant to comply, concern for his comrade compelled him to heed Crane's advice. Observing Zephyr charging at him again, Tisen refrained from unleashing his previous devastating move. Though he could only utilize that attack a few times, he was reluctant to do so again, as he needed to conserve his strength. The proximity to the Navy headquarters posed a risk should an admiral arrive unexpectedly. Name: Oles Tisen. Identity: adopted son of Charles, resident of Stone Island, member of the Oles family dream. Create a free paradise, a sky utopia. New dream. Objective: find enemies. Target: New World Sovereign. New goal: profession: architectural designer. Swordmaster skills: secret technique, realm separation, core skill, secret technique, limit separation, core skill, dust release, realm escape, dust release, light sword techniques, half moon, full moon, air slash, white dragon, demon fire, white dragon, super heavy rock brawler, observation hockey, mind reading, can foresee a few seconds into the future. Armament hockey, advanced, flowing form, can destruct from within the enemy. Conqueror's hockey, can affect the tangible. Weapon: 7-star sword. Acquired skills: possesses the ability of the no adult, but requires time to develop. Additionally, due to lack of seal knowledge, some skills cannot be utilized. Perception: 100, can be used, capable of sensing the flow of enemy chakra, detecting movements, and swiftly evading attacks. Range increases with chakra. Dust release, realm separation technique. 92, can be used, dust release. Limit separation technique. 92, can be used, splitting technique. 0, cannot be used, earth release, super heavy rock technique. 100, can be used, but cannot use earth release. Only alter weight of self or external objects. During his time in the Sky Islands, he has learned to alter his weight to achieve flight. Not only that, but he also possesses the ability to alter the weight of objects other than himself. Zephyr, I can't believe you managed to withstand such an assault. Tisen observed Zephyr's less than pleasant expression and burst into laughter. Humph, do you underestimate me too much? Oh, let us continue then. I fear your stamina may not last much longer. Capturing you will be a piece of cake. Tisen unleashed his dust release technique into his palm and resumed combat with Zephyr. Although this ability could erode hockey, for a top-tier expert like Zephyr, as long as he still had stamina, these challenges were trivial. Thus, he felt rather helpless. This fellow possessed remarkable endurance. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Steelbone and Zephyr's life restoration differed from others. Not only could it restore stamina, but it could also expend energy within the body for healing purposes, albeit at the cost of some stamina. However, he recalled why Zephyr did not use this ability after losing an arm decades later. Hey, Zephyr, can your Navy's life restoration regenerate a severed arm? You despicable scoundrel. Do you really think you can sever my arm? Tisen noted Zephyr's reluctance to divulge information and ceased his inquiries, instead intensifying his assault. After delivering several heavy blows, he seemed to sense something that's it. It appears that life restoration can only rejuvenate flesh and blood, but cannot regenerate bones. Upon hearing Tisen's musings, Zephyr was instantly filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury. Having unwittingly revealed his thoughts, he felt insulted. "You bastard, I will capture you today, even if it costs me my life. La 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 la. Are you enraged? If you can, come and try." At Navy headquarters, news from Zephyr's side arrived. Report, Admiral, we have yet to receive any updates concerning Vice Admiral Zephyr. Steelbone Kong sat in his office, an uneasy feeling gnawing at him. Just then, a communications officer burst in. "Admiral, urgent news from the New World." "What news? Speak quickly." "Admiral Fei Fei Huang has been killed by the Rocks pirates, and the entire Navy contingent has been annihilated." The communications officer said this, his face contorted in anguish. "What did you say?" Steelbone Kong's expression turned blank, his body rising from the chair in disbelief, his eyes darting in shock. 3 days into the battle between the Tisen pirates and the Navy, the clash between Carp and Mona had yet to conclude. Although Mona was gradually losing ground, Carp's sheer willpower was formidable, and his mastery of Conqueror's Haki left Mona in a disadvantageous position. It was entirely understandable that Mona, having battled Carp for 3 days, could not hold out much longer. Meanwhile, Tian Shan, engaged in combat with Sengoku, had been defeated early on the 3rd day, primarily due to Tian Shan's incomplete mastery of his ancient fruit powers, coupled with his relatively short combat experience and inferior Haki level. He had relied solely on the resilience of his ancient devil fruit. Had he possessed a mere Zoan-type fruit, he would have likely been defeated much earlier. The battle between Gina and Crane remained in a deadlock. After a brief pause to rest, they resumed fighting, unable to determine a victor. Crane, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on the overall situation of the Navy. The remaining Navy forces suffered devastating losses, with Vice Admiral Valdian being defeated by Jerry on the 2nd day. Observing the battlefield, Crane noted that aside from Zephyr's dire situation, they still had Sengoku and Carp on their side, though it seemed Carp could not spare any time to assist after defeating Tian Shan. Sengoku had intended to help Zephyr, but was obstructed by Jerry, leaving him momentarily stationary, hoping for an opportunity to arise. The battle between Tisen and Zephyr was nearing its conclusion. Sweat soaked Tisen's clothing as he clutched his abdomen with one hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other. Grimacing in pain, he suspected at least 3 ribs were broken, and his stamina was nearly depleted. On the opposite side, Zephyr knelt on one knee, his body a patchwork of injuries, bloodied and battered, appearing gravely wounded. With blood streaming down his forehead and his hands in a pitiful state, revealing glimpses of bone in certain areas, his gaze unfocused. That moment, 4 or 5 individuals approached from a distance. All clad in suits and wearing white hats, as they drew near, their arrogant demeanor became apparent. One among them looked around before fixing his gaze on the kneeling Zephyr, a disdainful expression crossing his face as he proclaimed, "What a farce, a navy with the strength of a candidate for admiral, unable to handle a mere pirate. You've brought shame to the world government. Steelbone Kong sent us to take over. It seems we must intervene ourselves." Bloodied and battered, Zephyr struggled to raise his head and furrowed his brow, asking, "Take over what? What? Has your admiral not informed you? Perhaps he anticipated your inability to capture the criminal Aorisi Tisen. In the end, it falls to us from the world government to clean up your mess." Tisen, observing their arrogance, furrowed his brow before relaxing, realizing the situation. "Hey, Zephyr, it seems the world government intends to seize your Navy's achievements." La 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 la. The sudden revelation from Tisen startled the group. Had he guessed correctly? "You must be the notorious criminal Aorisi Tisen. Since the Navy cannot apprehend you, we from the world government will take care of it." At this moment, Zephyr understood the world government's actions filled him with rage. However, he also felt a glimmer of hope for the Navy, knowing he could not defy the world government's orders. "That I will capture them. You may leave." Zephyr rose, not sparing them a glance, his gaze fixed on Tisen. "You dare tell us to leave? If you were truly capable, why have you not captured the criminal in all this time? This is truly an embarrassment for the world government. Hey, you lot, how irritating." Suddenly, a beam of white light shot toward the man who had just spoken. "You." The man pointed at Tisen, then slowly looked down at the hole in his chest. Unable to comprehend how this pirate could be so audacious as to attack a member of the world government directly. Thud, the others stared in shock, their mouths agape, eyes wide with fear. You criminal. How dare you attack us? You are opposing the world government." "Enough." Swish. "What is happening?" "Hey, Zephyr, protect me." The remaining members were instantly obliterated by Tison's beam, finding it all rather bothersome. He wished to conclude this and move on to the new world without further delay. Let us continue. Zephyr, the final battle awaits. Do not perish, for I do not dislike you. You are quite bold. However, it is still too early for you to think you can defeat me. Zephyr displayed a row of gleaming white teeth. Observing Tison's slaughter of the group, though he could have sought assistance, he refrained, revealing his simmering anger toward these individuals. Throughout the previous battles, Tisen had exhausted nearly all his techniques, save for his most powerful move, which he was reluctant to use, knowing it would leave him bereft of stamina. Yet, he had gained the ability to fly, having diligently practiced it while on Sky Island. Although the results were not favorable, the act of flying was effortlessly achievable. Tio put it plainly. It was merely a matter of altering weight. However, he did not fully reveal his capabilities. During the previous skirmish, he showcased only his ability to fly, concealing the rest of his powers to maintain an element of surprise, thus possessing a trump card unknown to his opponent. Moreover, the effects of weight reduction and increase had culminated in his primary achievement of self-propelled flight, which, after a year of honing, remained at a rudimentary level, requiring the passage of time to develop further, akin to the mastery of dust manipulation, which took nearly a decade to perfect. Shortly after Captain Tisen and Zephyr commenced their battle, Muse unexpectedly approached. Captain Tisen, the ship is now coded and ready for departure. Tisen responded, glancing at Zephyr. It seems today is to be the conclusion, until we meet again in the new world. Zephyr. Wait, you bastard. Our fight is not over yet. Zephyr assumed his opponent was attempting to flee. It is not over, but in pursuit of swiftly realizing my aspirations, I shan't squander time with you. Is that so? Then allow me to shatter your dreams. You scoundrel. Tisen unleashed a powerful strike, albeit significantly diminished compared to his previous effort. As the attack was executed, the naval forces on the island and members of Tisen's pirate crew opened their eyes to the sky. At present, only Tianshan remained unconscious. Jerry was unharmed, while others bore various injuries. On the naval side, only a handful of elite soldiers remained. Both factions positioned themselves at a distance, with Sengoku, Through, and Garp closest to the battlefield. Upon noticing the escalating conflict, Tisen's crew cautiously approached, wary of a sudden ambush. Limit break. This time, Tisen's assault did not resemble the previous one, though the essence remained the same. Instead of projecting it outward, he brought his palms together, directing his focus toward Zephyr, where a small square energy orb began to materialize in his hands. Zephyr watched intently, prepared to absorb the strike as he had before, but sensed something amiss as Tisen's energy orb appeared significantly smaller this time. Suddenly, Tisen hurled the diminutive white square toward him at an astonishing speed, prompting Zephyr to instinctively aim a punch to obliterate it. However, the tiny orb unexpectedly expanded, engulfing him within its confines. In an instant, Zephyr felt the ground beneath him disintegrate. What is happening? He murmured. Suddenly, he was engulfed by an overwhelming force of energy. His movements were hindered, and pain coursed through his body. He swiftly enveloped himself in haki, which alleviated his distress momentarily, but as time passed, that debilitating sensation returned. Engage. At that moment, Sengoku and Tsuru charged toward Tisen, while Garp remained behind to confront the oncoming members of Tisen's crew. Igniting chaos on the battlefield, Tisen, witnessing the sudden advance of Sengoku and Tsuru, furrowed his brow. Sengoku had activated his devil fruit powers, while Tsuru maneuvered to flank him, aiming to make contact. The repercussions of either of their attacks would be severe, particularly Tsuru's wash fruit, which could spell doom if she touched him. With no other option, Tisen retracted his hand and extended his right index finger. Whoosh! Tsuru, caught off guard, was struck by the beam of light, piercing through her shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground. Tsuru, you bastard! Tisen, after shooting Tsuru, swiftly gathered energy in his left palm. Buddha palm impact. Bang! The collision of the light orb and Buddha palm resulted in a cataclysmic disturbance, devastating the already ravaged area of number 24 GR, exposing tree roots and further obliterating the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, Garp, attempting to single-handedly thwart Tisen's crew, found himself bloodied and battered, multiple fractures evident, a long gash inflicted by Jerry marring his chest. Yet, he stood resolutely. Concerned for Tisen, the crew unleashed their most formidable techniques, their strikes heavy with intent. Witnessing their determination to intercept, a sense of admiration arose among them. Nevertheless, they pressed on mercilessly for the sake of their captain. As they prepared to continue their onslaught, a figure was hurled back from Tisen's direction, crashing to the ground repeatedly before finally coming to rest. Sengoku! Damn it! Garp exclaimed, mistaking the incoming figure for Tisen. But realizing it was Sengoku, he abandoned his focus on Tisen's crew and moved in the opposite direction. Having unleashed his ultimate moves and fired successive attacks, Tisen was weary, gasping for breath as he descended towards the fallen through. She knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, one hand pressed against her wounded shoulder, her expression reflecting excruciating pain. Tisen swiftly positioned himself before her, looking down from above as Thru struggled to rise. Her eyes met Tisen's, and an icy sweat broke out on her brow, fear evident in her gaze as she trembled slightly, slowly raising her head. This is your Navy's justice, employing such despicable tactics. However, I bear no disdain. For I can accept any vile notion as long as it leads to victory. Yet, it is clear you have lost. What do you intend to do? Fear not. I shall not harm you. My true enmity lies with the world government. The Navy has some utility. However, should you attempt to impede me further, I will not show mercy. Thru, taken aback by Tisen's unexpected leniency, widened her eyes in disbelief. Tisen, you scoundrel. Let her go. Tisen observed Garp staggering towards him, evidently injured, his gait awkward. Your beloved has arrived. I shall not intrude. Tsuru, initially elated at Garp's arrival, grew concerned upon seeing his condition that Tisen's taunt only deepened her embarrassment, prompting her to retort with a disdainful sound. Shameless. La 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 la. Tisen laughed heartily as he soared into the air, heading towards the ship's docking point. The Tisen pirate crew set sail for the New World. Oh, the crew trailed behind, elated at their captain's victory over Zifa. The islands of Sabaody erupted in a frenzy, onlookers gaping in shock, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief. The Navy had been defeated. What could this possibly mean? This was indeed major news. Quick, send the photos to headquarters. The New World is about to descend into further chaos. The infamous Tisen had bested the Navy on such a scale. This individual was far more formidable than anticipated. The Navy has lost. Can we still trust the Navy for our safety? Garp and Tsuru, amidst the cacophony, felt a sense of disquiet. Tsuru retrieved a den mushy. Naval headquarters. Brew brew brew. Hello, Tsuru. Was the capture operation successful? I had previously instructed communications to inform Zifa to hand over the individuals to the world government's personnel. They should have been delivered by now, correct? There is no need to concern yourselves. Your contributions will certainly be remembered by headquarters. On the other side, Crane and Karp exchanged glances, and eventually, Crane, in resignation, stated, Marshal, we have failed. The Tisen pirate crew has already made their way to the New World. What? The transponder snail exhibited a look of disbelief, perfectly mirroring the expression of Steelbone at that moment. As this news spread, the seas were thrown into turmoil. Captain Tisen, the masked man, defeated Marine Vice Admiral Zifa. While several islands connected to the 24th GR in the Sabaody archipelago were destroyed, exposing the roots of the resin trees, which would take years to regrow. Meanwhile, on the Broccoli Island in the New World, the Rock's pirate crew was taking a breather on a small island. Just then, Captain Rox received news from the first half of the Grand Line. What news? Rox turned to listen. The pirates, who had previously been indulging in food and drink, were instantly captivated by this new information. Their curiosity piqued. The Tisen pirate crew, whom you instructed us to keep an eye on, has made headlines. The masked man, Tisen, has engaged in battle with the Marines at the Sabaody archipelago, and Vice Admiral Zifa has been defeated. Furthermore, the Marine Supernova trio has also fallen to the Tisen pirate crew. This fellow truly lives up to my expectations. Where are they now? They have likely already entered Fishman Island. Haha! Finally, it has arrived. Come forth. I can hardly contain my excitement. Captain Rox, defeating a few vice admirals with a single ship isn't particularly impressive. You need not take it so seriously, Lord Golden Lion. The reports indicate that Tisen single-handedly defeated Zifa. Even amidst an ambush by Admiral Sengoku and Crane, a smile broke across Rox's rugged face. What did you say? You don't happen to have a connection with Tisen, do you? How dare you deceive us? Captain Rox, Lord Golden Lion, I am not lying. That is precisely what the news reports state. You, I say, yellow-haired lion, can you not curb your jealousy? If you don't believe it, simply wait for the newspaper to arrive. As Golden Lion was about to retort, he was interrupted by a tall man beside him. Newgate, why must you meddle in others' affairs? Besides, can you trust what is written in the papers? Fool, newspapers may not be infallible. But bounties cannot lie. Newgate, what did you just say, you scoundrel? What? Do you wish to fight? I shall gladly oblige. That it would be the perfect opportunity to teach you a lesson about who holds greater standing on this ship. You newcomer, Rox observed as the two began to squabble once more, choosing not to intervene as long as it did not hinder their primary objectives. He typically disregarded the trivial matters of his crew. Even if one were to kill the other, he would not care. If one fell, it could only be said that they lacked the capability to remain aboard his ship. In the distance, a large tree, where Lazaru lay sleeping on a branch, perked up his ears to listen to the ongoing discussion. His first encounter with Tisen had been 8 years prior. Compared to that time, Lazaru still had his red curls cascading over his shoulders. But his skin had lightened considerably, and he now stood around 2.5 meters tall. The most significant change was his muscular physique. Every contour of his body was well defined, and he appeared much more robust. Undoubtedly more mature than he had been 8 years ago. At that moment, it seemed Lazaru sensed something. Grabbing a nearby sniper rifle, he fired in a direction without even looking. Bang! Above an island close to the Rock's pirate crew, a large bird soared through the sky. That instant, a bullet struck the creature squarely in its abdomen, eliciting a horrific scream before it plummeted from the sky. Returning to Lazaru, his previously closed eyes snapped open, and he sat up, gazing towards the direction he had just shot, muttering, "What a pity, so close. I aimed for its wings. It seems I need more practice. However, it appears the new world is about to become lively. I look forward to it. After all, it has been quite a while since we last met." Rock's pirate crew, set sail. Everyone, rise. The Rock's pirate crew had just obliterated a nation and were now preparing to launch an assault on another. A day had passed since the battle between Tisen and the Marines at Marine Headquarters, in the Marshal's office. It appeared that the world government officials were holding a session of accountability. Your assurances were mere empty words. Not only did you fail to capture Tisen, but you also allowed our personnel to be killed. How do you intend to explain this? An official clad in a white hat addressed Steelbone. I have already explained the situation to the Aorisi. You may leave now. Steelbone brusquely dismissed them. You insolent wretch. How dare you look down upon us? I shall report this to higher authorities. Just wait. The group, once haughty, was now expelled like dogs. Marshal, these fellows are truly intolerable. That is unavoidable. What is the status of our people? They have all regained consciousness but are still in recovery. The Navy stands at a critical juncture. You must immediately issue a notification to all rear admirals and above. In 5 days, we shall convene at headquarters to discuss significant matters. Understood, Marshal. The assistant sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. Following the conclusion of yesterday's battle, Vice Admiral Zifa was still recuperating from his severe injuries. Although Sengoku and Crane had rushed to assist him, Zifa was gravely wounded, having already been depleted of energy. He sustained significant damage due to a lack of hockey protection, leaving him with no unscathed flesh. Fortunately, his incredible recovery ability meant he was already on the mend. Sengoku had been struck by Tisen's limitless light, resulting in a large section of his abdomen being obliterated, and several ribs on either side were broken due to Tisen's forceful impact. The other injured parties included Carp and Crane. Carp sustained severe injuries while attempting to thwart other members of the Tisen pirate crew, with multiple fractures throughout his body. Nevertheless, his remarkable recovery ability meant he was also on the path to healing. Finally, there was Crane, whose only significant injury was a hit to her shoulder from Tisen's beam, while the rest were merely minor wounds at Fishman Island. The Tisen pirate crew finally arrived after the battle. During their day of rest, Tisen remained in his quarters, exhausted and nursing his injuries, leaving the navigation to his crew. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, they were initially halted by the guards. However, due to Muse being a fishman and well known on the island, they were granted passage without much difficulty. Once inside Fishman Island, Muse led them to a tavern. The fishmen, initially startled by the sudden appearance of humans, fled in panic, but after Muse reassured them, calm was restored. The Tisen pirate crew settled down, while Tisen pondered other matters. He contemplated whether to visit Wano country in the New World to see what the legendary figure, King of the Underworld, looked like. He had always been curious about the character while watching anime in his previous life. However, after some thought, he dismissed the idea, realizing it would be futile to go now, as Wano was filled with numerous formidable warriors that he could only wait for another opportunity. Captain, we need to find a ship's doctor. Otherwise, we will have to rely on natural healing for our injuries. While minor wounds are manageable, Tianshan's injuries are somewhat more severe. Although he has consumed an ancient-type devil fruit, granting him remarkable recovery abilities, it is still unwise to endure the pain. You are right, but such matters cannot be rushed. We shall address them once we reach the new world. At that moment, Muse suggested taking them to meet King Neptune. As the palace had doctors who could tend to their wounds. That sounds splendid. We have temporarily resolved the issue of our injuries. However, Tisen also felt it was essential to find a ship's doctor. Otherwise, frequent injuries without medical assistance could lead to lingering complications, much like his current state, where although his ribs had been reattached, internal injuries remained quite serious. Inside Ryugu Palace on Fishman Island, a panicked voice exclaimed, "Your Highness, a grave situation has arisen. A band of pirates has arrived." "What? Where are they now?" "They are headed towards Coral Hill D. Oh, you know which pirate crew it is. It appears to be the masked man. Tisen, with a bounty of 500 million. What did you say? What should I do now?" Upon hearing that the intruders were the notorious pirates with a bounty of 500 million, Neptune immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He paced back and forth, unable to devise a sound plan. "Your Highness, the Tisen pirate crew previously slaughtered officials and nobles of an entire nation and even plundered the celestial gold from the world government. However, they might simply be here to admire our kingdom as long as we do not provoke them. They will likely leave after their visit. Alas, alas, we have encountered truly wicked individuals this time. And what nonsense are you speaking? That they will leave after their sightseeing? My father is ill. I cannot betray his trust during this critical moment. No, I must go and meet them. Otherwise, I will be unsettled." After much contemplation, Neptune resolved to meet the Tisen pirate crew. Reasoning that if he approached them with courtesy, they would not harm him at that moment, Neptune suddenly recalled something. "Minister of the Right, do you not find the name Tisen pirate crew rather familiar?" Hearing that His Highness intended to personally meet these nefarious scoundrels, the ministers hastily gestured to dissuade him, not even allowing him to finish his sentence. "Your Highness, this is unacceptable. What if those ruffians harm you?" "I know who these pirates are. I recall that Muse is a member of this pirate crew." "Your Highness," another minister interjected, "now that you mention it, I remember Muse established a welfare institution on Fishman Street and later claimed he wanted to explore the outside world, never to return. I never imagined he would become a pirate and partake in such a heinous act of stealing the celestial gold. What if the world government holds us accountable?" "You have a point. However, it has been quite some time since the robbery of the celestial gold, and we have not received any word from the world government. It is likely that nothing will come of it." "Very well, I shall meet them. At that moment, a guard entered and announced, "Your Highness, Muse from Fishman Street has brought members of the Tisen crew outside, requesting to pay you a visit." "What? Let them in at once." Just as Neptune had decided to meet the intruders, Muse led Tisen and his crew into Dragon Palace. Soon, their merchant ship anchored at the island's shore. As they disembarked, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of pirates. "Pirates, protect Lady Lilia." The merchants accompanying Lilia swiftly formed a protective circle around her. "What luck we have today. Besides 3 merchant ships, we have also captured a beautiful woman." A burly man with a lewd expression stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with greed as he fixated on the encircled Lilia. "You dare to be so bold? Do you know who we are?" The middle-aged man, previously referred to as Uncle Lon by Lilia, wore an expression of fury as he confronted the audacious pirate. "Is there anything that I cannot seize?" The pirate captain laughed mockingly. "Our captain has a bounty of 16 million. You would be wise to surrender. Men, seize that woman and kill the rest." "Understood." Snow Knife frowned, seemingly impatient. "Uncle Lon, deal with them. Do not waste time." "Very well." Mississippi high above on Gaia Island, after the Roger pirates had rested in Magic Valley Town, they set sail and fortuitously encountered an ascending sea current. Roger, who had been searching for a way up, seized the opportunity to ascend to the Sky Island. Is this the ancient city that perished 800 years ago? "Truly magnificent," Roger exclaimed, awestruck by the golden city steeped in antiquity. "Roger, is this truly made of gold?" Jabba seemed incredulous. "It should be genuine." Did you not hear that Gonfer mention it? We could trade it for a better ship. Our current one may not even be able to return us to the Blue Sea. Rayleigh appeared particularly interested in the gold. The Roger pirates, due to Roger's principles, never harmed civilians, leading to their impoverished state. Moreover, they had been relentlessly pursued by Garp, leaving their ship in tatters. Rayleigh is right. Although it's hard to part with it, it has reached its limit. Let us explore further, Roger suggested, recalling Gonfer's tales of a colossal golden bell atop the island. Eager to witness it himself, soon, they reached the summit of Appiato, where they beheld the gigantic golden bell and a stone tablet inscribed with mysterious characters. Roger furrowed his brow, feeling a peculiar sensation emanating from the inscription. Although he could not decipher the text at that moment, Rayleigh seemed to notice something. Roger, look at this. Turning to follow Rayleigh's gaze, Roger observed a line of text etched in the lower right corner of the stone tablet. I have come into this world. Not knowing where to go. If that is the case, let me bear witness to the moment when this world changes. Beneath the inscription lay the name Aorisi Tisen. That not. Indeed, the one with a bounty of 724 million. Rayleigh stated solemnly. Rayleigh, it seems we must seek this individual. I sense something intriguing within this inscription, Roger replied with earnest intensity. Alas, Roger, it is still too early to make contact. Acting recklessly could lead to our demise. Rayleigh sighed, his expression one of resignation, lamenting the burden of having such a captain. Yet, he knew that should Roger wish to proceed, he would not hesitate. Worry not. The ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Besides, I intend to make friends. Perhaps he will even have fine wine to offer. Roger laughed heartily, carefree and optimistic. Rayleigh observed this display with a twitch of his cheek. You truly possess an extraordinary level of audacity. After all this time, have you not grown accustomed to it? Jabba replied, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Rayleigh on the New World's Thunder God Island. The thunderous lightning raged, as if to unleash its pent-up fury, while the sky echoed with booming roars, as though it were intent on tearing something asunder. In one part of the island, a figure lay prostrate on the ground, surrounded by errant bolts of lightning that struck this individual mercilessly. This was Tisen, who had endured 3 grueling days on Thunder God Island without sustenance, subjected to the relentless trials of lightning. His body marred and burned, gasping for breath. Yet, he persevered, using haki to endure the torment. As he lay there, his face disfigured, Tisen's fingers twitched slightly as he retrieved a pill from his container and swallowed it. Moments later, he felt the medicinal power coursing through his veins, slowly mending his internal injuries. Although its effects on his organs were minimal, it was better than nothing. New flesh began to grow on his exterior. And after several minutes, Tisen managed to rise from the ground. He examined his body. The grievous wounds had healed. His skin appeared as pale as snow, and his insides had been restored, brimming with newfound strength. Tisen clenched his fist, his gaze sharp with resolve. He struck the ground with force, causing the island to tremble, fissures appearing in the earth. Not bad. This physical strength is precisely what I sought, and my power has increased significantly. He surveyed the cracks in the ground, nodding in satisfaction, reflecting that his efforts had not been in vain. Despite the suffering endured, the rewards were substantial. The physicality in this world of pirates is truly extraordinary. Name: Aorisi Son. Identity: adopted son of Charles, resident of Stone Island, member of the Aorisi family. Dreams and aspirations: to create a paradise of freedom, a celestial haven. New dream: to identify foes. Goal: to become the sovereign of a new world. New objective: profession: architectural designer. Swordmaster skills: secret technique. Origin realm severance. Core skill: secret technique. Boundary severance. Core skill. Origin realm shifting. Origin realm light. Sword techniques. Half moon, full moon, airflow slash, white dragon, demon fire. White dragon: ultra lightweight heavy rock dominance fist. Observation haki: mind reading, capable of glimpsing a few seconds into the future. Armament haki: advanced armament, flowing form, capable of internal destruction. Conqueror's haki: able to influence the tangible. Weapon: 7-star sword. Acquired skills: possesses the abilities of the non-adult, though they require time for gradual development. Furthermore, due to a lack of understanding of hand seals, certain skills of the non-adult remain inaccessible. Perception: 100. Usable: able to sense the flow of enemies' chakra, detecting their movements and swiftly evading attacks. with range expanding as chakra increases, dust manipulation, origin realm severance technique. 95. Usable, dust manipulation, boundary severance technique. 95. Usable, split technique. 0. Not usable, earth manipulation, ultra lightweight heavy rock technique. 100. Usable, but cannot utilize earth manipulation, only altering the weight of oneself or external objects. Upon observing the data on the silvery screen, he found it peculiar that the non-adult split technique had shown no activity. However, upon viewing the data of the remaining skills, he felt less urgency. After all, he had ample time. This thought led him to wonder how they were faring. He then soared toward a nearby island. On an island near Raijin Island, dense forests and numerous ferocious beasts thrived. The crew of the Tisen pirate ship had previously trained on this very island. That I wonder how Tisen is doing. It has been 3 days. Could something have happened? Gina remarked, observing a group of people gathered, drinking and feasting. Gina, do not worry. The captain is not one to easily perish. We must have faith in him. Mona said, devouring a piece of ham, seemingly unconcerned about Tisen's prolonged absence. Gina, rest assured, the captain is not a man to be defeated at this level. That I have prepared the meals, waiting for the captain's return to replenish his strength. Considering he has gone without food for 3 days, Tianshan stated, having prepared the ingredients, eager for Tisen's return to restore the nutrients he had missed. Indeed, it seems you have forgotten the captain's strength. A voice chimed in as Green Bull, training on the ground, suddenly raised his head. That he's here. Just then, several individuals sensed something. Instantly looking up, they beheld a figure soaring swiftly from the distance. Do you not trust me? Tisen descended gracefully from the sky, gazing at the group. Though only 3 days had passed, he felt as if several years had elapsed. Tisen, you have finally returned. I was so worried. Tears welled in Gina's eyes as she rushed over and embraced Tisen, lamenting her fears. Captain, if you had not returned soon, Gina would have set off for Raijin Island to find you. Mona exclaimed joyfully. The captain appeared to have grown significantly stronger. Tianshan, I'm famished, Tisen called out. The meals are ready. Please wait a moment. This is a special dish I prepared for you, designed to replenish the energy lost over the past 3 days. Hurry then. During the wait, Tisen recounted his experiences on Raijin Island, learning that they had also been diligently training over the past 3 days, which filled him with pride. That it finally felt like a true family. Captain, where do we head next? We shall proceed to Waterstar Island. I wish to select a location in the New World to establish our paradise. Once we have confirmed the target, we shall seize it. That Tisen had long been preparing blueprints for the paradise, and now most of the plans were complete. He was confident it would be finished in a few years. First, they needed to establish their objective and then gather materials and belly. Once they became a dominant force in the New World, they could commence construction. I truly look forward to the completion of the paradise. Tisen, having experienced the previous events, was also deeply interested in his captain's dream. The blueprints had been in preparation for so long. He eagerly anticipated that moment. However, to construct such a place, they would inevitably face many formidable foes. Gina longed to live in the paradise Tisen envisioned, free from the constant drifting at sea. Yet, as long as she could embark on adventures with Tisen and the crew, she felt immense joy and contentment. Moreover, once the paradise was established, their family could enjoy delightful moments together, away from the dark realities of the world. Anyone who attempts to impede us is our enemy. They shall be cut down. The food is ready. Captain, come eat. Tianshan's voice rang out. How fragrant. You all should join me. We will depart once we finish eating. The enticing aroma stirred Tisen's appetite. Having gone 3 days without food. Delicious. Why did he never prepare such dishes for us before? It seems he was waiting for the captain, Mona exclaimed, rushing over to indulge in the feast. 3 days later, the Tisen pirate crew set sail once more, their ultimate destination being Waterstar Island. Meanwhile, not far away, flames soared on another island, accompanied by cries, shouts, and the sounds of distress. The island ahead seems to be a small nation, Gina noted, having thoroughly researched before entering the New World, and with her previous experience in the heroic pirate crew, she was quite familiar with the territories of the New World. It appears this nation is in turmoil. Should we take a look, Captain? Let us approach. Since we have encountered it, we cannot ignore the situation. It is likely that the island has been ravaged, but we must engage in battle. Flames engulfed the island, illuminating half the sky, transforming the pitch-black night into a semblance of day. While the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning, the once resplendent and magnificent palace of the kingdom was now engulfed in raging flames. As terrified citizens desperately sought to escape the clutches of death, in an open area, a group of pirates surrounded a few individuals, who appeared to be the kingdom's generals and guards. "Urki, you heartless pirates shall ultimately face retribution." A wounded general, clad in armor, bloodied and battered, shouted defiantly. Upon hearing the dying man's words, the pirate Urki erupted into laughter. "Retribution? How amusing! Is this the last struggle of the week? Kill every person on this island." He commanded, "Dechuan, I want you to witness the annihilation of this nation's populace, to see them flee in vain from the arrival of fate, only to perish at my hands. Ha ha ha! Urki, I will fight you." Dechuan, the general, glared fiercely, swinging his blade at Urki with astonishing speed, too swift for the eye to follow. Yet, to Urki, such speed was akin to a snail's crawl. As the blade approached, he transformed his arm into a sword. Draping it in armament haki, effortlessly blocking the attack, in the blink of an eye, he delivered a kick to the general's abdomen. With a pained cry, Dechuan spat blood, hurtling backward to crash against a nearby stone wall. Issuing another spurt of blood, his expression one of agony. Seeing their general injured once more, the remaining soldiers rushed to support him. "Hey, Urki, you've gone too far." Just as Urki was about to advance again, he was interrupted by an approaching figure. The newcomer, sporting red, curly hair and carrying a sniper rifle, was robust and well-defined. Upon hearing the words, Urki halted, glancing sideways at the newcomer. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's Leslu. What? Have you finished in the north? Eki, our purpose here is to seize the treasures of this nation. Yet you, of all people, do not even spare the common folk. Are you even human?" At this moment, Razalus spoke with a fierce demeanor. "Humph, laughable. You are merely a minor character, despite your greater experience. However, do not forget that within the Rock's pirate crew, strength reigns supreme. Otherwise, why would you be assigned to my subordinates? Since you are under my command, you must obey. Otherwise, even if I were to slay you, Captain Rox would not utter a word of reproach." Though Eki had not yet ascended to the ranks of the Rock's pirate crew, he harbored ambitions of accomplishing great deeds to earn such a position. Razalu, in his naivety and weakness, was overlooked by Captain Rox and carelessly assigned as Eki's subordinate. Now, he dared to defy his orders. Even if Eki were to kill him, Rox would not hold him accountable. "You, Eki, you are overly complacent." Razalu seethed with anger. His reluctance to engage in the wanton slaughter of innocents had led him to uphold a principle of sparing civilians throughout the years. Yet, he found himself forced into servitude under Eki, a man known for his cruel and ruthless nature, who delighted in tormenting others, sparing not even the common folk. This made Razalu deeply disdainful of him, unwilling to be complicit in his malevolence, hence straining their already poor relationship. "If you wish for death, I shall grant it to you," Eki declared in fury, recognizing Razalu's lack of awareness as a subordinate. In an instant, Razalu responded, but as merely a sniper, despite his commendable marksmanship, he was no match for Eki. After a brief exchange of blows, he was struck down. Eki, wounded by a bullet in his shoulder, pressed a hand against the injury and approached Razalu, who lay bloodied upon the ground, trying to rise. However, after being struck twice in the abdomen by Eki, several of his ribs fractured, leaving him too weak to move. Only able to glare up at Eki in humiliation and anger. "Humph, a fool who overestimates himself. Weakness must come with an awareness of one's limitations." Eki tore a strip of cloth from his attire and wrapped it around his shoulder wound. Then gazed down at Razalu. Suddenly, his arm transformed into a firearm, aimed directly at him. Realizing his imminent demise, Razalu reflected on how he had once set sail with great hope, joining the Rock's pirate crew, only to descend from expectation to exhaustion, and now to disappointment at the relentless brutality and atrocities committed by the crew. Just as Eki prepared to pull the trigger, a voice interrupted. "Captain Eki, a grave situation has arisen. A pirate ship approaches. It is the Tisen pirate ship. Oh, it seems I shall have another opportunity to prove myself. The rank of officer is within my grasp. Ha! Captain Eki, we should flee. The captain of the Tisen pirate crew has a bounty of 720 million. We are no match for him. This pirate, originally left aboard the ship to guard it, had spotted the approaching vessel in the distance and, upon closer inspection through his telescope, was seized by terror and rushed to report to his astonishment. Captain Eki wished to remain and confront them that a gunshot rang out as Eki raised his arm, blowing the smoke from the barrel. Humph! Worthless fools! I am a notorious killer with a bounty of 386 million. How could I be intimidated by mere bounties? They are but rewards for the slaughter of nations and innocents. Hearing one of his crew undermine his authority, Eki's fury ignited. Gather everyone. We shall eliminate Aorisi Tisen. After that, I will ascend to the rank of officer. Ha! Lying on the ground, Razalu's previously dim eyes sparked with a glimmer of hope upon hearing the name of the approaching crew. He had not expected to hear that name before his demise. Razalu, I had intended to kill you now, but I have changed my mind. You shall witness how I slay someone favored by the captain and subsequently claim the officer's position. Ha! Umph! You foolishly seek death. Razalu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly mused that Eki was courting disaster. Such a man was not one he could contend with. Years ago, he had known of Eki, who had been much less formidable at that time. Yet, how quickly had his bounty soared to such heights? Razalu could not believe Eki's claims, suspecting them to be exaggerated. Upon disembarking, Tisen and his crew made their way toward the island, stepping over the corpses strewn about. And he frowned at the sight. What a wretched lot! These men are devoid of humanity, Gina observed, her gaze aflame with fury as she beheld the dead, among them soldiers, women, and children. Is this not the nature of the world? The strong prey upon the weak. Have you not adapted to this over time? Though Tisen felt anger, he had grown accustomed to such sights and no longer harbored the feelings of indignation he once did. Captain, the group of pirates ahead seems to be waiting for us. I wonder if they have any swordsmen. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Tisen did not respond, for he sensed a familiar presence to his surprise. He encountered someone he knew, and the circumstances were far from favorable. Captain Eki, they are approaching. Tisen observed nearly 100 individuals standing together, some fearful, others exhilarated. Most bore sinister smiles, as if regarding them as lambs to the slaughter. At last, you have arrived. You are Aorisi Tisen, Eki exclaimed, his emotions surging, his expression cold, as if he could hardly wait to kill his opponent. The notorious killer Eki, with a bounty of 386 million, a wielder of weapon fruit powers. A man notorious for his mercilessness. Upon recognizing Eki, Gina began to explain. What gives you the audacity to stand before us? Tisen almost laughed. Was this man deranged, knowing who he was, yet daring to linger? It seemed he was either powerful or hopelessly arrogant. Humph, relying on his bounty to reach the new world. Does he think this place resembles the first half of the Grand Line? The pirates of the New World are not easily intimidated by meager bounty amounts. Tisen perceived that Eki was simply hot-headed and foolish. He then turned his gaze to Razalu, who lay injured. Did you injure Razalu? Oh, so you know him. What of it? This fool has pity for the commoners. The naive fool. Once I finish with you, I shall dispose of him. Eki then raised his arm, bellowing to his crew. Men, charge forth. Slay them all, and Captain Rock shall surely reward us. Oh, kill them, kill them. The Tisen pirate crew dared to oppose us. The Rock's pirate crew, truly seeking death. Kill them. Tisen regarded these oblivious fools, his gaze sharpening, as a crimson wave of energy enveloped the small island. The raucous pirates charging forward fell one by one, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, as nearby structures cracked and the sky turned a vivid red, while the fish in the surrounding waters grew restless. Once the crimson wave dissipated, only 2 or 3 pirates remained standing. Among them Captain Eki, whose legs trembled, cold sweat beading on his brow, his face pale with terror. His mind had lost the capacity to command his body, rendering him motionless, a mere shell of despair. His lips twitching slightly, such a degree of conqueror's hockey, he uttered, before quickly regaining his composure, his fear transforming into a fierce rage. You wretched fool! Even if you possess the qualities of a king, you cannot intimidate me. There are countless strong individuals in the New World who wield such hockey. Captain, since he possesses the weapon fruit, leave him to me, Jerry declared. Since his battle with Admiral Erdi in the East Sea, he had exerted himself fully, but in subsequent encounters, he had not unleashed his full potential. As long as there were no swordsmen among the opponents, he would hold back his strength for unforeseen circumstances. During the great battle at Sabati Archipelago, Jerry had retained his power, knowing that the Tisen pirate crew would inevitably face moments of exhaustion against formidable foes, and he would be there to protect them. Because he did not wish to resemble a ghostly pirate ship, this was Jerry's own approach. In fact, Tisen had long been aware of Jerry's inner thoughts. This fellow was considerate of their safety and would not easily forfeit his combat strength unless he encountered someone of interest. He then nodded and walked toward the still-dazed recruit, simultaneously uttering, "Nana, can you extinguish the flames? Leave it to me." Gina responded to Tisen's words, instantly making her way toward the house engulfed in flames. Although her bubble fruit ability had yet to awaken, she had already developed it to a profound extent, making it a simple task to extinguish the fire using bubbles. "Wait, Eki, where do you think you're going?" Eki, seeing the other party's intent to leave without regard for him, transformed his arm into a cannon and fired with a resounding bang towards Tisen. Unfazed by Eki's attack, Tisen continued walking, showing no concern. With a clang, a flash of white light appeared, bisecting the cannonball and halting it in midair. "Your opponent is me. There's no need to be so agitated," Jerry remarked with an air of ease after blocking the attack. Seeing his strike thwarted, Eki's arm morphed into a blade shape. Realizing that he could not defeat this fellow without first overcoming Tisen, that he then turned, disdain evident in his gaze, and said, "You're merely a bounty of 290 million and dare to confront me? Since you wish for death, I shall oblige, and then I will deal with your captain. Humph, overestimating yourself, relying on your bounty to act tough. I will make you realize that your previous words were indeed misguided." One sword style, flow slash. Meanwhile, Rakairu observed as Tisen approached him, clutching his side where he was injured, struggling to stand. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Although he had known from the outset that this fellow was formidable, he never anticipated him to have reached such a level that a myriad of feelings surged within him. La 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 la. Who would have thought that the red-haired boy from back then would now be in this state? Tisen recalled their first encounter, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What a bothersome fellow. What business is it of yours?" Rakairu's face flushed with embarrassment, rage boiling within him at being seen in such a disheveled state. Without needing the other to explain, he understood the context, thinking to himself that this fellow was also having a rough time. However, his ship was still in need of a sharpshooter. He just did not know if the other would be willing to join. But that matter could be set aside for now. Given this fellow's temperament, he would certainly not leave before the Rock's pirates were destroyed. Otherwise, why would he still be lingering with them for so long? Now that they were already engaged in battle with the Rock's pirates, he would have to prepare for Rock's arrival, unsure of how to proceed. Nevertheless, one must confront challenges as they arise. Only through battle can one ascertain the outcome. That fellow will be fine, right? Eki, though despicable, was undeniably powerful. Rakairu turned to glance at the two engaged in combat, a hint of worry surfacing that his crew member might not be a match. "Fear not, my companion will not be defeated by such a person. Even if the opponent's bounty surpasses Jerry's, since Jerry has taken the initiative to engage, he will not fail. That's so," Rakairu murmured, merely voicing his thoughts while his gaze remained fixed on the battle before him. Seeing that the fight would not conclude anytime soon, Tisen decided to commence a feast right there, in the western seas of Elbaf. This place had once been a great nation, prosperous and powerful, where ordinary pirates dared not invade, for this nation boasted an army of 100,000 that, however, at this moment, the island was left with only countless pirates, who plundered the nation's treasures and valuables, transporting them to their ships along the coast. Furthermore, the king and officials of this nation had been slain. Soldiers either fled or perished. The common folk dared not resist, all herded to a single location, awaiting the pirates to finish looting their homes before permitting their return. "Captain Rocks, we have thoroughly ransacked this nation's valuables. Excellent. Let us plant our flag upon this island. Then rest before proceeding to the next nation," Rocks declared, seated in the palace alongside his subordinates. "Kik. With the conquest of this nation, the Rock's pirates shall have claimed a substantial portion of the New World. And our days of world domination are drawing near," the Golden Lion exclaimed, his ambitions laid bare in his eyes. "Humph, tiresome," came a disdainful voice nearby, seemingly looking down upon his antics. "Kik. Newgate, you disinterested wretch, I truly wonder what purpose you serve in this world." Just then, a pirate entered, announcing, "Captain Rocks, our men have discovered news regarding Tisen's crew. Eki disregarded your previous orders, and has engaged them in battle without prior notice, upon hearing news of Tisen's crew. The prior lethargy of the other officers dissipated, and Rox instantly became animated, his brow furrowed. That damned fool, disobeying my commands. When I see him, I'll send him to his demise. Enraged, Rox detested nothing more than those who defied his orders. Moreover, the Navy was advancing toward the island. Who is leading the charge? It is Admiral Steelbone and Vice Admiral Sengoku, along with Vice Admiral Zifa. They have 35 warships. Captain, allow me to go. I wish to test this fellow's strength. The Golden Lion eagerly proposed, seemingly intrigued by Tisen's crew that I wish to join as well. I find little interest in the impending slaughter, Edward Newgate stated, wearing a white hat, his golden hair flowing, wielding a long naginata. In that case, John, you shall accompany them, defeat the opponent, and persuade them to join us. Should they resist, eliminate them. Rox turned to a man clad in pirate garb with light purple hair, 2 Western-style swords at his waist. Internally, he mused that the world was not short of geniuses. While he admired that young one's strength and potential, he wished to witness it firsthand. However, he could not afford to leave at present. If the other refused to submit, it would be better to simply eliminate him to avoid disrupting his plans. I will lead the others to the next nation. Once you finish there, rendezvous with us. Captain, are we not engaging the Navy? Now is not the time. Avoid confrontation as much as possible. Anyone who dares to disrupt my plans shall face my wrath. Rox's expression turned fearsome, a terrifying aura causing those with ulterior motives to withdraw. Understood. Soon, among the 35 warships, 10 diverged in different directions on the island where Tisen's crew was located. Aside from Jerry still engaged in battle, the others were reveling in a feast, gathered around enjoying dishes and roasted meat while watching the duel unfold. Additionally, the previously unconscious pirates had now awakened. Excluding Rikairu's crew, the rest had been slain. As I observed the fierce clash between Jerry and Urki, it became evident that what began as a balanced contest had now shifted. With Urki clearly at a disadvantage, both combatants bore numerous wounds, though Urki's injuries were of a more grievous nature. Based on his estimation, it seemed only a matter of time before a victor would emerge. Once the outcome was determined, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. The Rox pirates have undoubtedly become aware of your whereabouts and may already be en route. Over the past few years, they have been amassing formidable individuals, and currently, you are no match for them. Rikairu, whose wounds had been tended to by the ship's doctor, was now consuming food while addressing Tisen. And what about you? Do you still intend to return? Of course, Tisen replied. Rox will surely not spare a traitor. If I were to flee, he would not let me go unscathed. To be candid, Tisen harbored a desire to confront Rox himself. Though he remained uncertain about the extent of his own strength, that if he unleashed his full power, he suspected even the admirals might not pose a challenge within the ranks of the Rox pirates. Aside from Rox himself, he did not fear anyone, for those individuals were still quite young, mostly in their 20s or early 30s. However, he worried that if a confrontation ensued, his comrades might struggle to cope. Given the vast number of the Rox pirate fleet, many of whom had bounties exceeding 200 million, with only a handful of allies on their side, a skirmish would undoubtedly end unfavorably for them. Thus, despite his yearning to battle Rox, he concluded that the time was not yet ripe. A few more years of personal growth would be necessary. Furthermore, this era was not characterized by a plethora of pirates. It was not yet the age of great pirates. However, this period's pirates were undeniably formidable, far surpassing the capabilities of those from the forthcoming age of great pirates. At that moment, the battle between Jerry and Urki reached its conclusion. Damn it, you insufferable wretch, Urki spat, gazing at the deep gash across his chest, his face contorted with disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. You, a mere underling, could never hope to match my prowess. Jerry retorted, his eyes sharp and his breath labored. After a considerable pause, he sheathed his sword and turned to approach Tisen and the others. Upon witnessing Jerry's victory, Mona and the others rose to their feet. Jerry, you were incredible. You lot, while I was over there fighting fiercely, you were indulging yourselves here. Are we not comrades? Jerry exclaimed, his face a mask of anger as he approached the group. Tisen, observing this scene, felt a surge of joy. Jerry's strength was undeniably on the rise. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Thank you, kind souls. I am Tokugawa, a general of this nation, the bandaged Tokugawa said, awakening to find the inferno extinguished and the pirates' pillaging ceased. After hearing his subordinates' accounts, he learned that it was these individuals who had come to their aid. There's no need for gratitude. It was merely a matter of convenience. Tisen waved his hand dismissively. Your ease of action has saved not only the civilians of this nation, but us as well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Tokugawa replied with a bow. After witnessing Tokugawa's gesture, a thought suddenly struck Tisen. If feasible, I would like to claim this island as my domain. That I shall lend you my flag. So you need not fear pirate incursions. The Tisen's proposal had been carefully considered beforehand. While his crew consisted solely of powerful individuals, they could not manage the island themselves once their paradise was established. Tokugawa, having served as a general of a kingdom, would be suitable for overseeing such matters in the future. And his strength could be harnessed as well. Tokugawa's eyes widened, and with tears welling, he knelt before Tisen. Thank you. We shall henceforth be your subordinates. Without you, the common folk of this nation would have no hope of surviving in this place. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tokugawa, once a general, felt a profound attachment to his nation, now devastated and with only a handful of soldiers remaining. Nonetheless, many civilians still survived, and he wished to protect those who had endured this calamity. Now, with the Tisen pirate crew willing to shelter them, he could hardly refuse such an offer. Indeed, you may select some young individuals among the civilians to form a guard, nurturing them gradually. My dream is to construct a paradise free from external dominion. And when it is complete, you shall all reside within. Tisen laid bare his ambitions, hoping to prepare Tokugawa for the future. Tokugawa stammered, a paradise free from external constraints. Is such a feat truly achievable? Having once been a general of a nation, he understood the laws and restraints imposed by the Navy, the world government, and the nations themselves. The intricate connections between them made the notion of creating a sanctuary unbound by any power seem daunting. It is not a question of possibility. It is an absolute certainty, Tisen asserted, his gaze devoid of jest, his expression earnest. That fellow, Rikiru muttered, taken aback, as he had just learned of Tisen's audacious aspirations, a notion he had never encountered before. Yet, upon witnessing Tisen's serious demeanor, a slight smile crept upon his face. Tokugawa, observing the earnestness and confidence in Tisen's eyes, resolved to place his trust in him. Furthermore, he had no alternative means to confront the current situation. He could only choose to believe. Tisen, I must take my leave. Are you not injured? Shouldn't you rest for a few days before departing? Rikiru inquired, shaking his head. Urki is dead, while Captain Rox is unlikely to care. I must return to report. Otherwise, I shall be held accountable for any missteps. The following day, the Tisen pirate crew had nearly completed their preparations to set sail once more. Rikiru had already departed the previous night with the remaining pirates. Before embarking, the island's civilians gathered to express their gratitude, and Tokugawa, accompanied by the last 5 of his subordinates, bid them farewell. As all boarded the ship and were poised to depart, Tisen suddenly disembarked. Presenting Tokugawa with a box, "This is for you. Train diligently." With that, he swiftly ascended the ship. "Brothers, we set sail." "Ah?" Tokugawa stood in a daze for a moment, then opened the small box, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is a devil fruit. Indeed, Tisen had bestowed upon him the Zoan-type devil fruit, the scorpion, which he had seized from the South Sea. Given his intention to cultivate Tokugawa as an ally, he would not skimp on such gifts. 3 days later, aboard the Tisen pirate ship, Tisen was in his quarters sketching the architectural plans for his paradise, a project he had been laboring over for several years. However, much remained to be done, including several pressing issues. The first was the materials required for construction, which must be robust enough to withstand significant assaults without yielding. Ideally, they should be metallic and in substantial quantity, a matter he had already contemplated. The second concern was the location. The land needed for constructing the paradise was vast, and since arriving in the New World, he had scrutinized the islands he had encountered, none of which met his standards, either too small or too exposed. Thus, he needed to find a site that aligned with his vision. Constructing the entire paradise would demand considerable funds. Although there was an abundance of gold in the Sky Island, he could not seize it all. Some must remain, lest it become merely a barren island. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was a place abundant with treasures, the 8 treasure water army that he recalled the leader, Green Pepper, who had been striving to excavate the treasures from underground. With this in mind, he felt a surge of white light emanating from his palm. The dust release technique should easily breach that icy barrier. Now that he had identified the location, there was no need to rush. Time was on his side. While contemplating these matters, Tisen suddenly sensed something amiss and dashed out of his room, drawing his 7-star sword. Whoosh! A blade of energy shot skyward. "What is it, Captain?" the members of the Tisen pirate crew called out. Gazing into the sky, "Captain, what's happening?" An audacious fool approaches. "Ha ha ha ha. OL's Tisen, prepare to meet your demise." Looking up, the crew beheld a figure suspended in the air, wielding 2 swords. Upon hearing that voice, Tisen recognized the individual immediately, having been too absorbed in his thoughts about the paradise just moments prior. Otherwise, how could it be possible for this fellow to come so close? "Who are you?" Tisen questioned the golden lion in the sky, his expression betraying genuine confusion. You don't know me?" The golden lion, veins protruding on his forehead, lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. The boss's ability to infuriate others has certainly grown. "Why yes," Tisen said, scratching his ear, his face contorted in disdain. I really need to know you." Even so, he had sensed numerous pirate ships approaching from behind. However, he did not perceive anyone particularly formidable among them. Although 2 individuals exuded a notable aura, it was still not at a level that warranted his flight. "Kuahaha, Shiki, what a surprise. It seems your reputation in the first half isn't worth much." Tisen glanced back to see a man wielding a naginata on a pirate ship. Emitting a peculiar laugh, he then looked at another ship and spotted a dual-wielding swordsman with light purple hair, holding a bottle of liquor. "Newgate, that opportunistic scoundrel," the golden lion remarked upon hearing Newgate's mocking voice. Choosing to ignore him for the moment, he was solely focused on engaging in combat with OL's Tisen to assess the latter's capabilities. "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Nana, steer the ship towards the island ahead. Since they are here to provoke us, I shall not cower. Moreover, since rocks did not come personally, I intend to teach these individuals a lesson." "Understood. Hey, yellow hair, if you want to fight, let's do it on the island ahead. I'll gladly face you. You really infuriate me, but you won't escape either. Let me have my moment," the golden lion declared, before soaring back. Soon, the 2 sides halted on the island and faced each other. Tisen's side, including Green Bull, boasted only 7 individuals, while the opposing 3 pirate ships appeared to have several hundred crew members. Yet, only 3 caught his attention: the golden lion, Newgate, and the dual-wielding swordsman with light purple hair. "I already know your intentions for coming here, but I won't surrender easily. Besides, I doubt you possess the capability to make me do so," Tisen stated bluntly, dismissing the notion that rocks could sway him to submit with just these 3. "Kua, what a character. Do you really think you can contend with just the likes of you?" The golden lion scoffed, puffing on a cigar, arms crossed, his face a mask of contempt. "I am only interested in treasures. So hand over your riches. I have already killed enough today, and my patience is wearing thin," the man with light purple hair said, sipping from his bottle. Tisen focused on this individual, and after a moment of contemplation, thought, "You must be Captain John. I find your treasures rather intriguing. Guligulu. It seems you are not inclined to surrender." "Of course not. How could I possibly yield?" Tisen's voice deepened, his aura rising dramatically as he concentrated, unleashing a crimson wave of energy that enveloped the small island, altering the very atmosphere. "This damn fellow possesses the aura of a king. How fitting." "Kua," the golden lion laughed heartily, his own crimson energy radiating outward. Though it was of a lighter hue and less potent than Tisen's, this guy. Newgate observed Tisen's display of conqueror's haki, taken aback, but he would not be outdone. "Buzz, not too shabby," John said, smashing his liquor bottle on the ground. His brow furrowed, and his gaze sharp, as he too released a wave of energy. This one a deep blued eye. In an instant, many pirates rolled their eyes. From the hundreds that had come, only 20 or 30 remained, and even they struggled to stand. This time, Tisen unleashed his full conqueror's haki, causing his crew to be affected as well. While they did not faint, they were compelled to distance themselves from the confrontation. The entire island was dominated by 4 waves of energy, causing numerous animals to collapse, while fish in the coastal waters surged away from the island in a frenzy. Meanwhile, not far from the island, 10 warships were observing the situation. "What a bunch of monsters," Sengoku murmured, watching the spectacle above the island. "Ha ha, indeed. These rascals, Karp remarked, his expression seemingly carefree, though his eyes betrayed the weight of concern, while he remained optimistic. He recognized the formidable nature of these individuals. Dealing with them would not be easy. Sigh, such a waste of talent, Crane lamented, feeling regretful about their potential. If only these people would join the Navy. The pirates of the sea would eventually be eradicated. Enough of this idle chatter. Pirates are pirates, and their crimes cannot be absolved. Keep a close watch, and when they have fought sufficiently, we shall apprehend them. These ruffians will spend the rest of their lives in impelled down. Ha, Zifa, don't be so grim. They won't escape. Sigh, you really are unshakable, Zifa replied, finding Karp's carefree demeanor infuriating. Once the energies of the four on the island retracted, only a few dozen remained. Tisen regarded the three individuals before him, having discerned through his earlier probing that they were not to be underestimated. However, it was utterly impossible for them to defeat him. Now that the numbers have dwindled, right? Yellow hair, didn't Shiki just claim that with just a few of them they could contend? What a slap in the face. Humph, these rascals are hardly worth my time. La 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 la, come at me all at once, bastards. None of you are allowed to interfere. Let me handle him, the Golden Lion declared, drawing his twin swords with remarkable speed and launching an attack toward Tisen. Unfazed, Tisen seized his 7-star sword, clashing with his opponent, the sound of clash resonating as the surrounding air surged. Shiki had completely forgotten the mission assigned by Rocks, charging forward alone. John recognized that the Golden Lion would never join forces with them to confront Tisen. Powerful figures possessed their own pride, or perhaps arrogance. Kua. Perfect. Let me see the strength of this fellow. Tisen's 7-star sword met the Golden Lion's famed sword, the Sakura Tenmu, resulting in a brief stalemate before the Golden Lion was forcefully thrust back. Carving a deep trench into the ground, his strength had been utterly suppressed. The Golden Lion's gaze darkened as he realized he had been at a disadvantage during their initial clash. Wave slash. Swish. 2 sword energies shot forth, forming a cross-shaped strike aimed at Tisen. Observing this, Tisen's lips curled into a smile, his blood surging. He felt exhilarated. With a powerful swing of his arm, he unleashed his own sword energy, clashing with the cross-shaped attack, effectively neutralizing the Golden Lion's strike. Yellow hair, don't get yourself killed. Sword technique. White dragon. A colossal white dragon materialized in the sky, its roar echoing throughout the heavens, causing a buzzing in everyone's ears. Tisen gripped his sword tightly and slashed downwards, the dragon of sword energy lunging at the Golden Lion to in response. The Golden Lion leaped into the air, exerting force with both hands. Humph, lion's 1,000 cuts. Swish. The 2 sword energies collided, sending shockwaves that uprooted trees and stones, forcing the onlookers to retreat to avoid the fallout. Suddenly, the Golden Lion soared into the air, his eyes cold and filled with malice. Kuaha, perish. Lion's might. Tisen's heart raced as he abruptly looked up to see the very ground of the island upheaving, transforming into numerous earth formations shaped like lions, charging towards him with an overwhelming force. Their roars echoing across the sky and earth. Is Shiki trying to destroy this island? Newgate remarked, observing the ground beneath them rising to form lion shapes, compelling them to return to their ships for a better view. Tisen snorted, his expression darkening as he stomped his foot, summoning a massive sword energy that shot skyward, causing the heavens to tremble as if cleaved by the mighty blade. Secret technique. Realm separation. Suddenly, a colossal and fierce blade of energy manifested, emanating a terrifying power of black and white that effortlessly tore apart the lion-shaped creatures formed from the swirling earth. This fellow, the earth lions in the sky shattered under the onslaught of this sword energy. And upon witnessing this, the Golden Lion brandished 2 renowned blades, advancing to intercept the strike unleashed by Tisen. With a resounding boom, the 2 famous swords collided with the blade of energy, and in that fleeting moment, the Golden Lion's eyes widened in horror. He then let out a wretched scream as his chest was brutally ripped open, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground. He could not fathom how formidable this sword energy was. He had assumed that even if he managed to block the previous attack, its power would not be substantial. Little did he know, he had greatly underestimated it over. John furrowed his brow, voicing his uncertainty. This individual was no match for Newgate, whose expression grew grave. He too had not anticipated Tisen's overwhelming strength. Newgate, shall we intervene? If we fail this mission, returning home will be quite challenging. I have no interest in collaborating with others. And besides, that fellow has yet to be defeated. The golden lion, struggling to rise from the ground, gasped for breath, his countenance grim, lowering his gaze to his chest. He observed that, aside from the deep gash, much of the surrounding flesh had been severely eroded, indicating a grave injury. How could I possibly lose? No, I refuse to accept this. The golden lion, confronted with the reality of his defeat and the realization that he was utterly outmatched, found it difficult to come to terms with the situation. Ignoring his injuries, he soared into the sky once more, directed towards Tisen with an expression of unyielding defiance. Old Tisen, I shall never concede. Humph, a fool who knows not his own limits, if I allow you to win. All my training over the past decade would have been in vain. He had endured countless trials and tribulations. Unwilling to retreat from the challenges of this world, without overwhelming power, his efforts would be in vain. During his time in the Sabaody archipelago, he had focused solely on honing his physical skills and refining his techniques, never unleashing his full potential. Coupled with Zephyr's formidable strength, it was no wonder that so much time had elapsed. Old Tisen, the golden lion, unleashed his fury, disassembling the entire island, sending dust and debris swirling. As the land was engulfed in chaos, with seawater flooding in, and a tempest of earth and sand surged towards Tisen, Tisen's expression shifted slightly. This individual had transformed the island into a sandstorm, a truly terrifying natural disaster. However, it posed little threat to him. Utilizing the super lightweight rock of the No Great, he reduced his body to its lightest form and ascended into the air, clasping his hands together to unleash his ultimate technique. Realm disintegration. With a swift motion, Tisen formed a massive white cube in the air. Subsequently, a tremendous beam of terrifying white light erupted from the dust, shooting directly towards the golden lion. Sensing the imminent danger, the golden lion looked up to see a colossal orb of light racing towards him. With no time to react, he could only gather the swirling sandstorm before him as a feeble defense. Yet how could such a barrier withstand the onslaught? The attack from the dust could decompose any object into atomic form, and the swirling earth was swiftly pierced through. The golden lion emitted a muffled groan. Blood spilling from his mouth, it turned out that when he realized he could not withstand the attack, he hastily swung his two renowned blades to defend himself, but was soon engulfed by the immense beam of light. His already grievously wounded body was now left in a horrific state. Bloodied and battered, the golden lion uttered indistinct sounds before plummeting downwards. The entire island had been obliterated, and vast amounts of seawater rushed in, completely obscuring the island's form. Just as the golden lion was about to plunge into the ocean, a figure swooped down to catch him and return to the ship. John, having brought the golden lion back aboard, gasped at the sight of his injuries, his eyes wide with horror. How could he be so severely wounded? Newgate, witnessing the golden lion's plight, felt a chill run down his spine. His expression was serious as he remarked, "This fellow's sword energy and that beam of light were both exceptionally lethal. Truly a dangerous adversary." Observing John's rescue of the golden lion, he made no attempt to intervene. Had he intended to kill, he would not have ceased his attack earlier. In the golden lion's current state, it would not take long for Tisen to completely dissolve him. The golden lion has been defeated. What about you? Do you wish to continue? Tisen soared down to the pirate ship where Newgate and John stood, his energy still abundant. John replied, "Let's call it a day. The Navy is lurking nearby, and it's getting late." After nearly half a day of battle, the dark veil of night had fallen. Tisen had sensed the Navy waiting not far off, but he felt little concerned if they were to continue fighting. He could easily defeat the two of them. Escaping would pose no challenge, regardless of their diminished strength. Laughing all the way, "I won't let you off so easily next time," Tisen mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction upon seeing the golden lion's condition. He had no desire to oppose this individual. Typically, he might have welcomed a confrontation, but today he had come with purpose, not to forge friendships. "Old Tisen, I advise you to surrender. While you are indeed formidable, you could never hope to match rocks," John stated confidently. "Humph, if you refuse to accept this, then let's settle it in combat. Your empty words are no match for me. I find you even less impressive than Shiki." "Ha ha, believe what you will. We shall meet again." Newgate cast one last lingering glance at Tisen before leading his crew away. With the island destroyed, they had suffered nearly half their losses, the nearby Navy. Witnessing the pirates' retreat, quickly grasped the situation. Astonished, they realized that the battle had concluded so swiftly. The Golden Lion had been utterly defeated by Aorisi Tisen. It had only been a few days since their last encounter. Yet Tisen seemed even stronger. Zephyr struggled to comprehend. During their previous battle in the Sabaody archipelago, despite his defeat, he had fought for 3 days before a victor emerged. Yet now, with the Golden Lion's strength seemingly on par with his own, the rapidity of the defeat baffled him. However, having thoroughly analyzed Tisen's techniques, he felt confident in capturing him should they engage again. Yet, observing the devastation of the island and realizing that Tisen's crew had not fully engaged with Rock's crew, he deemed it unwise to advance. If the two pirate crews joined forces, the risks would outweigh any potential gains. Thus they opted for a strategic retreat. Days later, the seas erupted with astonishment as various factions stirred. The Tisen pirates clashing with 3 of Rock's cadre. Aorisi Tisen emerged victorious against the notorious pirate Shiki, leading to the eventual retreat of Rock's crew. Many were incredulous, unable to fathom that Rock's crew had been defeated, especially 3 of its officers. However, some disputed this narrative, claiming that without Rock's intervention, Tisen's crew would have fallen down on a pirate ship in the first half of the Grand Line. A towering man, nearly 5 meters tall with a conical head, scrutinized a bounty notice. Ha ha ha. This fellow has a bounty of 930 million. The Navy is utterly incompetent. I shall claim his head and make my name resonate across the seas. Boss, isn't this a bit reckless? We've only just entered the Grand Line. One of his subordinates stammered, taken aback by their leader's audacious intentions. What do you fear? Such a bounty is merely bait for the weak. I, the conical pepper, fear no one. I shall slay him with my indomitable spear. In the maritime vicinity of Long Island, Roger, the notorious figure, saw an increase in his bounty once more as Rayleigh handed a bounty notice to the man before him. 930 million. Truly impressive. I am eager to venture into the new world and meet this fellow, Roger exclaimed, his demeanor tinged with excitement as he sought to confirm a particular matter that necessitated an encounter with the individual in question. Alas, the Navy will undoubtedly not permit our passage into the new world so easily, and even if we do reach it, I would advise against seeking out that person that we know nothing of his character. So do not expect him to answer your inquiries kindly in no matter. I perceive him not as a villain. Roger chuckled heartily. Rayleigh regarded his companion's naivete with a resigned expression. At AT Navy headquarters, the Rock's pirates had already seized nearly half of the nations in the New World. Those that refused to surrender were annihilated by Rock's, leaving Steelbone Admiral perplexed about this rogue's intentions, his brow furrowed in frustration. Has the world government not provided any answers? He inquired. No, they merely stated that investigations are ongoing and no actions will be taken. Came the response that, what a bunch of useless fools. Carp, seated and munching on donuts, erupted into laughter upon hearing Steelbone's words. Carp, you scoundrel, mind your words. If the world government hears you, I cannot protect you. Steelbone erupted, seizing Carp by the collar and bellowing that if you don't want to say anything, then don't. What's the big deal? Carp retorted, mumbling under his breath. What shall we do now? We cannot let them be. The Tisen pirates should not be underestimated, and carelessness may lead to disaster, Sengoku declared, his wild hair framing his face as he spread his hands in exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, Vice Admiral Tsuru lowered her head, then gradually raised it, stating, for now, we must wait for an opportunity. The world government harbored similar sentiments, intending to act once the Tisen pirates and the Rock's pirates were fully engaged in battle, seizing the chance to capture both factions. Furthermore, the world government had recommended an individual for promotion to admiral due to the loss of Admiral Flying Phoenix, leaving the Navy's strength lacking to apprehend those vile individuals. Accepting the world government's proposal was unavoidable. Very well, let the intelligence department closely monitor developments in the new world. The moment we receive news, we shall act. During this period, we must secure the entrance to the new world, sinking any pirate vessels attempting to enter, he commanded. Understood. The room fell into an immediate silence as Carp, his head tilted back, snored thunderously, a bubble rising from his nose as he slept soundly. Carp, Steelbone's blood pressure surged with rage as he delivered a heavy blow to Carp's cheek. The enormous figure crashed through the conference room door, hurtling outside that on an island in the New World, Rox regarded the failure to defeat the Tisen pirates with an unexpected sense of glee. Even excitement. Indeed, we did not engage fully due to the Navy's presence. After rescuing this fellow, we retreated, John recounted, sipping his drink. Next time, I shall undoubtedly defeat him. That damned scoundrel. If we hadn't rescued you, you would have perished in the sea, he mocked, glancing at the bandaged Gold Lion. Gulp. After taunting Gold Lion, Newgate took another swig. You damned fool. I am not so easily vanquished, had I not been careless. How could I have been defeated? Enough of this bickering. Since we have not succeeded, we shall try again next time, and I will personally take action. However, before that, we have urgent matters to attend to. Once we complete this task, we can seek him out. As long as he joins me, our chances of success will increase significantly. This world will eventually be mine, Rox proclaimed with a maniacal laugh. Soon, rumors spread across the seas regarding the Rox pirates' peculiar decision not to engage the Tisen pirates, with many speculating whether it was due to an inability to overcome them or other reasons. Meanwhile, the Tisen pirates were nearing Dressrosa, a vibrant island, and after a few days of stay, Tisen contemplated transforming it into a paradise. However, he soon dismissed the notion, as the island lacked the resources he sought for development. As the Tisen pirates continued their voyage towards the final island, Tisen sensed a conflict brewing ahead. Samurai, he noticed a battle between samurai unfolding and instructed Gina to steer the ship closer. Not far from the Tisen vessel, on another ship, a confrontation ensued. Shomatsu Jinsaburo, you traitor, prepare to die. Several samurai-clad swordsmen lunged at another, who raised his blade to shield a woman and child behind him. Unfazed by the impending assault, the man swung his sword with precision, and a blinding flash of light struck the foremost attacker in the chest, rendering him lifeless upon the deck. Damn it, the remaining assailants, upon witnessing this, produced a smoke bomb, revealing sinister smiles as they hurled it. What is this? Jinsaburo, perplexed, sensed a wave of foreboding. Suddenly, the deck was engulfed in smoke. This is bad. It's poison. Despicable scoundrels, you disgrace the samurai. Jinsaburo's expression darkened as he felt his strength waned. He turned to the woman behind him. Madam, are you all right? Jinsaburo, the kimono-clad woman, murmured dreamily before collapsing into his arms. He gently laid her on the deck and cradled the child. Huh. That wretched traitor will pay once the smoke dissipates. We can kill them all and return victorious. Our mission will be complete, a voice taunted. Indeed, ha ha ha, as Jinsaburo held the child in one arm. His sword hand began to falter, his vision blurring amidst the encroaching smoke. Just as he prepared to eliminate the remaining assailants while still somewhat aware, he suddenly noticed several figures pierced by an unknown entity. Lifeless on the deck, his instincts surged, and he quickly looked up to see a figure descending gracefully onto the deck. Tisen landed, observing that although the samurai appeared weak, he recognized that the smoke would only incapacitate him temporarily, not render him unconscious. Are you all right? Who are you? Jinsaburo demanded, raising his weapon defensively. Tisen, noting the man's wariness, frowned slightly. That I saved you. Should you not express gratitude instead of brandishing your weapon at me? Is this the way of the samurai? Umph. You too have come from Wano to capture me. Do not think to ensnare me with such deceitful tactics. Realizing his mistake upon seeing his own attire, a black samurai outfit, he understood the misunderstanding. That I am not from Wano. I am Oluz Tisen, captain of the Tisen pirates, and I have no ties to your land. That a pirate? Jinsaburo, upon hearing this, although still cautious, felt a sense of relief. That I apologize. My earlier actions were mistaken. Thank you for saving me. As he gradually regained his composure and straightened up, he sheathed his weapon and bowed to Tisen. There's no need for formality. Would you care to come aboard my ship for a while? Shuangyue Jingsenlang looked up in astonishment at the other party, seemingly taken aback by their friendly demeanor. But I hope I am not intruding, he said. Within the pirate ship's restaurant, Shuangyue Jingsenlang and his wife were savoring the dishes prepared by Tian Shan, finding amusement in the sight of each other devouring their meals with great enthusiasm. That I beg your pardon. I have been on the run since escaping from Wano and had no time to eat. Simultaneously, a baby cradled in the arms of a woman in kimono emitted cooing sounds. Tisen gazed at the child with curiosity, his mind racing with speculation, before he nodded slightly, indicating it was unnecessary to inquire about the child's name. Shuangyue Jingsenlang. Indeed, it was confirmed that the other was Shuangyue Jingsenlang, who had escaped from Wano 50 years prior. And where do you intend to go? We are on our way to the East Sea. planning to reside there for an extended period. Shuangyue Jingsenlang answered Tisen's question, his gaze appraising Tisen intently. His eyes widened in shock when they settled on a particular item. Is that? Overcome with excitement, Shuangyue Jingsenlang stood up. Tisen-kun, may I have a look at your sword? Upon noticing the fervor in the other's expression, Tisen understood and promptly handed over the 7-star sword that hung from his waist. Taking the sword, Shuangyue Jingsenlang's excitement was palpable as he slowly drew it from its sheath. However, halfway through, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his eyes filled with trepidation as his hands trembled slightly. Moments later, it seemed he could no longer bear the weight of the 7-star sword and reluctantly sheathed it once more. Indeed, this is the 7-star sword from the kingdom of Asuka. The fabled cursed demon sword, one of the supreme great blades alongside the original Godei. I never imagined I would be fortunate enough to witness it in person. What astonishes me even more is that someone can wield this sword. Legend has it that it was sealed away many years ago. Tisen-kun, you are truly remarkable. His eyes brimming with astonishment, he returned the 7-star sword. Tisen, upon receiving it back, scrutinized the blade anew, realizing it was indeed a supreme great blade. A possession not easily claimed, with only 12 existing in the world. However, he lamented that due to its prolonged confinement, it had lost its original resilience, just as Tisen had begun to feel a sense of pride. He suddenly heard the latter's words. What should be done? He certainly did not wish to lose such a formidable weapon. No matter how fine a weapon may be, if left unused, it will eventually rust. Nevertheless, this sword has not lost its functionality. It still belongs to the realm of supreme great blades, as long as Tisen-kun uses it frequently and cares for it with flowing cherry blossoms. It will eventually regain its former resilience. Hearing the last statement, Tisen felt a slight sense of relief, truly fearing there would be no remedy to the sword's plight. Before long, after finishing his meal aboard the ship, Shuangyue Jingsenlang bid them farewell, offering his assistance should they require any in the future, leaving behind an emblem of the Shuangyue family. Although it may not be needed, it could be kept for now. Tisen, we need not search so extensively. I believe a certain island would suffice. After parting ways with Shuangyue Jingsenlang, Tisen of the pirate crew focused intently on the map in his hand. It was a map he had previously drawn, marking all the islands they had passed through. Gina suddenly spoke up. Oh, what place is that? Turning to Gina, his expression serious, he recalled the time he had spent determining a suitable island, which had consumed much of his time without yielding satisfactory results. It is Herb Island. Do you remember our previous visit, Herb Island? Yes, the child named Inoue met there. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Tisen sprang to his feet, recollecting their long journey through the new world while with the hero's pirate crew. However, due to the passage of time, many details had faded from memory. They had once encountered pirates plundering the village on Herb Island, ultimately defeating them and saving the island's inhabitants. He distinctly remembered a 3-year-old boy named Ino, who idolized him and expressed a desire to become a pirate like him when he grew up. That's the place. Nana, let us set sail for Herb Island. All right. The island earned its name due to the abundance of herbs, dense forests, and numerous venomous creatures and beasts. A sizable population resided there, and he recalled the gratitude of the villagers for their earlier assistance. However, Herb Island was not the destination he had in mind. He was referring to an adjacent island connected to Herb Island. This neighboring island was vast and barren, devoid of any vegetation, resembling a desolate wasteland, which was precisely what he sought. This location could serve as the main district of a paradise, constructed around a central hub, linking numerous islands to form an expansive area with buildings connecting them. Other islands were relatively easier to locate, yet finding the main district proved challenging, as most large islands were kingdoms populated by many inhabitants. He could not simply eliminate them or drive them away. Thus, the island adjacent to Herb Island was indeed ideal. Herb Island was situated in the east-west direction, near the calm belt, making it somewhat remote. Time flew by, and 7 days later, they finally arrived at Herb Island. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the distinct scent of herbs. The pirates are coming. Everyone, quickly come out, a villager shouted breathlessly while running. Alas, the pirates are here. Humph, these scoundrels deserve to perish. They had just settled down, and now they dare return. Gather the people. We shall confront them. Aluza's face was filled with rage. Not long ago, the Rock's pirates had invaded their territory, and they had been no match for them. resulting in significant losses and ultimately surrendering. Now, this place was under their control, so he bore no goodwill towards any pirates. Uncle Uhulus, I want to fight too. A child wielding a wooden stick rushed up to Uhulus. Ino, what are you doing here? Hurry back. Those are ruthless killers, and you are still too young. Alusa's expression darkened as he shouted at the child before him. No, I want to fight. I want to eliminate all those pirates. I aspire to fight like Brother Tisen. The child named Ino seemed stubbornly resolute, unwilling to heed the warning, observing the determination and defiance in the child's eyes. Uhulus ultimately relented, agreeing to take Ino along. When we go, you must listen to me and refrain from speaking out of turn. Yes, I understand. Uncle Uhulus, Ino nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his face at the entrance of the small village on Herb Island. Uhulus led over 300 people in defense against the impending pirate assault. They had formed a guard team for protection, with Uhulus serving as the captain. After a considerable journey, Tisen and his crew finally arrived at the small village. Observing the layout of the area, he couldn't help but think, this place has not changed much, though the houses seem to have diminished significantly, no longer resembling what they were 8 years ago. Soon, Tisen noticed many people standing at the village entrance, and a smile crept across his lips upon seeing the familiar face of a child beside the one at the forefront that it seems he has grown. He mused. Uhulus, surveying the group, perceived their numbers were few, yet he noticed one towering figure nearly 7 meters tall. His throat tightened, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead as his mind raced, contemplating potential strategies. The child beside him appeared perplexed, finding some individuals familiar but unable to place them. Halt, you pirates! Uhulus shouted, attempting to assert dominance. This island belongs to the Rock's pirates. Do you know who they are? If you do not wish to perish, you had better leave immediately. Despite his rising fear, Uhulus bravely spoke, hoping to intimidate the intruders. Yet the group across remained unmoved, and Tisen mockingly remarked, Oh, I am not afraid of the Rock's pirates. You can summon them here. I shall be waiting. Uhulus was taken aback, realizing they had no means of contacting the Rock's pirates. His prior intent to scare the intruders had instead revealed their indifference. This is dire. We must prepare for a confrontation. Ah, the captain is truly mischievous. Enough, Tisen. Do not frighten them any further, Gina reproached from the side. Just as Uhulus was about to make a move, he paused upon hearing Gina and Mona's words. Confusion washing over him. Brother Tisen, is that really you? Suddenly, Inoue's eyes widened in excitement. La. You still remember me. I can't believe you've grown so much. Inoue, tossing the wooden stick from her hand to the ground. She rushed over, tears glistening in her eyes, though she appeared immensely joyful. Inoue, don't go. Ars attempted to stop her, but was a moment too slow. Ars, have you forgotten us? It's me, Gina, she exclaimed, hurrying towards him, upon hearing that familiar name. Ars scrutinized Gina before shifting his gaze to the towering Tisen nearby. You are Gina, and who is he? Yes, he is Ars Tisen, Gina introduced, referring to the tall figure. Listening to Gina's introduction, Ars instinctively loosened his grip. His eyes wide as he wiped away tears. Everyone, these are members of the brave pirate crew, the ones who saved us back then. Lower your weapons. Really? Didn't the Navy say the brave pirate crew had been annihilated? What is going on? Don't worry about that. Just look at the 3 of them. Even after all these years, there's no mistaking them. Huh? They're not dead. That's wonderful. They seem to hold great respect for Captain Tian. As he observed the villagers filled with tears and laughter, it was no surprise that Captain and his crew were regarded as saviors by this group. Jerry took out a bottle of liquor and began to drink. Inoue stood before Tisen, her expression brimming with excitement. Still the same old crybaby. La. Tisen lowered his head, extending his palm to pat her head. Given his nearly 3-meter stature, looking down felt akin to gazing at a diminutive person. What? I'm not a crybaby. I've grown up now. My strength is considerable, Inoue exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she fervently defended herself to Do. Is that so? Yes, that night, in the small village of Herb Island. The villagers, having recognized these individuals as the ones who had once saved them, were overjoyed and insisted on hosting a feast for them. The entire village soon buzzed with activity, flames illuminating the remote settlement. When the villagers who had ventured out heard rumors of the brave pirate crew's supposed demise at the hands of the Navy, they mourned for days. Inoue, in particular, wept profusely. Most of the villagers on Herb Island were skilled in herbal medicine. And Tisen harbored a thought from many years ago that he sought to verify today. He sought out Ars, the island's most renowned apothecary. Can you take me to see him? I need some assistance. Without hesitation, Ars responded. The greatest apothecary on Herb Island is Inoue Kawakawa. He is the most formidable person here. I shall take you to meet him right away. A brief moment later, they arrived at a relatively well-built house. Constructed of smoothly polished stones, far superior to the rough stone houses of other villagers. After knocking on the wooden door, it opened swiftly, revealing a young child who, upon seeing them, widened his eyes. Tisen, brother. What brings you here? And Uncle Ars, you live here? Tisen asked, slightly astonished. Inoue, Tisen Dano is here to see your grandfather. Ars explained. Do. I see. Please, come in. Tisen, brother, my grandfather is inside. I'll go fetch him. With that, she dashed into the house. Before long, an elderly man with graying hair emerged, sizing Tisen up and then slightly bowing. Greetings, I am Inoue Kawakawa. Since you are the benefactor who saved us, please feel free to express any requests. The old man's tone carried a hint of respect, having already heard from his granddaughter about the situation. Recognizing the courtesy, Tisen wasted no time and pulled a vial from his pocket. Old sir, I have a pill here. Could you see if it can be manufactured? Inoue Kawakawa exclaimed in surprise, taking the vial from Tisen that he poured out the contents, revealing a slightly luminous green pill that rolled into his palm. Observing the remarkable pill, Inoue Kawakawa's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He brought the pill close to his nose and took a gentle whiff, his eyes widening in excitement. Follow me, he urged, seeing Inoue Kawakawa's reaction. Everyone understood that the pill was extraordinary. Inoue gazed at her grandfather, astonished, as it was her first time witnessing such enthusiasm from him. Tisen, recognizing the potential, followed Inoue Kawakawa closely. They proceeded through the house into a large courtyard, where Inoue Kawakawa led them toward the stairs descending into a basement. Witnessing this scene, Tisen was convinced that this individual was truly remarkable. Such a concealed location surely harbored secrets, and he was filled with curiosity. The equipment is surprisingly complete. Tisen marveled as they entered the basement, finding a stone chamber filled with various instruments, all well equipped. I was once the chief scientist of a nation, dedicated to researching medicinal substances for the king. After that nation fell many years ago, I moved here to continue my studies. Please wait a moment while I analyze this pill. It won't take long. Inoue Kawakawa delicately scraped a bit of powder from the pill with a blade and placed it into an unfamiliar apparatus. The subsequent steps appeared intricate, and Tisen soon lost patience, turning to converse with Inoue. Is that so? You can also create medicines? Tisen smiled at Inoue's proud expression. Of course. I've been making medicines with my grandfather since I was 5. It's been 6 years now. Inoue seemed quite proud. Oh, that's impressive that I actually need a doctor aboard my ship. And if you become strong enough, I wouldn't mind having you join. Upon hearing Tisen's sudden offer, Inoue's mouth fell open, her face radiant with excitement. Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? Since the age of 3, when she witnessed Tisen defeat those pirates, she had admired him and dreamt of sailing the seas as a pirate like him. Now, the prospect of joining her idol's crew filled her with immense exhilaration. As long as you can become strong, Tisen added, noting that she was merely 11, still quite young and weak. It was not yet time for her to join, but he hoped to inspire her. All right, I've completed the analysis. Inoue Kawakawa's voice interrupted. Tisen, eager to learn the results, approached him. So, can it be manufactured? Inoue Kawakawa remained silent for a moment, then placed the pill into a vial and handed it to Tisen. This pill is made from dozens of medicinal ingredients, many of which can be found on Herb Island. However, there is one ingredient that is absent. Not only is it missing, but I've never even heard of it before. Upon hearing this, Tisen's previously excited heart sank, realizing that they had ultimately failed. Although it was disappointing, the old man reassured him. I can still find an alternative for that ingredient. In that case, the resulting pill will only possess about 80% of its original efficacy. Inoue Kawakawa, having initially dampened Tisen's spirits, now sparked excitement once more. Really? Could you help me create this pill? I need a substantial quantity, and once produced, it could be distributed to the villagers on the island, greatly enhancing their strength, Tisen expressed earnestly. However, this must remain confidential for now. It cannot be disclosed. Tisen planned to produce these pills in bulk, envisioning a future where every villager in his paradise would possess formidable strength, leaving no room for disturbances. Of course, you are our savior. Leave this matter to me. I will enlist the villagers skilled in medicine, and we will produce them swiftly. Certainly, to prevent them from divulging this matter, I shall convey to them the gravity of the situation. My lord Tisen, can this pill truly enhance one's strength? Ars exhibited a look of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the extraordinary nature of the pill presented by Tisen. Indeed, once ingested, this pill can alter a person's physique. With just a modicum of training, vanquishing pirates with bounties in the tens of millions will be well within reach. This, Inoue's face flushed with excitement. Does this mean that I too can partake and become stronger? No, Inoue, you are still too young. Your body cannot withstand the potent effects of such medicine. You must wait until you have matured before you can use it. Hearing that his grandson wished to consume the pill, Inoue's countenance darkened instantaneously. Fear not, Inoue, that if you desire strength, you must seek out Mona and the others. That we will remain on this island for an extended period. Seize the opportunity. Observing Inoue's despondent demeanor, Tisen offered him further encouragement. It was not yet time for them to venture forth. As he was unprepared to engage in battle with the Rock's pirates, he intended to train on the nearby larger island, refining his skills of enhancement and reduction. In doing so, he believed he would significantly improve his odds against the Rock's pirates. Moreover, there were numerous preparations he had yet to undertake for the paradise. Ars, I must trouble you to keep this matter confidential. Ars replied solemnly. Understood, I shall ensure it remains undisclosed. In the year 1478 of the Sea Garden, on the large island adjacent to Herb Island. Overweight. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered like a spider's web beneath a single punch. Creating a depression spanning several hundred meters, the figure opposite swiftly evaded, not daring to confront the force head-on. Captain, that was astounding. How have you managed to amplify your strength so remarkably? Mona gazed at the fractured earth with lingering trepidation. Ho ho ho, do be cautious. That was merely an increase in power. Now allow me to demonstrate speed that if you cannot evade, you may find yourself injured. All right, bring it on. Mona's expression turned serious as he prepared himself. Lighten. In a flash, Tisen's figure vanished from Mona's view. He realized that the other had not disappeared, but had moved with astonishing speed, akin to teleportation. Not good. Just as he registered the thought, a fist the size of a sandbag rocketed toward his abdomen. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward, crashing into a massive boulder before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Mona rubbed his belly as he stood, his eyes filled with a mixture of dread and awe. Captain, that speed is simply monstrous. Thank goodness you didn't employ that enhancement ability. Otherwise, I might have broken a bone. Tisen smiled faintly. All this time has not been in vain. Since awakening this skill on Sky Island, I have diligently practiced it. It possesses two distinct effects, as previously mentioned. The enhancement allows one to become extraordinarily heavy and can also be applied to others or objects. That I demonstrated this effect during my spar with Mona. Once I applied weight upon him, his speed diminished considerably. He is a user of the Tun fruit, capable of altering his own weight with ease. For others, the effect might be even more pronounced. The second effect is reduction, enabling one to become exceptionally light, even to the point of floating in the air. However, when applied to external objects or individuals, if their weight is too substantial, one cannot elevate them, but can only strive to lessen their mass. These are the practical applications of the two effects. Now, Mona, let us set sail. Tisen's expression turned somber. After their encounter with the Golden Lion, they had remained in hiding to avoid the Rock's pirates for far too long. It was time to embark on their journey. In truth, after battling the Golden Lion, he had contemplated returning to the first half of the Grand Line for further training. However, upon reaching Herb Island, he altered his decision, choosing to remain there for cultivation. Now, he felt sufficiently prepared to confront Rocks. The Rocks pirates were a disjointed group. Defeating Rocks would likely lead to the dissolution of the rest, alleviating concerns about their numerical advantage. His long-held ambition had been to establish a paradise in the New World. Yet, the Rock's pirates sought to dominate the world, conflicting with his aspirations and leaving him in a state of indecision. Additionally, the realization of his paradise necessitated the assistance of the Golden Lion or the acquisition of his abilities, which would require a decisive encounter with that individual, should he fail to overcome Rocks. he would have no choice but to join them, thus clandestinely pursuing his plan. However, to engage in battle felt far too ignoble that I in the waters near Fruit Island in the New World. Rayleigh, where on earth has that fellow gone? We have been in the New World for over a year, yet we have not heard a whisper of him. Roger expressed his frustration. Since encountering the stone tablet on Sky Island, he had believed it to be a cultural relic. Later, he discovered 2 tablets on Fishman Island, one red, the other resembling the one on Sky Island. Ever since, he had been fervently eager to decipher their inscriptions, having sensed a mysterious aura emanating from them. Since he arrived in the New World, he has clashed with the Rock's pirates. Perhaps he is merely lying low somewhere. Have we not yet reached the final island? Why the urgency? As the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh had been observing the developments ever since Roger began to regard Aorisi Tisen with interest. However, he had lost track of him several years ago. Although he had his speculations, the passage of time had been extensive. At that moment, Jabba interjected, "Roger, he is undoubtedly evading the Rock's pirates. He will emerge sooner or later. Have faith." "Indeed, Captain," the other crew members chimed in. "Ha ha, it seems I have been overly fixated on this matter. Let us go with the flow. Brothers, onward to the final island." Since his disappearance had been so abrupt, he would assuredly reappear. All they needed to do was continue their adventures upon the sea. Inevitably, there would come a day of reunion. Upon departing Herb Island, the Tisen pirates set their course for Waterstar Island. Having established a pirate crew, how could they not circumnavigate the globe? He longed to witness the final island. In his recollection, Roger had realized that Waterstar Island was not the final island after all, though the events that transpired during that journey remained unclear. After 3 days at sea, they arrived at the vicinity of Hive Island. From a distance, he sensed formidable beings engaged in battle upon the island. Even before nearing the shore, he observed the schools of fish in the water thrashing about restlessly. "Captain, it seems there are monsters battling on the island." They would only discover the truth upon ascending the land. Sensing an aura from the island that felt somewhat familiar, Tisen surmised it was someone he had encountered before. "I shall ascend first to investigate." With that, Tisen soared into the air, intending to scout the island ahead of the others as they made their way slowly to the shore. "Once again, he has left us behind," Gina grumbled, arms akimbo, visibly annoyed. "Ah, the captain must have sensed something intriguing," Jerry exclaimed, eagerly tightening his grip on his sword. Eager for a chance to engage in combat, they had grown weary during their time on Herb Island, spending their days either sparring with one another or training soloed on Hive Island. Newgate wielded his massive naginata, the weapon thrumming with energy as it clashed against his opponent's blade in a flash of sparks. The surrounding space seemed to warp, sending both groups of combatants sprawling. "It seems you have no intention of surrendering." Roger, Newgate remarked, his expression tense as he grappled with the overwhelming force of his adversary. "I shall not yield easily." Roger's piercing gaze radiated a terrifying aura as he spoke with a smile that was almost mocking. The two contested in midair for a moment before retreating, only to engage once more. Newgate freed one hand, forming a sphere of white energy upon his fist. "Since you refuse to submit, I shall bring this to an end." With that, he launched a punch toward Roger. Unfazed, Roger enveloped his sword in haki, bracing himself against the white energy sphere in that instant of collision. Both combatants gritted their teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into their blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand as their attacks dissipated into nothingness. Thus, they were compelled to halt their assault, retreating to opposite sides. It seemed that the confrontation would not materialize today. Sensing this aura, Newgate slightly lifted his gaze toward the sky beyond the island. Suddenly, a man clad in black samurai attire floated in the air. "Who?" Roger furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at the figure hovering in the distance. The others also instinctively looked up at the sky, recognizing the presence. After scrutinizing for a moment, Rayleigh's eyes widened in realization. "Aorisi Tisen?" He tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. This man, with a bounty of 900 million, surpassed even that of the captain. The crew of Roger's ship and Newgate collectively gasped, heightening their vigilance. This individual was indeed perilous. It was unexpected to encounter someone not seen for so long. Captain Rox had been searching for him for quite a while, yet here he was, brazenly reappearing. A faint smile graced Newgate's lips as he planted his naginata into the ground. Tisen, observing the two who had ceased fighting below, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated meeting the future pirate king here, alongside the future strongest in the world. Had I known, I would have kept my distance. Such a rare spectacle of battle. Tisen slowly descended from the sky, gazing at the young man displaying a dazzling smile, and the slightly amused Newgate. Old Tisen, I have long wished to meet you. Roger's youthful visage revealed a broad grin. As if eager to speak, that Tisen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Then he queried with a look of confusion, "Who are you?" Roger chuckled, his mouth widening before gradually closing, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment. "You, my friend, ought to recognize that I am a man with a bounty of 850 million. I have some renown in this world." Ku-la-la-la-la. Newgate could no longer contain his laughter. "What? When did this happen? How was I unaware of the significant events that transpired during their time on land, escalating the bounty of someone who once had only 200 million to now over 800 million? It seems you have been hiding in some remote place. No wonder we couldn't locate you. That I have some questions for you," Roger stated with a serious demeanor. Tisen, perplexed by the inquiries directed at him, found it hard to comprehend. "All right, but let's have a match first. I knew it would come to this," Rayleigh sighed, wearing an expression of resignation. "That it is only fitting that pirates engage in battle upon meeting. Ahahaha, let it commence. Hey, you two, have you forgotten about me?" Newgate's forehead twitched with irritation. These two had been engrossed in their conversation, entirely disregarding his presence. La, are you joining as well? If you have no sense of shame, feel free to join forces against me," Tisen provocatively challenged Newgate, aware he lacked the confidence to confront both opponents at this moment. He was uncertain if either possessed the conqueror's haki. If they did, combating even one of them would prove challenging, let alone two. Humph. I disdain such tactics, but you two ought to be cautious. Rox has been eyeing you both for quite some time. No worries, if he shows up, we shall engage in combat. If we cannot win, then— Tisen feigned contemplation. Roger and Newgate's expressions brightened with anticipation, their eyes gleaming with curiosity as they regarded Tisen, eager to discern what might transpire should he falter. This was a dilemma they too faced, particularly Newgate, who had initially joined due to his inability to defeat Rox. He too sought to understand how Tisen would choose. The others mirrored their curiosity. "Then I shall join the opposing side." Bang! The crowd stumbled, their faces reflecting disbelief. Such a response was unexpected. "You truly possess a thick skin." Newgate's face twitched in astonishment. "Ha! Enough of the pleasantries. Joel, Roger, unleash your full power. Allow me to witness what distinguishes the lineage." Tisen's aura surged dramatically. His piercing gaze intensified the pressure around him, causing those nearby to recoil, creating a vast space for the two combatants. Newgate stepped aside. Pondering Tisen's earlier statements, Roger, his eyes narrowed in astonishment, revealed a slightly exhilarated grin, exposing his pearly whites. "You indeed know something. Very well, I shall compel you to reveal it." He unsheathed the sword at his waist. "Then defeat me first. Failure will cost you your life." With a resonant clang, Tisen similarly drew his 7-star sword, standing nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a 6-foot blade. Observing from the side, one would find the figure remarkably symmetrical and harmonious. As their auras reached a crescendo, they moved simultaneously with astonishing speed. Clang! The clash of blade against sword emitted a crackling sound, igniting a spectacular display of red lightning that enveloped them, sending forth a tremendous shockwave. "Hey, what's happening?" Newgate glanced backward, noticing several crew members from his ship fainting, their eyes rolling back. Those of weaker strength, "Stand back," he bellowed, then turned back, gritting his teeth in frustration at the two reckless individuals. Not far off, Mona and her crew, who had just approached, were caught off guard by the sudden surge of overwhelming aura, bringing them to a halt as they surveyed their surroundings. Rayleigh and Jabba glanced at the newly arrived members of Tisen's crew before returning their focus to the battlefield. After their blades clashed, Tisen sensed Roger's strength was formidable, a worthy opponent. However, increase. Upon uttering these words, Roger found himself momentarily at a disadvantage as an unexpected force surged from Tisen's sword, catching him off guard. His face contorted in a grimace, his eyes flickering with intensity as he gritted his teeth to endure. Seeing Roger withstand his power, Tisen recognized his resilience. This opponent was indeed formidable, even with his enhanced strength. Roger had managed to hold his ground. Without such an ability, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, At present, super increase. A surge of unprecedented force washed over Roger, who was propelled backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground with each step. Lowering his guard, he regarded Tisen with a grave expression, taken aback by his overwhelming prowess. Moreover, he was left pondering the nature of Tisen's abilities. The newspapers spoke of peculiar white beams of light and the capability of flight. Yet now he was confronted with a new skill. Roger mused to himself about this enigmatic individual. Despite this revelation, he resolved to extract answers from Tisen, unwilling to concede easily. Roger was being suppressed. Rayleigh broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Incredible! Jabba's countenance darkened. Newgate tightened his grip on the Naginata. His gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the two who had just separated after their clash. His mind raced, attempting to comprehend Tisen's sudden amplification of power, but he found himself at a loss. He could only continue to observe, hoping to glean some insight from the unfolding events. Tisen, gripping his seven-star sword, propelled himself forward with a forceful step, causing the ground beneath to fracture like a spider's web. As he swiftly approached Roger, so fast. Roger hastily raised his sword in defense, the dust swirling around them as their strikes unleashed powerful gusts of wind. Clang! Under the immense force of Tisen's attack, Roger was forced back several paces before he took the initiative to counterattack. He refused to remain on the defensive, yet Tisen was not one to oblige. His speed was astonishing, akin to teleportation, complemented by his exceptional observation skills. Roger could only remain on high alert as he defended against Tisen's seven-star sword, leaving him no time to launch a counterattack and rendering him quite passive. Sword technique. White Dragon. A colossal white dragon surged forth, encircling Tisen's form and looming above him as Tisen leaned forward. The dragon let out a fearsome roar, and with a resounding crash, the ground buckled beneath it. The dragon then leaped into the air, aiming to bite down fiercely upon Roger, accompanied by the sound of air being violently torn apart. With a thundering stomp, Roger's right foot struck the ground. And suddenly, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes. His right arm cleaved through the air, forcefully colliding with Tisen's seven-star sword from a distance, as red and black lightning spread through the surrounding air, causing trees and rocks within a radius of hundreds of meters to shatter and fly. After a brief moment, the turbulent air currents across the entire island gradually calmed, seeing Roger withstand his attack. Tisen, with his pale right ankle swathed in a howling gale, executed a swift horizontal sweep. In an instant, Roger raised his left hand to block, and they collided once more in the blink of an eye. Tisen's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening, super heavy. With a thunderous boom, Roger was once again sent flying by Tisen's sudden increase in weight, flipping through the air before swiftly adjusting his posture and wielding his black blade, appearing before Tisen in the blink of an eye. Remarkable, this fellow actually withstood the captain's assault. Mona furrowed his brow, astonished, as the Mickey Mouse tattoo on his face seemed to come alive. Jerry gripped his sword tightly, feeling the weight of the pressure. As a swordsman, he was witnessing a true spectacle today. Both of these individuals were undoubtedly formidable swordmasters, and it seemed he still had a long way to go to catch up with the captain. 5 hours later, Tisen, panting heavily and hunched over, found battling such a powerful opponent to be exceedingly taxing. However, at this level, he could continue fighting for several days. He merely had to remain vigilant against the Rocks pirates. Thus, today's battle would likely have to come to an early halt. Opposite him, Roger, propping himself up with one hand on his embedded blade, suddenly lifted his head, his piercing gaze causing Tisen's expression to darken. This man seemed to have undergone a transformation. Secret technique. Limit break. A massive long sword sliced through the sky, blossoming into a colossal blade that instantly generated a terrifying wave of energy. With a swift whoosh, the enormous sword descended upon Roger. Roger's expression grew grave, yet he smiled, leaping into the air and actively swinging his black and red long sword to meet the oncoming attack. The clash of energies scattered the white clouds above, and those spectating nearby were sent tumbling by the force of the onslaught. Ships anchored around the island swayed violently, on the verge of capsizing. Green Bull, practicing on the deck, was startled and collapsed onto the planks. Once the ship stabilized, he abruptly lifted his head, his bright eyes blinking in surprise. After receiving Tisen's attack, blood trickled down Roger's forehead, staining his hand as it dripped from the blade's tip onto the ground. He shakily raised his left hand to inspect it, noticing several abrasions on his skin. After a long breath in the air, Tisen slowly exhaled, his gaze sharpening as he declared, "Joel, Dita Roger, it seems you are not yet worthy of the answers you seek. Should you fail to defeat me, I shall not entertain your inquiries." Gasping for breath, Roger bared his teeth in a determined grin, his eyes shimmering with resolve. He would not yield. "Roger, enough?" Rayleigh, sensing a growing concern, attempted to dissuade him from continuing the fight. What an arrogant fellow! Newgate furrowed his brow, his body involuntarily itching to confront Tisen after hearing his boastful words. "If that's how it is, then I shall not hold back." "Prepare yourself," Tisen declared in a low voice, slowly ascending into the air, his hands coming together. Seeing this gesture, Newgate felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He shouted to the others behind him, "Everyone, step back. This man is about to unleash his ultimate move." "What?" Those behind him looked on in confusion. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, only to retract as if recalling something. "Rayleigh, shall we not intervene?" Jabba tightened his grip on his axe, his expression grave as he questioned Rayleigh. "No, I trust Roger will not fall so easily. Moreover, I cannot interfere." "This is a battle between captains," Rayleigh replied, eyes fixed on the man adjusting his stance in the arena, ultimately choosing to place his faith in Roger. The captain is about to unleash his ultimate technique. Mona gazed at the figure in the sky. Suddenly, Tisen released a massive energy sphere, measuring over 100 meters, which immediately shot forth. Whoosh! The raging energy obliterated everything in its path, reducing all it touched to ashes. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, Roger's eyelids flickered, yet his unwavering determination lent him a formidable presence as he enveloped himself in hockey, bracing for the oncoming massive energy sphere hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. He narrowed his gaze, mouth agape as he bellowed, summoning forth a storm of red and black lightning, a terrifying display of God's avoidance. From a distance, Newgate observed the vast white energy sphere enveloping the area ahead, obscuring all visibility. All he could see was the colossal white pillar extending outward, and within its confines, Roger was hidden from sight, though the unstable aura emanating from within was palpable. Suddenly, Newgate felt a familiar sensation. Was this akin to Captain Rox's attacks? "Roger!" Rayleigh and Jabba shouted in unison, tightening their grips on their weapons, their expressions darkening as their eyes darted nervously. "Captain Roger!" Mona exclaimed, awestruck at the captain's enduring strength. "Tisen!" Gina murmured, her hands clenched tightly. Moments later, the massive white energy pillar dissipated, revealing the figure within. The crew of Roger's ship rushed forward, only to find him standing motionless, still gripping his sword. Aside from a few abrasions on his skin, he appeared largely unscathed. However, it seemed the tremendous force had taken its toll, as Roger, lacking sufficient stamina to withstand the attack, sank to one knee, gasping for air, his body trembling as if it might collapse at any moment. Upon sensing Roger's condition, Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief. Fused in the sky, Tisen could scarcely believe that his attack had been withstood by Roger. It seemed that at the critical moment, Roger had employed Conqueror's Haki, though the power was barely under his control, appearing almost inadvertent. Sighing, Tisen acknowledged that he himself could not wield Conqueror's Haki. He understood that mastering such an attack required concentrating the full force of Haki at a single point and releasing it instantaneously to achieve such an effect. While Conqueror's Haki could indeed intercept his dust escape energy, it would also deplete the user's Haki reserves. Fortunately, Roger's use of Conqueror's Haki had not been thoroughly practiced. Otherwise, he might have fallen here today. Tisen slowly descended from the air, standing before Roger, his towering figure looking down at him. Rayleigh swiftly drew his weapon, placing himself protectively in front of Roger. "Tisen, I shall face you next." Roger suddenly raised his head. "Rayleigh, step back." "Roger." Rayleigh's expression darkened, reluctant to heed Roger's command, yet the awareness of his role as first mate compelled him to comply. Newgate and the members of the Tisen pirates approached, their presence growing more formidable. Mona swiftly positioned himself beside Tisen, declaring, "If you wish to fight, then you shall contend with me." As Newgate drew near, he spun his naginata before plunging it into the ground, his piercing gaze fixed upon Tisen. "Tisen, if you haven't had enough fun yet, allow me to be your opponent." Tisen turned to regard Newgate's imposing figure before shifting his gaze back to Rayleigh's chilling eyes that a smirk crept across his previously solemn face. Hey, you lot. Why do you treat me like some unspeakable villain? If you don't want to fight, then don't. This situation fills me with dread. Tisen suddenly revealed a disheveled visage, crossing his arms in resignation. After speaking, Rayleigh's eyes reflected a strange hue of fear. Upon regaining his composure, he sheathed his knife and said, "Apologies," bowing slightly before stepping aside to unveil Roger's silhouette. Newgate, who had previously donned a fierce expression, now lifted the corners of his mouth, exposing his white teeth. "Kuah! You scoundrel! You were always a notorious pirate. Why pretend to be a good Samaritan?" Hearing Newgate's taunts, Tisen turned to him. "Humph! I am indeed a good person. Unlike you ruffians of the high seas." The tension in the surrounding bodies eased slightly as the atmosphere between the parties softened. Roger rose to his feet, having calmed down after the earlier commotion. "Alas, it seems this time I have failed. However, I shall not surrender," Tsun declared, raising his gaze, his determination restored. Observing this, the onlookers tensed once more. Tsun lowered his head, gazing into the fervent eyes of his counterpart, and was momentarily moved. "All right, let us set aside our issues until we have satisfied our hunger. I am famished after all this fighting. Tianshan, I demand a meal. My stomach aches," Tsun said, clutching his belly. Standing nearby, the towering Tianshan, muscles rippling and over 3 meters tall, responded to Tsun's familiar words. "Leave it to me, Captain." "Hey, you lot. What fine ingredients do we have aboard? I hail from the Bear Paw clan, so let me handle the cooking." "Oh, splendid. In that case, I'll take charge of the barbecuing, while desserts are my domain." The group, initially ready to brawl, now acted like familiar comrades, bustling about amidst the clamor and revelry. Roger, Tsun, and Newgate exchanged glances, each bursting into peculiar laughter on Hive Island. The atmosphere was vibrant as the 3 pirate crews feasted heartily, drinking merrily. "Hey, you too. This is my prized collection of fine wines. And today, you shall experience it," Tsun announced as he accepted a crate of liquor from Green Bull, which bore the label liqueurs. This liqueurs. Where did you acquire it?" Newgate inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "What's this?" Roger questioned, noticing Tsun carefully extract a bottle from the crate. "Indeed, this wine was taken from the Celestial Gold a few years back. It is one of the treasures inside," Tsun explained, handing the bottle to the Tude. Since acquiring 10 crates, they had consumed quite a bit on board, leaving only 4 crates behind, primarily due to their reluctance to drink it. They typically settled for purchased wines. "That makes sense. I had some from Captain Rock's as well, but it was long gone," Newgate remarked. "Fine wine," Roger exclaimed, taking a swig, feeling invigorated, only for his expression to shift abruptly to seriousness. "Tsun, I have a question for you." "What question?" "Feel free to ask," Tsun replied, puzzled as to why someone he had never met would have inquiries for him. "I am curious about the words you inscribed on Sky Island. What did they signify?" Roger's demeanor turned grave as he fixated on Tsun's striking countenance. Tsun, after taking a sip, unexpectedly spat out his drink upon hearing Roger's sudden query, astonished that this was the question Roger had in mind. It was no wonder Tsun had forgotten. He had inscribed the words on a whim, finding it amusing at the time. Over a decade had passed since then, and the memory had faded from his mind. If Roger had not mentioned it, he would have completely overlooked it, as it was merely a spontaneous act. "So that's what you were asking?" "Ha ha." Tsun laughed heartily, unable to contain himself. The others, bewildered by the sudden outburst, felt a bead of sweat form on their foreheads. The members of Tsun's crew recalled the inscription and felt a twinge of curiosity. They had not questioned it at the time, merely assuming it bore some deeper meaning. Roger and Newgate wore expressions of inquiry, the surroundings quieting in anticipation of Tsun's response. After a moment, Tsun replied, "What? You mean to say you simply found it amusing and decided to carve it?" Roger knelt, leaning forward, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Newgate, his forehead twitching with tension, initially clenched his teeth, but soon erupted into laughter. "Kuah! You completely played us." Rayleigh and Jabba stood frozen with their food, their expressions vacant and bodies trembling, revealing their inner turmoil, utterly taken aback by Tsun's revelation. "How could it be like this? You really are a scoundrel." Roger straightened, gazing at Tsun's infuriating expression. While Newgate closed his eyes, his face twitching in disbelief. However, I am well aware of everything in this world that I know the questions you wish to ask, Tisen interjected suddenly. Really? Indeed. Then can you enlighten me about the inscriptions on the stone tablet on Sky Island and the one on Fishman Island? Certainly, Tisen replied, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness. But are you sure you want to know now? What is your purpose in setting sail? Wouldn't you prefer to seek the answers yourself? Besides, you have yet to reach the final island. Roger's previously eager expression dimmed, and he wrestled with his thoughts. Rayleigh took a sip of wine, listening intently to Roger's decision. Roger raised his bottle, draining it in one go. No, that won't be necessary. I have resolved to see it for myself. His eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Rayleigh smiled faintly at Roger's determination, but I thought it would be a significant inquiry. It seems it was merely trivial. Newgate appeared disinterested, merely curious about what question Roger would pose. If you still have doubts later, feel free to seek me out, Tisen said. Recalling that Roger would learn the truth about the final island upon arriving there, he would later discover the red inscriptions that marked the route. Thank you. Speaking of which, both of you have caught the eye of Rox. What are your plans moving forward? That fellow aims to conquer the world, having attacked numerous nations in the New World over the years. Bringing them under his control, that it seems they are preparing for a showdown with the world government and the Navy, Roger remarked, his brow furrowing in concern over the danger posed by this individual. We will cross that bridge when we come to it, no matter when he arrives. I shall not retreat from this point onward, Tisen declared resolutely, having made up his mind to face any conflict head-on. Originally, I was tasked by Rox to recruit Roger, but it appears you will not join him, Newgate observed. Of course, for a pirate, freedom is paramount. The following morning, the three crews set sail in different directions. Roger's ship continued its adventure toward Waterstar Island, aiming for the same destination, albeit via an entirely different route. Newgate returned to report to Rox, having stocked up on supplies before departing from Herb Island. They wouldn't need to dock along the way. Tisen aspired to reach the final island in one go, having previously explored many regions of the New World during his time with the hero's pirate crew. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Steelbone listened intently to a communication from a naval officer via a transponder snail. Admiral, Tisen's pirate crew clashed with Roger's crew on Hive Island, and Newgate from the Rox pirate crew is also present on the island. What is the situation? The circumstances remain unclear, with only the knowledge that all three parties departed unscathed. Understood, continue to monitor them, came the response. After finishing the call, Gungu pressed a hand to his forehead. Reflecting on the recent surge of activity from the Rox pirates, while the world government remained conspicuously inactive, moreover, a pirate bearing a name similar to Rox, with the letter D incorporated into it, had emerged, drawing significant concern from the world government. Yet, at present, he felt utterly powerless. The adversary had ventured into the New World and was undeniably formidable, making them a difficult opponent to confront. Even deploying an admiral would yield no results against such a foe. Leaving the Navy in a particularly passive position, with many naval outposts in the New World dismantled by the Rox pirates, their motives remained ambiguous. Thus, the Navy's current objective is to restrain the pirates within the first half of the Grand Line. 3 days later, the Tisen pirates arrived at their final destination, Waterstar Island, having swiftly journeyed from Hive Island. Nana, could you please check where the record pointer is directing? Tisen raised his gaze toward the seemingly endless red soil continent. Strangely, the three pointers were spinning erratically, seemingly unable to ascertain a direction. Wait here for a moment. I will ascend to take a look, Tisen instructed his companions before soaring into the sky above the red soil continent. After an indeterminate period of flight, he finally reached the skies above the continent, observing the 5 canals below, leading him to 2 hypotheses. The first hypothesis posits that the final island lies beneath these canals, which are evidently man-made, suggesting the original creator's intent may have been to prevent those navigating the Grand Line from returning to the 4 seas. Thus, many have managed to enter the Grand Line. Yet the legend persists that none have ever returned. The ability to traverse from the Holy Land, Mariawa, is clearly a result of their design. During the blank century, the D lineage was eradicated, and 20 kingdoms established the world government. While the dwelling of the D lineage likely resides beneath the red soil continent. If this hypothesis holds true, A specific entry point would be necessary. The erratic movement of the pointers indicates that the magnetic fields around the three islands are highly unstable, signifying considerable danger. The second hypothesis suggests that Marioa may be the location where, after the destruction of the D lineage by the 20 Great Kingdoms, many secrets pertaining to this matter could be concealed. They would prefer to keep this secret hidden from the public eye, necessitating its concealment. Yet, where in the world is safest? It would be within a location under their control. Hence, it is highly probable that the area directly beneath Marioa is the dwelling of the D lineage. There remains the possibility that the D lineage was not annihilated but rather imprisoned, with the island being seized and the Holy Land established above it. These are Tisen's two hypotheses, alongside the notion that the continued existence of the D lineage at sea is likely due to the timely onset of war, preventing their return to the island and coupled with the disappearance of the final island, compelling them to survive outside. Sighing, he decided not to dwell on such matters, as he had no interest in them. Tisen's dream was simply to create a paradise in the new world, inviting those dear to him to reside there and live peacefully, enjoying a life of happiness. The truths of history held little importance for him. After all, he was not the child of the world, so why burden himself with needless worries? The truth would inevitably come to light one day. As Tisen descended toward the pirate ship, he announced, "Everyone, I have matters to attend to in the first half. You shall steer the ship back to Herb Island. If you wish to venture out after that, you are free to do so. However, exercise caution. Should you be captured, it could result in considerable trouble. Additionally, contact me if any issues arise. Understood, Captain. Take care. We shall await your return." Tisen he nodded and soared over the red soil continent, heading towards the first half of the Grand Line. His destination was Drum Island, for there lay an object essential for his envisioned paradise. While at Herb Island, Tisen had shared his thoughts with them. Upon reaching the final island, he would prepare the necessary items for the paradise. Their task was to establish their pirate fleet and gather companions. Whether they would soon engage in battle with the Rocks pirates or await the conclusion of Rock's era, he recognized the necessity of formidable strength to safeguard their territory. The Tisen pirates were undeniably powerful, yet their numbers were few. It was impractical to manage and protect a sprawling paradise with only their small crew, necessitating the recruitment of many more. However, they could not simply seek out individuals indiscriminately. Trust could only be forged through shared battles aboard the same ship. Given a few years for development, a fleet would naturally form. Furthermore, with his exceptional observation hockey, he would easily detect those with ill intentions. In that case, any attempts to infiltrate the paradise by agents of the world government or the Navy would be nothing short of a fool's dream. A day later, the phone bug rang. "Hello, Xuanai. Have you arrived? We have been here for a while. Where are you? Did you not say you had arrived?" A woman's voice filled with disappointment came from the other end. "I will be there shortly. Please hold on." He had previously communicated with Xuanai Lilia, instructing her to investigate the circumstances surrounding Drum Island and to thoroughly assess the situation regarding the swallow fruit. Indeed, his purpose this time was that very fruit, which could consume anything and fuse it together with whatever was ingested, including metals. He needed an indestructible metal to create his paradise, and the quantity required was substantial. Purchasing it was not feasible, as it would take decades to acquire enough. Hence, he required the powers of a devil fruit to achieve this. The swallow fruit could amalgamate different substances, humans, and metals. The strength of the metal would depend on what the user ingested. He simply needed to conduct numerous experiments and believed he could synthesize the metal he desired. He had yet to decide who should consume this fruit, or whether he should consume it himself. Although the fruit could allow the user to absorb its powers, he currently had no need for such abilities to enhance his strength. Furthermore, consuming the fruit would introduce vulnerabilities, making him susceptible to targeting by others. Before long, he spotted 3 merchant ships not far from Drum Island, the central vessel being considerably large, flanked by 2 smaller ships burdened with sizable weapons that filled the merchant ship's deck. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Moving at remarkable speed on the pirate ship, Xuanai Lilia lounged on a deck chair, sipping a drink, clad in a deep red gown, her curves forming a striking silhouette. Her bare, fair feet swayed gently, shaded by a parasol, presenting an image of utter relaxation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed on the deck. "Who goes there?" A nearby guard, dressed in black, immediately brandished his weapon upon hearing the noise. Xuanai quickly lifted her head, placing her drink on the table, and leaped forward. "You have finally arrived," she exclaimed, tears of joy in her eyes. "This is indeed Aorisi Tisen, the man himself. The bounty of 930 million was no mere rumor." Though the lady had mentioned it before, her companions still found it hard to believe she was associated with such a formidable figure. The guards nearby widened their eyes in shock, their fear evident as their bodies trembled. "Let us go inside and talk," Xuanai said, releasing him from her embrace and taking his hand to guide him into the cabin. "Remain vigilant," she instructed the guards. Yes, Mississippi, they could hardly fathom that their lady had forged a connection with such a powerful individual. "Indeed, our merchant fleet will surely be untouchable now," they mused, "and Mrs. Business in the underworld is bound to flourish." Inside the room, Xuanai poured Tisen a glass of liqueur d'eau. "Where did you acquire this?" Tisen asked, slightly taken aback, surprised that Xuanai had procured such a drink. "You underestimate me. Who in the underworld does not know of me?" He was taken aback momentarily, though he maintained an impassive exterior. "Is that so? Quite impressive." Indeed, Xuanai's expression was one of restrained anger. "What is that look on your face?" Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire the woman before him, who had achieved such a remarkable status in the Grand Line. Earlier, as he had descended onto the deck, he had noticed a few individuals who possessed extraordinary capabilities, bearing the faint shadow of the world government's intelligence agency. These individuals were likely trained by Xuanai herself. While he regarded them as inconsequential, they were still relatively formidable within this region of the sea. Moreover, it seemed they were merely a handful of guards. Through his observation hockey, he sensed even more formidable individuals aboard two nearby vessels, seemingly superior to those on his own ship. Ignoring the accusing gaze directed at him, Tisen inquired, "So, what is the situation? Any news?" His intention in having Xuanai gather information was to do so discreetly, without causing a stir. If he could obtain the information through other channels, why resort to force? This was simply his way of conducting affairs. The amount demanded by the king was staggering, 3 billion berries. Xuanai indicated with her delicate fingers. "What? Humph, he truly dares to ask. 3 billion for a paramecia-type fruit. This king of Magnetic Drum Island is audacious indeed. If it comes to that, then I shall have no choice but to take a more forceful approach. So, what do you plan to do? I can send people to assist you." Xuanai gazed at him with fervent eyes. "No need. I can handle it myself. Just tell me the location. Once I know where it is. It will be a trivial matter that I simply dislike engaging in such undertakings. If they are raising prices arbitrarily, that is no fault of mine. Then be careful. I await your return." Xuanai covered her cheeks with her hands. Her ears flushed, and her voluptuous figure seemed on the verge of bursting forth from her attire. Her gaze flickering towards Tisen, though, witnessing this scene, he felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to withstand her alluring temptation. Hastily, he darted away, soaring directly towards the castle above Magnetic Drum Island. Moments later, he fixated on the summit of Magnetic Drum Peak below, and following the coordinates provided by Xuanai, he activated his invisibility ability, rendering himself undetectable until he reached his destination. However, the sheer number of soldiers in the country exceeded his expectations. He had assumed their numbers would be scarce, as he remembered Magnetic Drum Island as a small nation. Yet, recalling the future Walpole, everything suddenly became clear to him. He gazed upon a peculiar structure that housed a chest, locked tightly. Placing his hand on the lock and applying a slight force, he easily unlatched it. Upon opening the chest, he discovered a fruit adorned with bizarre patterns. Along the coast, 3 merchant ships awaited, and Xuanai stood on the deck, peering towards the peak of Magnetic Drum Island, soon spotting a figure descending from the sky. "So fast, were you not discovered?" As soon as Tisen landed on the deck, she rushed forward to inquire. "No, but even if I had been, it would not matter. They could not stop me." Tisen handed the fruit to Xuanai, instructing her to find a place to store it, as he needed to attend to matters in the initial segment, and carrying it with him would be inconvenient. Still, it is better not to be discovered. You have other matters to attend to. After all, the Navy would seize any opportunity they found. Indeed, should the Navy uncover my presence, it would complicate my tasks. Do you not intend to return with me to the Sabati archipelago? Xuanai gazed at Tisen with longing eyes. "No, I must depart immediately. I will take the large weapon you prepared for me, and after completing this task, I may have to return to the New World. The world government might go to great lengths to target me. After all, before I leave, I have a favor to ask of you." After bidding farewell to Shu and I, Tisen swiftly floated towards the small garden. Carrying two large weapons with remarkable speed, in the small garden, also known as the Ancient Island, two giants were engaged in combat, wielding dinosaur vertebrae in place of swords and axes, with countless shattered bones accumulating beneath their feet. Forming a small mountain, the blue demon, Dongli, swung a colossal vertebra at his opponent, while the red demon, Brogi, refused to back down, their strikes reverberating across the island. Both gritted their teeth, locked in a fierce standoff. After a brief moment, a sharp crack echoed as their colliding bones shattered, causing both giants to collide shoulder first with one another. The ground trembled under the immense force of their impact, and they found themselves seated face to face on the ground. Kabababa, it seems I must search for another large dinosaur vertebra, Dongli mused. Gagaga, this is truly vexing. There are no more dinosaurs of that size on this island. What shall we do? The blue demon, Dongli, initially burst into laughter before adopting a troubled expression. Speaking of which, recalling those times, we fought against each other for nearly a century. While our weapons may have been destroyed, thankfully, we did not tarnish the honor of Elbaf. Brogi seemed to reminisce about the past. Indeed, and those two little rascals have become world-renowned figures. I wonder when we shall meet them again. After Dongli finished speaking, an unexpected silence fell upon him. Not hearing Brogi respond, he lifted his gaze towards his companion, only to find Brogi staring up at the sky, his face displaying surprise and confusion. What is it, Brogi? Dongli asked with a furrowed brow, his eyes filled with curiosity. Dongli, look to the distant sky. It seems something is approaching. Brogi pointed in the direction behind Dongli. Meanwhile, Tisen soared from Magnetic Drum Island, carrying two large weapons, having utilized his abilities to render them nearly weightless, allowing him to reach the edge of the ancient island with ease. Before even landing, he spotted two colossal figures rising to their feet. Gazing in his direction, it appeared they had noticed him. La 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 la, after all these years, how have you two been? Tisen exclaimed, accelerating towards them, the weapons in his hands cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. La 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 la, is that little Tisen? It cannot be mistaken. That striking face. I have come to fulfill our prior agreement. This is for you. Tisen tossed the weapons towards Dongli and Brogi. They stretched out their hands to catch them. Gagaga, I can't believe you remembered. Kabababa, this weapon feels quite comfortable to wield. Indeed, Dongli remarked that I lost a fair bit of time along the way. I apologize for arriving a little late. Tisen glanced at the heap of shattered bones on the ground. Feeling somewhat guilty for having previously destroyed their weapons and then promising to replace them, only to have so many years pass, it's no matter. In the end, you have come. We have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Moments later, Tisen and Brogi shared a drink of juice, crafted from their own fruits on the island, tasting just as invigorating as it had a decade ago. Uncles, do you still remember my dream? Tisen uttered this line with intention, hoping to invite them to reside in his future paradise. However, he would not push them if they were unwilling. Of course we remember. You aim to create a paradise free from constraints. Did you not? So, how is it going? Have you built it yet? Not yet. I wanted to say, when my paradise is completed, I would like to invite you both to live there. What are your thoughts? Dongli and Brogi exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. After a while, Dongli spoke. Little Tisen, we have been battling on this island for nearly a century, becoming quite familiar with our surroundings. Furthermore, the battle has yet to yield a victor. How could we possibly leave? Dongli is right. But who knows when we might finally determine a winner. When that day comes, we will surely come to visit. This is a promise between men, sworn upon the honor of Elbaf. Very well, let us agree on that. Tisen smiled slightly, knowing this would be their response. However, he did not mind. He respected their wishes, and as for what the future held, who could say? Perhaps one day, they would suddenly appear. For now, his goal was to prepare everything for the paradise. When the time came, it would be the day of commencement, and this journey to the initial segment was precisely for that purpose. Half a day later, just as he was about to cross the comm belt, Tisen unexpectedly encountered someone, leaving him somewhat taken aback. An intriguing figure has arrived aboard a pirate ship, upon noticing someone approaching. A man draped in a voluminous blood-red cloak maintained a calm demeanor, a wicked smile adorning his face, as he tightened his grip on the bat-handle umbrella in his hand. A solitary pirate. How peculiar. At that moment, Tisen gently descended onto the deck of the ship, Confronting the strange man whose hair was braided into twin plaits cascading down his shoulders to solitary existence is quite commendable. Oddly, I find your thoughts impenetrable. It appears you too possess an innate talent, so what brings a person of your stature to my vessel? The enigmatic man raised his crimson eyebrows, his gaze finally revealing a flicker of interest. Observing the excessive calmness of this individual, Tisen, who initially intended merely to exchange pleasantries, abruptly reconsidered. Might you be interested in becoming my companion, Barolik Ladefield? Barolik's eyes sparkled with surprise, seemingly unprepared for such an invitation. I have no need for companions. Even alone, I fear not the pirates of the New World. If that is the case, then I am eager to witness your prowess. Barolik, noticing the man's unwillingness to relent, adopted a serious demeanor once more, raising his bat-handle umbrella to perform a flourish akin to a swordblade. It seems I must take offense. With a swift sound, the figure wrapped in the blood-red cloak vanished from sight. So swift, Tisen furrowed his brow. Logically, given the circumstances, this individual's strength should not be overly formidable. However, witnessing the speed of the man's strike directed at him, he begrudgingly discarded his earlier condescension and prepared to engage earnestly. As he sensed the shifting aura of Barolik, the atmosphere on the deck grew increasingly peculiar to Tisen, seemingly attuned to something, drew his sword from his waist in a flash, the seven-star sword revealing its blade to intercept the tip of Barolik's umbrella sword thrust. In response to Barolik's wicked smile, Tisen mirrored it with his own. Barolik appeared to comprehend that his assault would yield no success. His gaze sharpened as he continued to thrust his umbrella sword towards Tisen in rapid succession. However, all attempts were thwarted. He endeavored to penetrate the depths of Tisen's mind, yet it felt as though a veil of mist obscured everything, rendering him unable to discern anything at all. Tisen could sense Barolik's intentions. Although he too could not unravel the other's inner thoughts, it was merely a clash of swordsmanship and physical prowess that in such a contest, he would not falter. During their exchanges, Tisen observed Barolik's persistent attempts to make contact with him, indicating a refusal to abandon his quest for understanding. While allowing the touch would not be catastrophic, he resolved to conclude the skirmish prematurely. Though Barolik's swordsmanship was rapid and his physical abilities commendable, they still fell short in comparison to Tisen's prowess. Sword technique. White Dragon, he unleashed, the long sword enveloped in advanced haki lunging forth. Having discerned Barolik's own mastery of advanced haki during their previous encounters, Tisen understood that neither haki nor observation would grant him an advantage. Yet he must not forget that he possessed the abilities of the Great One. Regardless of Barolik's speed, it could not surpass his own, nor could his strength rival Tisen's. Thus, after a prolonged exchange of techniques, Tisen suddenly transitioned to a fist strike, executing a conqueror's fist that sent Barolik hurtling backward. Regaining his composure mid-air, Barolik landed gracefully. Tisen, slightly breathless, gazed at Barolik, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The previous punch had indeed inflicted damage, internal damage, no less. The pirates of the New World are formidable indeed. However, defeating me will not be an effortless task. Barolik maintained his wicked smile. The minor injuries he sustained were inconsequential to him. After regaining his composure, Tisen recognized that overcoming an adversary like Barolik would not be a simple endeavor. For someone of Barolik's caliber, determining a victor would require no less than 2 or 3 days. After all, the individual was capable of battling Steelbone Kong for 10 days and nights, ultimately emerging victorious. Are you certain you do not wish to join my pirate crew and become my companion? Not every soul harbors an ugly heart. Perhaps you should open your mind a little. You must realize that I too possess the ability to see into the hearts of others. Upon hearing Tisen's words, Barolik, who constantly wore a wicked smile, suddenly adopted a more somber expression. The words spoken by Tisen pierced his heart like a thorn. It was precisely because he had possessed powerful observation haki from a young age that he was acutely aware of the sordid natures of those around him. This led to his aversion to the concept of companionship, fostering his reclusive personality. Tisen's previous remarks stirred something within him, for as he had just stated, he was not the sole individual endowed with the capacity to perceive the hearts of others. Why then do others cling to the notion of needing companions? Noticing a flicker of emotion in Barolik, Tisen seized the opportunity to press on, remarking, "Your umbrella-like weapon reminds me of someone." Barolik lifted his gaze to Tisen, his eyes reflecting curiosity. "The Rumbar pirates, Brooke. What? Berilic's expression ignited with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he instinctively took a step forward, asking, "Do you know him, Tisen?" Observing Berilic's unexpected enthusiasm, had anticipated that the man would forever remain aloof. Since their initial encounter, aside from the recent change in expression, Berilic had consistently worn a wicked smile, seemingly impervious to alteration. All have perished, only Brooke remains. What? Berilic's eyes widened. His mouth agape. It was perhaps the first time in many years that his expression had been so animated. Tisen recounted Brooke's plight, detailing how the man now dwelled in solitude and despair. Imagine if the roles were reversed. How would you feel? This has transformed completely. The irises beneath Berilic's crimson brows flickered as he tightly gripped the handle of his umbrella. Would you be interested in joining me in search of him? I wish to have that man as my companion as well. Tisen fixed his gaze intently on Berilic, eager to discern his decision. After a prolonged silence, Berilic appeared to resolve himself, acknowledging that although he was uncertain if Brooke remained the musician he once idolized, he still placed his faith in him. I have decided to go. Continuing, he added, while I appreciate your offer to take me to see him, I will not join your crew. Very well. However, before that, I must attend to a matter. Wait for me in Water 7. Once the bait is set, he would not fear the possibility of Berilic slipping away. The thought of this man potentially becoming his companion stirred a subtle excitement within him. After a brief moment, Tisen parted ways with Berilic, continuing onward across the calm belt towards their destination point. 3 days hence, they arrived at the East Blue region known as Tequila Wolf, a land of labor. Also referred to as Taikalapu. This bridge nation began its construction over 6 centuries ago, with the builders comprising the citizens of nations that refused to join the world government, forced to toil relentlessly in bridge construction each day. Upon arriving at this location, Tisen floated in the sky, gazing down at the seemingly endless bridge below. His purpose for visiting was to seek out a renowned architect of exceptional skill, for he could scarcely fathom where such a distinguished individual might be found. Suddenly, the thought of this grand bridge crossed his mind. Whoever could conceive such a monumental creation must undoubtedly be extraordinary. In the realm of architecture, the intricacies of bridge structures can be rather perplexing. Although he possesses a modicum of understanding regarding such edifices, his knowledge remains largely theoretical. It is imperative to acknowledge that in his previous existence, he merely sat in an office, utilizing a computer to draft an array of design schematics. Certain elements are challenging to translate into the tangible world, and during actual construction, discrepancies often arise between the blueprints and the physical structure. Furthermore, his grasp of construction matters is limited. He can only hope to encounter individuals with expertise in this area. He attempted to levitate gracefully above the buildings, ultimately descending onto a relatively high rooftop, whereupon his form gradually faded from view. Brr, it's so cold in this wretched place. Had I known, I would have dressed more warmly. Below him, numerous individuals clad in coarse, burlap-like garments toiled tirelessly, occasionally receiving sharp admonishments from nearby soldiers wielding whips, which they used to strike those who had collapsed from exhaustion. Although the sight ignited a flicker of indignation within him, he was acutely aware that his purpose was not to liberate these individuals. This bridge had been under construction for an exceedingly long time. Even if he were to rescue everyone, how would they sustain themselves afterward? Moreover, should they escape, it would not be long before another batch of captives would be brought in, perpetuating an endless cycle of suffering. Even if he desired to effectuate a rescue, it was not the opportune moment. His paradise had yet to be established. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the myriad activities occurring within the structure below. Soon discerning the presence of a man who appeared to be a commanding officer among the soldiers, seated in an office chair, while perusing a list, it seemed clear that this was not a residence for architects. Compelling him to descend and inquire directly, unperturbed by the potential of being discovered. Despite this, he felt confident that his presence would remain undetected. Within the uppermost office, a burly man with curly black hair and a beard scrutinized the list of prisoners, one hand gripping the document while the other held a pen. Upon confirming the accuracy of a name, he marked it with a decisive stroke, akin to a judge determining the fate of a convict in this laborious nation. Suddenly, the man jerked his head upward, squinting suspiciously at the window, sensing something amiss yet unable to ascertain its source. After a brief moment of silence, he dismissed it as mere illusion and resumed his focus on the list at hand. "What are you so busy with, Commander?" The unexpected voice startled the bearded man, causing him to react like a frightened wolf, his fear palpable, yet his courage unwavering. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed, instinctively turning, only to feel a chilling sensation at his neck, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Realizing he had been taken hostage, he froze in place, cautiously attempting to glance back to identify his audacious captor. "Please, do not kill me. Who are you? What is your purpose here? We can discuss this amicably. Just please, spare my life." His body trembled, eyes wide with terror, as if fearing that Tisen might end him with a swift stroke. "What is your position?" Tisen, wielding the seven-star sword, pointed its blade at the man before commanding him to sit and answer his inquiries. "Sir, I am the overseer of the soldiers on this bridge. You may ask me anything, and I shall respond, provided you spare my life. You may turn around now," he said, gradually retracting his sword while quietly activating his observation haki, instantly perceiving the emotions and thoughts of the man before him. Once the commander felt the spine-chilling pressure dissipate from his neck, he cautiously turned to face Tisen, only to be met with overwhelming fear, his expression shifting to sheer panic as he stumbled backward, inadvertently knocking over his desk with great force. You are, Commander. Are you unharmed?" The loud commotion alerted the soldiers outside, who assumed an incident had occurred within the room and called out to inquire. "If you wish to live, it would be prudent to refrain from making any sudden movements or raising your voice. Otherwise, before the soldiers arrive, you shall meet your end. Test me if you dare." Tisen sheathed his sword slowly, his piercing gaze fixed on the man, who appeared on the verge of making an impulsive gesture, whispering words only the commander could hear, but it's nothing. "Depart." The commander, feeling a surge of anxiety, had initially intended to call for the soldiers below. However, upon hearing the intruder's command, he seemed to recall something, his unease mounting. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he refrained from treating his life lightly. Obediently sinking to the floor, awaiting the intruder's judgment, Tisen righted the chair before sitting down, his icy gaze fixed on the commander. "Now, tell me the whereabouts of the architects responsible for constructing this bridge. I assure you, I will not take your life, but should you dare conceal any information, the consequences will be dire. You, a figure of such stature, have come here merely to inquire about this." The commander slowly raised his head, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he furrowed his brow. "That is of no concern to you. Simply provide me with the information." Sensing a shift in the commander's disposition, Tisen quickly discerned that he was aware of the scientist's hidden location. Yet, noticing the man's internal struggle, curiosity piqued within him. How would he choose to respond? The commander bowed his head before gradually rising. "They are located within the kingdom's scientific base, heavily guarded by state soldiers. I can escort you there." The commander furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the swiftness of his revelation. Moreover, he sensed the man's emotions transforming from uncertainty to resolute determination. "Why did you divulge this information so readily?" The commander suddenly lifted his head. "This bridge has been under construction for nearly 700 years, and criminals from all over the nation are brought here. Moreover," he continued, his emotions fluctuating once more, "there are also civilians from various countries who refuse to surrender the heavenly gold. My name is Jintian. I was once the captain of a national guard, so it is as such." Tisen learned from him that he had previously held the position of a National Guard captain. The country had relentlessly exploited the populace for the sake of the heavenly gold, not because the citizens were unwilling to comply, but rather because they possessed nothing to offer. Many individuals had been unjustly labeled as criminals and sent here. Despite being a compassionate man who could not bear to see the innocent suffer, the king had seemingly taken pleasure in appointing him as the overseer, forcing him to witness their anguish daily. Furthermore, due to this predicament, his family had been imprisoned, and the king threatened that should construction fall behind schedule due to his influence, his family would also be sent here, leaving him with no viable options. "Now I understand. Lead me there at once." Tisen resolved to meet the architects before making any further decisions. "Yes, please wait a moment." Jintian retrieved a set of soldiers' attire from the room. "Sir, please don this uniform, as we will need to enter the base, which is heavily guarded, with only a single entrance monitored by numerous soldiers." Reluctantly, Tisen eyed the unsightly garments in Jintian's hands. Yet, for the sake of his grand vision, he mustered the patience to don the outer layer, concealing his black warrior attire beneath it. "Sir, please follow me." Before long, they traversed numerous sectors, witnessing many laborers enduring their hardships, diligently toiling away amidst the sounds of chiseling from the construction sites. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, reminiscent of his past experiences at construction sites, albeit with differing circumstances. These individuals were coerced into labor, just as the workers of his former life had been compelled to toil for survival. The distinction lying in the nature of their coercion and the conditions they endured. After several hours of following Jintian, they finally arrived at the kingdom's scientific base, upon reaching the sole entrance and undergoing inspection. Jintian deceitfully claimed that construction had encountered issues, necessitating their entry to consult the architects. The guards, having encountered no incidents during the lengthy duration of their watch, granted them passage, albeit with a hint of curiosity at the sight of Jintian accompanied by an aide, which was an unusual occurrence. Inside the base, which was dedicated to research, they navigated through numerous rooms until they arrived at a large hall filled with blueprints, a veritable research studio. Commander Jintian, have there been any incidents at the site? A middle-aged man with short black hair, approximately in his 40s, observed Jintian's entrance and presumed, as was customary, that he had come with some pressing on-site inquiries. Tisen cast his gaze across the office, which was cluttered with blueprints. The metallic walls were adorned with bridge schematics. The floor bore mounds of papers, and astonishingly, this expansive office housed merely 2 individuals. Besides the man opposite him, there was another man with short golden hair, seemingly of a similar age to Mr. Longzhu. I have come because someone wishes to meet you. This is Lord Aorisi Tisen, Jintian introduced, raising an arm toward the middle-aged man. Aorisi Tisen? Who is that? Longzhu Jai furrowed his brow, gazing at Tisen with a hint of perplexity, as if the notion of someone seeking him out was utterly bewildering, especially since he had never heard of this individual before. Tisen then introduced himself. What? Longzhu Jai exclaimed, a look of terror crossing his face, coupled with disbelief. You claim to be a pirate? How is that even possible? How could the soldiers outside let you in? Could it be, Director Jintian? That you? The other man's expression mirrored Longzhu Jai's shock, as he sprang up from his seat, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Tisen. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I require your assistance in constructing a sky paradise, Tisen stated, revealing the true purpose of his visit to a sky paradise. What is that? Not only did the 2 men in the room express their curiosity, but Jintian, who had accompanied him, also cast a quizzical glance at Tisen. First, take a look at this blueprint. He produced a drawing he had labored over for over a decade, gradually unfolding the creased paper. This is merely a rough outline. The actual blueprints consist of several hundred pages, embodying my work over the years. Driven by curiosity, Longzhu Jai and his companions spread the plans across the floor. The drawings depicted 7 islands interconnected, with the central island being the largest, surrounded by 6 smaller islands. Most notably, these 7 islands were depicted as floating in the air, supported by 7 colossal pillars. The islands were linked by 12 suspension bridges, also known as island bridges, allowing vessels to navigate between them. Each island featured a navigable entrance below, designed in the style of the 7-water city, permitting boats to ascend via water transport. As they surveyed the blueprint, their eyes widened in disbelief, and Longzhu Jai suddenly burst into laughter. Tisen maintained his composure, simply observing him. This is utterly unfeasible. What sort of dream are you having? Longzhu Jai scoffed at Tisen that I lack the time to indulge a pirate ignorant of architectural knowledge, especially since my family remains in the hands of the kingdom's military. I cannot possibly accompany you. Longzhu Jai paused, seemingly recalling a troubling matter when he mentioned architectural knowledge. You claim it to be impossible. That merely reflects your limited perspective. I initially thought you to be a remarkable architect. But you are merely superficial, Tisen retorted, folding the blueprint and rising, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. Furthermore, if you were truly an architect, you would embrace challenges of various complexities. Those who dismiss feasibility upon merely viewing a blueprint can never aspire to be true masters of architecture in this world. Merely a pirate, and yet you dare to utter such words. Indeed, and even if we wished to leave, we would find it impossible. Neither the kingdom's officers nor the world government would permit our escape. Moreover, our families remain under their control. Longzhu Jai's companion wore an expression of helplessness. All I require from you is a simple answer. Are you willing to assist? I shall resolve your concerns. Tisen assured them. You? How will you manage that alone? Don't jest. Longzhu Jai's demeanor radiated skepticism, both in his eyes and postured. Mr. Longzhu, this individual has a bounty of 930 million. The issues you mentioned are non-existent. Jin Tian interjected. What? You cannot be serious. Both men displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes widening. Indeed, and what significance does participating in this construction hold for you? The laborers building that bridge, surely you've heard of them. Toiling tirelessly at such perilous work that my paradise will welcome anyone who yearns for freedom. In other words, the sky paradise you help me build will symbolize a land of liberty, destined to gain renown across the world. And your names and families shall be celebrated by all. Tisen spread his arms wide, his expression radiating excitement as he spoke, simultaneously activating his observation haki to sense the shift in the two men's mindsets. As Longzhu Jai and his companion listened to Tisen's astonishing declarations, they found themselves entranced, their eyes fixed on his, feeling an unrecognized alignment with his vision, as if their thoughts and wills were being reshaped. If that is the case, then we shall trust you regarding this land of freedom. Moreover, I find the architectural blueprint you presented intriguing. Perhaps a miracle may indeed occur, Longzhu Jai exclaimed, seemingly shedding all reservations as he turned to his companion. I intend to enlist Qigin and Chuanjin for this endeavor. Jin Tian then introduced the two individuals, Qigin and Chuanjin, revealing them to be scientists specializing in architecture. Their expertise was crucial for constructing such a grand edifice. The man named Yindongs, initially wearing a look of astonishment, subsequently closed his eyes and smiled. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide. I can't help it. If that's the case, I'll join you in this audacious venture. Without me, a sculptor, how could you possibly construct a building that would be renowned worldwide? Laughter erupted among the group as they exchanged glances filled with exhilaration. Tisen then contacted Xuanai, instructing her to rescue the families of these individuals. Regardless of whether it required financial resources or personnel, he believed Xuanai possessed the capability to accomplish such a task, especially since the East Sea was the weakest of the four seas. Xuanai had been thriving amidst the four seas, and now her business sprawled across the Grand Line. Rescuing a few individuals would be a trivial undertaking, a testament to the trust built over many years. While awaiting Xuanai to fulfill this mission, Tisen resolved to remain there for the time being. Days later, at Mary Geos. This man has been absent for so many years. Recently, he clashed with the Roger pirates in the New World. And now he is making such moves in the East Sea. What could his intentions be? A bald elder, wielding the demon's sword Shodai Kitetsu, lounged against the back of a sofa. What shall we do? Who shall we send? Since he is abducting individuals, he must still be in the East Sea. For now, we cannot ascertain whether this man possesses the ability to make others or objects fly. Though uncertain, we must prepare a response. Even if we cannot capture him, we must at least discern his motives. A man clad in a black suit, sporting a golden beard, frowned. The Rocks pirates are already enough of a handful for us. I truly wish to avoid the emergence of another man with peculiar intentions, remarked an elder with a white beard, wearing a flat hat and bearing a scar on his left cheek. I concur with Nizhul Saint's suggestion. Furthermore, notify the Navy immediately, instructing them to dispatch personnel for assistance. We must achieve results this time. We cannot afford to waste time on this individual, nor can we leave it unaddressed. Agreed. Due to the perennial snowfall upon the bridge, the waters beneath it had frozen, making access exceedingly challenging. Thus, Tisen had to rely on manual labor, using his abilities to drag the ship beneath the bridge to rescue those trapped. Jin Tian, are you truly not coming with us? Tisen was taken aback by Jin Tian's decision to remain on the bridge. I shall remain. I am immensely grateful to you for rescuing my family. With that concern alleviated, I have no further worries. Besides, did you not mention that this place would eventually be liberated? I wish to stay and await your instructions. Yet, numerous officers on the bridge have seen my face. What will become of your safety? Although their time together was brief, this individual exhibited a level of awareness that surpassed all others. He held a deep admiration for his companion, lamenting the potential loss of such a remarkable person should they meet an untimely end here. Rest assured, I have already hypnotized those who have encountered us. Do not be deceived by my apparent timidity in your presence. It is merely due to your renowned status in comparison to the East Blue. My abilities are not to be underestimated, Kintian remarked with a confident visage. You possess such a rare talent, Tisen expressed, surprised to discover that his counterpart wielded the power of hypnosis, a skill seldom seen upon the vast ocean. Aside from Gina, the only other individual he could recall was the future Lafayette, along with a nameless minor character. Lord Tisen, I shall await your command upon this bridge, once the paradise is constructed. May I also reside within? Kintion inquired, his face alight with anticipation. Of course, not just you. I shall ensure arrangements for your family as well. Await the day. It shall arrive swiftly. You must not perish, for this is a bond between men. He extended a hand, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. With a firm handshake, Kintion would come to cherish this moment, realizing its profound significance only much later. After bidding farewell to Kintion, he departed with Yukina's caravan. Setting sail towards the Grand Line, his powers had grown considerably, now enabling him to levitate large sailing vessels in the air. Yet, the exertion would eventually wear him down. Still, he believed that, akin to the art of dust manipulation, relentless practice would render such feats effortless. Having traversed from the East Blue and crossed the doldrums, they halted near Water 7. Before parting ways, he requested Yukina to escort the four of them to Sabaody Archipelago. Once his affairs were settled, he would reunite with them in the New World. He could not entrust their safety to chance, considering the unpredictable weather and other potential dangers. After all, he had painstakingly sourced a builder. Upon bidding farewell to Yukina, he immediately sensed the presence of Baroque. Concurrently, in a nearby hotel, Baroque donned a charming smile. The journey had indeed been taxing. Merely maintaining the vessel's altitude for such an extended duration had left him utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the hotel, he indulged in a long, refreshing bath and succumbed to slumber for 2 days, with Baroque exhibiting remarkable patience, only rousing him on the third day. It is time. We must commence our actions, Tisen proclaimed, reclining in his chair with a glass of red wine. Observing Baroque finally springing into motion, he had initially presumed that Baroque was indifferent to the matter at hand. The Mystic Triangle lay merely half a day's sail from Water 7. And Tisen's purpose for this journey was to locate Brooke. Seeking Brooke to join his crew had always been a goal of his, as Sky Paradise required a sole musician. With Baroque's involvement, the urgency to find Brooke intensified. However, he was aware that Brooke had been wandering the Mystic Triangle, albeit his exact whereabouts remained elusive. Ultimately, they parted ways to search independently. Before departing, he tore a piece of his life card to give to Baroque. Ensuring he would not be lost to the winds of fate, his sensory perception was not confined by range, yet it was a skill not easily comparable to that of ordinary individuals. Although the Mystic Triangle was vast, his speed allowed him to detect the flow of chakra in the air after half a day, despite the number of chakra signatures indicating they were not his intended target. Hunger compelled him to descend for a meal. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, a pirate ship sailed onward. "Captain, are we truly venturing into the New World to challenge them?" questioned a long-bearded man adorned with a tattoo of the number 12 near his temple. Shoving food into his mouth before turning to his subordinate, "Of course. How could I possibly lag behind? But Captain, we have no assurance of reaching Sabaody Archipelago. That marine named Carp has left our ship in tatters." The subordinate replied, concern etched across his face. Upon hearing this, the captain's appetite waned, and his gaze turned angrily toward the dilapidated vessel. "Curse you, Carp. The next time we cross paths, I shall drive my proud spear through you." He seethed through gritted teeth. "My apologies for the interruption. Who goes there?" Just as they were lost in their prior conversation, a sudden voice broke through the air. Simultaneously, a figure with a strikingly handsome demeanor descended onto the deck. His long sword at his waist and clad in black samurai attire, inducing a chilling aura, the long-bearded man, Zhao, furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the identity of this newcomer. "Is he here to challenge me?" "Captain, do take a closer look. Doesn't he bear a resemblance to the individual you seek?" Zhao squinted, scrutinizing the figure before retrieving a bounty poster from behind, comparing it for some time. His eyes widened as he beheld Tisen. You are Ors Tisen, the one with a bounty of 930 million. "Indeed, that is me," Tisen affirmed, raising a hand to his forehead. Upon utilizing his dustless cloak to approach, he had been observing who was below. He had not anticipated encountering Zhao, the captain of the 8 treasure pirates. "Ha ha ha. I had yet to seek you out, and here you are, presenting yourself to me," he declared, preparing to strike. Yet, Tisen had somehow seated himself before him, indulging in a hearty meal. "Wait a moment. Let me finish my meal first," Tisen mumbled with his mouth full. Jiao's initial aggression faltered, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he blinked in disbelief. Once he regained his composure, he straightened up, his demeanor softening as he placed a hand on his head. "Since you are hungry, I cannot fault you for that. Please, eat your fill. It would be unfair to fight on an empty stomach." With that, he commanded his crew to bring forth food and drink. Tisen felt somewhat awkward at Jiao's unexpected hospitality, astonished by how agreeable he was. After a brief interlude, having eaten and drunk his fill, Tisen remarked, "I never imagined you would be so generous as to treat me to a meal." "Nonsense. It is merely a courtesy," Jiao replied, waving his hand modestly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. His subordinate looked on in disbelief. "Then it is settled that I have made my decision." Upon seeing Jiao's suddenly serious expression, both he and his crew were overtaken by confusion. "Jiao, join my pirate crew, become my comrade." As this declaration echoed through the ship, an eerie silence enveloped the crew, the only sound being the wind howling through the sails. That Jiao's hands fell to his sides, his eyes narrowing. "Is it truly impossible?" Despite his amiable facade, he recognized this as an ominous prelude to a storm. "What did you just say, you scoundrel?" As anticipated, the once kind visage of Jiao morphed into a fierce scowl, his fists clenched, the black beard fluttering menacingly. Without waiting for a response, he lunged forward, propelling himself with a force that cracked the deck beneath him. The drastic shift in demeanor left Tisen momentarily speechless as Jiao's spear-like form approached. He could not afford to underestimate him. He instantly enveloped his arm in hockey, increasing its weight. The collision sent forth a resounding thud, followed by a crackling sound as red-black lightning surged through the air, causing the remaining crew members to collapse. Unconscious, Jiao's face contorted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. As he followed the pointed apex above his head, Tisen furrowed his brow. Yet internally he was astounded, never expecting that this individual's head could indeed be so remarkably resilient. Initially, the two had clashed from a distance, but now they were gradually coming into contact, and he could even feel a slight sting emanating from his fist. However, unconcerned, Tisen's lips curled into a smirk, sensing that the vast ocean was beginning to grow intriguing. Although Qingjiao was formidable, such an attack from his opponent could never hope to surpass his own strength. To avoid wasting time, he declared, overweight. As he uttered those words, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, rending the ship's hull asunder. While below, Qingjiao's face contorted in pain, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he let out a wretched scream, his body piercing through the deck and sinking deep within. The entire pirate ship was cleaved in two. And witnessing his crew tumble into the sea, Tisen acted swiftly, rescuing Qingjiao and his subordinates, placing them upon a floating plank. Though they were reluctant to join him, he bore no deep-seated animosity towards them. Moreover, he found Qingjiao rather intriguing and anticipated future encounters. During their last skirmish, he had controlled his strength. Otherwise, his opponent might have suffered a psychological blow from losing his apex, potentially abandoning his pirate life and returning to the West Sea, which would have been rather dull. In the courtyard behind a shop on Sabeti Archipelago, two women and a fishman sat upon chairs, seemingly awaiting someone. Whereas Tisen, one of the women, her lips painted crimson, lamented, "Shy, do not fret. We should prepare ourselves. That fellow surely will not return so swiftly. However, we cannot simply leave without him to return to the New World. I believe Gina is correct. Captain Tisen must have other matters at hand, and we can only continue to wait." Gina exhibited a sense of helplessness. Initially, they had come to fetch Tisen upon receiving his message, yet he had yet to return. Nevertheless, considering that he might have pressing concerns, they resolved to remain patient. Beloric had utilized his formidable observation hockey to search the seas for a day. Aside from encountering a band of pirates, he had seen naught but dilapidated pirate ships and no living skeletons. The prolonged absence of news from Tisen led him to suspect that perhaps Tisen was intentionally toying with him. Just as he was about to reach the sunlit waters, he resolved to turn back. Perhaps he had miscalculated his direction. It was entirely possible that Tisen had already located Brook. With this thought in mind, Beloric pivoted. Meanwhile, not far from his new course, Tisen was idly sensing the skies. Perhaps as Beloric suspected, he had indeed caught a trace. If sensing something, Tisen descended, Flying towards the waters below, he had detected a flow of chakra, and it belonged to a singular individual. Upon landing, he found himself hovering above a tattered pirate ship, the frayed flag resembling a bull's horn. Looking down, he observed a skeleton rolling about on the deck, occasionally mumbling to itself as his form descended. A soft thud echoed on the deck, causing Brooke, who had been rolling, to halt, swiftly straightening up, his mouth agape, exclaiming, "Is it a person, or is it a ghost?" The startled cry reverberated, and upon realizing he had not erred, he sighed, "No, it is a person indeed." Tisen gazed at Brooke's reaction, the loneliness, solitude, and fear manifesting in his mind, feelings only Brooke could truly fathom, and even Tisen could not fully comprehend. "Greetings, I am Aorisi Tisen, captain of the Tisen pirates." "Ah, yes, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I am Brooke, a mere skeleton. I never expected to encounter a living person today. It has been nearly 8 years since I last saw one," Brooke exclaimed, his skeletal mouth widening with excitement. Continuing to chatter incessantly, despite Brooke's enthusiasm, Tisen sensed the underlying unease within him, a deep-rooted loneliness and feared in an effort to forge a quicker bond. Brooke began sharing his history and experiences. Thus, their conversation transitioned from standing on the deck to leaning against the ship's wall. Tisen mused that a bottle of wine would be splendid at this moment. Just then, 2 bottles of liquor suddenly flew into the air. Upon realizing who had thrown them, a completely relaxed Tisen swiftly caught them. Noticing the label reading "Dark RUM'd" in a moment of astonishment from Brooke, Tisen gulped down several swigs, as if he were a whale consuming a minnow, exclaiming, "Ah, this rum is delightful." He felt that this rum surpassed even the liqueurs he had pilfered. "Is this your friend, Mr. Tisen?" Brooke inquired, holding a bottle of rum with a puzzled expression towards the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure. "Ah, you mean him? He is my companion." "Who is your companion, you scoundrel?" Beloric, whose wicked grin had vanished upon encountering Tisen, erupted into a tirade that in truth, he had been present for some time, listening to their conversation, captivated by their stories that a moment later, aboard Beloric's pirate ship, Tisen and Brooke were enjoying each other's culinary creations. Observing the exquisite dishes, Tisen felt as though he and Brooke were somehow tarnishing their quality. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think that Brooke truly lived up to his moniker, the Lonely Red. Not only in temperament, but also in his culinary prowess. My, I never imagined you had grown so much and could prepare such delectable food," Brooke exclaimed, remnants of food adorning his skull, while he fumbled with toothpicks between his teeth. Beloric wore a sincere and joyful smile that I too did not expect to encounter Mr. Brooke under such circumstances. Witnessing Brooke maintain his original aspirations, unchanged by the passage of time, filled him with happiness. He pondered that perhaps, as Tisen had asserted, not everyone in this world was as ugly and filthy as they appeared. Upon this reflection, he turned his gaze aside, just as Tisen finished wiping his mouth. He noticed Beloric's gaze upon him. When Beloric realized he had been observed, he quickly turned away. Tisen couldn't suppress a smirk and then turned to Brooke, his expression turning serious. "Brooke, I wish to invite you to join my pirate crew as my companion." "Really? I accept." "Ah." Beloric's eyes widened in astonishment, his face twitching as disbelief colored his features. By the way," Brooke began to speak, but Tisen interrupted him. Already aware of Labu's situation and having conversed with Brooke, he informed him that Labu was waiting for their return. Brooke's eyes brimmed with tears, and he formally joined the Tisen pirates in a ceremonious manner, while Beloric appeared to smile at the side. "And you, I formally extend an invitation to you today, Beloric Layfield." Once Brooke's matter was settled, Tisen would not forget about this esteemed individual. Upon hearing Tisen's words, Brooke, who had transitioned from tears to excitement, turned to Beloric, thinking how wonderful it would be if Layfield could join, allowing them to frolic together once more. Beloric's expression returned to normal, and after a moment of contemplation, he raised a charming smile. "I choose to join. Oh ho ho ho. Splendid." Tisen's normally stoic face broke into a genuine smile. Though he had feigned indifference since their meeting, a weight had been lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. "However, I have a request that I hope the captain will grant." Noticing Beloric's serious demeanor, Tisen was intrigued and gestured for him to continue. "From the information in the newspapers, I know that the Tisen pirates have reached their destination. However, my journey is just beginning, so I wish to venture forth on my own for a while. After completing my adventures, I will seek you out, Upon hearing this, Tisen couldn't help but chuckle. Acknowledging the truth in Beloric's words that he certainly wouldn't force this individual to return to Herb Island at this moment, Mr. Tisen, may I follow Ladefield's example? I promised Labu that I would travel around the world, as well as fulfill the dreams of the Rumbar pirates. As a result, we failed to achieve our objective. I wished to carry forth the will of my comrades and circumnavigate the globe. Suddenly, Brooke bowed his head in front of Tisen, a hint of anxiety flickering across his expression that I concurred. However, I implore you to remember one thing. You are forever my companions, eternally members of the Tisen pirate crew. The purpose of our journey to Judicial Island is to uncover the truth behind the matters concerning number 08 and Stoner. Allowing them to elude us for so long that it is indeed a dereliction of duty on my part. Previously, my strength was insufficient to storm Judicial Island. I am no protagonist capable of escaping such a place. Subsequently, fearing a naval response, I hastened to the New World, rendering my return impossible, which resulted in this prolonged delay. This matter has lingered in the depths of my mind, never forgotten, and now I finally have the opportunity to seek clarity. 2 days later, after parting ways with Beloric in the skies above Judicial Island, Tisen arrived here directly. Should I proceed further, I risked discovery. He had no intention of employing the dustless Miss skill today. His purpose was to vent his frustrations while simultaneously seeking the whereabouts of Stoner and number 08. Thus, he had no desire to quietly accomplish this task. Once he had made up his mind, Tisen slowly descended, preparing to make contact with the towering structure. What is that? Something is falling from the sky. A soldier, peering through his binoculars, exclaimed, "This is a person. I feel as though I have seen him before." The soldier's expression shifted from confusion to dread, and then to terror, as his mouth fell agape. What is happening? Lin Fuo, clad in a white suit, was startled by the sudden alarm. Just as he was about to make a call for clarification, the din mushy began to ring on its own. Bring, hello, what on earth is going on? Why is there an alarm outside? Lin Fuo shouted, his voice laced with anxiety. Commander, the pirate or Tisen has suddenly invaded Judicial Island, came the bewildered response from the din mushy. What? Why is he here? Lin Fuo murmured, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his eyes wide with trepidation. Suddenly recalling something, he commanded, contact the world government immediately and request reinforcements, quickly. At that moment, the office door swung open, and 4 individuals clad in black suits entered, 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be highly trained agents. That you've arrived just in time. Ors Tisen is here. You must hold him off until the world government's reinforcements arrive. Understood, Commander. Leave it to us. He's merely a pirate. We shall eliminate him without the need for reinforcements. You can rest easy here. After giving his orders, Lin Fuo appeared to lose all strength, collapsing into his chair. His thoughts racing. He was certain the adversary sought revenge against him. Humph, no matter how formidable you are, escaping from here is impossible. If I manage to capture you, I, Lin Fuo, could ascend to the ranks of nobility within the world government. Then, what would it matter if the position of Judicial Island Commander is handed over to Spandam? Above the tallest building, Tisen glanced at the world government flag fluttering in the air, just as he was about to inquire of the Supreme Commander. 4 figures suddenly emerged, encircling him and blocking all avenues of escape. Holy Land Mariawa with a resounding slap, a man with golden hair and a beard struck the glass table before him in fury. What does that scoundrel intend to do? Only recently did he cause chaos in the East Blue, and our dispatch personnel didn't even catch a glimpse of him, yet he now reappears at Judicial Island. I propose we deploy the Demon Slayer order to annihilate him entirely. Calm down. That man's ability allows him to fly. Even with the Demon Slayer order, we may not capture him. The greatest losses will be ours. Nezhao replied, arms crossed, maintaining a composed demeanor. What do you suggest then? At that moment, an elderly bald man with 2 prominent mustaches fixed his sharp gaze on them. We cannot deploy the Demon Slayer order. Let Steelbone send a general, collaborate with Stoner, and also mobilize a naval contingent with the Demon Slayer order. We must either kill or capture him. I concur. Additionally, we must ascertain his intentions. I find it hard to believe Zifa's earlier claims of constructing a paradise are merely for revenge over past events, or if there are ulterior motives. Agreed. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters Zhonghua, where are you now? Steelbone sat in his office, brows furrowed, a sense of urgency palpable. On the other end of the line, the voice of Sengoku responded, "Commander, we have not yet reached our destination, and the enemy possesses formidable abilities. We are unsure if they remain in that bridge nation. Change of plans. The scoundrel has arrived at Judicial Island and launched an attack there. The world government just contacted me, instructing me to dispatch a general. Turn back immediately and head straight to Judicial Island. We must capture Aorisi Tisen. The world government has already sent CP agents." "Understood, Commander." After hanging up the phone, Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury. Is this scoundrel a ghost? Does he intend to turn this world upside down before he is satisfied? This time, I have resolved not to let him escape. His gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Steelbone, having concluded his instructions, crossed his arms, pondering the situation. That it seemed the Rocks pirates were intent on targeting the Tisen pirates, desperately seeking their whereabouts. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to incite a conflict between the two sides. Allowing him to implement a capture strategy, he swiftly picked up the phone and dialed. "Zifa, keep a close watch on the Rocks pirates. Report any movements immediately." Returning to the skies above Judicial Island, Tisen found himself surrounded by 4 individuals clad in black, all dressed in samurai attire, their long swords at their waists. He scrutinized their faces, inquiring, "Are you from CP?" One of the strikingly attractive women with pink hair twirled her fingers and said, "Since you are aware of us, why not surrender? I could consider branding you with my personal slave mark and make you my male concubine." "Enough chatter. Attack." One muscular man, visibly impatient, stepped forward, his right foot crashing down with a shattering sound against the parapet, while his left foot sliced through the air, launching a slashing attack towards Tisen. The air filled with a whistling sound as Tisen, seeing this, ceased his idle talk. That he raised his right hand and effortlessly dispelled the incoming strike, leaving a mist in its wake. "What?" the 4 exclaimed in unison, their hearts racing in disbelief as they realized he had so easily countered their signature move without exerting much effort, and with just his bare hand. At that moment, the pink-haired woman cried out, "Watch out behind you." The man, sensing something amiss, felt a breeze pass by him, causing his body to stiffen. Turning his head slowly, he beheld Tisen's cold, handsome visage looming above him, his towering height and the terrifying aura of a demon instilling a paralyzing dread within him. Tisen then extended a finger towards the man's heart, emitting a whoosh as a projectile shot forth. A white beam pierced through the man's chest, and even in death, the fear and horror in his eyes did not fade. The other 3, witnessing this, became utterly rigid, their faces drained of color, frozen like statues, sweat soaking their garments. The pink-haired woman's figure, now fully accentuated, appeared irresistibly alluring. However, neither the onlookers nor Tisen paid any heed to such distractions. In the face of overwhelming power, do you now begin to grasp the meaning of despair? He recalled the scene he encountered on Giant Rock Island, a memory forever etched in his mind. The despair he felt is something no one can truly comprehend. It can only be felt through personal experience. Just as these individuals now face an unknown fate. You, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape. The terror of the world government is beyond your capacity to withstand, a man with black hair gasped as he spoke. Indeed, even if you were to kill us today, you would never escape from here. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 beams of white light streaked through the air, splattering droplets of crimson as the bodies of 2 CP agents stiffened and plummeted downward. The remaining pink-haired woman, witnessing her comrades fall one after another before her, felt her earlier sense of superiority dissipate, her voice trembling in terror as her voluptuous form involuntarily recoiled 2 steps back. With a gaze filled with dread, she lifted her eyes to behold Tisen. Like a specter, he vanished and reappeared before her in an instant. This sight, her pupils constricted, her body shuddered, and then became rigid. Tisen's cold, handsome visage loomed over her, devoid of any emotion, as he leaned closer to her frightened face, lifting her pointed chin with one hand to reveal her smooth, pale neck. You wish to live." Upon hearing this devilish voice, the woman quivered, her sensuous red lips parting slightly as she stammered, "Yes, will you spare me?" A flicker of hope remained in her heart, yearning for mercy. "Of course," he replied, wrapping an arm around her exposed waist and, in a flash, crashing through a window into a lower room, followed by the sound of tearing fabric and her screams. Outside, soldiers clustered together, aiming their guns at the high-rise, initially relieved to see Tisen besieged by 4 men. Believing the distance rendered them safe, however, Upon witnessing the fall of 3 of Justice Island SCP agents, chaos erupted, and they surged toward the building. Moments later, Tisen emerged, casually adjusting his attire and tousled hair. Stowing away the Mickey Mouse tattooing tools and a shell he had taken from Mona, that he murmured, "I enjoy marking others with the brand of slavery," sensing the throng of soldiers rushing toward the high-rise. He vanished in an instant. Inside the office, Lin Fuo lounged in a chair, feet propped on the table, confident that his 4 subordinates could stall Tisen until reinforcements from the world government arrived. Holding a glass of red wine, he appeared quite content. Suddenly, his body stiffened, the crimson liquid spilling to the floor as he lifted his head abruptly, his pupils narrowing in shock at the sight of Tisen's ghostly figure behind him. "Ah!" Lin Fuo gasped, startled by Tisen's sudden appearance, scrambling to his feet to draw a handgun from his drawer. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed past Tisen's head, missing him entirely, rendering Lin Fuo's trembling hand unsteady. "You damned scoundrel. Do you know who you are facing? The world government's reinforcements are on their way. That if you wish to live, you should leave now." Swish, a flash of white light cut through the air, casting a knife's shadow upon the office walls. Lin Fuo's gun fell from his grip onto the desk. "Ah, my hand. It hurts." He clutched his right arm with his left hand, letting out a hoarse scream as intense pain pierced through his nerves. "If you wish to live, be quiet and answer my question." Tisen's voice, akin to that of a devil, resonated in Lin Fuo's ears. The man stiffened, struggling to maintain his composure. What do you want to ask?" Observing the pallor of Lin Fuo's face, Tisen posed his inquiry at an hour later. Tisen exited the office, calm and collected, while Lin Fuo lay lifeless inside, a gaping wound in his head, his eyes wide open and unblinking. Tisen leaped from the building, noticing that both the windows and the entrance were swarming with Navy personnel. Upon seeing Tisen emerge, a Navy officer hurried toward the office. "Commander Lin Fuo is dead. Killed by Tisen." "What? This is disastrous. The world government will surely go mad. Damn it, that wretched pirate. Fire at him. Fire." Tisen paid no heed to the turmoil below, ascending slowly into the sky that he s trying to escape. "Fire," Tisen murmured. "There is no longer any need for Justice Island." He clasped his hands together, then spread them apart, forming a massive white energy sphere approximately 50 meters in diameter. The soldiers below, witnessing this spectacle, felt their hearts race, instinctively retreating with trembling hands. "What in the world is that? Damn it, is he trying to destroy Justice Island? Stop him, you scoundrel. Run for your lives." Panic ensued as the soldiers fled. Abandoning their weapons, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the enormous white wave in the sky, their courage dissipated. Meanwhile, Stona, who had just arrived at the periphery of Justice Island, gnashed his teeth, realizing he was too late. He began to leap into the air, generating a thud as he propelled himself upward. "Tisen, you damned brat, stop," Stona shouted, aware that if Tisen obliterated the island, he would face punishment, potentially dragging the Spandam family down with him. Though his fury boiled, he recognized the insurmountable distance separating them. Observing the figure fleeing the high-rise, Tisen felt it was time. The white energy sphere rapidly expanded, cutting a circular pattern around the Justice Island structure. And with a deafening boom, a colossal explosion echoed throughout the island. Everything caught within the white beam, be it structures or lives, disintegrated at an astonishing pace, leaving a barren wasteland in its wake. The surrounding areas were similarly affected, resembling the aftermath of a massive nuclear detonation, a sight both harrowing and stark that Stona's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting to one of incredulity as he seethed. "Tisen, you will not escape unscathed. I will ensure your demise just as I did with the former pirate crew." Yet, despite his bravado, the scene he had just witnessed left him unsettled, a tumult of emotions swirling within. Not far from Justice Island, several warships cut through the sea, heading toward the chaos. On the bow stood Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsu, who had initially believed Justice Island would withstand destruction easily. Just as they finished their thought, a thunderous explosion resonated from afar. An ominous premonition gripped them both. "Accelerate. Full speed ahead," Sengoku commanded, anxiety gnawing at him, his eyes gleaming with determination. Tsu furrowed her brow, gazing at the ascending white beam. Aware that it signaled Tisen's assault, fearing for Justice Island's safety, especially since they had yet to arrive. Should he take flight and escape, they would be powerless to stop him. Their only hope now rested on the CP agent's ability to delay Tisen, perhaps allowing them to mitigate the damage. After unleashing his attack, Tisen turned to see Stona approaching with moonwalk steps. He recognized Stona's arrival from the moment he set foot on the island, stirring a fierce excitement within him. Just as he contemplated seeking out this adversary, Stona came to him, and with the words he had extracted from Lin Fuo, his animosity toward this man intensified. Not only had Stona destroyed his homeland, but after narrowly escaping, he had been rescued by the heroic pirates, only to have his life shattered once more, returning him to a state of flight. Had it not been for the intervention of the Empress of the Amazon, he might have perished long ago. Time and again, he had been cornered. Now, he finally had the chance to reclaim everything. He would make this wretched man deeply regret all he had done. Tisen, you bastard. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Stoner approached Tisen, gritting his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. Witnessing Stoner's wrathful demeanor sent a chill down Tisen's spine. This man had committed numerous offenses against him, yet now he presented himself with such an imposing air.my first mate. You haven't forgotten the transgressions you've inflicted upon me, have you? Tisen endeavored to maintain his composure, regarding Stoner with an impassive expression. Humph, what have I done? You are nothing but a criminal, and I harbor no remorse for any actions taken against you. Stoner scoffed derisively, his expression one of disdain. A mocking laugh escaping his lips. Over 50 years of age, Stoner retained an irksome presence. Then what prompted you to obliterate Stone Island? There were numerous villagers residing there. Is this how your world government operates? Tisen's words were deliberately provocative, designed to ascertain a particular truth. Indeed, he sought to confirm a suspicion. For the sake of that esteemed individual's future, the demise of some inconsequential lives mattered little. Upon hearing Stoner's last remark, Tisen discerned the sinister hand orchestrating these events. Though he had previously scrutinized Linfo, uncertainty had lingered during the latter's confession. However, the shift in Stoner's emotional state now clarified matters. With this revelation, the pieces fell into place, including the enigmatic courtesan known as Number 08. Having gleaned information from Linfo, he was now poised to eliminate this pernicious nuisance. Thus, he dispensed with further pleasantries. You scoundrel, meet your end. Tisen vanished in a flash. Stoner, previously unconcerned, now found himself in a state of panic. He had not anticipated such swiftness. Unable to perceive Tisen's form, his thoughts lingered on the past. Recalling the days of the hero pirates, where he had dismissed Tisen as a mere pawn. Only now did it dawn on him how gravely he had underestimated his opponent, who had transformed from that insignificant boy into one of the New World's formidable sovereigns. As he felt sweat bead upon his brow, meticulously assessing where Tisen might strike, a shadow suddenly loomed before him, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling toward him. Reacting too late, he could only hastily raise his hand in defense. To his dismay, a colossal force akin to a mountain bore down upon him, overwhelming his feeble resistance. The force propelled him backward, carving a deep trench in the ground beneath his feet. Once he regained his footing, he swiftly examined the blood staining his arm. The earlier confrontation had not involved hockey. It had merely been a clash of raw strength. Yet, it was evident that he was no match for Tisen's might. Lowering his hand, he lifted his gaze to meet Tisen's, acknowledging, I underestimated you. It seems you have made significant progress over the years. Of course, do you think I would lower myself to the level of an old dog like you? You are not worthy of my full attention, Tisen retorted, a scornful laugh escaping his lips, his expression one of contempt. You? Umph. I cannot be bothered to engage in a war of words with you. Rest assured, you will not escape today. Upon hearing Tisen's derision, Stoner's initial fury dissipated, replaced by a contemplative calm. As if recalling something significant, listening carefully to Tisen's words, he sensed a trap lying in wait. Yet, Tisen, unperturbed by such thoughts, remained resolute. In the face of absolute power, all else seemed trivial. Even the arrival of a Marine admiral would not instill fear in him. He could simply eliminate Stoner and make a swift exit. With that, Tisen focused solely on Stoner, his aura shifting to a whole new level, the earlier skirmish having felt like child's play. Now, he was determined to demonstrate the vast chasm that lay between them. Enveloping his fists in a red-black hue of hockey, he propelled himself forward, his form vanishing. When he reappeared, he stood before Stoner, who, alerted by his observation hockey, reacted just in time to cover his right arm with a glistening black layer of defense. Their fists clashed with a resounding impact. Increased weight, Tison's low voice echoed as Stoner felt a force tenfold that of before slam into his fist, searing pain radiating from his knuckles to his arm. Under the weight and hardness of Tison's blow, Stoner's fist recoiled, his muscles spasming painfully in agony. He attempted to lift his left leg for a sweeping kick at Tison, only to be met with a white fist slicing through the air. Striking his face with a resounding bang, his body was sent careening like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and gouging a deep furrow into the earth. As he struggled to rise, he sensed the ghostly figure materializing before him once more. "Petrify!" Stoner cried out, his body instantly transforming into a stone-like form. Yet, it proved futile. The overwhelming force shattered his stony exterior. From the rubble, a figure erupted, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Pain coursing through Stoner's entire being. Panting heavily, he wiped the blood from his lips and slowly pushed himself up, his gaze steady and resolute as he regarded Tison. "It seems I have truly grown old," Stoner muttered, a somber tone that seemed to be directed at himself. However, with a spark of defiance igniting within him, he declared, "Old? Ridiculous. How could I possibly lose to a mere boy? Today, you shall witness my true power." With a fierce roar, he prepared to launch another assault, only for Tison to observe Stoner place one hand flat against the ground. In an instant, the surrounding stone formations surged forth, as if animated, enveloping Stoner within their grasp and forming a colossal stone giant, towering at approximately 200 meters. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tison understood Stoner's intentions. Stoner was an earth fruit user, a fact he had been aware of since their time in the Hero Pirates. The man had likely awakened his powers long ago. Devil fruits occasionally awaken, capable of affecting things beyond the user themselves. Stoner's touch upon the ground had transformed the barren soil into stone, merging these fragments into a colossal being. Moreover, the entire giant was enveloped in a pitch-black hockey, indicating that Stoner's strength had surpassed Tison's expectations. However, Tison knew the weakness of this ability. Stoner must be hidden within a specific part of the stone giant, imperceptible to observation hockey. Thus, he needed to dismantle the giant while simultaneously locating Stoner's presence. Yet Stoner likely had not considered that Tison could sense his hiding place through chakra. Tison focused intently. He pondered, "What is happening? Why can I not detect this fellow's chakra flow?" Furrowing his brows, he contemplated until realization dawned upon him. Stoner must have transformed entirely into stone or fused with it, enabling the giant to move. This posed a significant challenge, as it could lead to a prolonged battle, and the Marines could arrive at any moment. He needed to act swiftly. "Ah, old Tison, do you see? This is my power. Are you feeling despair?" Stoner's voice echoed through the sky, resonating ominously. For a moment, Tison found it grating and unbearable, a wave of dread washing over him. The surviving Marines, having endured Tison's previous onslaught, now stood on the periphery, witnessing the battle unfold. Gazing upon the immense stone giant, they felt as though the sky had been blotted out, unable to see the azure heavens above. "What is this? My God! Is it the end of the world?" They speculated among themselves, eagerly anticipating how old Tison would contend with this predicament. "Indeed, this time I shall finally capture this wretch. He was so arrogant before, yet has resorted to such tactics." Listening to the derisive shouts of the clustered naval soldiers in the distance, he calmly lifted his head to gaze ahead. In an instant, his body soared upward until it reached the same level as the stone giant's head. If he wished to engage in a swift battle, he would have to unleash that particular technique. He slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, his eyes gleaming with intensity as his expression darkened. Limit break. Tison positioned his palms facing each other, and a blinding, watermelon-sized white cube materialized between them. Stoner, concealed within the stone, witnessed the scene and let out a harsh laugh. "Ha! I knew you possessed such abilities. Although I'm unsure of what devil fruit has given you this power, such a feeble attack could never harm me." Ignoring his scoffs, Tison focused on controlling the immense energy within him. Despite this, the white cube remained unchanged in size, merely appearing even more radiant. Suddenly, Tison gently pushed the white cube forward. It seemed as insignificant as a sesame seed compared to the colossal stone figure. Yet it gradually descended towards the stone giant. Upon seeing the small white orb approaching, Stoner scoffed disdainfully, dismissing it as harmless while swinging his massive fist at Tison. The air erupted with a sonic boom as the punch generated a powerful gust, dispersing the clouds above. Yet, Tison stood motionless, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Stona, within the stone, fixated on Tisen's face, noting the utter calmness that belied any hint of panic, nor did he attempt to defend himself. The tranquility reflected in Tisen's gaze felt all too genuine, and an unsettling premonition surged through Stona's mind. But it was too late. He had to press on, convinced that no attack could penetrate his stone fortress. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, saturating the sky and ground with a luminous glow. Stona was momentarily blinded by the searing radiance, his swinging fist freezing mid-air. It's still daytime. What is happening? He bellowed. Bewildered by the blinding brightness, the soldiers outside were similarly incapacitated, struggling to adjust to the harsh light. After a moment, some observed the giant enveloped by an enormous cube. What is this? Is it an attack from Aorisi Tisen? How could such an assault possibly have an effect? Stona sensed something amiss and called out, "Hey, Aorisi Tisen, what are you trying to achieve?" His voice echoed painfully through the air, tearing at the heartstrings of those who heard it. Tisen smirked slightly, pointing at Stona's limbs. "Enjoy yourself. Don't die too easily. After all, I won't let you off lightly for what you did to me before." Stona followed Tisen's gesture and, glancing down at his feet, felt his pupils constrict in horror. The white beam rapidly consumed his stone body and everything around him. Stona screamed in agony, the surrounding soldiers witnessing the once mighty stone giant being enveloped by what had initially appeared to be a trivial light. The white cube swiftly disintegrated everything in its path. Moments later, the brilliant light faded, revealing the devastated landscape below. The ground was deeply gouged. The once flat terrain now bore a crater extending 200 to 300 meters wide. Had the attack not been limited in range, aimed directly at the island's center, the consequences could have been catastrophic. How could this be? Is this truly an attack capable of being wielded by a mere human? Could it be divine? Only a god could achieve such feats. What a calamity for Judicial Island. Soldiers clasped their heads in despair, some weeping, others blaming one another. Yet most stood in stunned silence, their faces blank. Eyes filled with terror, their bodies frozen in place. Tisen descended, landing beside Stona, who no longer bore his earlier arrogant demeanor. His body was a grotesque sight, bloodied and unrecognizable, limbs reduced to atomic particles, gravely injured. It seemed a miracle he was still alive, yet he would likely remain a shell of his former self. Sensing Stona's life force flickering weakly, Tisen crouched beside him, whispering, "Our grievances have been settled, I suppose." Standing up, Tisen was struck by the devastation surrounding him, questioning internally whether this was truly right. As he wrestled with the conflict within, a sudden clarity surged through him, affirming that he had done nothing wrong. The fault lay solely with this world that he vowed to construct an absolute paradise of freedom in the skies, to share this liberty with the world, and to become the most liberated person in existence. With this resolve, a smile crept upon his lips, his heart lightened, the blockages in his mind dissipated, leaving behind clarity as his nerves flowed seamlessly, every part of his body moving fluidly, free of hesitation. He lifted his gaze to the sky. Realizing it was time to return, he wondered how his companions in the new world fared. Muse and Gina must have reached the Shambadi archipelago by now. Just as he prepared to take flight, a sudden flash of red light caught his eye, and an instinctive chill ran down his spine. Buddha palm impact, a colossal Buddha figure, towering over 10 meters, materialized in the sky, its form enveloped in a resonant chant, its golden palm descending swiftly toward him. "This is bad," he thought, realizing too late that he had been too absorbed in his thoughts to notice an approaching threat. Reacting instinctively, Tisen adjusted his stance and countered with a punch, Conqueror's Fist. Due to the speed of the attack, he had no time for other reactions, resorting to a defensive stance as his black-red hockey enveloped his fist. It collided with the golden palm. Black-red lightning crackled around them, and Tisen recognized that Sengoku had significantly improved in strength. If he didn't unleash his true abilities, he could very well meet his downfall. Behind Sengoku stood Admiral Tsuru and nearly 10 other vice-admirals. Just as he prepared to intensify his counterattack, he sensed Admiral Tsuru approaching from the side with incredible speed, forcing him to evade. Her ability was notoriously perilous, one he dared not confront head-on. Lightening his form, Tisen dodged her attack, vanishing like a wisp of smoke, reappearing several steps away. "I knew it wouldn't be this simple," Tsuru thought, furrowing her brow, lamenting the failure of their joint assault with Sengoku. Once the Golden Buddha reverted to Sengoku's human form, he reflected that if capturing Tisen had been that easy, the Navy would have succeeded long ago. They could not afford to underestimate him. Much appreciated for the compliment, Admiral Sengoku. And you too, Admiral Tsuru. Shall we indulge in a date as tempestuous as the calm before the storm? Tisen teased, observing the duo who regarded him as a formidable adversary. The sight of Stona's pitiful state stirred memories of Steel Bone and Zephyr, igniting a fire within them. Sengoku bellowed to the nearby soldiers, "Get him down for treatment. Although he may not survive. We cannot leave him here unattended. In such a scenario, the world government will undoubtedly raise inquiries. If you accompany me back to the Navy and surrender meekly, I might consider a charming smile from Mitsai." However, those who truly understand him would recognize this as merely the prelude to an impending storm that I regret to say, but I am pressed for time and must return swiftly. Nonetheless, I can afford to indulge in a bit of play before heading back. As Tisen wore a broad smile, after a brief pause, he added, "Yet if one is not careful, that person's visage may once again manifest, especially that of Admiral Crane. However, I assure you, I would never employ such tactics against a lady. So rest easy. Old Tisen, have you exhausted your ramblings? Just observe the chaos you have wrought. Since the establishment of Judicial Island, such an incident has never occurred. You have indeed become an exception. Yet today, do not entertain thoughts of escape. I shall capture you even at the cost of my life," Sengoku declared, his voice brimming with fury, saliva spraying as he spoke. Humph, who cannot boast grandly? He had heard such bravado countless times before and paid it no heed. "Old Tisen, what exactly is your aim? Do you intend to turn the seas upside down before you are satisfied?" Crane furrowed his brow, stepping forward. Before coming, Admiral Steele had specifically instructed him to ascertain the other party's intentions. Although Zifa had previously inquired, they remained skeptical, believing it to be a ruse by Tisen to divert their attention, masking ulterior motives. Did I not mention this earlier? If you choose not to believe, then await the consequences. He had spoken the truth, and if they were unwilling to accept it, there was little he could do. In that case, let us engage, Crane, as Sengoku bore a resolute expression, dismissing any further dialogue. He immediately invoked his fruit's ability, transforming into an immense golden Buddha, a divine presence radiating from him. Buddha's impact. On the other side, Tisen observed the colossal Buddha leap into the air, striking a combat pose. A gigantic golden hand descending upon him with tremendous force, the sound of its approach resonating like thunder, the shockwave threatening to tear through the very fabric of reality. He was eager to test just how much stronger this adversary had become. Contemplating whether he could hold his ground without resorting to the dust escape technique, he concentrated his armament haki into his arm, a colorless protective layer forming around his fist under the immense pressure of his power. Heavy haki punch. Concurrently, he unleashed his weight-increasing ability, the howling winds signaling his intent. Bang! The golden hand collided with Tisen's fist. However, due to the shockwave and the outwardly released armament haki, their blows did not meet directly. Nevertheless, the force of their attacks was maximized. The ground beneath him exploded under his foot's weight, the tremendous backlash causing Sengoku's golden hand to retreat slightly. Sengoku's expression darkened. How could he possibly lose to such an assault? Enraged, he intensified his offensive, the air around them filled with a piercing howl, black-red starlight swirling about them, warping the very space itself. Crane, witnessing this, promptly advanced, sensing Sengoku's intent in that fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Tisen, engaged in battle with Sengoku, kept a wary eye on Crane, acutely aware that he could not afford to be complacent. As Crane prepared to strike him from behind, Tisen's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He maximized the force behind his super haki punch. And with a resounding bang, he found himself momentarily stunned as Sengoku's fleeting glimmer of cold light was abruptly repelled by his strike. The massive Buddha staggered, tilting backward in that instant, as if his back possessed a sixth sense. He mimicked his prior movement, evading Crane's grasp, which resembled a delicate feminine hand. He then pivoted and struck a nearby position, the sound of the impact ringing out sharply, before vanishing once more to a distance. The scene reminiscent of their earlier encounter. Tisen, having just been forced back, noticed Crane's hand, which had been outstretched to grasp him, now frozen in place, his body stiffening before gradually regaining its form. "Tisen, you scoundrel!" he exclaimed, his ears flushed with embarrassment. The tingling sensation from where Tisen had just struck coursed through him, igniting a surge of anger as he trembled with indignation. his voice quivering in fury. "Crane, are you unharmed?" Sengoku snarled at Tisen, his teeth clenched in rage. "I shall not let you escape." "Hey, there's no need for such dramatics. It was merely a light tap," Tisen replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. Just as he finished speaking, Crane's form vanished in an instant. "Crane, wait. Do not let him provoke you," Sengoku called out, trailing behind. Anxious that Crane might be victimized again, Crane utilized the ladder to launch an attack. Tisen remained unperturbed. He could alter his weight at will, reducing himself to the lightest possible state, and then with the speed of ladder, he would undoubtedly outpace his opponent as Crane was about to strike from behind Tisen. He sensed it and quickly enveloped his arm with haki, launching a powerful punch, heavy haki punch. Bang! The sound of a solid impact erupted, unleashing a burst of black sparks that spread like lightning in all directions. Crane's face flushed slightly under the weight of Tisen's immense strength, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan that in terms of raw power, she could never hope to match Tisen. The audacity to engage so directly was bold. However, it appeared that Tisen had been provoked, and for a moment, she could not help but admire her cleverness in inciting such a reaction. Crane grappled with the overwhelming force. She swiftly regained her composure, her eyes clearing. What had come over her? How could she have let herself be so easily provoked? This was not the usual demeanor she maintained. Unable to withstand Tisen's assault, she adeptly utilized his momentum to slide backward until she had created some distance. Taking a moment to steady her breathing and exhale a deep sigh, her gaze once again reflecting the wisdom she had initially displayed. Meanwhile, Tisen, having just repelled Crane, sensed Sengoku descending from the skies. This time, he resolved not to hold back. He soared into the air, a white orb of light forming in his palm. Super escape light. Tisen enveloped the colorless armament haki around the escape light, striking down upon the descending golden hand with ferocity. With a resounding clap, the two powerful strikes collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the sky, the air around them boiling as Crane felt the astonishing fluctuations. Causing his eyes to involuntarily close, the air sliced through the heavens, dispersing the clouds above. Sengoku's teeth gritted, the golden arm descending like a thunderous pillar, the palm crashing down with the force of a mountain. Tisen's expression twisted in rage as he amplified the power of his dust escape. "Even if you are the Buddha himself, I am no Sun Wukong to be crushed underfoot." A new surge of strength coalesced in his hands. And with a powerful thrust, Sengoku's complexion reddened, his teeth clenched, yet he was ultimately no match for Tisen. Under the sudden influx of extraordinary power, Sengoku's shockwave quickly dissipated, his body rocketing away like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust and obscuring smoke. "Sengoku!" Crane exclaimed, a wave of concern washing over him as he hurried to Tisen's side. Upon closer inspection, he saw that aside from the injury on Sengoku's palm, there were no other visible wounds, allowing his anxious heart to relax slightly. Then, as if recalling something, he abruptly lifted his gaze to the skies, his heart filled with trepidation. This fellow was astonishing.